Hearing the command, the Byzantium Helios beast began descending to the ground, and before long, the group was already standing outside the square in front of the Alliance head residence. In that very square, he had clashed with geniuses from over 20 other empires in the Master-Teacher tournament to vie for the right to enter the Master-Teacher Academy. Even though it had only been a short few months since then, everything felt very nostalgic, as if it had happened a lifetime ago. Young and reckless then, he had defeated all of his opponents with overwhelming might, creating a legend in his wake. But now he was much more composed and mature. Taking a look at the massive square before her, Luo Qiqi asked incuriously, "Did teacher come from here?" In her view, her teacher was an incredibly talented person. Even among the younger generation of the sage clans, there were very few who could compete with him. It was truly hard to believe that such an outstanding figure came not from a prestigious clan but from such a humble place. This square was large, yes, but compared to the sacred mountains and blessed lands that sage clans dominated, it was nothing at all. Putting aside everything, even the spiritual energy in the air was extremely thin. A month of cultivation at the Master-Teacher Academy could easily equal several years of cultivation here. Seemingly seeing through the thoughts Luo Qiqi harbored, Xianxia simply replied with a silent smile. If he hadn't gained possession of the Library of Heaven's Path, he would probably have idled his life away in the humble Tianxian kingdom. 2. In life, however, there were no ifs. From the moment he gained possession of the Library of Heaven's Path, his life had already changed. Leaving the Byzantium Helios beast to wait in the sky, Xianxia and the others began making their way through the street and toward the square. At this very moment, the square was bustling with a crowd. Many cultivators were staring intently at a massive statue erected at the center of the square with fervent gazes. What are they doing? Xianxia was perplexed. The square was in proximity to the Alliance head residence and the Master-Teacher Pavilion, so it had always been quiet. Why would a crowd suddenly gather here all of the sudden? Was there a riot going on? Look, that's Xianxia. He is indeed dashing and handsome, just like how I dreamed he would be. Of course, Xianxia is my idol, you know. The greatest wish in my life is to achieve a 10,000th of his greatness. Ha, your idol? More like everyone's idol. There is no one in this square who doesn't respect and admire Xianxia. Indeed, I heard that Xianxia has gone to the Master-Teacher Academy. Ah, how I wish for him to return and conduct a lecture for us. Hearing Xianxia's lecture is the dream of countless in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Well, who asked you to be absent the previous time he held a lecture? Am I talking to you? Wait, I remember that you weren't around for the lecture either. Isn't that so? Before even arriving at the square, Xianxia could already hear the discussions of countless young men and women as they gazed toward the center of the square with eyes sparkling in admiration and fists clenched in agitation. Hearing the discussions of the crowd and noting the key phrase, Master-Teacher Academy, Luo Qiqi couldn't help but step forward and ask a young man, "Excuse me, may I ask, who is the Xianxia you spoke of? You don't even know Xianxia? Aren't you too behind the times?" Shocked to hear that there was actually someone who hadn't heard of Xianxia's name, the young man turned around to reprimand the person who had asked the question. However, the moment he saw Luo Qiqi's face, he abruptly froze, and his face flushed crimson in nervousness. "Ah, you were the one who asked the question. Xianxia's name goes by a single character, Xian. He is the greatest master teacher to have walked out from our Myriad Kingdom Alliance in its entire history." Luo Qiqi's beauty was sufficient to make any man fall at her feet. To be able to speak coherently without stuttering in her presence, the young man's self-control was not bad. Xian won, as in the character synonymous with hanging? Hearing that he was actually the man the crowd was talking about, a bizarre expression surfaced on Xianxia's face. After receiving the other party's confirmation, he couldn't help but ask, "Xianxia, when did he become your idol?" It had already been several months since he had left, so any hype regarding him should have died down by now. Why would they still be talking about him? On top of that, idol? Greatest master teacher? What was going on? But as soon as Xianxia asked that question, a loud bellow sounded from the distance. Audacious! How dare you address Xianxia's name directly and speak such disrespectful words? Where did you find the guts to do so? Following which, a young man strutted over proudly. With an appearance of 16 or 17, the young man was dressed in extravagant clothes, and he commanded a powerful presence. With just a look, it was clear that he was a person of high standing. Due to his loud exclamation, he immediately caught the notice of the crowd, and gazes swiftly turned to him to see what was going on. Their eyes only lingered on Xianxia for an instant before turning to the 4 beautiful ladies beside him. Yu Feier, Luo Qiqi, Hu Yaoyao, and Dong Xian. They were top-notch beauties. Any man would smile even in his dreams if he could bring one of them home. For 4 to appear simultaneously and with a young man beside it, it was no wonder they would spark the curiosity of the crowd. The 8th prince is a well-known playboy. He must be trying to show off before those beautiful ladies so as to win their fancy. But that young man was also asking for it. If he hadn't done anything, the 8th prince would have had no reason to start anything either. Yet he was actually so brazen as to call Xianxia by his name in public. I truly wonder where he found the guts to do so. Xianxia is the idol of countless youths in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. This is especially so for the 8th prince. He views Xianxia as a goal to strive for. Yet, that fellow actually dared to ask if the Shen character referred to the one synonymous with hanging. Hanging your head. He sure doesn't know to watch his tongue. He deserves it. Who can he blame when he is the one who is seeking death? After learning what had happened, cold sneers emerged on the lips of the crowd as they watched the commotion intently. The young man was the 8th son of Alliance head Zhao Feiwu's younger brother, and he was only 16 this year. Despite his young age, his reputation in Myriad Kingdom City was appalling. Lustful, domineering, arrogant, short-tempered, he had committed many atrocities in Myriad Kingdom City, disappointing his father and sister time and time again. A few months ago, however, after being reprimanded by his sister once more, he suddenly declared that he would take Xianxia as his role model and cultivate diligently in hopes that he would become a powerful expert like the other party. Due to his great admiration for Xianxia, he detested anyone speaking badly about the latter. Yet, the fellow before him actually asked if the Shen character in Xianxia's name was the one synonymous with hanging. This was blatant disrespect for Xianxia. It was no wonder he flew to a rage. On top of that, the 4 beauties around Xianxia reminded him of the playboy he used to be, and that further stoked his irritation. All of a sudden, someone amid the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait a moment, is it just me? Or does that young man look a little familiar? I also think that he looks quite familiar, like I have seen him somewhere before, but I just can't put my finger on it." As soon as someone uttered those words, a few voices of agreement echoed among the crowd, and frowns began emerging on the faces of many. Rendered speechless by the explosive outburst of the young man before him, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. Disrespectful? How was I disrespectful? Is the name Xianxia not meant for anyone to speak of? He had never thought that a day would come when it would be a taboo for him to even say his own name. Faced with such a situation, he didn't know whether he should laugh, cry, or rage. Of course, it is not meant for anyone to speak of. It is one thing if you had been disrespectful on a normal occasion, but do you know what day it is today? The young man's eyes narrowed in hostility. What day is it? Xianxia asked curiously. So, whether he was allowed to call his own name was dependent on the day too. Hearing that the young man had no idea what day it was, the young man immediately erupted in fury. Today is the day that Xianxia's sculpture was erected in this square. As a citizen of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, you don't even know this? Have you been living under a rock? The crowd was also perplexed by the reaction of the young man before them. Even if he didn't know what day it was, he should have noticed the crowd in the square. It was such an important occasion for the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and yet he actually said that he was unaware of it. Was he intentionally demeaning the Alliance? Or was this his way of expressing his dissatisfaction with it? The day that Xianxia's sculpture was erected? Stunned, Xianxia immediately turned his gaze to the sculpture. He had only shot it a passing glance earlier, not thinking much of it. Taking a closer look now, he noticed that the man depicted in the sculpture was dressed in a master-teacher robe. A hand of his was placed behind his back while the other hand was holding onto a brush. His eyes were directed toward the sky, as if peering through the fabric of the world itself. He carried a powerful disposition, which left one not daring to look at him directly. Beneath him, serving as his mount, was a phoenix with its wings spread, seemingly ready to soar into the sky and venture into the depths of heaven. "That's me?" Xianxia's eyelids and mouth began twitching uncontrollably. "Isn't he a bit different?" The sculpture in the square had a towering stature, and the material used was also extremely rare. It was an excellent work of art no matter which aspect of it one looked at it from, clearly having come from a master sculptor. However, there were still some differences in his appearance, especially in his disposition. The sculpture felt too tall and majestic, which made it seem unlike him instead. Furthermore, a phoenix? When did he ride on such a thing? He had no recollection of taming a spirit beast or saint beast of this sort before. Of the savage beasts, spirit beasts, and saint beasts he had tamed, the only one that bore even the slightest resemblance to a phoenix would be viridescent eagle. But how in the world did his viridescent eagle transform into a phoenix? To be soaring into the heavens atop of a phoenix, was that dignified poser really him? This was truly difficult to swallow. If the other party hadn't said that it was him, he would not have thought that it was modeled after him even if he were to stare at it for an entire day. When did he become so tall and dignified? Did they sculpt it according to Kong Shi's standards? Otherwise, that compassionate look in the eyes that seemed as if it could embrace the entire world. What the hell was that? Xianxia wasn't the only one who was shocked by this. After seeing the sculpture, the eyelids of Luo Qiqi and the others also began jerking uncontrollably. This was even more so for Hu Yaoyao, who had experienced how formidable Xianxia was personally. How could that shameless schemer have such a majestic and dignified sculpture in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance? This was unbelievable. Suppressing the frustration he felt, Xianxia asked, "Based on what I know, the Xianxia you spoke of isn't dead yet, right? Why did you erect a sculpture of him all of a sudden?" Erecting a sculpture and building an ancestral shrine were things one would do only after the person in question was dead. Given that he was still alive, why were they doing this? "You dare to curse Xianxia?" As soon as the young man heard those words, his body trembled in anger. Xianxia's lecture has benefited millions in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and all of us view him as our esteemed teacher. We have erected a sculpture of him so that we can pay respect to him. Do you have a problem with that? Lecture. Xianxia was stunned. It was at that moment that he suddenly recalled the lecture he had conducted right after the master-teacher tournament ended. At the very end, he even drew a phoenix and flew away on it. Was this sculpture modeled after that scene? If that was the case, that would explain the phoenix he was riding on. However, he only did it back then because he thought that it would look good and boost his reputation. Who could have known that the others would take it for real and sculpt him in such a manner? Wasn't this taking it too seriously? Xianxia felt deeply distressed. Was he to tell them that he wasn't as great as they thought him to be? But that would be as good as slapping his own face. However, if he chose not to say anything, he would feel ashamed for holding on to this undeserving title. Ah, what a dilemma! After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia decided it would be better not to say anything. To a master teacher, on top of their ability to impart knowledge, reputation was extremely important as well. Since he had built up considerable prestige with his previous lecture, there was no reason for him to ruin it. After all, for the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, his name could serve as a symbol to unify its citizens, as well as a powerful figure to deter conflict. Naturally, it would also be beneficial for him to have such a reputation as the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, and it would aid in his 6-star Master Teacher examination as well. Seeing how the person before him was refusing to show the slightest respect to Xianxia's sculpture, even showing a conflicted expression as if to mock it, the young man furiously issued a command. This fellow dared disrespect Xianxia. I suspect that he is a spy from some foreign power. Men, apprehend him and interrogate him well. Yes. The guards following behind him swiftly rushed forward to encircle Xianxia and the others. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. Realizing that his explanation was unlikely to work, Xianxia shook his head. He walked up to the young man, fondled his head, and asked with a smile, "Where is your elder sister Zhao Feiwu? Ask her to come over to meet me." Was there something wrong with that fellow's head? Or was he simply that slow? The 8th Prince of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had already ordered for his apprehension. But not only did the other party not show the slightest bit of fear, the other party had even walked forward to fondle his head. Not to mention, to directly call his sister by her name and order her to meet him. Unforgivable. Audacious. How dare you call the Alliance head by her name alone? Just how brazen can you get? Roaring furiously, the young man could no longer hold himself back anymore and sent a fist straight toward Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia didn't bother dodging at all. Instead, he pushed the other party's head lightly, and the other party's fist wasn't able to reach him at all due to the difference in arm length, thus rendering the prince powerless regardless of what he did. What are the rest of you waiting for? Get him! Seeing that his attack had been stopped in such a humiliating manner, the young man felt so enraged that he could lose his mind. He immediately issued an order to the guards furiously. It was also only after hearing the order that the guards jolted out of their dazed state. They immediately tried to rush forward to help, but to their horror, they found that they were unable to move their bodies at all, as if they had fallen into a marsh of some kind. The party behind that was Hu Yaoyao and the others, with their prowess, discreetly dealing with a bunch of guards who hadn't even reached Zhongxia Realm. One was a walk in the park. Oh? Zhao Feiwu became the Alliance head. Surprised, Xianxia asked with a chuckle as he stared at the young man who was busy flinging his fists forward, but was unable to hit him. From what he remembered, Zhao Feiwu was a knowledgeable and sharp-witted lady. But due to her affliction from birth, she wasn't able to cultivate. Even though Xianxia had resolved her problem of being unable to cultivate before leaving, she should still be some distance away from achieving the strength required to become the highest leader of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. One must know that in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, without the strength of a transcendent mortal, it was impossible to become one of the top officials, let alone the Alliance head. "Let me go, or else I will definitely have you killed," the young man roared with clenched teeth, not bothering to answer Xianxia's question. "Forget it. I won't be able to get the full story out of you anyway. I will ask her personally then." Knowing that things would only get more complicated at this rate, Xianxia raised his gaze toward the Alliance head residence and said, "Princess Feiwu, won't you come out to meet an old friend?" His voice wasn't loud, but with his prowess as a half-saint, his words still easily reached the ears of every single person in Myriad Kingdom City. Xianxia. While others didn't think much of the voice, an excited voice sounded from within the Alliance head residence, following which Alliance Zhao Feiwu abruptly emerged from the residence on the back of an aerial spirit beast, heading toward the square. Even before the spirit beast could descend, the young lady had already leaped down to the ground. She rushed forward excitedly, wanting to give the young man before her a warm hug. However, at the final moment, she hesitated and clasped her fist instead. Feiwu pays respect to Xianxia. Xianxia. For Princess Feiwu to act so respectfully toward him, could he be that Xianxia? Now that you mention it, he does seem to bear some resemblance to the sculpture in the center of the square. It's not just bear some resemblance. They are the same person. How could we have failed to recognize Xianxia? He looks much more magnificent than his sculpture. Indeed, magnificent is the word I was thinking too. Zhao Feiwu's words and actions had caused a huge commotion in the square. Everyone turned to the young man at the center with eyes lit up in excitement. Even the 8th prince, who had just ordered for Xianxia's apprehension a moment ago, was completely dazed, and he looked as if he was going to lose his mind. He had always regarded the latter as his idol, But to think that not only would he fail to recognize the other party in person, he would even act so disrespectfully. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt of his actions. If only there was a burrow in the ground at this very moment, he would have dived right in. Let's head to the Alliance head residence to speak. Noticing the fiery gazes around them, Zhao Feiwu knew that they weren't in a good place to speak. Thus, she beckoned Xianxia toward the residence. Nodding, Xianxia and the others leaped onto the back of the aerial spirit beast and headed toward the Alliance head residence. Shortly after they left, a deafening uproar broke out amid the square, and it felt as if even the sky would fall under the din. So that is Xianxia. What a gentlemanly and cultured person he is. If I could marry him, my life will have been worthwhile even if I die the moment after. Marry him your head. Look at the ladies beside him and Alliance head Zhao Feiwu. Which of them isn't a top-notch beauty? With your appearance, you probably aren't even worthy of serving as his maid. Even if I can't become his maid, a night of pleasure is fine by me as well. Some amid the crowd had their eyes glowing in admiration while others had gone green in envy. But there was palpable excitement in the air. Xianxia had simply created far too many miracles. Becoming the half-teacher of millions of experts, he had brought the Myriad Kingdom Alliance out of its many years of oppression from the neighboring empires. As news of his sudden appearance spread, the citizens of Myriad Kingdom City began crowding the streets, curious to see the form of the legendary genius. Oblivious to the chaos in the square, at that moment, Xianxia was seated in a vast hall. Sitting not too far away from him was Zhao Feiwu, who carried a faint smile on her lips. Over the past 4 months since Xianxia left, Zhao Feiwu had made considerable progress in her cultivation. She was still some distance away from reaching Transcendent Mortal, being still at Jizuan Realm, but to have made such great progress within a limited period of time, she must have put in quite a bit of effort. Noticing Xianxia's thought, Zhao Feiwu explained, Xianxia, you left behind a cultivation technique manual for me before you left, and the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Cascading Sand Sect, Frigid Gale Sect, Fleeting Cloud Sect. All of these powers have been providing me resources for my cultivation unconditionally, so it is only natural that I've made such progress within this period of time. Cascading Sand Sect, Frigid Gale Sect, Fleeting Cloud Sect, those powers provided resources for your cultivation unconditionally. Xianxia was taken aback. These sects had been the culprits behind the oppression of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance for so many years, so why would they suddenly change their attitude all of a sudden, supporting her instead? That's right. They have only made a single request of our Myriad Kingdom Alliance in exchange for their unconditional support, and that is for me to become the Alliance head, Zhao Feiwu explained. After hearing those words, Xianxia immediately realized what was going on, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Back then, before the Master-Teacher tournament, he had once appeared before those powers in Yangshir's form and killed the leader of the White Helios sect, Bai Kaiji, with a single book. That incident had probably instilled great fear into the leaders of the other powers. On top of that, he himself had also emerged as the champion of the Master-Teacher tournament and successfully enrolled into the Master-Teacher Academy. Even if the Master-Teacher Academy was a distance away, it was inevitable that they feared he would return one day and exact vengeance on them, especially given what they had done in the past. After receiving news that he had close ties with Zhao Feiwu, they decided to fawn on the latter, probably in the hope that she could speak up for them should they fall into a dire situation. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia spoke. Since those sects and powers are willing to forge a close relationship with the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, you should send a message to inform them that I will be staying at Shenyuan Conferred Kingdom for a period of time. During my stay there, I will be conducting public lectures, and if any of them are interested, they are free to join as well. Since these powers intended to express their goodwill to him through supporting Zhao Feiwu, he should reciprocate their goodwill. This was essential if the Myriad Kingdom Alliance hoped to enjoy peace for many years to come. Furthermore, what a conferred kingdom lacked the most was a strong foundation. As just an individual, it would be difficult for him to build a strong foundation in Shenyuan Kingdom by himself. The best way to do so was to draw more experts into the country. Their arrival would be closely followed by merchants, who would bring in a great amount of resources necessary for the common populace to advance their cultivation faster, thus enhancing the national power. All right. Knowing the intentions behind Zhang Xian's instructions, Zhao Feiwu nodded with a smile. I will also inform everyone in the alliance. You have many fans within the alliance at the moment, so they will surely follow you if they hear that you are heading to Shenyuan Kingdom. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. By this point, he had also figured out the reason the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had decided to erect his sculpture. His very existence served as a deterrent factor against the 27 other regional powers, preventing them from doing anything overboard. So, of course, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance would try to glorify him as much as possible. After chatting a while longer and learning that the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had been faring well in recent times, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to rise and take his leave, Zhao Feiwu suddenly stared at him with deep anticipation. Zhang Shi, is it fine if I follow you to Shenyuan Kingdom? Aren't you the alliance head at the moment? Are you allowed to leave your post? Zhang Xian asked. I am only the alliance head in name at the moment. The one who is handling everything within the alliance is still my father, Zhao Feiwu replied. I see. You should follow along too then. I will offer you some pointers with your cultivation whenever I have time. Even though it's impressive that you have reached Jizuan realm within just a few months, it's still insufficient to hold your ground against the many powers in the region. I will try to raise your cultivation to Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan or 6 Dan within this period of time. Zhang Xian replied with a nod. In order to claim the highest position of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance stably, one had to possess a cultivation of at least clarifying turbidity realm. However, to become a truly unrivaled existence in the region, one would have to be at Consonant Spirit Realm or Cosmos Bridge Realm. In the past, Zhang Xian didn't have the power to achieve this. However, having reached Half-Saint and possessing many artifacts and pills in his inventory, it wasn't too difficult for him to raise Zhao Feiwu's cultivation to such a level within a short period of time. Thank you, Zhang Shi. Zhao Feiwu's eyes lit up in excitement after learning that the other party would help her raise her cultivation. She didn't have much of an interest in amassing authority and power, but the fact that the other party was willing to help her showed that she meant something to him, and this left her heart tingling in joy. On top of that, as Zhang Shi continued on his journey, the disparity in their strength would only continue to widen. At this rate, they would only become two individuals living in two different worlds, unable to reach one another. If she could grow stronger, that would mean that she would be inching even a step closer to him. Even if she couldn't catch up with him, at least the distance between them wouldn't be so great. After dealing with the affairs at the Alliance and spreading the news out, Zhao Feiwu and the others got on top of the back of the Byzantium Helios beast and began making their way over to Shenyuan Conferred Kingdom. 2 months later, in the Elder Hall of the Master Teacher Academy, Mo Zhu, Zhao Bingshu, and the other school heads were seated around a table. Shortly after Lu Feng was stripped of his position as the head of the apothecary school, Vice School Head Lu Qing had taken over his position. At the same time, Chun Chengshuan had also stepped from his position as the head of the Formation Master School, and another vice school head had taken over it. In other words, all 10 of the school heads were gathered together. School Head Mo, how is Principal Zhang's empire building going? Zhao Bingshu asked. Their principal taking the 6-star Master Teacher examination was a major affair for the Master Teacher Academy. As such, School Head Mo had been appointed to keep tabs on the matter so that they could respond should anything major occur. All right, allow me brief you all on the matter. School Head Mo stood up and began. The conferred kingdom that Principal Zhang has chosen for empire building is Shenyuan Kingdom. It is a nation beneath the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, which is the vassal state of Tier 2 Huanyu Empire. Everyone nodded. To be honest, they hadn't even heard of Shenyuan Kingdom before. That was how remote and backward it was. The Master Teacher continent was simply too large, and there were far too many kingdoms and empires for one to remember. Despite the vast knowledge that Master Teachers possessed, it was impossible for them to know all of them. They had still heard of Huanyu Empire, but they would hardly hear any news about nations beyond that, such as the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, let alone Shenyuan Kingdom. To a typical 6-star master teacher, it could be considered as a backward, undeveloped plot of land. Principal Zhang arrived at Shenyuan Kingdom 2 months ago, but he didn't announce his arrival. Instead, he immediately headed to the local master teacher pavilion. School head Mo had kept a close eye on Zhang Xian's every single action, allowing him to explain everything in detail. The local head of the master teacher pavilion is a 3-star pinnacle master teacher known as Luo Qianhong. He once had a conflict with Principal Zhang, and Principal Zhang crashed the master teacher pavilion as a result. Crashed the master teacher pavilion? Everyone was astonished to hear that. As master teachers, they understood the immense difficulty in crashing a master teacher pavilion. Not only would one have to subdue every single master teacher in the master teacher pavilion, they would also have to face the wills left behind by preceding master teachers as well. Based on what they know, back when their principal was still at Shenyuan Kingdom, he had only been a 2-star master teacher. To successfully crash a master teacher pavilion then, didn't that mean that he had been superior to 3-star pinnacle or 4-star master teachers despite only being at 2-star? According to the rules, Master Teacher Pavilion will have to unconditionally obey the orders of the master teacher who has successfully crashed it. What did Principal Zhang order them to do after heading to the Master Teacher Pavilion? Wei Ronxue asked. Crashing a Master Teacher Pavilion was similar to a martial artist crashing a dojo. The loser would have to accept the punishment from the victor regardless of what it was. Principal Zhang didn't order them to do anything. Instead, he held a lecture for them, and within 3 days, both the cultivation and comprehension of the way of teacher of the master teachers in there were raised significantly. This was especially so for Luo Qianhong. Not only did he successfully clear the 4-star master teacher examination within this period of time, he has even advanced to 4-star pinnacle, school head Mo said. Within 3 days, he actually raised the capability of a 3-star pinnacle master teacher to 4-star pinnacle? Isn't this a little way too fast? The school heads were flabbergasted when they heard the news. The reason it was hard for master teachers to advance their rank was because there were many aspects they had to improve in order to qualify for and clear each master teacher examination, such as their cultivation, eye of discernment, soul depth, and supporting occupations. All of this require considerable time. For Luo Qianhong to advance from 3-star pinnacle to 4-star pinnacle with just 3 days of guidance, this rate of improvement was unbelievable. Not only so, in the past, Shenyuan Kingdom had a total of a dozen or so 3-star master teachers. However, after those 3 days, another 8 of them has made a breakthrough to 4-star. Even though they are only at 4-star primary, that is still rather frightening. School head Mo said with a bitter smile. When he first heard this news, he could hardly believe his ears. He'd had to confirm the matter several times before he could finally come to a conclusion. True geniuses were existences whom ordinary men like them couldn't hope to fathom. So, all in all, Shenyuan Kingdom has 9 4-star master teachers. That is a big step forward. That it is still insufficient for a kingdom to advance to an empire, one of the school heads remarked. It was true that the foundation required for a kingdom to advance to an empire was the master teacher pavilion, but it would still take considerable time for the other aspects to rise up to the required level as well, such as the economy and the military force of the nation. With just a few 4-star master teachers, it was still infeasible to accomplish empire building within a short period of time. It was for this reason that empire building was indubitably the hardest test of the 6-star master teacher examination. It's indeed insufficient, but on the 10th day that Principal Zhang arrived at Shenyuan Kingdom, many master teachers and transcendent mortal experts from the surrounding unranked empire, sects, and powers suddenly came flooding into the nation, joining its ranks. They joined Shenyuan Kingdom? Many? How many people do you mean by that? Everyone frowned. One of the school heads shook his head. A conferred kingdom will at least have a population of several 100 million, and the addition of a couple of master teachers and experts won't make much of a difference. Experts had their own pride, so it was highly unlikely that they would lower themselves to join a lower-ranked nation. After all, that would be equivalent to regressing, and it would make it harder for them to advance their cultivation and capability as well. As such, in the school head's view, even if some of the experts and master teachers decided to join Shenyuan Kingdom, it was unlikely that there would be too many of them. Even at most, there would only be dozens of master teachers and several hundred experts. However, such numbers were like a drop in the ocean for a nation with a population of several hundred million, and their presence wouldn't make a significant difference. Empire building required the raise in the overall prowess of the nation, the average cultivation of the entire populace. This was not something that could be achieved just by a couple of master teachers and experts coming in. A couple of master teachers and experts, you say? Hearing those words, a bitter smile emerged on school head Mo's lips. You are severely underestimating Principal Zhang's rallying ability in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Within just 10 days, more than 3,000 four-star master teachers and 100,000 transcendent mortal experts joined Shenyuan Kingdom. 3,000 four-star master teachers? 100,000 transcendent mortal experts? Everyone was dumbstruck. That number of master teachers and experts. Even an average unranked empire wouldn't have such numbers. But the sudden arrival of so many experts in Shenyuan Kingdom could potentially destabilize the nation and undermine the authority of the royal family. If they rise up and start a rebellion, how will the royal family quell the insurrection? Jiang Qingqin asked with a frown. Even though he usually maintained a low profile within Hongyuan Empire, he was still aware of the balance of power between the royal family, the officials, and the populace. Considering that the arriving experts were far stronger than the officials and the royal family, how could the nation impose their laws and govern them? Should they choose not to submit, would the nation have any way of dealing with them? One must know that in an average conferred kingdom, even the strongest old ancestor would only be at transcendent mortal 1 dan, and the emperor would only be at half transcension at most, usually. The sudden influx of over 100,000 experts was not necessarily good news for the country. There is no need to worry about it. Principal Zhang already has everything thought out. After spending 3 days in the Master Teacher Pavilion, he spent the next 7 days, before the influx of the Master Teachers and experts, in the Shenyuan Royal Palace. Within the 7 days, he raised Empress Mo's cultivation to Transcendent Mortal 5 dan, and the other officials who have a close relationship with her have also reached Transcendent Mortal 2 dan or 3 dan, said School Head Mo. To induce such an unbelievable increase in the cultivation of those within the Shenyuan Royal Palace within 7 days, they would have never been able to think this possible had it been in the past. However, after witnessing the huge commotion resulting from Principal Zhang's public lecture, how innumerable animals had made the breakthrough to become savage beasts, they had come to realize that whenever he was involved, miracles were nothing more than a normal occurrence. School Head Mo continued his explanation. Not only that, Principal Zhang also took more than 1,000 of the spirit beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge with him, and each of them possesses a cultivation of at least Transcendent Mortal 6 dan. He has instructed them to obey the commands of no one but Mou. With such a powerful hand, even an average Tier 2 empire will dare not provoke Shenyuan Kingdom. Let more those cultivators. Over 1,000 Transcendent Mortal 6 dan spirit beasts? Ha ha ha. Only Principal Zhang is capable of playing such a big hand. Indeed, there is probably no one else in the world who can take out so many loyal spirit beasts so easily. With the royal family wielding such a powerful force, it could be said that the security of the nation is guaranteed. Everyone was astonished for a moment after hearing the news before nodding excitedly in approval. Typically speaking, an average beast tamer would only have a tamed beast or two, and considering the effort he would have had to put into taming them, it was impossible for him to give his tamed beasts away to another. However, their principal had made the 100,000 spirit beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge submit to him. As such, giving away 1,000 weaker spirit beasts was truly nothing at all to him. But while it was nothing to their principal, it was of vital importance to Shenyuan Kingdom. In the first place, the lifespan of a spirit beast was far longer than that of a human. On top of that, the strength of each of them was far higher than the strongest expert in the kingdom. With them guarding the royal family, who would dare show the slightest disrespect to them? School Head Mo still wasn't finished. Shortly after the influx of experts and master teachers into Shenyuan Royal City, Principal Zhang conducted his first public lecture. In the lecture, his voice could be heard even from a distance of several hundred kilometers away, and the cultivators of the capital benefited greatly for his lecture, with over half of them achieving a breakthrough on the spot. On top of that, his spirit-gathering diction has caused spiritual energy to concentrate within Shenyuan Royal City, not dissipating even after the end of the lecture, thus turning the entire area into a blessed land for cultivation. Spirit-gathering diction, rain of the heavenly flowers. Principal Zhang does wield the capability to raise the cultivation of others swiftly. With this, many powerful cultivators will emerge in Shenyuan Kingdom very soon. However, the strength of a nation lies not only within its cultivators, but the development of the occupations as well. The head of the painter school, Song Danqing, remarked, "In assessing the overall strength of a nation, the average cultivation of the populace was only one of the factors involved. More important was the development and prosperity of the occupations. National power covered not only potential military might but a nation's economic development, culture, and the individual standard of living too. Many of these factors were intricately tied with the occupations within the nation. An empire, even if an unranked one, needed not only a powerful master-teacher pavilion, but the existence of a capable painter guild, apothecary guild, blacksmith guild, and such. Only then would they be able to attract and retain talents to further the prosperity of the nation. Maybe you have been too busy recently, so you didn't notice it, but on the very day that Principal Zhang left Hongyuan City, the Xin clan and Lu clan of the four great clans announced that they would be establishing a trading branch in Shenyuan Kingdom so as to expand their business there. As soon as that announcement was made, many huge merchants in the vassal states quickly made plans to enter Shenyuan Kingdom as well. As a result, the number of businesses within Shenyuan Kingdom at the current moment is on par with even some Tier 2 empires. As for occupations, Principal Zhang spent the 10 days imparting painting, pill forging, smithing, demonic tunes, and such occupation skills to the locals, and this has caught the attention of many occupation guilds. To date, another 7 occupation have already opened a branch in Shenyuan Kingdom, school head Mo said. After hearing those words, a school head couldn't help but mutter beneath his breath. The average strength of the populace, military strength, economic development, and presence of occupations are all in place. Doesn't that mean that Shenyuan Kingdom is already qualified to be an empire? These were the main indicators to determine if a nation was qualified to be considered an empire. In less than 2 months, their principal had induced an overwhelming change within Shenyuan Kingdom. Could it be that he had already completed the empire building test? School head Mo nodded. That's right. 20 days ago, the headquarters sent a representative down to check on the situation in Shenyuan Kingdom, and the reason I have called for this gathering is to officially announce the result to you all. Principal Zhang has successfully cleared his 6-star master teacher examination, empire building, and thus, from this day forth, he is officially a 6-star master teacher. He has already cleared the examination? In just 2 short months, he successfully raised a conferred kingdom into an unranked empire? If I recall correctly, even the current record holder for our academy, Principal Mo Liuxian, took 3 whole years, right? 2 months. That is really way too fast. The school heads couldn't help but be dumbstruck by the shocking revelation. They had no doubt that their principal would clear the empire building test, but they hadn't thought that it would be so fast. To clear it within 2 months, he had probably broken the record of the Master Teacher Pavilion. School head Mo nodded. Indeed, that's really fast. At the moment, Principal Zhang should be on his way back. That is good. At this rate, he should be able to make it for the Combat Master selection, Zhao Bingshu said. Indeed. As soon as the Combat Master selection was brought up, grim faces immediately emerged in the room. The 4 great Master Teacher Academies would gather together for the Combat Master selection once every 100 years, and while it might seem like nothing much on the surface, there was actually strong rivalries and competition in the dark. If the principal could return in time, that would be for the best. Over the past 2 months, our martial arts school has managed to sieve out the top 20 of each grade to participate in the Combat Master selection, Su Chongqing said. The only requirement for the Combat Master selection was superior strength. The students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had been fighting against one another in a selection exercise over the last 2 months, and finally, The 20 strongest students of each grade to represent the academy and vie with the other 3 academies for the slots in the combat master selection had been decided. Hearing that the results were out, Zhao Bingshu hesitated for a moment before asking, "How is the strength of our students?" "Judging from the previous combat master selections, our students are still a little weak. I fear that not many of them will be selected." Su Chongqing sighed deeply. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had always been at the bottom of the 4 great academies. In the 10,000 years since its establishment, only 327 people had succeeded in becoming combat masters. This meant that only 3 to 4 people, on average, were selected in the combat master selection each time. Hearing that the situation was not really optimistic, Zhao Bingshu shook his head and said, "There are still a few days before the selection. Let us gather the students together and try pushing them one last time before the selection. Perhaps we might get more of them in. This is the only thing we can do now." The others nodded in agreement. The effects of last-minute training were usually minimal at best, but there was nothing else they could do at this point. The other Master Teacher Academies had 7-star Master Teachers to offer pointers to their candidates, and the resources they received from the Master Teacher Pavilion were also far greater. As such, most top geniuses would opt to enroll in the other 3 academies if they had the chance, leaving the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy with just the remaining ones. Couldn't be helped that they weren't a match for the others. It was not sufficient to have good teachers. Without ample resources and talented students, it would be extremely difficult for the students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy to qualify in the combat master selection. This formed a vicious cycle. After many years of being unable to achieve good results, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy received fewer resources from the Master Teacher Pavilion, and its reputation fell as well, thus resulting in the more talented Master Teachers shunning the academy, which lowered the performance of the academy even further. While the school heads of the Master Teacher Academy were discussing this matter, just outside Hongyuan City, a massive flying ship came to a halt. The entire ship was nearly 80 meters in length, and it was more than 10 stories tall. All of the required facilities were on it, and from afar it looked extraordinarily extravagant. The front and the back of the ship were supported by 8 saint beasts, each harnessing the dragon bloodline. Through perfect coordination among the 16 saint beasts, they were able to bring the massive ship down without the slightest tremor. On the deck stood 2 elders, who gazed at the towering city walls beneath them with a smile. "Principal Wa, I am truly thankful for your Cloud Cliff flying ship. Otherwise, it would have taken me a fair bit of effort to reach here so quickly," the blue-robed elder standing on the left said as he stroked his beard. "It is only right for us, the 4 great academies, to help one another. Besides, the combat master selection is held at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and your Luoqing Master Teacher Academy happens to be en route from our Yunqiu Master Teacher Academy, so it's no trouble at all. This is also an ideal opportunity for our students to interact with one another and learn that the world is far larger than they thought so as to reduce their complacency. Otherwise, if they stayed within the confines of the Master Teacher Academy, they would just think that they are the greatest in the world, and that contributes nothing to their growth at all," the gray-robed elder on the right replied with a smile. Both of these elders wielded the strength of a saint, and the aura they emanated felt unfathomable, rendering one incapable of accurately determining their strength. On top of that, there was an emblem pinned on their Master Teacher robes, on which there were 7 brilliantly shining stars. From this, it was clear that they were both 7-star Master Teachers. 7-star Master Teacher, this was a height that not a single person of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and Master Teacher Pavilion had achieved. Indeed, the crux to learning lies in knowing one's ignorance. The fact that these students are able to stand out among their peers in the academy and participate in the combat master selection goes to show that they are incredible talents. Thus, it is inevitable that they will be complacent about their own abilities. As such, there is a need to have them know that there is always a mountain higher than the other, a person greater than himself. This will help them reach greater heights in the future. The blue-robed elder nodded. The full phrase is that logic that is not debated is weak, and knowledge that is unspoken is unclear. After a moment of silence, Principal Wu asked, "Where's Principal Wu? We have already arrived. So why is he nowhere to be seen?" It's not like you don't know about Wu Ran, that fellow. He is fixated on the insight that Kong Shi left behind at the Saint Ascension platform, and he even became the leader of the Saint Ascension Circle. For that, he set forth several months in advance, so he should already be in the city by now. The blue-robed elder replied. The blue-robed elder was the principal of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, Xin Pingchao, and the person he was speaking to was the head of the Yunqiu Master Teacher Academy, Wu Tianxiong. The person they were talking about, Wu Ran, was the principal of the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy, as well as the leader of the Saint Ascension Circle whom Xianxia had met back on the Saint Ascension platform. Yunqiu, Luoqing, Qingzhou, and Hongyuan. These were the four great Master Teacher Academies under Qingyuan conferred empire. Among the four, Yunqiu ranked at the top whereas Hongyuan stood at the very bottom of the list. Principal Wu, Principal Shen, my teacher, Wu Shi, invites you over to meet him. While the two of them were speaking, a middle-aged man suddenly descended onto the ship and clasped his fist respectfully to them. See, I told you, didn't I? That fellow is sure to have long arrived before us. Xin Pingchao chuckled softly to Wu Tianxiong before turning to the middle-aged man and replying, We will be heading over now. After which, he and Wu Tianxiong issued some instructions to the teachers behind them before following behind the middle-aged man and heading toward the depths of Hongyuan City. It didn't take them too long to arrive at a huge manor. As soon as they entered the main hall, they immediately saw Wu Ran seated within, elegantly and leisurely pouring hot water into a teapot. With just a glance, they could immediately tell that the latter was a skilled tea master. You old fellow, you sure are fast. Did you invite the both of us over for tea? I will just say these words beforehand. If the tea isn't good, don't expect us to drink it, Wu Tianxiong said with a smile. Rest assured, I won't treat you to anything less than good tea. Hearing those words, Wu Ran chuckled softly. I had to pull some connections and pay a heavy price for this pot of tea, and I have been waiting for the both of you to arrive to share it with you. As Wu Ran spoke, he poured the tea within the teapot into the small teacups by the side and offered them to Wu Tianxiong and Xin Pingchao. The duo took the teacups, but before they could take a sip, a thick layer of mist suddenly rose from the tea, lingering around the teacup, creating a dreamy haze around it. What a beautiful cup of tea! The eyes of the duo lit up in amazement. Putting aside the flavor of the tea, just its presentation in itself already made it far superior to most teas. The drifting layer of mist shrouding the cup felt reminiscent of the thin mist that veiled the Dawn River. Even before consuming the tea, it had already induced relaxation and comfort within one's heart. I wouldn't have it any other way. This pot of tea is made from the renowned cloud mist flower, produced exclusively in Hongyuan Empire's Cloud Mist Ridge, and it has cost me 10 whole high-tier spirit stones. Furthermore, had I not pulled my vast connections, I might not have been able to purchase it at all. Even so, I was only able to obtain 1 liang of it. I couldn't bear to drink it all this while, deciding to wait for you two to arrive to share it with you, Wu Ran said with a smile. 1 liang equals 0.125 grams. Just the aesthetics itself makes it well worth the price. Wu Tianxiong smiled. Let me try and see how it tastes. Chuckling softly, he took a sip, and his eyes immediately lit up in wonderment. Good tea. Beside him, Xin Pingchao also sipped the tea without any hesitation, and brilliant, astounded gleams swiftly appeared in his eyes. Where did you purchase the tea from? Help me get some too. Get some too? If I were able to do so, I would have definitely bought 10 jin on the spot. About 5 kilograms. Then, sell that 1 liang of tea leaves you have procured to me. I will pay double the price. Xin Pingchao said anxiously. He was also a person who savored a good tea. With just a sip of that marvelous tea, he had already fallen in love with it. Don't even think about it. I won't sell it to you no matter what price you offer. All right, let's get to the main business at hand. Wu Ran shook his head. Have you heard of the news regarding the old principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? Wu Tianxiong sighed deeply and said, I did. He disappeared 2 years ago, and to date it is unsure whether he is alive or dead. The top seat in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy should still be empty, right? The principals of the 4 great Master Teacher Academies were of similar standings, and they shared an amicable relationship with one another. As such, it was impossible for them to be unaware of the disappearance of the old principal, and they had even mourned over that matter for quite a while. You are right that the old principal went missing 2 years ago. However, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy has already found a new principal, Wu Ran replied. Found a new principal? Have you looked into what kind of person he is? Xin Pingchao asked. Even without intentionally looking into the matters of the new principal, there is already plenty of news regarding him going around Hongyuan City. If I tell you his deeds, I bet you too will definitely have the shock of your life. He had arrived in Hongyuan City just a few days ago, and considering that the news regarding the new principal was literally everywhere, it would have been hard for him not to know who the new principal was. Have the shock of our lives? Wu Tianxiong and Xin Pingchao glanced at one another in bewilderment before asking, is the new principal very famous? Could he be a representative dispatched from the headquarters? Of course not. The new principal is only in his early 20s, and he is a student who enrolled into the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy earlier this year. He goes by the name of Xianxia, Wu Ran said. A student who enrolled into the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy this year? In his early 20s? Is this really accurate? The 2 principals were stunned, and they couldn't help but doubt their ears. Did the entire Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy go insane all of a sudden? Or did they just give up on themselves? A fellow who was barely in his early 20s, inexperienced and immature, and yet they had chosen him to become their principal? Was this for real? Of course, this is accurate. If you don't trust me, feel free to ask anyone in Hongyuan City. Wu Ran replied with a bitter smile. If you underestimate the new principal just because he is in his early 20s, you will be in for a great shock. I have heard a lot about him, and to date, I still find it all inconceivable. Inconceivable? Interesting. Tell us, Wu Tianxiong said. Principal Wu, when you inaugurated back then, you also invited the predecessors and sought their recognition, right? How much of their recognition did you receive? Wu Ran asked out of the blue. I was incompetent, so I only received 45% of the predecessors' recognition. Of the 100 principals in the history of the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy, I am only ranked 7th. Even though Wu Tianxiong claimed that he was incompetent, the slight hint of pride contained within his voice still betrayed his true thoughts. To receive a recognition of 45% among 100 preceding principals meant that he had the recognition of more than 40 of them. Even compared to all of the preceding principals, his record was indubitably outstanding. After all, one only needed a recognition rate of 20% to clear this formality, and he had received more than twice that figure. Wu Ran turned to the blue-robed elder and asked, "What about Principal Shun? I only received 37% of the predecessor's recognition, failing to get into even the top 10 in the history of principals in the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy. I am truly ashamed," Xin Pingchao said. 45% and 37% are outstanding records, considering the difficulty of the formality. However, when compared to the record of the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, they are indeed not worth mentioning, Wu Ran said as he subconsciously shook his head. Disbelief was reflected in his eyes. The news he had received was simply so shocking that he found it simply impossible to accept. You mean that he has surpassed our records? The 2 principals frowned. The formalities for the inauguration ceremonies of the 4 great Master Teacher Academies were rather similar. It was not arrogance or complacency, but their ability to impart knowledge and manage their respective Master Teacher Academies could be considered top-notch even when compared to the preceding principals in the history of their academies. Yet, even with capabilities like theirs, they had only received 45% and 37% of their predecessors' recognition. This fully reflected the difficulty of the formality. Even if a fellow in his early 20s were to start studying from his mother's womb, how capable could he possibly be? Could he really be more capable than them and have received an even higher recognition from the predecessors? Surpassed? It is more like there is no basis for comparison at all. Seeing their expressions, how could Wu Ran be unaware of the thoughts going through the minds of his two old friends? He couldn't help but shake his head. No basis of comparison? It can't be that. He has received a recognition rate exceeding 50%. Shin Pingchao asked with a frown. Even at the limits of his imagination, he couldn't think of anyone achieving anything much more than that. Those who were chosen to become the principals of a master-teacher academy were the geniuses among geniuses, individuals who had contributed greatly to the academy in many ways. In the first place, it was already unthinkable to have a student who had only just enrolled into the academy become the principal. Yet, could that student really have obtained more than half of the predecessor's recognition? If that was the case, wouldn't the predecessors be far too lacking in their judgment? Exceeding 50%? Wu Ran shook his head. Noting Wu Ran's response, Wu Tianxiong thought that the other party was denying the matter and heaved a huge sigh of relief. Just as I thought, how could a recognition rate of 50% be achieved that easily? However, before Wu Tianxiong could finish his words, the other party spoke. If it was only that much, I wouldn't have made such a fuss. The recognition rate that the new principal has achieved is 100%. 100%? The two principals nearly spurted blood. You must be joking with us. Every individual had their own thoughts and preferences, and satisfying everyone, not to mention more than 100 top-notch geniuses throughout history, was definitely impossible. This was the reason why over the years, despite the emergence of many outstanding principals, never had there been a person who had achieved a 100% recognition rate. Yet, a newly enrolled student who was barely in his early 20s had actually won the recognition of the 100 predecessors. I know that the both of you won't believe it. However, this is the truth. There is no faking it. Wu Ran sighed deeply. When he first heard the news, his reaction had been just like the other two. His lower jaw had nearly dropped straight to the ground from shock. Had it not been for the 100,000 witnesses present on the scene who could verify the matter, he would have definitely thought that it was a lie. Since you are so certain of the matter, there should be no doubt. Knowing that his old friend wouldn't lie to him over such an important matter, Wu Tianxiong turned to look at him with a perplexed expression. After inviting the predecessors to the ceremonial ground, we are only granted 3 sentences to speak. What did the new principal say in order to win the recognition of all of the preceding principals? With his lips twitching uncontrollably, Wu Ran replied, he didn't say anything much. Instead, he pummeled the wills of the predecessors instead. PPU pummeled. Shin Pingchao and Wu Tianxiong staggered weakly. They had heard of principals uttering words to fawn on their predecessors, and they had also heard of principals bragging about their achievements in the hope of awing them, but none had managed to achieve such outstanding results before. For pummeling to be so effective, when did the wills of the predecessors become so lacking in guts that they would submit to force? Not only so, the new principal has also obtained the complete recognition of every single teacher and student in the Master Teacher Academy, thus successfully forging the impeccable principal's seal. On top of that, during his public lecture, he induced the phenomenon of countless animals, regardless of species, be it donkeys, roosters, dogs, or cats, achieving a breakthrough to become savage beasts. Fearing that the two principals would suffer a mental breakdown, Wu Ran swiftly went through everything before they could properly muse over the implications of the matter, hoping to lessen the blow. Impeccable principal's seal. Countless animals achieving a breakthrough to become savage beasts. Nevertheless, the blow still left the two principals dumbstruck for a very long time before they could regain their sanity. Have you met the new principal? Not yet. Wu Ran shook his head. When I arrived, I heard that he left around 2 months ago for his 6-star master teacher examination, empire building. 2 months? It seems like we won't have an opportunity to meet him then. Indeed, considering the difficulty involved in empire building, even if he is a truly talented individual, it will still take him a minimum of several years to succeed. Hearing that the new principal was in the midst of taking the most difficult assessment for his 6-star master teacher examination, Shin Pingchao and Wu Tianxiong shook their heads in disappointment. Several years? There is no need for that. Based on the latest news I have received, He has already cleared the test, Wu Ran said. Didn't you say that he only left 2 months ago for the examination? Wu Tianxiong's mouth twitched in astonishment. Indeed, he cleared the test within 2 months, advancing a conferred kingdom into an unranked empire. Wu Ran replied with a nod. The two principals. Just before heading there, they had still been discussing about how the students were lacking worldly experience, and they should allow the students to interact with one another more so as to learn that there was a taller mountain, a person greater than themselves. However, after hearing all those words, they suddenly had a feeling that the ones who were lacking worldly experience were them. It had been 500 years since they had taken over as the principals of their respective master-teacher academies, and in the period of time, they had seen many different kinds of geniuses. However, they had never met one who could match that Principal Zhang's caliber. In the combat master selection, the ones who will be assessed are the students, not the principals. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy might have found an outstanding principal, but from what I know, the strength of their students is still not up to par. I guess we will see the true prowess of the new principal personally then. Indeed, while it is important for a principal to be a capable individually in order to win the respect of others, what is more important is his ability to bring the academy forward to greater heights. If he can't achieve that, then no matter how many predecessors recognize him or how advanced a principal seal he was able to form, they would merely be for show. Being the principal of the Master Teacher Academy wasn't a one-man show to display the extent of one's capability. Rather, it was a responsibility to manage the academy effectively so as to maximize the potential of the students. If the students were unable to meet the benchmark, the principal would have failed their job regardless of how capable they were or how great a reputation they had accrued. Utilizing all resources available at hand to maximize the strength of the students, that was the core responsibility that a principal had. The 4 great master-teacher academies had always been in a state of rivalry, and they would be lying if they said that the emergence of such an outstanding principal in the Hongyuan Master-Teacher Academy didn't leave them feeling pressured. At that moment, they had all made up their minds. They would have their students perform spectacularly in the combat master selection so that everyone would learn that the pride of a principal lay not in their own strength but the strength of their students. While an air of rivalry was brewing within Hongyuan City, Xianxia was seated atop the Byzantium Helios beast, on his journey back to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Empire building was indeed worthy of its title as the most difficult 6-star Master Teacher examination test. Even with the means he had at hand, he had still found himself overwhelmed by the many things he had to do. Fortunately, his efforts hadn't been in vain. He had finally accomplished the task at hand. Within the 2 months, using the 500 high-tier spirit stones he had obtained from the Xin clan and Lu clan, he had also advanced his cultivation to half-saint pinnacle. The strength he could draw from his Jinshi cultivation had also increased from the initial 60 million ding to 84 million ding, granting him might superior to even the 75 million ding that the average nascent Saint Pinnacle cultivator wielded. With the rise in his strength, ordinarily speaking, taking into account the 20 million ding and 32 million ding from his soul cultivation and physical body cultivation respectively, the maximum strength he could harness should have been 136 million ding, greater than a Saint Realm 1-dan cultivator. However, things didn't go as planned. No matter how he cultivated, his strength just wouldn't break the 100 million ding bottleneck, stopping right at 99,999,999 ding. It was as if the 100 million ding was the manifestation of the difference between a saint and a transcendent mortal. As long as he didn't achieve sainthood, it would remain an unbreachable barrier. A ding of difference demarcated the gap between a deity and a mortal. However, even though Xianxia was unable to wield strength exceeding 100 million ding, the strong cultivation foundation that he had built up allowed him to crush even an ordinary Saint Realm 1-dan intermediate stage cultivator easily. More importantly, after the 2 months of cultivation, the Jinshi reserve he had in his body was so great that it would astound any cultivator. Using an analogy, if the Jinshi reserve of an ordinary half-saint cultivator was a small pond, his would be a massive lake at least several dozen times greater than the former. In other words, if he were to release his Jinshi all at once, it would be comparable to that of dozens of half-saint pinnacle experts. Just the notion of it in itself was fearsome. Naturally, he wasn't the only one to have achieved a breakthrough in the past 2 months. Luo Qiqi and Yufeier had successfully advanced to Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle 2. Dong Xian and Hu Yaoyao had also managed to match him, becoming half-saint pinnacle experts themselves. To anyone else, this rate of cultivation was inconceivable and only existed in one's dream. However, after tagging along with Xianxia for so long, the four of them seemed to think of it as something perfectly normal, and they even felt that they might have been cultivating a little too slow. In fact, were it not to reinforce their cultivation, they might have already achieved a breakthrough to nascent saint, swiftly approaching Saint Realm. Under his guidance, Zhao Feiwu and Mo Yu had also reached Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan. The Byzantium Helios beast, which had been tagging along with them, through consuming the many inner cores stored in the Golden Bear Tiger Beast's storage ring, had also significantly advanced its cultivation, reaching Saint Realm 2 Dan advanced stage. The 9 kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge had also achieved breakthroughs as well, reaching Spiritual Perception Realm. 2 months was nothing to a cultivator, passing by with just the snap of a finger. However, it was within this seemingly short period of time that everyone around Xianxia, be it beast or human, had made frightening advancements in their cultivation. At the same time, after 3 months of work, the Myriad Anthive Queen had expanded the Myriad Anthive nest to around 500 meters in diameter. The space had also become more stable, similar to a mini-world. Many buildings had been constructed within, making it feasible to house several hundred or even 1,000 men within. The 9 kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge and the Byzantium Helios beast usually lived in harmony in the nest, not interfering with one another. Xianxia's clone had also been cultivating its soul under the Bodhi tree all along, and it had recently managed to achieve a breakthrough to Chrysalis Realm. Speaking of which, Xianxia, confident in his newfound strength, had challenged his clone to yet another battle, hoping to wash away the many humiliating defeats he had suffered at the latter's hand. However, as soon as the battle started, just like the many times before, he was viciously pummeled into submission. For some reason, even though his clone's soul cultivation hadn't increased by much within this period of time, the other party's strength had still grown by an even greater amount than his. Because of this matter, Xianxia had been frustrated for a very long time before coming to a realization. Perhaps, from the very start, his clone hadn't been able to utilize the full extent of the unbelievable strength contained within the 9 Hearts Lotus. However, over time, as the compatibility between his clone soul and the 9 Hearts Lotus increased, his clone would be able to draw more strength from the 9 Hearts Lotus, thus enhancing his fighting prowess. In other words, even if his clone didn't cultivate and spent its days sleeping idly, he would still display a fighting prowess beyond one's imagination once the compatibility of his soul and the 9 Hearts Lotus became perfect. Of course, this realization sent Xianxia into another downward spiral of unhappiness. Eventually, he could only sigh and accept it. Couldn't be helped. Since he was lacking in innate talent, he could only make up for it through diligence. While Xianxia was cultivating, Luo Qiqi suddenly entered the room and said, "Teacher, we have arrived at Hongyuan City. Shall we head straight to the Master Teacher Academy or—" "We have arrived?" Xianxia stood up and took a look outside before saying, "Let's head to the manor first." With Schoolhead Mo and Schoolhead Zhao in the Master Teacher Academy, there was no need for Xianxia to worry about the matters there. For the time being, he was more interested to see how far Wang Ying and the others had progressed during his absence. He hadn't brought them to Shenyuan Kingdom alongside him for 2 reasons. 1, he had already taught them all they needed to know, so there was no need for them to tag along. 2, he wanted them to learn how to become independent. In a sense, this served as a test for them. He wanted to see how far they could cultivate on their own in his absence. In the end, they were the only ones who could dictate the route they wanted to take. He had been by their side, supporting them, ever since the start of their journey from Tianshan Kingdom, and it was about time for them to learn how to advance on their own. "All right," Luo Qiqi nodded. Before long, the Byzantium Helios beast began making its descent toward a resplendent manor in the middle of Hongyuan City. Even though Xianxia had been allocated a residence within the Master Teacher Academy with a good location and rich spiritual energy after becoming the principal, he would still spend most of his time staying at the manor outside of the academy. In any case, the manor wasn't too far away from the academy, so he wouldn't be delayed much should any emergencies occurred. Besides, it was much quieter than the residence in the Master Teacher Academy, and his students were living in the manor, too. Shortly after landing in the courtyard, Sun Chong rushed forward and greeted him agitatedly. "Young master, you are back. Over the past 2 months, this fellow seemed to have gotten even rounder. His cultivation had advanced, but not by much. He had always been gluttonous and lazy, and it seemed like, in Zhang Xian's absence, he'd had his fair share of good food but neglected his cultivation." Knowing that the other party was unlikely to change, Zhang Xian lectured him for a short moment before instructing, "Call Wang Ying and the others over." "Yes," Sun Chong replied before backing away. Not too long later, Wang Ying and the others walked into the main hall. Over the past 2 months, his direct disciples had made significant advances in their cultivation. It seemed like their progress hadn't slowed just because he wasn't by their side. Wang Ying had managed to reach Chrysalis Realm primary stage, whereas Zhang Yang and Lu Yang were at Ethereal Treading Realm pinnacle. Even though the cultivation of the latter two was slightly lower than Wang Ying's at the moment, Zhang Xian could tell that they were nearing their bottleneck and were likely to make a breakthrough very soon. Before Zhang Xian departed, he had imparted the simplified version of the Heaven's Path Divine Art to them and gave them many pills and other resources he had received from the beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge, which could help aid the advancement of their cultivation. As such, if their progress had been slow, they would have truly let him down. While the three of them had made significant advancement in their cultivation, Wei Ruyan's cultivation had remained stagnant, still at Chrysalis Realm primary stage as it was 2 months ago. However, this was within expectations too. Wei Ruyan had progressed simply far too quickly due to the nourishment from the massive accumulation of medicinal energy in her body. While her cultivation was at Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan, it wouldn't be inaccurate to compare it to a castle in the air. If she were to cultivate carelessly, it might lead to everything crumbling down instead. As such, before leaving, Zhang Xian had left her a single goal, to cultivate her way up from the very bottom, Fighter 1 Dan, reinforcing every single realm of her cultivation thoroughly. Within 2 months, she had managed to cultivate up to Chrysalis Realm primary stage. While her cultivation hadn't advanced at all, her foundation and fighting prowess had grown to become far greater than they had been when she first awoke. She was no longer the weak person whose cultivation was propped up by the mere consumption of medicine, but a real Chrysalis Realm cultivator both in cultivation and fighting prowess. Not bad. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Unlike the lazy Sun Chong, at least his students were still reliable and didn't let him down. At this moment, some of you are at Chrysalis Realm primary stage while others are swiftly approaching it. Currently, there are 2 routes for you to choose from. Activating a formation to prevent any information from leaking beyond the walls. Zhang Xian gazed at his students grimly. I have 2 sets of cultivation techniques in hand. The first one will allow you to advance your cultivation swiftly, and it won't take you too long to reach Saint Realm. The second one will be significantly slower, and it will be difficult to cultivate too. However, if you succeed, your fighting prowess will increase many-fold, granting you extraordinary might. The Saint Ascension Decipher was powerful, but the difficulty was steep as well. Without a resolute will, it would be impossible for one to reach the end of the path. Zhang Xian had no intention of forcing his student into anything. Whether to cultivate the Saint Ascension Decipher or the ordinary Heaven's Path Divine Art, he felt that this was a decision for them to choose for themselves. After a moment of silence, Wang Ying suddenly spoke up. Teacher, I choose the second option. We also choose the second option. Before long, the others also spoke in agreement. Having reached this point, an opportunity to increase one's fighting prowess manyfold didn't come easy. They were reluctant to miss it. Choosing the second option means that you will have to work harder and suffer more than anyone else. But even so, success is not guaranteed at the end of the path. Have you considered this matter thoroughly? Zhang Xian warned grimly. Zhang Xian's students quickly replied. We have made up our minds. Pain means nothing at all. As long as we can become stronger, we don't fear anything. Seeing his students choosing the second option without any hesitation, Zhang Xian nodded in approval. That's good. From the very start, cultivation was a battle against the heavens, a tussle with fate. If they couldn't even find the courage for something like this, it was unlikely that they would be able to reach greater heights in the future even if they remained under his tutelage. Xianxia swiftly took out a few manuals of a simplified version of the Saint Ascension decipher, which he had compiled and copied earlier, and passed it on to his students. After which, he gave them some time to read and memorize the content before beginning to explain it thoroughly. The Saint Ascension decipher was an extremely complicated cultivation technique, and even he had struggled slightly to comprehend it back then. If he didn't explain the content clearly and his students were to comprehend it incorrectly, there was a good chance that a major problem might occur with their cultivation. For hours later, after seeing that his students had a thorough understanding of the Saint Ascension decipher, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He instructed his students to cultivate diligently and dismissed them before turning his sight back to Sun Chong. I believe you are well aware of the strength my teacher wields. Yes, Sun Chong hurriedly responded with a nod. Even though he wasn't too sure how powerful the old master was, he was certain that the latter, at the very minimum, was an 8-star master teacher or even beyond, an existence that stood at the very top of the master teacher continent. It's good that you know. So long as he wishes, he could easily find 7-star master teachers or even 8-star master teachers to serve as his butler. If this is the limit of your potential, I think that it won't be long before my teacher changes his butler, Xianxia said nonchalantly. Against Sun Chong he could only be vicious. Otherwise, the other party would slack at every single opportunity he found. Yes. Cold sweat began trickling down Sun Chong's back. In his period of time, the fawning of the Hongyuan Empire royal family and the gifts from the Shin clan and the Lu clan had all confused him, causing him to forget his priorities. It was only after hearing those words that it dawned on him that if he wanted to follow the young master and the old master, he would need to become more powerful. If he were to lag behind the others, it wouldn't be long before he became worthless to the old master and the young master. Neither of them would spare him an additional glance. He clearly understood that without those two, he would be nothing more than an ordinary fatty. All of the prestige and wealth he enjoyed at the moment was just like the moon in a lake, dissipating with a single touch. You have been with me since Tianxian Kingdom, and it is for your own good that I am saying these words. I hope that you know what is best for you. Alright, putting that aside for now, in the 2 months that I have been away, did anything happen? After seeing that Sun Chong understood his message, Xianxia decided to stop there and asked about another matter instead. The head of the Shin clan visited a while ago, saying that it was best for the cloud mist flower to be sold in small batches over time so as to fully capitalize on its reputation as a rare commodity and maximize the profits from it. Thus, after some negotiation with them, we decided that we will release only 10 gene of it every month in each empire. Sun Chong swiftly brought Xianxia up to speed on the various business dealings. I will leave all decisions for that to you. Xianxia waved his hand. He didn't possess the acute business sense that Sun Chong and the Shin clan had, so it was best for him to stay out of the matter and leave it to be professionals. All right, this is the first sum of profit from the sale of the cloud mist flower. Seeing that the young master was uninterested in the details of the business, Sun Chong spoke no more of it. Instead, he presented a storage ring to him. Taking it, Xianxia took a look inside, and his eyes widened in shock. So many! A warm radiance emanated from a humongous pile of several thousand high-tier spirit stones within the storage ring. The spiritual energy that shrouded them felt so concentrated that it took one's breath away. The profits we have earned so far total to 3,327 high-tier spirit stones. The next sum should be coming in next month. Sun Chong replied with a smile. More than 3,000 high-tier spirit stones. Xianxia's lips twitched. He had spent so much effort beguiling others and taming beasts, but he had only earned a few hundred high-tier spirit stones to date. Yet, just by selling a small portion of the cloud mist flower, he had easily earned a profit many times greater than that. Somehow, it felt like his efforts in the past had been in vain. But nevertheless, he did need as many spirit stones as possible at the moment, so this was good news for him. 3,000 high-tier spirit stone might seem like a huge fortune, but it might not necessarily last him till Saint Realm 1 Dan primary stage. Not to mention, his students had also begun cultivating the Saint Ascension decipher, and their consumption of spirit stones would surely rise exponentially. On top of that, there was also the Byzantium Helios beast and the 9 kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge. It could be said that high-tier spirit stones were disappearing in his household at every moment. Putting aside a few thousand, even several dozen thousand high-tier spirit stones wouldn't last long in his household. In truth, while the Cloud Mist flower was valuable, it was still extremely difficult to sell it for such a price. Otherwise, the saint beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge would have long initiated such a business. However, with the earth vein spirit essence being sapped dry and the mist shrouding the Cloud Mist Ridge dissipating gradually, the conditions for producing cloud mist flowers were gradually deteriorating. As such, the cloud mist flower had become an exclusive and highly limited commodity. On top of that, the cloud mist flowers on sale had a high maturity, and the Shin clan had worked extremely hard on its marketing as well. Naturally, the price was driven up to an unbelievable extent. Sun Chong pondered for a moment before saying, "Also, school head Mo came by yesterday. It appears that several guests have arrived at the Master Teacher Academy, and they are looking for you." "Looking for me? Who is it?" "It is the principals of the other 3 Master Teacher Academies. They seem to have arrived at Hongyuan City recently. They wish to discuss the Combat Master selection with you," Sun Chong reported. "They have arrived?" Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment before recalling that the Centennial Combat Master selection was just around the corner. "I will return to the Master Teacher Academy now." Zhang Xian nodded. The Combat Master selection was a huge event that occurred among the 4 great Master Teacher Academies every 100 years. The pride and dignity of each and every academy was at stake. As the principal, this was a responsibility he couldn't shirk from. He swiftly left the residence and headed to the Elder Hall. Shortly after he walked into the room, he saw Zhao Bingshu rushing up to him with an anxious look on his face. "Principal Zhang, you are finally back. That is a huge relief." Noticing that something was wrong with Zhao Bingshu's state, Zhang Xian asked with a frown, "Did something happen?" Reporting to Principal Zhang, Principal Wu Tianqiong from the Yunqiu Master Teacher Academy, Principal Shen Pingchao from the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, and Principal Wu Ran from the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy have arrived at our academy. According to the news we have received, the representatives from the Combat Master Hall will be arriving shortly after as well. School head Mo is currently keeping watch, waiting to welcome them in at any moment. I was also with him, but I rushed over as soon as I heard that you have returned," Zhao Bingshu said anxiously. "Isn't there some time before the commencement of the Master Teacher selection?" Zhang Xian was perplexed. Back then, shortly after he returned from the Saint Ascension platform, the Golden Origin Cauldron had said that there were still 3 months before the Combat Master selection began. Judging from that, there should still have been several days for him to prepare. Why would everyone arrive so quickly? "We just received news from the Combat Master Hall a moment ago that they received new orders from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. The 4 great Master Teacher Academies are to finish the selection exercise within 3 days," Zhao Bingshu explained. Such a rush. Zhang Xian was still intending to conduct a lecture for his academy's candidates so as to raise their fighting prowess ahead of the selection. But who would have thought that the selection would begin shortly after his return? That was way too fast. "I am not too sure about the details, but the Combat Master selection will be commencing very soon, so I have to ask Principal Zhang to head over," Zhao Bingshu said. If Principal Zhang hadn't returned in time for the Combat Master selection, they, as the 10 great Master Teachers, would have had to overstep their authority to hold the fort in his absence. However, since Principal Zhang had returned just in time, it was only right for him to manage the situation personally. They had managed to find quite a handful of outstanding youths in the internal selection within the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but after seeing the candidates from the other 3 academies, they had no confidence whatsoever that their own candidates would be able to stand their ground against the others. There was a clear difference between their candidates and the others, and if things went as they expected, they would only have 1 or 2 candidates clearing the selection. "Let's head over to take a look." Nodding, Zhang Xian and Zhao Bingshu swiftly made their way to the training ground. Even before arriving at the training ground, Xianxia and Zhao Bingshu could already see the massive crowd that had gathered in the area. Nearly every student in the academy had congregated, curious to watch the event. The bustle was even comparable to that on the day of the inauguration ceremony. The combat master selection was a festive event that only happened once every 100 years. On this occasion, one would be able to witness the strongest fighting power of their power class. So there was no master teacher who would be willing to miss such an opportunity. It wasn't just the students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy who were present. The master teachers from the Hongyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, and even those from the surroundings empires were there, too, and each and every one of them had an excited expression that revealed their anticipation for the event that would occur very soon. Even though the Combat Master Hall is just a branch of the Master Teacher Pavilion, being a Combat Master grants one the opportunity to obtain even more resources, allowing one to cultivate faster than others. This is also the reason many hope to join their ranks, Zhao Bingshu said. Typically speaking, combat masters commanded less prestige than master teachers. After all, as the military branch of the Master Teacher Pavilion, they specialized only in fighting, which meant that their capability in their supporting occupations and their ability to impart knowledge, the very factors that gave rise to the master teacher's prestigious standing in the world, fell beneath that of normal master teachers. However, if one could join the Combat Master Hall, the Master Teacher Pavilion would devote resources to groom them, thus allowing them to grow easier and faster than an ordinary master teacher. This was also the reason many master teachers desired to join their ranks. However, it was a pity that the requirements to become a combat master were very demanding on one's combat talent. Out of 10,000 master teachers, there might not even be one who could meet the mark. Halfway through his words, Zhao Bingshu suddenly recalled the astounding battle talent that their principal possessed too, and he couldn't help but ask, "Principal Zhang, have you ever thought of becoming a combat master?" He might not have had much confidence in the students of their Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but he had no doubt that their principal would qualify if he were to take the examination too. "Me? I have no interest." Zhang Xian shook his head. Like Kong Shi, his plan was to study many occupations and become a true master teacher who would spread his teachings across the world. Besides, if he were to become a combat master who knew nothing but battle, how was he going to resolve his innate fetal poison? As such, he didn't have much of an interest in becoming a combat master. That's a relief. Zhao Bingshu heaved a sigh of relief. If their principal were to join the Combat Master Hall, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy would surely return back to the disunited and chaotic situation it had been in before. There was no way they would be able to find another principal who could win the recognition of every single preceding principal and held the respect and admiration of every single student and teacher. While they were speaking, they arrived at the training grounds, and the students who saw them hurriedly bowed respectfully. Paying respects to Principal Zhang, paying respects to school head Zhao. Principal Zhang has returned. I heard that the reason for Principal Zhang's absence was because he was challenging the empire building test of the 6-star Master Teacher examination. To have returned now, could it be that he has cleared the examination? Do you even need to ask? Of course, he must have cleared the examination. Given the prowess of our principal, taking a 6-star Master Teacher examination is nothing at all. Indeed, putting aside the 6-star Master Teacher examination, even if he were to become a 7-star Master Teacher this very instant, I wouldn't be surprised at all. The news swiftly rippled across the crowd, and it didn't take long for everyone present to learn that Zhang Xian was at the training grounds. Their eyes couldn't help but light up in excitement. The emotion they harbored toward most elders was just deference for their power and authority, but toward the principal, who was younger than most of them, the emotions they felt were nothing but respect and admiration, and it was to the point where one could nearly call it blind faith. After witnessing their principal produce miracle after miracle at this point, they wouldn't be too surprised regardless of what the other party did. Instead, they would just think of it as what ought to be the case. After gesturing with a nod at the hot-blooded students, Zhang Xian turned his attention back to Zhao Bingshu and asked with a frown, "Where are other elders and the men from the other 3 Master Teacher Academies?" The place was filled with students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and master teachers from the surrounding Master Teacher Pavilions, but not a single student or teacher of the other 3 Master Teacher Academies was anywhere to be seen. They are currently on the flying ship. Zhao Bingshu pointed with a bitter expression. Tracing his finger, Xianxia immediately saw a massive ship floating in the air, propped up by 8 saint beasts both at the front and the back. Its sheer size was sufficient to block out most of the sky, and its very presence seemed to carry an indomitable air around it. Too preoccupied with the students on the training ground, Zhang Xian had failed to notice the massive ship flying high in the sky instantly. Focusing his sight toward the ship, he soon noticed 3 old men standing on the deck with their hands behind their backs. They commanded a grand air around them, as if conquerors who could shake the world with a wave of their hands. As for School Head Mo and the others, they were currently standing right in front of the 3 old men, seemingly negotiating with them. They aren't coming down? Seeing this sight, Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. To arrive at their Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy but refuse to alight from their flying ship, this could be said to be disregarding the honor and prestige of their Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. School Head Mo is currently trying to invite them down, but considering how long it has been since then, it doesn't seem like it's working. Zhao Bingshu's complexion wasn't too good either. Instead of walking in through the entrance with their students as it should be for a formal visit, they had chosen to fly their ship all the way in instead. That was no different from barging into one's living room on a mount, and it was considered extremely disrespectful behavior. On top of that, the fact that School Head Mo and the others were speaking to them in front of the ship instead of on the ship showed that things weren't going well on their end. Tell them that I, the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, invite them to the audience stand to spectate the combat master selection, said Zhang Xian. Yes, Zhao Bingshu nodded, but just as he was about to leave to relay their principal's words, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "But what if they still refuse to come down?" Considering that School Head Mo and the others had negotiated with the other party but to no avail, there was a good chance that the name of their principal might not work either. With a displeased frown, Zhang Xian raised his fingers and said, "I will give them 3 minutes. 3 minutes." Stunned, Zhao Bingshu's lips twitched. Judging from their principal's tone, it seemed like he was prepared to wreak havoc if needed to, but of the 4 great Master Teacher Academies, Hongyuan was the weakest. If they were to start something, the ones to ultimately lose out would indubitably be them too. Hesitating for a moment, Zhao Bingshu felt that he should advise their principal against that. "Principal Zhang, no matter what, they are still guests. If we make a move against them, others could easily find faults with us. If the other party were to be pummeled at their doorstep, wouldn't they suffer the same fate when they arrived at the other party's doorstep 100 years later? Make a move against them? You are overthinking it." Zhang Xian shook his head and shot Zhao Bingshu a look of disdain. "We are master teachers, cultured individuals, so how can we resort to violence just because things don't go as we wish? Besides, the 3 principals are 7-star master teachers. Even if we wish to make a move against them, we have to be able to defeat them first. As 7-star master teachers, even with the most conservative of estimates, they had to be at Saint Realm Tudan. Unless Zhang Xian were to have the Golden Origin Cauldron, the Byzantium Helios Beast, and the Myriad Anthive Queen attack them simultaneously, it would be difficult for him to achieve victory. Besides, to resort to violence right from the start, how could the Master Teacher Academy lower itself to such brutish measures? As master teachers, they were all dignified members of society. Naturally, they should be using civilized means befitting their standing to deal with conflict. Cough, cough. Feeling Zhang Xian's disdainful gaze on him, Zhao Bingshu couldn't help but feel an extremely stifled sensation in his chest. Then, the 3 minutes you spoke of, if it was another principal who had said that he was a cultured person, he would have believed it without any hesitation. But the man before him, he rummaged through everything in his brain but just couldn't find any reason to believe those words. Would a cultured person challenge another to a physician life-and-death duel without any hesitation? Would a cultured person reduce a huge chunk of the entire physician school to ruins on a whim? Would a cultured person dismantle a puppet into its respective parts just because it wouldn't submit to him? Could anyone be less cultured than him? Oh, What I mean is that if they are still up there by the end of 3 minutes, I will just have to use my own way to invite them down. Xianxia waved his hand leisurely. All right, just go ahead and do as I've told you to. Ah, all right then. Zhao Bingshu replied with an uneasy frown, apprehensive of what their principal would do. However, since their principal had already issued such an order, he would just have to do as instructed. Thus, he leaped up and made his way toward the flying ship. In the sky, school head Mo and the others looked at the 3 old men and the many students behind them standing on the deck with looks of helplessness. Just as Zhao Bingshu had said, they had been negotiating with the other party for a very long time, but the other party just wouldn't go down. On top of that, as fellow master teachers, they couldn't possibly do anything that could be considered a breach of etiquette, thus resulting in the awkward standstill they were in. Elders of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, you should return for the time being. We won't be sending you off, Wuxian said with a smile as he stroked his beard. This, seeing that he was unable to convince the other party to alight from the ship, school head Mo and the other sighed deeply. Just as they were about to give up and head down, they suddenly saw Zhao Bingshu flying up. Principals, I am school head Zhao Bingshu of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Our principal invites you and your students down for a gathering. Zhao Bingshu clasped his fist respectfully. Your principal has arrived? The 3 principals immediately turned their gazes downward to catch a glimpse of the legendary new principal that they had heard so many rumors about, but there were simply far too many people below. It was hard for them to find the other party, especially considering they knew nothing about the other party's appearance. That is indeed the case. Zhao Bingshu nodded. Since he is here, I won't make things harder for you all anymore. Relay our message to him. We will send our men down to participate in the combat master selection when it begins. We won't cause any unnecessary delays, so he doesn't have to worry about that, Wuxian said. This, seeing that the 3 principals had no intention of budging, Zhao Bingshu recalled their principal's words, and the feeling of uneasiness he felt suddenly intensified. Anxious, he urged, Principals, I think that it will be best for you to head down now. Our principal doesn't have the best of tempers, and he has the uncanny ability to realize the seemingly unexpected and impossible. It wouldn't be good if some unhappiness were to arise among our academies out of this matter. Their principal hadn't said what he intended to do, but this only served to worsen Zhao Bingshu's apprehension. His words were extremely earnest, but to the ears of those hearing them, it sounded as if he was threatening them instead. Doesn't have the best of tempers? Unhappiness? Ha! He just became the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but his head is already in the moon. Shinping Chao was the first to flare up. His face darkened as he said in displeasure. A young man like him shouldn't get complacent and think that he is the entire world just because he has achieved some accomplishments of his own. Our Luoqing Master Teacher Academy does not belong to him, and there is no reason we should listen to his words. I will say this clearly, I won't be alighting from this ship today. What is your principal going to do about it? Is he going to force me down from this ship? Principal Shin is right. If we refuse to alight from this ship, is your Hongyuan going to make a move on us? Tell your principal that youth is not a reason for recklessness. One must be absolutely careful with his words. I was still rather impressed with him after hearing about his feats, but to think that he would be such a complacent individual instead. You should start praying that his arrogance doesn't lead to Hongyuan's downfall instead. Flinging his sleeves, Wu Ran harumphed with a livid expression. Bad temper? Unhappiness? Does that new principal really think that he can climb over our heads that easily? Even if some unhappiness does arise, with the 3 of our academies on the same side, the one to suffer will be you. That isn't what I mean. Not expecting his kind advice to be misunderstood in such a manner, Zhao Bingshu hurriedly tried to clarify his earlier statement, but he just couldn't find the words to do so properly. In an instant, he panicked even more. Their principal had given him the time limit of only 3 minutes. Given the other party's personality, who knew what he would do? If he were to have dispatch all of the spirit beasts and saint beasts of the cloud mist ridge to encircle the flying ship and attack it, There would be an intense battle even before the combat master selection began. If that was the case, the 4 great master-teacher academies would become a laughingstock of the entire master-teacher continent. That isn't what you mean? What else do you mean then? Why don't you tell us what your principal instructed you to tell us word for word then? Gazing at Zhao Bingshu with eyes as sharp as an eagle, Xianxia could tell that the other party had words that he was hesitant to say. Our principal. Zhao Bingshu was conflicted, but he knew that it would only complicate matters if he were to continue hiding it at this point. Thus, gritting his teeth, he said that he hopes for you to come down within 3 minutes, or else he will have to find other ways to resolve this problem. 3 minutes. Hearing those words, school head Mo and the others nearly keeled over. Doomed. At this rate, a battle would really occur. 3 minutes. Find other ways to resolve the problem? What an arrogant fellow. Fine, let's remain on this ship then. I sure would like to see how he intends to resolve this problem. The 3 principals were also visibly stunned for a brief moment before their complexions darkened even further. They had been wondering what words the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had instructed Zhao Bingshu to relay to them. But to think that this would be it. A newly inaugurated principal actually showed dared to speak to them. 7-star master teachers. So arrogant, devoid of any respect. You are asking for it. Since this is how arrogant you wish to play. Fine. For can play the game. Let's see what you can do about us then. Principal Wu, Principal Shen, Principal Wu. Seeing that the trio had already flown into a rage before he could finish his words, Zhao Bingshu felt extremely distressed. By saying that their principal had a bad temper, he was only intending it as earnest advice to the 3 principals out of goodwill. He hadn't expected that those words would complicate matters further. Speak no more. Leave. Xianxia waved his hands coldly. This. Seeing that their minds were made up, Zhao Bingshu could only shake his head. Together with school head Mo and the others, they headed back to the training ground. Soon after the group from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy left, the 3 principals traded gazes and shook their heads. That Principal Zhang of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy sure sounds like an interesting person. Shen Pingchao chuckled softly, the displeasure and anger on his face from before disappearing completely. Indeed, we intended to pose this flying ship as a test to see if he could resolve this problem perfectly. But from the looks of it, he sure is a hot-tempered person. Xianxia sighed deeply. As 7-star master teachers and the principals of their respective master teacher academies, it was natural that they knew how disrespectful their behavior was. The reason they did so nevertheless was not because they looked down on Hongyuan and wanted to provoke it, but because they wished to assess the capability of the newly appointed principal for themselves and see how he would deal with such a difficult situation. In a sense, it could be seen as a test they were posing to the other party as veteran principals. After all, the principals of the 4 great master-teacher academies were considered fellow peers, and they wanted to see if a 20-year-old fellow was qualified to become one of their own. In truth, this problem also wasn't a difficult one to resolve. Going by normal conventions, as long as the other party had prepared a simple banquet for them and personally headed up to invite them down humbly, owing to the other party's sincere attitude, they would have had to drop their airs and comply. Yet, that fellow had refused to lower his head, even threatening them with a time limit of 3 minutes, saying that he would take his own measures should they refuse to come down. He sure was arrogant. It is not really a bad thing for a young person to be hot-blooded and arrogant, but too much of it will only impede his development. Wu Ran shook his head. In any case, this should do well to quell his arrogance. Hopefully, this will teach him that being talented shouldn't serve as a reason for him to behave haughtily. That's right. Shen Pingchao nodded. In truth, I am starting to feel a little curious as to the reason he dared utter such arrogant words. I wonder what his method of inviting us down will be. Well, we will know soon enough. The trio glanced at one another and chuckled softly. Barely after they had started laughing, a voice reminiscent of the chiming of bells sounded deafeningly in the air. Moo! It sounded like the roaring of thunder and the stampede of thousands of beasts at the same time. What is that? Alarmed, the trio straightened their postures, prepared to make a move if necessary. However, before they could even react, they suddenly noticed that the bodies of the 16 saint beasts propping up the flying ship were sinking. Before anyone could release a scream of agony, the ship abruptly descended with increasing momentum to the ground. The Cloud Cliff flying ship was several dozen meters long, and it was dependent on the 16 saint beasts to remain afloat in the air. With all of the saint beasts being incapacitated all of a sudden, it lost all of its support simultaneously and began on an unstoppable free fall downwards. The 8 notes of heavenly dragons. That fellow used the 8 notes of heavenly dragons to suppress the saint beasts. This is disastrous. Exerting his Xianxia, Wuxian stopped in midair, but watching the flying ship fall beneath him, his mouth couldn't help but twitch uncontrollably. The saint beasts supporting the Cloud Cliff flying ship were all saint beasts who possessed the dragon bloodline. Such saint beasts possessed extraordinary physical prowess, making their flight speed and endurance far superior to their counterparts. As such, they were the ideal candidates to drive the flying ship. If one had to pick a flaw regarding them, it would only be their natural deference toward those who possessed the pure-blooded dragon bloodline. But pure-blooded dragons had already disappeared from the world many years ago. As such, there should have been no one who could exploit this flaw, and it should have been safe for them to use those dragon bloodline saint beasts. Who could have known that the 8 notes of heavenly dragons, something that everyone thought had gone missing many years ago along with the pure-blooded dragons, would ring out all of a sudden? Wasn't it said that these notes could only be voiced by those of the dragon tribe? How could a human possibly voice it? Not to mention, with such astounding prowess that even these saint realm beasts would succumb to it at that. But while he was in disbelief, he didn't just freeze on the spot. He swiftly gathered a compressed layer of air beneath the Cloud Cliff flying ship in order to slow its descent to a gradual halt. Shin Pingchao and Wu Ran also swiftly recovered from their shock and assisted him. The Cloud Cliff flying ship might have been massive, but the strength of 3 7-star master teachers was tremendous, too. Under their combined efforts, they eventually managed to stop the descent of the flying ship safely in midair. However, barely after they had heaved a sigh of relief, yet another sound echoed from beneath. Mao! Hong Long! The sound wasn't loud, but it carried great penetrating power, reverberating in the ears of all clearly. In an instant, the 16 saint beasts, whose bodies had been stiffened immobile and tongues were hanging from their mouths from the earlier sound, suddenly went into a rampage and charged downward, tugging the flying ship that was connected to them by a harness along with them. Due to their furious charge, the massive ship, which had just come to a halt through the laborious effort of the 3 principals, was suddenly dragged down once more. It was already sufficiently difficult to prop up that heavy flying ship, but with the incredible might of 16 powerful saint beasts acting against them on top of that, there was no way the 3 principals could possibly hold on. Thus, the flying ship began falling once more. Hong Long Long! Boom! A huge cloud of dust rose up as the floating Cloud Cliff flying ship crashed into the ground, creating a huge depression. The students, who had been standing on the deck, were forcefully thrown off the ship. Due to the massive impact from the crash, some of the students who possessed lower cultivation sustained severe injuries even before participating in the combat master selection. Even those who had higher cultivation felt the Xianxia in their body going into disarray from the impact, and they couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the abrupt happenings. Not only were those from the 3 master teacher academies stunned by the turn of events, even school head Mo and the others, who had just returned to the ground, found their mouths twitching uncontrollably upon seeing this sight. They had thought that the time limit their principal had come up with was just for show, but who would have thought that he was really serious? Didn't the heritage regarding the tongue of the dragon tribe disappear a long time ago? Furthermore, to speak it with apparent fluency, just how did their principal learn it? At that moment, the 3 principals, who had been still standing grandly a moment ago, suddenly plummeted down from the sky and landed onto the deck of the ship. Dust cloaked their faces, leaving them in an indescribably unkempt state. School head Mo and the others hurriedly asked, "Are you all fine?" The 3 principals had shouldered the weight of the flying ship and the rampaging might of 16 saint beasts simultaneously, and even with their Saint Realm 2 Dan and 3 Dan cultivation, it was still beyond what they could withstand. It was already fortunate that they weren't too severely injured from it. Zhao Bingshu felt his head spinning furiously as he muttered beneath his breath, "Principal Zhang, is this what you mean by cultured?" The other party had just told him that he would resolve the matter in a mature manner befitting cultured individuals that master teachers should be, and barely a few moments later, such was the sight that had unfolded before him. "Is this what you mean by cultured? Who in the world has ever seen a cultured man throwing his guests off from their flying ship? And on top of that, even crashing the other party's ship?" Zhao Bingshu swiftly searched through the crowd for their principal so as to reason with him, to have him know that such actions were unconducive for the relations between the 4 great master-teacher academies. However, when he found the young man he was looking, Zhang Xian was standing right in front of the Saint Beasts that had been propping up the flying ship. Palipala, a series of punches and kicks, and in the next moment, the Saint Beasts released excited calls, and 16 droplets of fresh blood flew out from their glabelli, headed toward the young man. Sealing of contracts. The Saint Beasts had acknowledged their new master. The heck! Not only did our principal crash their flying ship, he even tamed their Saint Beasts? The 10 great master teachers were completely dumbstruck by the inconceivable sight before them. "All right," patting the dust from his hands, Zhang Xian raised his hand, and the Saint Beasts swiftly undid the harnesses around their bodies and gathered in a neat line before him, as if soldiers forming up before their commander. Each of their heads were tilted upward proudly, as if delighted with the new master they had acknowledged. Since they had refused to come down even after his invitation, he could only find another way to invite them down. In truth, Zhang Xian had already noticed that the 16 Saint Beasts possessed the dragon bloodline at first sight. Since that was the case, the solution couldn't have been any simpler. The 8 notes of heavenly dragons and a bout of taming did the job. Even though these 16 were Saint Beasts, they only had the cultivation of Saint Realm 1 Dan primary stage. Given Zhang Xian's current strength and the fact that those Saint Beasts were still affected by the 8 notes of heavenly dragons, it didn't take him too much effort to tame them. "Since you were the ones who were being disrespectful first, there is no need for me to uphold etiquette with you. We can talk about it slowly after I tame these Saint Beasts of yours." This, climbing up from the remains of the flying ship, Wu Tianqiong and Xin Pingchao nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. "We were only trying to assess you to see how well you can adapt to difficult situations. Surely you didn't need to go so far as to destroy such a precious flying ship and steal those 16 Saint Beasts. Not to mention, I had to serve those Saint Beasts the best food and drinks just to make them work for me. It is one thing for them to betray me, but what is with the proud look on their faces? Do you need to be so smug about taking that fellow as your master?" They had heard that the other party often did things beyond one's expectations, but it was not just beyond expectations, it was beyond common decency. "He is Principal Zhang? I see. I should have guessed it." Contrary to the stifled looks on the faces of the other 2 principals, as soon as Wu Ran saw Zhang Xian's appearance, his body immediately began trembling in agitation. He had heard about the many incredible deeds of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy's new principal, but he had never seen the other party in person. Never would he have thought that it would be the young man who had pointed out the flaws in Kong Shi's insight on the Saint Ascension platform and received Kong Shi's acknowledgement. Back then, when the young man abruptly disappeared, he had spent several days searching for him around the Saint Ascension platform, but to no avail. Just when he thought that he had lost the opportunity to converse with that outstanding young man and learn from him, it turned out that the other party was the legendary principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. If he had known earlier, he would have definitely paid the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy a visit long ago. There were many lingering questions and doubts in his mind, which he wanted to consult the other party about. Back then, he had been thinking that it was impossible for such an outstanding young man to be buried amid the dust. A true star would eventually outshine those around him, and it seemed like that was indeed the case. As a person who had been acknowledged by Kong Shi himself, earning the recognition of the many preceding principals was a piece of cake. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Eventually, unable to hold himself back any longer, He rushed forward to the young man and greeted him. Wu Ran of the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy pays respect to Xianxia. It seems like we meet once again, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. Yes. Wu Ran clasped his fist and nodded excitedly. This? The 10 great master teachers and innumerable students glanced at one another, overwhelmed with frenzy by the sight before them. Those principals who had been standing haughtily on their flying ship a moment ago, refusing to comply with school head Mo and the others, had suddenly had such a huge change in attitude after crashing down, greeting their principal like a humble student. Could it be that these principals also suffered from the same affliction that plagued the preceding principals, willing to comply only after undergoing a round of pummeling? In other words, masochists? Cough, cough. So, you are Principal Zhang. I have heard much about you, and you are indeed an outstanding individual. It took a long while before Wu Tianxiong and Xin Pingchao flew over awkwardly from the rubble to meet Zhang Xian. Had they known that it would end with such embarrassment, they would have just alighted from the ship immediately. After suffering such a heavy and embarrassing fall, the towering and otherworldly image they had built with great difficulty had shattered into bits too. Junior Zhang Xian pays respect to Principal Wu and Principal Shun. Zhang Xian bowed deeply. As a 6-star master teacher, he couldn't show any breach in etiquette toward a 7-star master teacher, or else the other party would be able to easily criticize his behavior. As fellow principals, we can be considered peers, so there is no need to uphold such formalities with us. Principal Zhang, it was indeed impolite of me to drive my flying ship into your Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. But, may I ask of you to return my saint beasts to me? Wu Tianxiong asked with a livid face as he clasped his fist. As an artifact, the Cloud Cliff flying ship wasn't so fragile as to be destroyed with a single crash. While it did suffer a certain degree of damage, it was still within an acceptable range and could be repaired. However, those saint beasts were valuable assets of their Yunshu Master Teacher Academy, and even with the great wealth they possessed, it would be a huge blow to lose them. Furthermore, without those saint beasts, how were their students and teachers supposed to return to the academy after the combat master selection came to an end? Qingyuan conferred empire had vast territories, and the 4 great master teacher academies were located very far from one another. Even on the Cloud Cliff flying ship, it still took them more than a month to get there. If they were to travel on foot, those who hadn't reached Saint Realm would probably first die of old age before returning back. With a conflicted expression, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before saying, "It is not really a problem for me to return them to you, but what?" Wu Tianxiong asked. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian replied, "To be honest, for this combat master selection, our Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy invited top-notch gardeners to put up exquisite sights for those present to enjoy. For that, we purchased many valuable artifacts in order to bring out magnificent aesthetics worthy of the occasion. And as a result, we are still knee-deep in debt at the moment. Yet, your flying ship has destroyed everything with its crash. Considering the wealth that your Yunshu Master Teacher Academy has, is it possible for you to compensate us for that? If you are willing to do so, I will surely return your saint beasts immediately." The fall of the Cloud Cliff flying ship had caused a huge depression in the ground, and many of the Academy's buildings had been reduced to rubble. Top-notch gardeners? Exquisite sights? Valuable artifacts? Wu Tianxiong's mouth twitched. It was not like he couldn't see the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy from his flying ship, and he knew that those were ordinary buildings. Furthermore, exquisite sights? Valuable artifacts? He had taken a look when the ship crashed to the ground, and the wreckage only covered an ordinary square and several streets. Despite knowing this, he had no choice but to go along with whatever the other party was saying since his saint beasts were being held captive by the other party. Thus, clasping his fist, Wu Tianxiong asked, "May I know how much it will cost? I am not too sure about it either. As you all know, it hasn't been long since I became the principal, so I am not too sure about such matters either. Why don't I help you ask around?" Waving his hand, Zhang Xian beckoned School Head Mo over and asked, "School Head Mo, I need you to come up with an estimate for the cost of repairing the buildings and artifacts that Principal Wu's flying ship has destroyed." "Yes, School head Mo nodded before flying into the air to assess the damage. A moment later, he returned and informed Zhang Xian through Zhenqi telepathy. Principal Zhang, the flying ship has destroyed a total of 8 buildings and 3 lakes. All in all, the reparation cost should add up to around 2 high-tier spirit stones. Even though it might seem as if high-tier spirit stones were not worth much, given the astounding pace at which Zhang Xian was consuming them, their purchasing power was not to be scoffed at. The area that the flying ship had crashed into didn't have any important amenities, so 2 high-tier spirit stones was more than sufficient to repair them perfectly. What did you say? As if he couldn't believe what he had heard, Zhang Xian exclaimed in shock as a frown surfaced on his forehead. 20,000 high-tier spirit stones? Are you sure that is sufficient to fix the amenities perfectly? 20,000. School head Mo was dumbstruck by Zhang Xian's response. When did I say 20,000? I clearly said 2 high-tier spirit stones. Those exquisite buildings were not only carefully built by the hands of top-notch masters, they are also symbolic of the sweat and tears of our predecessors, an important heritage of our Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Its value is not something that can be measured with just money. Take a closer look before coming up with another estimate. Don't worry, the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy is the leading academy of the 4 great Master Teacher Academies. Given their prestige and wealth, they won't stoop so low as to avoiding payment, Zhang Xian said. Kang? School head Mo's lips twitched. With a questioning tone, he asked, then, about 25,000? Or perhaps 30,000? Are you certain 30,000 is enough? Zhang Xian asked sternly. 30,000 does seem to be insufficient now that you mention it. How about 50,000? School head Mo's eyelids were twitching uncontrollably as he spoke. 50,000? We need that many high-tier spirit stones to repair the amenities? Well, I guess that is to be expected. Those are the legacies that our predecessors have left in our hands, and we can't measure them with just mere money. Zhang Xian sighed deeply before turning an apologetic gaze to Tianxiong. Principal Hua, just as you have heard, the destruction the flying ship has caused to our academy is simply too great. We will require roughly 50,000 high-tier spirit stones in order to restore it to its original state. Hearing those words, Tianxiong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Can you be any faker than that? Those lousy amenities of yours won't even cost 5 high-tier spirit stones to repair. But the price you are telling me is 50,000? Do you take me for a fool? However, he knew that the other party was intentionally hiking up the price in order to repay the favor. Well, he was indeed the one who had been disrespectful first. Sighing helplessly, Tianxiong shook his head and offered a compromise. Cough cough. Principal Zhang, it was indeed discourteous of me to have my flying ship barge into the grounds of your academy. For this, allow me to earnestly apologize to you for my breach of etiquette. How about this? Why don't you allow my Yunshu to repair your amenities for you? I guarantee that they will be exactly the same as before. Noting the other party's courteous attitude, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. You are offering to repair our amenities for us? I can't expect Principal Hua to do that for us. However, it happens that our academy is still lacking a grade 7 spirit gathering formation, so if Principal Hua is willing to have one set up for us, we will take care of the reparations ourselves. Bringing a massive ship to my academy, are you trying to put on airs before me? You should be glad that I am willing to back down with just this. Otherwise, my heirs would be able to easily crush you into the ground. A grade 7 spirit gathering formation? Hearing those words, Tianxiong's cheeks began to twitch. To set up a grade 7 formation, not only would one have to invite 7-star formation masters over, one would have to purchase grade 7 formation flags as well. Each one of those grade 7 formation flags cost a huge fortune, and to buy enough of them to construct a formation covering an entire academy and capable of operating for many years, the cost was nothing short of terrifying. But judging from the other party's expression, this seemed to be the other party's bottom line. If he were to turn this down as well, it was likely that he wouldn't be getting back his Saint Beasts. 16 Saint Beasts that possessed the dragon bloodline. That was a huge fortune to their academy. Furthermore, for them to be kidnapped before their eyes, that was a huge disgrace to the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy. He had to get them back no matter the cost. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Tianxiong finally clenched his jaw and replied, "All right, I will agree to your request. Principal Wuxia is generous. You have my respect." Xianxia clasped his fist politely before turning to the saint beasts behind him and flicking his wrists consecutively to return their droplets of blood, thus releasing their master-servant contract. "All right, you are free now. You should return to Yunshu." Roar, roar, roar. Hearing Xianxia's words, the saint beasts howled indignantly, unwilling to part from him. As ones who possessed the dragon bloodline, they understood the significance behind the 8 notes of the heavenly dragons. The person before them was very likely a transformation of a pure-blooded dragon. It wasn't easy for them to take him as their master, and they took pride in the very fact. Yet, in the next moment, their contracts were dispelled, so it was natural that they would feel indignant. Seeing the reactions of those saint beasts, Tianxiong gritted his teeth and promised, "If you return to Yunshu, I will double your provisions." Roar. Hearing his promise, the 16 saint beasts hesitated for a long moment before reluctantly returning back to the Cloud Cliff flying ship, unhappy and disappointed. Watching this sight, Tianxiong felt incredibly stifled within, and he had to calm himself for a long while before he could catch his breath. He had heard that Principal Zhang was a person who had the uncanny ability to realize the seemingly unexpected and impossible, and after seeing it in person, he couldn't help but fervently agree with it. Indeed, the other party was indeed so skilled at realizing the unexpected that he felt that he might die from stress if it were to happen a few more times. Just after he eased the pain in his chest, the young man opposite to him suddenly sighed deeply and said, "If you really wish to follow me, you can always secretly return after sending them back to Yunshu." Roar, roar, roar. The 16 saint beasts immediately howled in frenzied delight. Tianxiong suddenly felt the intense ache in his chest return, threatening to take his life away. "What the heck is this? You can't do that. At this rate, I fear that I will die of rage even before the combat master selection begins." He had been pumped up when he first arrived, thinking that with the experts Yunshu had, they would surely achieve unprecedentedly good results this time around. Who could have known that even before the combat master selection had begun, he would already be done in badly by the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Just thinking about the matter left him incredibly frustrated inside. Driving his Zhenqi to suppress the pain in his chest, Tianxiong said, "All right, now that we have resolved this problem, let's talk about how we should proceed for the combat master selection. Indeed, the reason we are gathered here today is for the Centennial Combat Master selection. So we should get to the main topic at hand," Xin Pingchao said. Combat masters represent the top fighting power within the Master Teacher Pavilion, and they are the sharpest blades that mankind has to fend off the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe. As such, we have to deal with this matter carefully. "That is a given." Zhang Xian nodded. He had only given them a small punishment for their disrespect toward the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy previously. After that was settled, he would still have to collaborate with them closely on the combat master selection so as to not impede such an important matter. Putting aside the matter from before, Tianxiong said grimly, "The slots for the combat master selection this round have been doubled. On previous occasions, only 50 students were accepted over the 5 grades for the 4 great master teacher academies. But this time around, they are accepting 100. Accepting 100? This was the first time Zhang Xian was hearing about the slots for the combat master selection, and he couldn't help but be astonished. Over the 5 grades, Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had more than 100,000 students. Even though he wasn't too sure about the numbers for the other 3 Master Teacher Academies, considering their superior standing to Hongyuan, their numbers likely exceeded Hongyuan's. In other words, using even the most conservative of estimates, out of a total of 400,000 students across the 4 great Master Teacher Academies, only 100 people were accepted into the Combat Master Hall once every century. In other words, the ratio was 1 in 40,000. Furthermore, if they were to consider the norm of 50 slots, the ratio would rise to 1 in 80,000. It was no wonder others viewed entering the Combat Master Hall as a great prestige. It was extremely difficult to join. While the number of slots did increase, the selection has become stricter as well. I heard that there might even be life and death duels. Shen Pingchao continued. Life and death duels? Zhang Xian frowned upon hearing those words. Indeed, unlike normal master teachers, the sole responsibility for combat masters is to fight and fend off the dangers threatening humanity. Without undergoing a life and death situation, how can they display fighting prowess surpassing the ordinary? Wu Ran said. That's true. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Without undergoing the experience and fear from a life and death situation, it was difficult for one to sharpen their state of mind and maximize their fighting potential. Zhang Xian might not have cultivated for long, but a crucial reason why he was able to attain the fighting prowess he currently possessed was due to the numerous life and death situations he had been in. There was no expert who had become strong without paying the corresponding price for it. Most master teachers were already skilled fighters themselves, and becoming a combat master meant being the cream of the crop among the master teachers. To be able to surpass the already powerful master teachers, it went without saying that one would have to put in much more effort than the others. Just taking Zhang Xian for example, in order to attempt to cultivate a higher grade origin core, he had spent 2 whole months only to cultivate from half-saint primary stage to half-saint pinnacle. If it had been an ordinary Heaven's Path divine art, he would have already been a Saint Realm expert by now. This was the amount of effort and hard work that one would have to put in. May I know what form the combat master selection will take? Have you heard any news about it? Zhang Xian asked. I am not too sure about the details, but the norm is to conduct an elimination tournament among the candidates. The top 50 will be selected to join the Combat Master Hall. The rules of the selection might change each and every time, but the fundamental prerequisite to becoming a combat master would never change, and that was to possess fighting prowess superior to the other competitors. Regardless of how, under the circumstances that one didn't utilize any special artifact or tamed beast, as long as one was able to defeat the other competitors of the same grade, one would be the ultimate victor. An elimination tournament. Zhang Xian nodded. That was indeed the most straightforward and fairest way to sieve out the strongest ones among the candidates, but its flaw was also apparent as well. The lives of the candidates could potentially be put at risk. In an important selection like this, there was no room for holding back. Candidates would be forced to use their full strength, and casualties were inevitable under such circumstances. At this moment, Wu Tianxiong suddenly proposed with a smile. Right? Since the representatives from the Combat Master Hall have not arrived yet, why don't we have our candidates display their prowess so that they can prepare themselves for what is to come? This way, they should be able to keep their nerve in the selection later on and exert their greatest fighting prowess. Indeed, this will also give them a glimpse into the strength of their competitors as well. It is important for master teachers to interact more with one another so that they can improve. If a person just keeps to themselves, their worldly view will only be narrowed, thus limiting their growth. Shen Pingchao and Wu Ran nodded in agreement. That sounds good. With 3 of the principals expressing their approval for the matter, it wouldn't be good for Zhang Xian to disagree. Besides, this would be good for Hongyuan's candidates as well. They would be able to prepare themselves mentally for what was to come. Having received unanimous approval regarding the display of power, the principals swiftly issued several instructions to their teachers, and before long, hundreds of students with cultivation ranging from consonant spirit realm to chrysalis realm emerged from the flying ship. Just like the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the other Master Teacher Academies had also selected 20 men for each of the 5 grades, meaning that there were 100 candidates from each academy. The emergence of the 300 geniuses from the 3 other Master Teacher Academies put a huge amount of pressure on the students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Activating his eye of insight, Zhang Xian began assessing them carefully. Each of them had compact muscles, and their jinqi was rich and condensed. They were definitely qualified to be considered experts among those of their cultivation realm. School head Mo, bring our candidates over, Zhang Xian instructed. School head Mo nodded, and not too long later, the 100 candidates the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had chosen appeared in the training grounds. This was the first time Zhang Xian had seen the candidates of his academy, and comparing them to the candidates from the other academies, he couldn't help but shake his head. The candidates from Hongyuan were of the same age range and cultivation realms as the other candidates, but in terms of disposition and richness of Jinqi, it was clear that they were lacking. If they were to really fight in an elimination tournament, it was highly likely that only a pitifully small number of them would be able to clear the selection. It was no wonder even the 10 great master teachers themselves had forgotten about a matter as major as the combat master selection before, needing the reminder of the golden origin cauldron. It seemed like the combat master selection was indeed nothing much to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and on the contrary, it could even be considered a source of shame that no one was willing to speak about. As time passed, everyone had eventually forgotten about the matter. I am a grade 1 student from the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy, Wei Chong. As the 400 students participating in the combat master selection settled down before a dueling platform, a student from the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy leaped onto the stage, and with a jerk of his arm, a powerful aura burst into the air. Perhaps due to the immense amount of Jinqi gushing through his acupoints, a whistling sound could be heard from his body. Despite only possessing the cultivation of consonant spirit realm, he commanded an aura that felt as though he could pierce through the heaven. Powerful! Indeed, with such strength, there are probably very few grade 2 students who can rival him. I definitely wouldn't be a match for him at all. Formidable! As expected of Yunshu, which is ranked first among the 4 great master teacher academies, their students are indeed extraordinary. Seeing Wei Chang's display of power, the grade 1 students beneath the dueling platform couldn't help but show grim expressions. Despite being at consonant spirit realm too, the other party's strength was clearly far beyond theirs. Putting aside grade 1 students like them, even grade 2 students, Cosmos Bridge realm cultivators, would struggle to be a match for him. Just that single move had managed to strike fear in their hearts. Seeing this sight, Xianxia frowned. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the display of power, but this could easily create undue mental pressure on the relatively weaker Hongyuan candidates. It seemed like the other principals were trying to vie back some dignity after the fall. I am a grade 1 student from the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Lin. I am a grade 1 student from the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy. Soon, all of the grade 1 students of the other 3 Master Teacher Academies had made their round on the dueling platform. Even though their cultivation was only at consonant spirit realm, the aura and disposition they exuded revealed a hint of the immense fighting prowess they could potentially display. There were a couple who possessed unique constitutions, which easily granted them a might far greater than their peers when activated. They weren't lacking even when compared to Wang Ying and the others when they had still been at consonant spirit realm. On the other hand, the candidates from Hongyuan were truly unimpressive in comparison. Not only were their physical conditions beneath that of their opponents, even their comprehension of battle techniques was vastly inferior as well. If they were to fight the other candidates in a duel, it wouldn't matter much if they lost, but if things went wrong, they could stand to be severely injured. Of the 20 grade 1 students selected, there were only 1 or 2 who could still stand their ground against the others. The rest stood no chance at all. But that was to be expected. It must have been at least 3 months since the other academies selected their candidates, and on the long journey to Hongyuan, they would have received the personal guidance from a 7-star master teacher as well. It would have been difficult for them to not have raised their fighting prowess in such a situation. On the other hand, Zhang Xian had only returned from Shenyuan Kingdom not too long ago, and this was his first time meeting Hongyuan's candidates, leaving him no chance to offer them his guidance. Given so, how could Hongyuan's candidates possibly match up to the others? Even if School Head Zhao, School Head Mo, and the others had guided them personally, limited by their eye of discernment and knowledge, their impartation would still be unable to match up to a 7-star master teacher. How can we win this? Zhang Xian rubbed his temples in distress. Even before the selection had begun, the confidence of Hongyuan's candidates had already been shattered to bits. Given their current state, they probably wouldn't last several blows from their opponents in the duel later on. After which, the grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, and grade 5 candidates headed up to display their strength, and the fighting prowess that Hongyuan's candidates displayed was truly unsatisfactory. Of the 4 great master-teacher academies, the candidates from Yunshu were the strongest. Each and every one of them was capable of challenging opponents beyond their cultivation, making them difficult adversaries to face. If only Xue Zhenyang, Long Zhongyue, and the others hadn't achieved a breakthrough. He had offered his personal guidance to them, and after the duel they had with Wu Su, their fighting prowess had soared significantly. If they were to participate in the combat master selection as well, there was a very good chance that they would have been able to win some slots for the grade 5 class. However, it was a pity that they had already achieved a breakthrough to half-saint, thus losing the qualification to do so. Zhang Xian did conduct lectures for the Xianxia faction from time to time, but as freshmen, their starting point was too low. Compared to the other seniors who had been in the academy for some time, their fighting prowess was still lacking. This was also the reason none of them had cleared the internal selections. After watching the power display, Wu Ran remarked with a frown, "Principal Zhang, it doesn't look too good for your candidates." As a 7-star master teacher, it was apparent to him that the candidates from Hongyuan were considerably weaker than those from the other 3 academies. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for Hongyuan to obtain a decent number of slots. Zhang Xian shook his head. Turning to Tianqiong and the others, he asked, "Since the representatives from the Combat Master Hall have yet to arrive, may I make use of this time to impart some combat's insights to my candidates first? You wish to conduct a lecture for your candidates now?" Hearing his words, Tianqiong and the others were taken aback. It was not to say that a last-minute impartation would be completely useless, but considering that the representatives of the Combat Master Hall were going to arrive in 2 hours' time, according to the news they had received, its effectiveness would be minimal at most. "That's right." Zhang Xian nodded. Considering the current condition of Hongyuan's candidates, if he didn't do anything, even if the number of candidates that the Combat Master Hall accepted was increased to 200 or 300, most of their candidates would still be unable to clear the selection. Thus, the only thing he could do was impart some combat insights to them and hope that it would aid them in the duels to come. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Ran couldn't help but offer some advice. "Principal Zhang, there is no rule forbidding you from offering pointers to your candidates at this point, but if you lecture them now, I fear that it might confuse them and lower their fighting prowess instead." The fact that these students had cleared the internal selection to become candidates for the Combat Master selection meant that they possessed extraordinary aptitude for battle, and they had already forged their own fighting style. If Zhang Xian were to attempt to correct their faults, it could mess up their fighting style, resulting in their moves becoming chaotic, thus lowering their fighting prowess instead. Knowing that Wu Ran was advising him out of goodwill, Zhang Xian replied with a smile, "I understand, but I still need to give it a try." After which, he gathered the 100 candidates from Hongyuan and set up a barrier to isolate the area, preventing anyone from peering in or hearing what was happening inside, before turning to face them. Gazing intently at the candidates, Zhang Xian asked, "Are there any of you who are reluctant to become a combat master?" Being a combat master had its pluses, but there were still quite a number of master teachers whose interests lay not in that direction. "No!" The crowd shook their heads. Since they had participated in the internal selection and cleared it, they would have already long made up their minds. "Good. Since all of you intend to become combat masters, you are going to have to raise your fighting prowess to greater heights." Seeing that there was no one who was reluctant to become a combat master, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "I will teach you a few insights and tricks that can raise your fighting prowess and grasp of battle swiftly. I hope that you can work hard and try to comprehend them." At this point, it was already too late to reinforce their cultivation further. Since it was impossible to work on their cultivation, the only viable option was to raise their comprehension of battle techniques and grasp of battle. Yes. Upon learning that their principal was going to guide them personally, the eyes of the students couldn't help but light up. The confidence that had extinguished after witnessing the might of the candidates of the other academies had also reignited. They could still recall the huge commotion that had arisen from the public lecture their principal had made during his inauguration ceremony. Back then, his lecture had extremely been general so that it was applicable to teachers and students alike in the academy, but even so, it had still had such tremendous effects. Now that they were receiving the other party's guidance directly, What kind of effects would there be? Just the thought of it left them trembling in anticipation. Seeing the passionate eyes on him, Xianxia knew that they were ready to learn. Without any hesitation, he began his lecture. The crux of battle techniques lie in refining one's exertion of jinqi, maximizing the strength one is able to display. As such, if one wishes to further the prowess of their battle technique, they must possess a pure state of mind that will drive them forward courageously. Zhu Jian was one of the Grade 1 students chosen by school head Su Chongqing to participate in the combat master selection. 2 years ago, Hongqi Empire had sent him to the academy to study. After the guidance of his teacher and the hard work he had put in for 2 years, he had finally reached Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle, a step away from reaching Cosmos Bridge Realm. In truth, he had already accumulated sufficient jinqi to achieve a breakthrough 3 months ago. However, in order to participate in the combat master selection, he had decided against it, choosing to further refine his Consonant Spirit Realm cultivation instead. Through his hard work, he was able to almost reach the limits of what could be achieved in his realm. This was also the reason he had been to emerge victorious in the internal selection with an outstanding result of being in the 5th place. He had originally been an unfavored prince of Hongqi Empire, but if he could become a combat master, he would surely stand out among the other princes. Even if he couldn't inherit the throne in the end, at the very least, he would be able to free himself from the scorn of others and become a respected figure in the royal family. He had thought that with his outstanding achievement of finishing 5th place in the internal selections, he would be able to emerge victorious in the combat master selection as long as he were to work hard. However, when he saw the power display from the other 3 master teacher academies, his heart had turned cold. Even though the candidates from the other academies were in Grade 1 as well, their strength was at a totally different level. Even without exchanging blows, he could clearly feel from the might the others emanated that he wouldn't even make it into the top 40 with his current strength. Given that there were only 20 slots for each grade, it could be said that it was hopeless for him. While the principal had said that he would conduct a lecture just to impart his combat insights to them, he still didn't think a short 2 hours could cause any significant change in his strength. After all, cultivation was a process of accumulation. It was infeasible to raise one's fighting prowess abruptly just by some last-minute training. Even if the knowledge that the principal was going to impart to them was profound and exquisite, allowing him to raise his fighting prowess up a notch, he had no doubt that he would still be utterly defeated at the hands of the experts from the other 3 master teacher academies. The display of power from the other candidates had utterly shattered his confidence. Sighing deeply, he turned his gaze back to the front. The principal was looking over with a kind gaze, and his warm voice echoed in his ear like heavenly music. He was explaining the utilization of certain tricks and battle techniques in combat. Just by hearing a few words from him, the students could feel their jinqi pulsating excitedly, wanting to practice as he had taught. Listening to the lecture, Zhu Jian was awed as well. It had to be said that the principal's comprehension of battle techniques and combat had reached a masterful level, far more formidable than any master teacher he knew of. However, it was a pity that time was too short. 2 hours was just insufficient to change anything. If only Principal Zhang had returned half a month earlier, there might still be hope of victory. Zhu Jian sighed deeply. If they had half a month's time to ruminate over the principal's combat insights and incorporate them into their fighting style through practice battles, they might just have been able to make a massive improvement that could allow them to potentially achieve victory in the combat master selection. However, now that they were only 2 hours away from the selection, what was the point? Shaking his head, Zhu Jian was thinking that he should just give up and listen no more when the eyes of a junior seated not too far from him suddenly lit up, seemingly having comprehended something. That junior raised his finger and tapped forward, and the glint of a sword materialized on the tip of his fingernail before falling straight to the ground, creating a huge depression. This is Swordman Union? Zhu Jian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had sparred with this junior before, and the other party did possess quite a bit of talent in swordsmanship. Nevertheless, the other party had still been a huge distance off from matching up to him. Why would the other party suddenly reach Swordman Union when he wasn't even close to it yet? Swordman Union, that was an extremely important demarcation line in swordsmanship. One who had achieved that realm would have their fighting prowess increased immensely. Even though the junior had only ranked 10th back in the internal selection, with the newfound prowess he had just obtained through comprehending Swordman Union, the other party would definitely be able to get into at least the top 3 should the internal selection be conducted once more. Frightening. Jai. While he was still trying to digest the shock from his junior's abrupt breakthrough, he suddenly heard another sound not too far away. It came from the creaking of bones and muscles, but the deafening loudness of the noise made it sound like the rumbling of thunder instead, and even the ground seemed to tremble under its sheer volume. This is the sound of the tiger howl adamantium fist being cultivated to major accomplishment. But when I crossed blows with that fellow just yesterday, wasn't his mastery of the technique only at novice level? Zhu Jian's lips twitched as he felt his head spin in confusion, unable to make sense of what was happening around him. The person who had produced that loud creaking sound was a familiar face too. In the Grade 1 internal selection, the other party had ranked 17th. Just the day before, he had sparred with the other party, and the other party's mastery in his Tiger Howl adamantium fist had clearly been at novice level, still a certain distance away from reaching initiate. One's mastery of battle techniques could be classified into several tiers: novice, initiate, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and consummation. How could that fellow, in the blink of an eye, make a breakthrough of 3 whole tiers and reach major accomplishment in his mastery of the Tiger Howl adamantium fist? Wasn't that a little too exaggerated? Hoo. However, that wasn't the end of Zhu Jian's shock. Not too far away, Xianxia suddenly started gushing out of a young man's Taiyang acupoint, gathering atop his head in the form of a bizarre bird that seemed like it could soar into the sky at any moment. The Taiyang acupoint refers to one's temples, which are located between the top of the ear and the eye. With just a glance, Zhu Jian could immediately tell that this was another symbol of one achieving major accomplishment in the mastery of a certain battle technique. Pong. Pa. Be it his front, back, left, or right, innumerable surges of Xianxia spurted chaotically within the area of the barrier. Almost every single student, after listening to the principal's lecture, had comprehended something and achieved a breakthrough. The principal's lecture, is that formidable? It was only at this moment that Zhu Jian realized that he was about to let the opportunity of a lifetime slip through his fingers. He swiftly suppressed the shock and incomprehension in his mind to listen to the lecture carefully. It had to be said that the principal's lecture was first-rate. The content gradually delved from the basics to the complex, and the essence regarding combat skills and battle techniques was carefully sieved out and laid bare before everyone to see. Profound concepts that they struggled to understand normally were deciphered into simple language that they could easily comprehend and grasp. Just by listening to it for a short moment, Zhu Jian found himself falling into a deep trance, his attention completely absorbed by the words spoken before him. It was at this moment that he realized that, despite his many years of cultivation and studying of battle techniques, his understanding of combat was laughably shallow. As compared to what the principal was lecturing, it was indeed not worth a mention at all. Due to the barrier, it was impossible to see or hear what was happening inside. Thus, those who were outside were unaware of the innumerable breakthroughs in the comprehension of battle techniques occurring within. Seeing that their principal had gathered all of their candidates together to conduct a lecture, school head Mo fell into a daze. Isn't it a little too late for Principal Zhang to be conducting a lecture at this moment? Based on the news he had received, the representatives of the Combat Master Hall would be arriving very soon. To be conducting a lecture now, wasn't it a little too late to be trying to hug the Buddha's leg? Hugging the Buddha's leg. This is proverb referring to desperate last-minute attempts. It is indeed a little too late for that. Zhao Bingshu shook his head. The fighting prowess of a cultivator comes from the accumulation of cultivation and battle experience over a long period of time. Just a simple lecture itself can't possibly raise the student's fighting prowess by much. It is probably a last-ditch attempt from Principal Zhang, but it doesn't seem optimistic. Su Chongqing sighed deeply. It was not that they didn't believe in Principal Zhang's prowess, but there was a limit to a student's ability to comprehend. Within the span of 2 hours, no matter how profound or incredible a teacher's lecture was, It would be futile if the students hardly comprehended a word of it. In fact, even if they were to comprehend it, it was not guaranteed whether they would be able to utilize it effectively in a real battle or not. It seemed like their principal was still too young and naive. Sigh, but it isn't as if we have any other solution in mind either. Let's just wait and see then. Shaking his head, Zhao Bingshu fell silent. However, the worry in his eyes was unconcealable. It wasn't just the 10 great master teachers who didn't think Zhang Xian's efforts were appropriate. Wu Tianqiong, Xin Pingchao, and Wu Ren also shook their heads after seeing Zhang Xian's actions. Indubitably, impartation of knowledge was something that would benefit the students. However, whether it was effective or not was another question. Knowledge was something that had to be built up, tested, and reinforced over time. If a few lectures could easily raise a person's fighting prowess immensely, wouldn't that mean that just anyone could become an expert of the Combat Master Hall? Not even the Combat Master Hall had the capability to raise the prowess of their own members that quickly. Recalling Zhang Xian's identity, Wu Ran muttered meaningfully, "Perhaps. He is just reluctant to admit defeat. One must know that he was an incredible genius who had the capability and courage to point out even Kong Shi's flaws. It was natural that a person like him would be prideful. It was inevitable that he would find it hard to accept that his students were far weaker than the other candidates, and Wu Ran could empathize with such an emotion as well. However, it was futile. No matter how well the other party did for 2 hours, the only plausible conclusion was failure. Oblivious to the thoughts of the others, Zhang Xian was busy imparting the essence of the simplified version of the Heaven's Path battle technique and his combat experience to them in the most simplified explanation he could come up with, not intending to keep anything from them. He was imparting the exact same knowledge that he had imparted to Wang Ying and the others, disregarding whether they were his direct disciples or not. Speed is not everything in combat. The person who is able to make his move faster than the other may not necessarily claim the advantage in the battle. What is more important is to understand the intent and purpose behind your opponent's move, because only through knowing that will you be able to prepare yourself and make countermeasures in advance. Zhang Xian spoke calmly, his tone carrying a unique rhythm to it that piqued one's attention. The heart of a teacher paired with his soul depth comparable to a 7-star master teacher allowed the knowledge he explained to penetrate deep into the mind of the students, allowing them to understand just by hearing, accomplish just by understanding, and master just by accomplishing. The amount of spiritual energy in the surroundings is insufficient. As the students before him comprehended the essence of his impartation, their Xianxia began to palpitate in excitement, and their mastery over their battle techniques rose swiftly. However, in face of such a situation, not only was Zhang Xian not delighted, he even frowned instead. In order to master a battle technique, not only must one comprehend the essence of it, the Xianxia circulation pathway for it must also be paved entirely. Most powerful battle techniques had their own unique Xianxia circulation pathways, and if one didn't drive Xianxia through it often, it was extremely easy for it to become blocked. This was also the reason one was sometimes unable to fully execute a battle technique despite comprehending the essence of it. After all, not everyone possessed the Heaven's Path Xianxia, which could travel through any meridian easily without being impeded. As such, the cultivation of battle techniques involved the driving of Xianxia as well, so naturally, one would have to consume spiritual energy as well. Considering that Zhang Xian's lecture had caused so many students to achieve breakthroughs one after another, the spiritual energy within the barrier was running low. If this continued, the students could very well find themselves being disturbed in the midst of their comprehension due to the lack of spiritual energy to fuel their Xianxia circulation. Once that happened, it would be extremely difficult for them to return back to their state of comprehension once more. In a sense, this was similar to musing over one's sudden inspiration, where disturbance could break one's train of thought, causing one to lose their grasp over their comprehension. Narrowing his eyes, Zhang Xian swiftly took out the earth vein spirit essence and flicked droplets of it from the tip of his finger to the acupoints of the students. While the spiritual energy within high-tier spirit stones was purer, it was more difficult to absorb, making it less effective in comparison. At this point, he was running low on earth vein spirit essence, but this was a crucial moment, and he couldn't afford to hesitate. Tzzzzlala. The students, who were in the midst of their comprehension, suddenly felt a resurgence of energy. Their understanding of their battle techniques swiftly deepened, and the meridians that had been closed previously also suddenly opened up entirely. Infused within the spirit essence wasn't just concentrated spiritual energy, but a tinge of Heaven's Path Xianxia as well. Under the effects of Heaven's Path Xianxia, the students were able to overcome the previous blocks easily. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia was just about to continue his lecture when he suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. Beneath the vast blue sky, a massive aerial saint beast could be seen whizzing through the air. In just a few moments, it was already floating right above the academy. The representatives from the Combat Master Hall are here. It has only been an hour, though. Xianxia had thought that he would have 2 whole hours to lecture, but just an hour in, the representatives of the Combat Master Hall had already arrived. All right, I shall end the lecture here. Stopping his lecture, the students within the barrier gradually roused from their trance. After all of them had recovered, Xianxia raised his hand and removed the barrier. With this, the combat master selection had commenced. The Saint Beast was massive, more than a dozen meters long. It had a dark blue body, which contrasted with its fiery red wings that harnessed blazing flames. Before the Saint Beast even arrived, the crowd on the training grounds could already feel an incredible heat emanating from it. There were around a dozen men who stood on top of the Saint Beast, but as if they were rooted to the spot, their posture didn't budge in the slightest despite the movements of the Saint Beast. The heat can be vividly felt even from such a far distance away. How can anyone ride on that Saint Beast? Many master teachers were bewildered by the sight before them. Even from where they stood, the heat already felt unbearable. If they were to really sit on the back of the Saint Beast, wouldn't they be reduced to dried meat in an instant? Furthermore, have you all noticed that there is no room on top of that Saint Beast? Someone amid the crowd exclaimed. It was then that everyone realized that the Saint Beast's back didn't have the usual room that would be attached for transportation purposes, so that the passengers could avoid the wind resulting from the flight and travel in comfort. Without the room, it meant that one would have to stand without any support or protection from the flames on the Saint Beast's back. It might still be endurable for a short journey, but it would be nothing short of a torture for a long journey. Those who possessed weaker cultivation or minds would surely find themselves collapsing under the ordeal. This is a method used by the Combat Master Hall to temper their members. Even when traveling around, they are expected to continue their training, Wuxia muttered. Indeed, the Combat Master Hall is extremely strict on its members, pushing them to cultivate at every possible opportunity, not allowing them to show the slightest bit of laziness. To them, even journeying can be used as a form of cultivation, Xin Pingchao said. After many years as the principals of master-teacher academies, they had come into contact with the Combat Master Hall on many occasions, thus granting them a glimpse into the habits and behavior of combat masters. It was due to their persistence in training that the members of the Combat Master Hall were able to grow so strong. If I am not mistaken, that is the Saint Realm 3 Dan Inferno Phoenix Saint Beast, known to possess the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix. The temperature of the flames on its back is on par with that of Earth flames, and if one can withstand the heat of the flames for a prolonged period of time, one's physical body will be enhanced significantly, and the purity of one's Xianxia will also be refined further, Wu Ran remarked. It was not sufficient for the members of the Combat Master Hall to possess superior talent. More importantly, they had to be able to devote their everything to their training. Looking at all of that, Xianxia couldn't help but nod in agreement. Talent did grant one a starting line ahead of the others, but if one was unwilling to put in the hard work, one would never be able to get to the end. Taking him for example, even though the cultivation technique he practiced was the Heaven's Path divine art, granting him a great advantage over other cultivators, he never allowed himself to slack in his cultivation. Everything that he knew he had to do, he would accomplish with all of his effort, not allowing the slightest opportunity for a slip-up to occur. Hula! Amid the commotion beneath, the aerial Saint Beast flapped its wings and gradually landed on the training ground. 13 men dressed in master-teacher robes leaped off the top of the aerial Saint Beast. Their master-teacher robes were tight-fitting, as opposed to the loose ones that master teachers usually wore, and inscribed on the emblems pinned on their chests was a sword instead. Looking at it from afar, one couldn't help but feel the chilling aura of a sharp sword. The one who stood at the very center was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. He exuded an air of valiance, and the powerful aura he emanated revealed the immense strength he wielded. He was a Saint Tudan realm expert, but his presence felt far more overwhelming than ordinary cultivators of his cultivation, reminiscent of an unsheathed sharp blade. His cultivation might have been beneath Wu Ran, but there was little doubt that Wu Ran be the one to ultimately lose in a real duel. Formidable, Xianxia remarked as he turned his gaze toward the other members of the representative party. Suddenly, he caught sight of two familiar faces, and his eyes lit up. They were Lu Chong and Wu Su, whom he had met in the valley back when he was attempting to pick the scarlet firefly fruits. He had guessed that they were combat masters previously, and it seemed his deduction was spot on. The duo felt very different from 2 months ago. Their cultivation felt significantly stronger, and their Jinqi seemed to be much purer as well. Wu Su had even successfully achieved a breakthrough from Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle to Half-Saint. Even though it hadn't been long since Wu Su had made the breakthrough, the energy he harnessed within his body felt vast like the ocean, as if it was undepletable. It seems like my suggestion worked out for him, Zhang Xian thought with a chuckle. Wu Su had been intending to use the scarlet firefly fruit to attempt a breakthrough previously, but Zhang Xian had chosen to not sell it to him. Instead, he had sold the other party his earth vein spirit essence. Through making use of the easy absorbability of the spiritual energy harnessed within the earth vein spirit essence to fuel his Jinqi, he was able to build up the momentum required for a breakthrough and successfully reached Half-Saint. Zhang Shi. Just when he noticed the duo also noticed him and bowed respectfully. Combat masters tended to be arrogant due to their superior fighting prowess, but they shared great respect for experts stronger than them as well. Even though Zhang Shi had only been at the ethereal treading realm, he had been able to subdue them easily. His fighting prowess had already way surpassed theirs, reaching a terrifying level. In face of such a genius, they dared not show the slightest disrespect to him. The four principals stood up and introduced themselves. I am the principal of the Yunqiu Master Teacher Academy, Wu Tianqiong, the principal of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, Shun Pingchao, the principal of the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy, Wu Ran, the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Xian. Pleased to meet you, combat masters. The middle-aged man also hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fist respectfully. I am 100-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, Zhua Qingfeng. Even though he was from the Combat Master Hall and possessed superior fighting prowess, the standing of the four principals was still above his, so he would still have to keep up with the formalities. So it's Zhua Shi, Wu Tianqiong chuckled. I have long heard of you, a blade to level 3 rivers, a breath to sweep 9 provinces. Once, you pursued the 5 bandits of Qingyuan with a single sword in hand for 10 years straight. In all that time, they didn't dare return to their den. That grand feat of yours has won the respect of this old man. Hearing that the principal of the No. 1 academy beneath Qingyuan conferred empire had heard of his name, Zhua Qingfeng responded with a soft chuckle. Principal Wu, you are too courteous. Those are just insignificant deeds. There is no need to be humble. The fact that you were able to become 100-men commander of the Combat Master Hall is testimony to your strength. Wu Tianqiong stroked his beard with a smile. Knowing that Wu Tianqiong was only trading pleasantries to soothe the situation, Zhua Qingfeng replied with a polite smile before getting to the matter at hand. I had a message delivered to Principal Wu some time ago, so I believe everyone present should be aware of the changes in the slots by now. Yes, we have heard that the Combat Master Hall will be taking in 100 combat masters in this election. Shin Pingchao and the others replied. Wu Tianqiong had informed them of the matter some time ago. This was good news, since it meant that more of their students would be able to join the Combat Master Hall. Indeed. However, I would first like to clarify that this doesn't mean that our selection criteria will be any less strict, but instead, it will be even harsher than before. Zhao Qingfeng said with a nod. Harsher than before? The few principals traded glances with one another, and Xianxia stepped forward and asked, "May I know the format that the selection exercise will be in? How does the Combat Master Hall intend to conduct it?" The norm in the previous few selections was to conduct an elimination tournament, where the candidates would duel one another, and the remaining 50 would be brought into the Combat Master Hall, Shui Qingfeng said. Tianqiong and the others nodded. While the rules regarding the Combat Master selection might differ from time to time, the crux of it still usually revolved around an elimination tournament between the candidates in the form of duels, and the remaining candidates would be brought into the Combat Master Hall. Such a tournament format means that each candidate will have to fight several battles. Not only is it time-consuming, those who are injured in prior battles due to facing a stronger enemy will be unable to exert their full strength in the subsequent battles as well. As such, we have decided to try a different selection process this time around. The previous elimination tournament format aimed to sieve out the strongest 10 from a total of 80 candidates from the 4 great master teacher academies in each grade. In other words, each person would have to fight a minimum of 3 battles. Considering that the cultivation of every candidate was equal, every single battle would be tough, requiring each candidate to utilize their full strength in order to emerge victorious. By the time they finished the 3 rounds, most would already be a step into their grave. In fact, there were occasions where a candidate who possessed the potential to enter the top 10 was eliminated in the first round due to meeting an extraordinarily powerful opponent. Even on the off chance that the candidate won, they would still be eventually eliminated due to the severe injuries they had sustained early into the tournament. This wasn't just a loss for the 4 great master teacher academies but for the Combat Master Hall as well. However, such had been the case for many years, so upon hearing that the selection format would be changed, Tianqiong, Xin Pingchao, and Wu Ran couldn't help but glance at one another in bewilderment. It was undeniable that an elimination tournament had its flaws, but it was also one of the few methods that most cultivators viewed to be fair and could accept the results. If the new selection format wasn't viewed to be as fair as an elimination tournament, the candidates might find it hard to accept their elimination, and that could pose many problems as well. However, the trio didn't remain perplexed for too long. The new selection format is simpler and faster. Instead of an elimination tournament among the candidates, the members of our Combat Master Hall will be the ones to fight and assess the capability of the candidates. If a candidate is able to withstand 3 blows from one of our members of the same cultivation, they will have cleared the selection, Shui Qingfeng explained. 3 blows. Hearing those words, Tianqiong and the others frowned. While this selection process did sound much simpler, in truth, the difficulty had been hiked up. Others might have been unaware of the fearsome might that members of the Combat Master Hall possessed. But having served as the principals of their respective academies for many years, they knew very well that the prowess that each combat master wielded could be considered invincible among those of their cultivation realm. The candidates they had chosen and trained were strong, but in a real duel against a combat master, 3 blows, it was rather doubtful whether they would be able to withstand it or not. Noting the frowns on the principals' faces, Shui Qingfeng assured, "Don't worry. I have already instructed them to standardize the force they use for each candidate, and I will also be keeping watching myself. There won't be any situation where a combat master goes easy or makes things difficult for a specific candidate." Hearing those words, Tianqiong and the others replied with smiles. "We don't doubt the Combat Master Hall's integrity. There was no reason for the Combat Master Hall to compromise the credibility of their own selection exercise, so there was no need to worry about that." Waving his hand, Shui Qingfeng said calmly, "Since that's the case, let us start the selection right now so that we can end it as soon as possible." "All right." At the other party's urging, the principals hesitated for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. After everything they had done to prepare their candidates for a battle against the other candidates, it turned out that the Combat Master Hall would be invigilating the selection themselves, catching them completely off guard. While this selection format was rather unorthodox, it wasn't without its advantages. It was impossible for their candidates to defeat the combat masters, but if it was just 3 blows, considering the strength of their own candidates, they should still be able to grit their teeth and persevere to the end. Su Tai and Chun Zhu, you two will be assessing the Grade 1 candidates, Shui Qingfeng instructed. "Yes." Two young men clasped their fists and stepped out from the group. Both of them looked to be around 17 or 18, and their cultivation was equivalent to the Grade 1 student's consonant spirit realm pinnacle. However, they commanded a threateningly sharp aura, which sent one's alarm bells ringing. "Allow me to go first," the young man on the left, Su Tai, said to his companion on the right, Chun Zhu, before leaping onto the dueling platform. Surveying the Grade 1 candidates standing beneath the dueling platform, he announced, "Any Grade 1 candidate who is able to withstand 3 blows from me will be deemed to have cleared the selection examination." After saying those words, he flicked his wrist and wielded a sword. The cold glint reflected off the sword, inducing shivers in one's body. At the same time, his aura also began to surge. Despite being only at consonant spirit realm, his aura seemed to create a huge pressure that penetrated straight into one's soul. It felt that even a Cosmos Bridge realm would be unable to rival him. Formidable. I thought that Yunchu's candidates were plenty scary, but to think that the combat masters would be even more frightening, to be able to cultivate in the consonant spirit realm to such an extent as expected of combat masters. Indeed, even with my Cosmos Bridge cultivation, I don't think that I would be able to defeat him. Feeling the powerful air shrouding Su Tai, everyone's expression subconsciously tensed. Consonant spirit realm, this was the realm where a cultivator would first come into contact with matters relating to the soul, as well as the first hurdle that one would face on the long journey to becoming a true expert. Typically speaking, no matter how much a cultivator reinforced their cultivation, there was still a limit to the strength one could wield at consonant spirit realm. Yet, the aura of the combat master on the dueling platform felt heavy like a towering mountain, far surpassing the conventional boundaries of a normal consonant spirit realm cultivator. "Allow me to go first." Amongst the crowd beneath, a masculine voice suddenly sounded, and a young man leaped onto the stage. It's Zhao Zhongchuan of Yunchu. In the internal selections, he was ranked 6th. To be ranked 6th strongest in Yunchu, there is no doubt that he will be able to clear the selection. Indeed, this will also be a good opportunity for us to see the prowess of that combat master Su, so that we can prepare ourselves in advance. It is a huge disadvantage to go first, given that one doesn't have concrete information on the opponent's prowess yet. However, given Zhao Zhongchuan's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to withstand 3 blows. Upon seeing the young man, hushed whispers immediately spread beneath the stage. Many of the Grade 1 candidates were staring at the dueling platform intently, unwilling to miss a single second of the battle. Previously, Zhao Zhongchuan had displayed astounding prowess in the power display, and even among all 80 candidates from the 4 Master Teacher Academies, he would easily rank within the top 15. In other words, even in the usual elimination tournament format, he would have been able to clear the combat master selection. With such a powerful candidate going up first, the other candidates would be able to assess the full extent of the prowess that Su Tai wielded so that they could possibly take precautions for their turn. Upon seeing Zhao Zhongchuan, Su Tai flicked his sword slightly and asked nonchalantly, "Where's your weapon?" Despite his overwhelming strength, he didn't show the slightest complacency or underestimate his opponent. "It's here." Flicking his wrist, Zhao Zhongchuan wielded a saber, and flicking it lightly, a powerful gust of wind whipped up in the surroundings. "Begin!" Knowing that his opponent was stronger than him, Zhao Zhongchuan immediately dashed forward to grasp the initiative so as to control the tide of battle. At the same time, he flung his saber furiously, and saber chi shot forth furiously from his blade, filling the area several dozen meters ahead of him completely with saber chi. Not bad. Wu Tianxiong had been slightly worried when he saw Zhao Zhongchuan volunteering to head up first. However, upon seeing this sight, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was the strongest technique that Zhao Zhongchuan had in his arsenal. Under its relentless attacks, even a Cosmos Bridge realm would have to back down for the time being or risk being fatally wounded. Knowing that the crux of the duel lay not in defeating his opponent but withstanding 3 blows, Zhao Zhongchuan didn't bother taking the risk to try out his opponent first, deciding instead to use his strongest move so as to suppress his opponent right from the start. From this, it could be seen that he wasn't an inflexible person. Not too bad. but still too slow. In face of the endless saber chi, Su Tai didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, with a light chuckle, he suddenly made a swift maneuver, which made his figure disappear entirely from the spot. A moment later, he abruptly reappeared before Zhao Zhongchuan and did a light jab with his sword. Ding! Feeling a massive might gushing toward him furiously, sealing the movements of his saber, Zhao Zhongchuan was forced to retreat several steps, and a stifled sensation welled up in his chest from the abrupt termination of his battle technique. Drats! Seeing that the other party had managed to overcome his strongest technique with just a single jab, Zhao Zhongchuan was alarmed. He immediately tried to retreat to a safe location to regain his footing in the battle, but a cold glint flashed across his eyes, and all of a sudden, a bone-chilling sword was pressed right against his neck. With his sword pointed directly toward Zhao Zhongchuan's neck, Su Tai said impassively, "You have lost." "I have lost." Zhao Zhongchuan's face turned pale. The other party had managed to corner him with just 2 moves, leaving him devoid of an opportunity to retaliate at all. If this had been a life-and-death duel, his head would have already rolled. This? Zhao Zhongchuan has lost? If he could only withstand 2 moves, doesn't that mean that there is no hope for us? The faces of the crowd below turned grim. Zhao Zhongchuan was an existence who could be ranked in the top 15 among the grade 1 candidates, and yet he had fallen within 2 moves. So, wouldn't that mean that the others stood less of a chance? It seems like the difficulty has indeed been heightened. Wu Tianxiong clenched his fists tightly upon seeing this sight. He had thought that with the revised rules, it would be easier for all of the candidates to clear the selection. After all, it was only 3 moves. However, it seemed like he had underestimated the difficulty of the matter. Combat masters were simply too much stronger than the other cultivators of the same cultivation realm, to the point that it was despair-inducing. How are we supposed to fight against that? Zhu Jian muttered despondently. Zhao Zhongchuan was far superior to him in terms of Jinqi purity and complexity of moves, and yet the other party had still been unable to withstand 3 moves from the combat master. If he were to go up, he had no doubt that he would be utterly defeated. It seemed like his dream of becoming a combat master was going to come to a halt. Let me give it a try. At that moment, another young man leaped onto the dueling platform. Zhu Jian recognized the young man. The latter was one of the top students from the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, having placed 3rd in their internal selections. He had also participated in the power display earlier, and his pair of golden and silver rings were capable of performing consecutive lethal attacks. With Zhu Jian's current strength, even 2 of him combined wouldn't be a match for the young man. Ding ding ding. While Zhu Jian was still deep in thought, the duel on the platform began. This time, Su Tai was the one to take the first move. With a flick of his sword, he charged toward the young man with furious momentum. It was as if Su Tai's movements were precisely measured with a ruler. There weren't any excessive motions in his movements at all. In the first move, he accurately breached the defense of the double rings his opponent had put up. In the second, he managed to get into close quarters with his opponent, and in the third, his sword accurately pierced into his opponent's chest. It wasn't too deep, but fresh blood still flowed profusely from the wound. I admit defeat. The face of the young man from Luoqing paled. Had the other party not gone easy on him and exerted just a bit more strength, he would have been a lifeless corpse by now. He had thought that he would have been able to stand his ground with his strength, but to think that he hadn't been able to withstand 3 moves either. As the young man walked down the dueling platform, the atmosphere among the crowd suddenly grew extremely heavy. Everyone looked at one another with an awful complexion. It was one thing for Zhao Zhongchuan to have lost. He was only ranked 15 among all of the candidates. But the young man from Luoqing could definitely get into the top 10 with his strength. Yet, to think that even he would be unable to withstand 3 moves. The difficulty of the test had far exceeded their expectations. Previously, there had been a few who were still harboring hopes that, as long as they were to grit their teeth and endure the 3 moves, they would be able to clear the test. But from the looks of it, such thoughts had been too naive. Allow me. Another candidate leaped onto the dueling platform. This candidate was skilled in defensive and evasive maneuvers, and as soon as the battle begun, he began skirting around the dueling platform, hoping to drag the battle beyond 3 moves. However, Sutai was far swifter than the candidate had expected. With just 2 moves, Sutai had already cornered him and knocked him off the dueling platform with severe wounds. This fellow sure is a difficult opponent to deal with. He has no particularly major flaws that one can easily exploit against him, Xianxia noted with a grim expression. As expected of a combat master, Sutai's speed, strength, and defense were nearly impeccable. Had Xianxia faced him as a consonant spirit realm cultivator as well, he would have had to take at least a single move in order to defeat the other party. Fearsome, considering how Xianxia could easily rival opponents with cultivation far beyond his. It was indeed rare for him to require one whole move in order to subdue an opponent of the same cultivation realm. Of course, if he were to use the Eye of Insight or the Library of Heaven's Path, he should have been able to destroy the other party in half a move. Soon, more and more candidates went up to the dueling platform, but each and every one of them were defeated. It was not until the 10th candidate that a person finally managed to withstand 3 blows with great difficulty. That candidate was ranked first within Qingzhu's internal selection, and he was known to be invincible among the grade 1 students. Yet, a person of his caliber had barely managed to clear the selection. The combat master on the dueling platform, Sutai, was indeed far too powerful. Is there anyone else? It didn't take long for the selection to come to a standstill. There were still many candidates who hadn't gone up yet, but after witnessing the fearsome prowess that Sutai possessed, they dared not stand up. Candidates from Yunqiu, Luoqing, and Qingzhou have stood up and faced me, but I don't seem to have faced any from Hongyuan yet. Is there anyone from Hongyuan who wishes to give a try? Or could it be that you don't even have the courage to do so? If that's the case, why even bother coming for this combat master selection? Sutai sneered as he turned his sight toward the candidates from Hongyuan's side. The candidates from the other 3 academies had already tried their luck, and it was only the candidates from Hongyuan who had remained motionless, none going up to challenge him at all. Hearing Sutai's words, the faces of the grade 1 candidates from Hongyuan flushed crimson in embarrassment. They knew full well where they stood. They wouldn't be a match for even Zhao Zhongchuan and the others, so they would only be making a fool out of themselves even if they were to head up. Forget it, I will go. What else can happen other than defeat? Seeing that no one was willing to make a move, Zhu Jian clenched his jaws and volunteered himself. In any case, the worst that could happen was a loss. Given that the other party had specifically named Hongyuan, if they continued to cower with lowered heads, they would only become sinners who had brought shame to the academy. They might be weak, but they mustn't become cowards. Stepping forward, Zhu Jian leaped onto the stage. Not bad. It seems like you still have some guts. Sutai chuckled softly. Take out your weapon. Weapon? There is no need for that. I shall face you with my bare hands, Zhu Jian replied with a shake of his head. His loss was already sealed, so there would be no difference whether he used a weapon or not. Since that was the case, he might as well save a bit of strength. You aren't going to use a weapon? I will just say this in advance. I won't go easy on you just because you are unarmed. Seeing that his opponent wasn't intending to use a weapon, Sutai shook his head, but it seemed like he had no intention of casting aside his sword due to it. Instead, he flicked his wrist, and a piercing shrill echoed in the air. Tzizila! Innumerable sword chi slashed through the air, headed toward Zhu Jian. Sutai didn't go easy on Zhu Jian just because the latter was unarmed. Just as he'd done with the other candidates, he went at the latter at his full strength right from the start. The sword chi harnessed a bone-chilling aura, which left Zhu Jian's goosebumps standing on end before it could even approach, and his face paled in fright. He had witnessed the other party's swordsmanship several times in the previous battles, and he knew that even if he were to dodge this attack, the other party would swiftly follow up with another strike that would leave him cornered. Sighing deeply, he was just about to surrender and admit defeat when he suddenly recalled Principal Zhang's teachings. Since the worst thing that can happen is loss, why should I admit defeat? Perhaps if I try a bit harder, I might just get lucky and clear the test. As soon as such a thought surfaced in his head, The various insights that Principal Zhang had just explained to him suddenly gushed into his mind like a torrent. The other party's sword is pure and earnest, seemingly having come right from his heart. According to what Principal Zhang said, in order to unravel such swordsmanship, I will have to examine him closely to assess the purpose and intent behind his swordsmanship, as well as the maximum might he can exert through it. I have already seen the maximum might of the other party's swordsmanship earlier, and the purpose and intent are clear, too. He intends to overwhelm me with his sword chi so as to limit my movements. If I counterattack, I will be falling into his trap instead. From the classifications that Principal Zhang listed earlier, the aim of his swordsmanship is to force me to expose an opening, which he can then exploit against me. If I wish to unravel his swordsmanship, I will have to force him to err before me. These thoughts swiftly flowed into Zhu Jian's mind. It might seem complicated, but everything came to him in just an instant. When Principal Zhang first explained those concepts, it had felt extremely abstract to him. However, utilizing them in a battle now, he suddenly realized that everything the other party had said was truly the utmost essence of combat. With these realizations, the other party's profound swordsmanship, which he had been unable to comprehend earlier, suddenly seemed as if it was nothing special at all. Everything was apparent to him, be it the direction of the other party's attack or his possible future maneuvers. It was as if all of its secrets had been laid bare to him. Principal Zhang said that the best way to deal with such a move is gritting his teeth. Zhu Jian faced the other party's swordsmanship without dodging at all. Instead, he squeezed his body together while directing his forefinger forward abruptly. Poochie! Zhu Jian felt as if his finger had managed to strike something, and in a moment of fluster, he hurriedly took a step back before taking a closer look at what had happened. It was only then that he realized that Su Tai, whom he was fighting with, was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back, spurting large mouthfuls of blood on the ground. Seeing the fellow, whom so many experts before had been unable to defeat, lying on the ground after just a casual finger jab from him, Zhu Jian was dumbfounded. At this point, there was only one thought in his mind. Is this a sham accident to scam me of my wealth? It was completely beyond Zhu Jian's imagination that he would be able to defeat the other party. He had seen the other party's prowess clearly from below earlier, superior sword mastery paired with sharp and deadly moves. Even three of him combined wouldn't be a match for the other party. That was also the reason he had hesitated until the final moment before going up onto the dueling platform, and it was only upon recalling Principal Zhang's teaching that he counterattacked. Principal Zhang's lecture had covered how one could deal with a person whose strength, swordsmanship, and reflexes were nigh perfect. Back then, he had thought that he would never have an opportunity to encounter such a fearsome opponent, so he hadn't thought much of it. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that doing exactly as Principal Zhang had instructed would produce such miraculous effects. To incapacitate the opponent with a single finger. Was this for real? Wasn't this too easy? Was that fellow really the same formidable expert whom even Zhao Zhongchuan couldn't withstand 3 moves from? How can this be? What happened? I have no idea too. But it seems like Combat Master Su Tai has been defeated. So many experts who have gone before couldn't even withstand 3 moves from him, and yet that fellow was able to defeat him? Aren't the candidates from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy the weakest of us here? But what is this situation here? While Zhu Jian had blanked out on the dueling platform, the crowd below went completely mad. Each of them had their eyes bulging and lower jaws touching the ground, as if they had seen a ghost. It was just a moment ago that the 4 great Master Teacher Academies had conducted a power display of their candidates, so everyone had a rough gauge of the strength of one another. The person who was standing on the dueling platform at this very moment, Zhu Jian, couldn't even be ranked amid the top 50 of the 80 of them. Yet, he had actually managed to subdue Su Tai with a single jab? How could such a huge change in his fighting prowess suddenly come about? You cheated. After coughing several mouthfuls of blood, Su Tai finally managed to catch his breath and recover. Standing up, he glared coldly at the young man before him with savagery reminiscent of a ferocious beast. To think that he, an esteemed combat master, would be defeated by a person who was inferior to him on all aspects, be it jinchi, strength, or reflexes, not to mention, he had even been defeated by a simple finger jab. It was not difficult to imagine the indignation and rage he felt at that very moment. Zhu Jian was stunned. He had truly no idea how he could explain himself. Even he could not understand how he had managed to defeat the other party, so even he himself felt that he had cheated. But yet, it had indeed been a fair duel. Furthermore, he had gone empty-handed against an armed opponent, so in such a sense, his victory was indisputable. "Do you dare to have another match with me?" Su Tai spat through gritted teeth. Zhu Jian hesitated for a brief moment before eventually nodding. Fine. In truth, Su Tai wasn't the only one who had such a thought in mind. Many of the candidates below also shared the same view as him. As such, even if Zhu Jian were to insist that he was the victor and win, his victory would be thought of as dishonorable. This time, "I won't go easy on you anymore." Hearing Zhu Jian agreeing to the duel, Su Tai roared furiously as his sword warped into a massive dragon, charging at Zhu Jian with astounding momentum. This battle technique was even more fearsome than the sword art he had executed in the previous duel. Even before the sword approached Zhu Jian, the dueling platform had already been torn apart by the sword chi emanating from it. In face of the other party's immeasurably powerful stab, Zhu Jian swiftly recalled the teachings from their principal. The situation is identical to before, and Principal Zhang has also explained the countermeasures to take when faced with such a move. As such, he nimbly twisted his body to the side before wielding his finger like a sword and stabbing toward a specific direction. Puchi, the finger, imbued with jinchi, sunk deeply into flesh like a dagger. In the next moment, the majestic Su Tai collapsed to the ground once more. His face paled, and large quantities of blood spilled from his mouth. In fact, his state seemed to be even worse than before, as blood spewed from his mouth profusely like a human fountain. In that moment, a wave of silence swept across the crowd, and not a person could speak a word. He was defeated again? He used his full might this time around, but he was still defeated in a single move. Could it be that Zhu Jian has been concealing his cultivation all along? I really can't tell. His move was simply too profound. The three champions of the Grade 1 internal selections of the other three academies glanced at one another as cold sweat trickled down their cheeks. Previously, they hadn't even thought of Hongyuan's students as opponents. They had thought that, considering the caliber of Hongyuan's candidates, they wouldn't even claim a single slot of the 20. Yet, never had they thought that even a seemingly inconspicuous candidate from Hongyuan would be able to defeat a combat master so easily. You! Struggling to his feet with difficulty, Su Tai pointed a shaking finger at Zhu Jian furiously. He really couldn't accept his defeat. Even until this point, he still had no idea how the other party had managed to outmaneuver him. To think that a combat master like him, an unrivaled existence among cultivators, would be defeated by an opponent of the same cultivation without knowing the reason behind it. This inconceivable situation left him extremely frenzied. Seeing that Su Tai was unwilling to back down, Zhuo Qingfeng harumphed coldly. Su Tai, that is enough. Don't you think that you have embarrassed yourself enough for today? Leader, Su Tai turned to Zhuo Qingfeng anxiously, unwilling to let this matter slide just like that. That young man over there might not be able to measure up to you in terms of jinchi and strength, but his comprehension of battle techniques and grasp over timing in combat are far beyond yours. That finger jab he executed might seem humble and unimpressive, but it is a move that can only be made with a deep understanding of your swordsmanship and jinchi circulation. With the sharp eyes that Zhuo Qingfeng possessed, he could easily see through the crux of the battle. Using his finger as a sword, he was able to bait an opening out of you before exploiting it with impeccable timing. With just the eye of discernment he possesses, he is qualified to become a combat master. Yes. Seeing that even his leader had spoken up for the other party, Su Tai dared not argue any further. As such, he could only nod meekly and back down. I cleared the selection? Zhu Jian had gone up to the dueling platform without harboring any hope of victory at all. So when he heard that he had cleared the selection, he could hardly believe his ears. The criterion of our selection is for the candidate to withstand 3 moves from one of our combat masters. Given that you have defeated our combat master, who else should we clear if not you? Zhuo Qingfeng replied with a kind smile. Yes. Excited, Zhu Jian nodded his head hurriedly before leaping off the stage. All right, Sutai, you should rest for a moment first. Chen Zhu, you will take his place. Combat masters were powerful, but they weren't unmatched in the truest sense. At the very least, when Zhuo Qingfeng was at Consonant Spirit Realm, Sutai was no match for him at all. From time to time, there would be a formidable genius emerging from the 4 great master-teacher academies who would be able to defeat their combat master. It might have been a rare sight, but it wasn't something too surprising. As such, Zhuo Qingfeng didn't think too much about it and instructed for the test to continue. Yes, Chen Zhu nodded before leaping up to the dueling platform. Gazing down on the crowd beneath, he said, "Is there anyone who dares battle with me? The same rules apply. As long as you are able to withstand 3 moves from me, you will be qualified to become a combat master." The weapon that Chen Zhu wielded was a sharp saber. Paired with his powerful aura and torrential jinqi, the crowd couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the might he would be able to produce. In comparison to Tai Su, this Chen Zhu seemed to be even stronger and scarier. If I knew that he was so powerful, I would have gone up earlier. That won't make any difference. Even Zhao Zhongchuan was unable to withstand 3 moves from Combat Master Su Tai. Do you think that you would have been able to do better than him? I wonder who will be able to withstand 3 moves from him. Feeling the frightening strength that Chen Zhu emanated, apprehension swiftly swept across the faces of the crowd. Su Tai was already a difficult opponent to deal with, and the substitution with the stronger Chen Zhu spelled nothing but disaster for the subsequent challengers. Allow me. A young man leaped onto the dueling platform. It's the champion of Luoqing's internal selection, Zhang Qingshan. Given his formidable might, he might just be able to withstand 3 moves. Upon seeing the face of the first challenger, the crowd beneath immediately directed their gazes intently toward the dueling platform. Zhang Qingshan was the strongest expert of the Grade 1 students of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy. Even the Zhao Zhongchuan from before was no match for him at all. With him making a move, victory was almost assured. Hoo. Amidst the discussion, the battle began. Zhang Qingshan split open his fingers and thrust his palm forward. A surge of jinqi burst forth with the momentum of the relentless tide of a river. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely been torn apart in an instant by the rampaging surge of jinqi. However, Chen Zhu was like a small boat amid the furious waves of the ocean. Regardless of how violent the storm became, he was able to match its movement perfectly, thus avoiding the brunt of the force. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zhu had already used up 2 moves, and both parties were still equally matched. How can it be that easy for you to withstand 3 moves from me? Seeing that he had already used up 2 moves, Chen Zhu narrowed his eyes and harumphed coldly. All of a sudden, the saber flew out of his hand and tore through space with speed reminiscent of a bolt of lightning. Voila! The saber was simply too fast. Before Zhang Qingshan could even react, he could already feel a fiery gale assaulting him from the front, threatening to split his body in half. Crap! Sensing the immense danger from the saber, Zhang Qingshan narrowed his eyes and retreated furiously. At the same time, he whipped out a sword from his storage ring in order to protect himself. Pong! The saber collided with the sword, and the overwhelming force resulting from the clash caused the ground beneath to be devastated. Under the massive might, Zhang Qingshan's face reddened, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth as he flew out of the dueling platform and crashed heavily onto the ground beneath. I lost? How could I have lost? Lying on the ground, Zhang Qingshan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, unable to believe what had just happened. He was the number 1 expert of the Grade 1 students of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, and yet, despite his incredible fighting prowess, he had actually failed to withstand 3 moves from the other party. Having failed the combat master selection, The overwhelming sense of defeat that weighed down on his heart left him incredibly stifled and frustrated. Chen Zhu, what the hell are you doing? What did I tell you before coming here? Didn't I tell you that secret art is forbidden? Just as Zhang Qingshan was wallowing in despair from his defeat, Shu Qingfeng's wrathful voice suddenly resounded deafeningly across the training ground. If it had been a normal clash, Zhang Qingshan would surely have been able to withstand the 3 moves easily. However, who could have known that his subordinate would break the rules and use a forbidden move in the crucial moment? Chen Zhu's face reddened. Watching Su Tai's defeat with his own eyes had left his heart shaken. When he realized that he was unable to defeat his opponent within 3 moves, he had suddenly felt a surge of panic, which compelled him to use his secret art. After lecturing Chen Zhu, Shu Qingfeng turned to Xin Pingchao and said, "My apologies, Principal Shen. My subordinate has made a huge mistake. Even though Zhang Qingshan of your Luoqing Master Teacher Academy has lost the duel, he does indeed possess the qualifications to become a combat master. Thank you, Combat Master Zhua." Hearing that his student was still able to qualify as a combat master, Xin Pingchao heaved a sigh of relief and clasped his fist in gratitude. Zhu Qingfeng's actions were prompt and courteous, clearly having spared a thought for his honor. As such, he had to reciprocate with at least a word of thanks. After dealing with Zhang Qingshan's matter, Shu Qingfeng raised his hand and said, "Let's continue the test." Chen Zhu surveyed the surroundings haughtily and said, "Who else wants to try next?" Even though Zhang Qingshan had eventually been deemed to have cleared the test, the last saber that had sent Zhang Qingshan flying was simply so powerful that it had instilled apprehension into the hearts of the remaining candidates subconsciously. All those who had intended to go up a moment ago couldn't help but cower fearfully. Their strength and reflexes were nowhere near Zhang Qingshan's level. If the other party were to use that powerful technique against them too, it would be hard to tell whether or not they would be able to counterattack in time. Most likely, they would suffer severe injuries or even be split in 2. Chen Zhu turned his gaze toward the candidates from Hongyuan as he uttered coldly, "What? No one dares to challenge me? If I am not mistaken, so far, there has only been one candidate from Hongyuan, right? Is there anyone there who dares face me?" His good friend, Su Tai, had been severely wounded by a student from Hongyuan, so he intended to exact vengeance for him, as well as to return honor to the combat masters. He wanted to make them know that even with just 3 moves, they, combat masters, were a force that the likes of them couldn't hope to match up to. Hearing Chen Zhu issuing them a challenge publicly, the candidates from Hongyuan glanced at one another hesitantly. A moment later, a young man clenched his jaws and stepped forward. "I will face him." Saying those words, he leaped onto the dueling platform. Someone amid the crowd shouted, "Zhu Shi, you finished last place in the internal selections. Aren't you seeking death by going up at a tense moment like this?" There was a total of 20 Grade 1 candidates from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and Zhu Shi was ranked 20th among them. In other words, he was Hongyuan's weakest candidate. To make things even clearer, if the 80 Grade 1 candidates of the 4 Great Master Teacher Academies were arranged in terms of strength, he would be ranked 80th. Even Luoqing's champion of the Grade 1 internal selection had been sent flying with a saber. Wasn't it practically suicide for a person as weak as Zhu Shi to challenge Chen Zhu? Everyone couldn't help but stare at him as if he was a fool. There were even a few who couldn't help but cover their eyes, unwilling to see the cringeworthy sight that would unfold very soon. "Forget it, I will have to go up sooner or later. It is just a question whether I lose now or later." Chuckling softly with an edge of despair in his tone, Zhu Shi leaped onto the dueling platform without any hesitation. In truth, from the power display itself, he already knew that it was impossible for him to become a combat master with his strength. But even if he were to lose, he couldn't allow anyone to think of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy as a den of cowards. Interesting. To think it would be weaker one who has more guts than the others. Very well. Just try to withstand one move from me, won't you? Chen Zhu smirked coldly as he licked his lips. Driving his jinchi, he flicked his saber, and the air whimpered loudly under the sheer pressure of his saber. "I also hope that I can withstand one move," Zhu Shi muttered before taking a deep breath. Flicking his wrist, he whipped out a spear as he tried to recall the knowledge that Principal Zhang had imparted to him earlier on. He had paid careful notice to the duel between Su Tai and Zhu Jian earlier, and it seemed that the latter had used the techniques that Principal Zhang had taught them. Since the worst possible situation was just failure, he wanted to take a leap of faith and give it a try. Begin! As soon as the duel started, Shi immediately opened his eyes wide as he thrust his spear forward abruptly with great momentum. Principal Zhang has said that the greatest advantage of a spear lies in its reach. When against a shorter weapon, one should make full use of its advantage. An inch shorter, an inch riskier. While the other party's saber does wield incredible strength, it is lacking in reach. I can make use of this to draw in the opponent and make him lower his guard. As the words of their principal resounded in his mind, Shi pushed his spear forward furiously, creating afterimages after him. Humph! On the other hand, seeing Zhu Shi's offense, Chun Zhu sneered coldly. With a slash of his saber, a furious burst of saber chi sliced the air before him in two to meet the spear ahead of him. Now is the time. Seeing that the other party's countermeasure was identical to how Principal Zhang had analyzed, Zhu Shi's eyes lit up as he continued pushing his spear forward. At the same moment, he lifted his leg to kick the other party's groin. True strikes should always be fixed amid feints in combat. The furious charge of the spear made it seem as if Zhu Shi was intending to capitalize fully on the advantage resulting from the length of his weapon. But the true threat was actually concealed beneath that, his leg. Principal Zhang had once explained to them the various common flaws a cultivator would tend to expose when executing certain moves. Considering the furious might that the saber in Chun Zhu's hand wielded, it was apparent that the other party had focused all of his might on his upper body. Naturally, this meant that his lower body was open. Pong! The crisp sound of a foot sinking deeply into flesh was heard by all, and Chun Zhu instantaneously narrowed his eyes. "Oh!" He gasped in indescribable pain as his body instinctively leaped up as if shocked by lightning. After which, his entire body collapsed to the ground, curled up like a shrimp. As this was the first time Zhu Shi had utilized Zhang Xian's teachings in battle, not to mention the overwhelming strength of the opponent he was facing, he had inadvertently used his full strength in the kick. Furthermore, the crotch was a huge weakness for any man. With that kick, Zhu Shi had nearly crippled Qin Zhu for life. This, completely stunned, Zhu Shi scratched his head blankly. He had only intended to give it a try, thinking that the worst that could possibly come was defeat. He didn't really think that his kick would really be able to strike his opponent's vitals and incapacitate the other party. Wasn't that fellow extremely powerful? How did he fall so easily to a kick from him then? Zhu Shi wasn't the only one who was surprised by this turn of events. The crowd below also stared at one another with eyes widened. Wasn't that Zhu Shi fellow the weakest of them all? Yet, the weakest one actually incapacitated Qin Zhu in just 2 moves? This. Even Zhuo Qingfeng himself had stiffened from shock. Others might not have been able to see through the profoundness behind the maneuver, but as a 100-men commander among the combat masters, he was able to see through it clearly. Zhu Shi had exerted his full might in his spear, not holding back in the slightest. Facing such an attack, Chun Zhu had also instinctively focused his attention and strength on his upper body to fend off Zhu Shi's spear. It was with such a setup that Zhu Shi had been able to successfully take Qin Zhu by surprise and land his kick on the latter's groin accurately. But as easy as it sounded, it was not that easy to execute. Without a masterful grasp over one's combat timing, Chun Zhu would have surely noticed the kick in advance and dodged it easily. Even for a person with Zhuo Qingfeng's mastery of combat, he wouldn't have been able to exploit such a flaw against Chun Zhu either if he were to fight against the latter with his cultivation suppressed. For the last-ranking candidate of Hongyuan to easily achieve a feat that even he was incapable of. What was going on? Took a very long time for Qin Zhu to recover. Getting back to his feet, he glared at Zhu Shi with raging flames burning in his eyes. He had intended to exact vengeance for his friend. But who would have thought that an even more tragic plight awaited him? Zhu Shi scratched his head sheepishly. "I don't have any idea how I won either. Do you want to go another round?" It was just a few moments ago that he had received Principal Zhang's teachings, and there hadn't been sufficient time for him to fully make sense of them. In the battle, he had only executed the moves as Principal Zhang had taught him earlier, so even he himself was unsure of how he had managed to subdue his opponent. However, this feeling of victory was truly addicting. If the other party wanted to go another round, he was more than willing to accompany him. In any case, this would be a good opportunity to practice and internalize Principal Zhang's teachings. You are seeking death. Seeing how the other party even had the audacity to challenge him after what he had done, Chunju's veins popped out from anger. With a deafening roar, he threw his saber out with astounding momentum. This was the very same secret move that he had used to defeat Zhang Qingshan earlier. With his strength augmented by the immense rage coursing through his veins, the flying saber seemed to harness far greater force than before. Slicing through the air furiously, it seemed as if it would have been able to tear apart even a mountain of metal in two easily. Formidable. Seeing the same move that had left him defeated being executed once more, Zhang Qingshan's face paled in fright, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't help but imagine his plight had Chunju executed the secret art against him with such force earlier. There was no way he could have gotten off that easily against that. Perhaps he might have really been split in two by now. It seemed like the other party had gone easy on him in the duel. As expected, it is this move. Upon seeing the flying saber, she didn't panic. Instead, his eyes lit up. When he had witnessed Chunju executing this move against Zhang Qingshan from below earlier, he had immediately analyzed it carefully with Principal Zhang's teachings out of curiosity, wondering if he could find a flaw in the technique. To execute this secret art, Chunju had poured his full strength into his saber to launch a decisive blow against him. However, it was in the moment of a powerful offense that one's defense would be the weakest. As long as he was able to exploit this flaw against Chunju, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to curb the other party's move. Thus, she raised his spear and jabbed it forward consecutively toward the empty air like serpents leaping at their prey. Ding 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 ding. A series of crisp metallic reverberations rang out as the spear strikes accurately struck the openings of the saber's strike. The saber did possess overwhelming momentum, but under the several hundred jabs from Zhu Shi's spear, it was eventually worn out, fending off strength with speed. This was also something that Principal Zhang had talked about in his lecture. Under the circumstances in which one was faced with overwhelming strength far beyond one's means, one could gradually where their opponents might thin with continuous light jabs, thus making up for quality with quantity. Even a droplet of water could form a torrent if a sufficient number of them gathered. Zhu Shi was only intending on giving it a try, but who could have thought that he would actually succeed? After neutralizing the might of the other party's spear, Zhu Shi charged forward and sent a kick right toward Chunju. Just like before, after executing such a powerful attack, Chunju was in an extremely brief state of frailty, requiring a moment longer before he could regain his momentum. As the famed saying goes, while he's ill, go for the kill. Every opportunity in a duel only had a brief window to it, and naturally, Zhu Shi couldn't allow this chance to slip past his fingers. On the other hand, Chunju had intended to decapitate Zhu Shi with his saber in his moment of wrath, but to his astonishment, the other party had actually managed to neutralize his attack easily and even sent yet another kick toward him. Horrified, Chunju immediately conducted an evasive maneuver to the side, but he suddenly saw a palm enlarge before his eyes. The kick was a feint, and the true strike lay in the other party's palm. Pa! Too preoccupied with dodging the kick, Chunju had left his face completely open. Under the massive force of the palm, his face immediately swelled up as his body tumbled backward uncontrollably. Zhu Shi had utilized his full strength in the palm strike. While his strength and Jinchi purity were beneath Chunju's, ultimately, he was still at the same cultivation realm as the latter consonant spirit realm pinnacle, and as a candidate qualified for the combat master selection. He also wielded strength superior to ordinary consonant spirit realm pinnacle cultivators. The strike knocked out more than a dozen teeth from Chunju's mouth, and he crashed headfirst into the ground beneath the dueling platform, his body convulsing uncontrollably. I won! Seeing that he had managed to defeat Chen Zhu once more, Zhu Shi's eyes shone in excitement. Even though he had memorized every single word that Principal Zhang had said, he had never utilized his teachings in battle before, so he had been unsure of the might harnessed within them. It was only after using them against Chen Zhu that he realized, hell, those moves were truly convenient and exhilarating. The feeling he felt at this very moment was as if he had gone to an examination knowing the answers and the detailed explanation behind them in advance. To think that even the lofty combat masters would be nothing compared to Principal Zhang's teachings. What is going on? The many students, elders, and principals from Yunqiu, Luoqing, and Qingzhou stared at one another, dumbstruck. If they could still reason Zhu Shi's victory in the first battle as sheer luck, in the second battle, Qin Zhu had used his strongest technique but had been utterly defeated. It was apparent that there was something very bizarre going on. Isn't that fellow the weakest candidate from Hongyuan? If even the weakest candidate from Hongyuan is able to defeat Combat Master Qin Zhu so easily, how strong must their strongest candidate be? I really can't begin to imagine that. In the power display earlier, they had clearly seen that not only did the students of Hongyuan possess cultivation inferior to them, their comprehension of combat and battle techniques was also unimpressive. But why would they suddenly become so powerful as soon as the test started? It was as if someone else had taken their places. This was simply too peculiar. Be it Zhu Shi or Zhu Jian, their Jinshi and cultivation are far beneath Su Tai and Qinzhu, but they were still able to achieve victory easily. This only goes to show that their comprehension of battle techniques and combat sense have already reached an inconceivable level, Wu Tianxiong said with his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He had also thought that Hong Yuan's results would be unsatisfactory after watching the power display, but their results had truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the few top candidates from his academy had been unable to withstand 3 blows from the combat masters, but the candidates from Hongyuan were actually able to defeat the combat masters easily. Indeed, Xin Pingchao nodded with a deep frown on his head, unable to comprehend what was going on. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator's combat sense would usually be attributed to talent, especially considering how abstract a subject it was. There was no such thing as a solution to combat. It was one thing for a candidate with such incredible combat sense to emerge from Hongyuan, but for 2 to appear simultaneously, the odds of it happening were too unlikely to just play it off as a coincidence. It took a while for Zhuo Qingfeng to finally recover, and with twitching lips, he announced loudly, "Zhu Shi is the victor. I hereby announce that he has cleared his selection." I succeeded. Zhu Shi's eyes were gleaming in delight. He had already given up hope on the matter, but who would have thought that he would successfully become a combat master just by following Principal Zhang's teachings? The timing of your movements was extremely precise, allowing you to outmaneuver even Chen Zhu. Naturally, our combat master hall welcomes someone as talented as you. Zhuo Qingfeng nodded. It was hard to believe, but facts were facts. From the very first time that Chen Zhu was kicked in his groin, he had already lost. The second round was no more than a farce. Thank you, Combat Master Zhuo. Zhu Shi hurriedly clasped his fist and thanked Zhu Qingfeng. However, he suddenly realized something at that moment and asked, if the 2 consonant spirit realm combat masters in charge of invigilating the test of the grade 1 candidates are injured, how will the test proceed? All in all, including Zhuo Qingfeng, there were 13 men from the Combat Master Hall. Putting aside the half-saint Wu Su and Lu Cheng, from Consonant Spirit Realm to Chrysalis Realm, there were 2 combat masters to invigilate each of the 5 grades. But of the 2 Consonant Spirit Realm combat masters in the party, one of them was still spurting blood after being struck by Zhu Jian, and the other one still had his face planted in the ground. There was no one else to assess the grade 1 candidates. Seeing that it was unlikely for his subordinates to recover within a short period of time, Zhuo Qingfeng frowned as well. He had previously thought that 2 combat masters for each grade would be more than sufficient to assess all of the candidates. Who would have thought that the candidates from Hongyuan would wield the power to incapacitate his subordinates? In any case, it didn't seem like the test could continue on like that. After a moment of hesitation, Zhuo Qingfeng raised his hand and said, "Since that is the case, Su Hong and Yi Jun, suppress your cultivation to consonant spirit realm pinnacle. You two will be assessing the grade 1 candidates. Yes. Two young men clasped their fists and stepped forward. The both of them were at Cosmos Bridge realm pinnacle, and in their eyes one could vaguely see a bridge connected with the world. With just a look, it was apparent that they had immersed themselves within this cultivation realm for a very long time, and they wielded strength far superior to ordinary cultivators. Shui Qingfeng raised his hand, and the Jinqi from his body gushed out and shrouded the duo. Palipala. In just a few short moments, the cultivation of the duo plummeted to consonant spirit realm pinnacle. Wu Tianxiong frowned. Combat Master Zhua, won't having a Cosmos Bridge realm cultivator fight against consonant spirit realm cultivators be equivalent to raising the difficulty of the test? Even though the cultivation of the two Cosmos Bridge combat masters had been sealed, their reflexes and comprehension of battle techniques were still not something that consonant spirit realm cultivators could match. That was a considerable hike in the difficulty of the test. Don't worry, I will have them control their strength. As long as they keep their strength in check, the difficulty shouldn't be too different from before, assured Shui Qingfeng with a nod. Through limiting the fighting prowess of the two new invigilators, it was possible to maintain the difficulty of the examination. Wu Tianxiong was still slightly hesitant after hearing those words of reassurance, but eventually, he still nodded. Considering the current state of the two consonant spirit realm cultivators, there was no way that the test would be able to continue any other way. Whether he liked it or not, he had to accept it. Leaping to the stage, Su Hong declared loudly as he scanned his surroundings. I am Su Hong, and I am now in charge of invigilating the Grade 1 tests. As long as you can withstand 3 moves from me, you will have cleared the selection. Allow me. A young man amid the crowd stepped forward and leaped onto the dueling platform. Zhang Xian recognized the young man. It was the champion of Yunshu's internal selection, and the prowess he had shown in the display earlier was amazing as well. He didn't disappoint in the duel as well. Against Su Hong, even though he was being suppressed right at the start, he still managed to withstand 3 moves and clear the selection. Upon seeing someone succeed, others also went up the dueling platform enthusiastically. However, they didn't fare as well as him. 5 challengers from Yunshu, Luoqing, and Qingzhou lost consecutively, and the situation fell into a standstill once more. I'll go. Seeing that no one was going up, a young man from Hongyuan stood up and stepped forward. That's Zhao Chuan, who is second last. I remember that fellow from the power display. He is roughly equal to Zhu Shi in terms of strength. I would say that he doesn't stand a chance with cultivation like his. But there is just something a little bizarre about the students from Hongyuan. It isn't a little bizarre, but very bizarre. Upon seeing that another candidate from Hongyuan had gone onto the dueling platform, a commotion broke out amid the crowd. Hongyuan's performance in the power display earlier had been unimpressive, so no one had thought well of them at all. Yet, who would have thought that they would be the dark horse of the selection round? So far, they had 2 candidates who had gone up, and both of them had incapacitated a combat master each. At this point, there was no one who dared make any guesses about the outcome of the battle anymore. Who? Zhao Chuan leaped onto the dueling platform. Let's begin, Su Hong said before charging forward with his fist. On the other hand, seeing that Su Hong wasn't using a weapon, Zhao Chuan also decided not to wield one either. Clenching his fist, he rushed forward to face Su Hong's punch with a kick. Pong! As the punch and the kick collided, Zhao Chuan instantaneously felt immense might overwhelming him, knocking him down onto the floor. Under the impact, his face paled, and a stifling sensation assaulted his chest. Without even withstanding a single move, he had been defeated. Who? Seeing Zhao Chuan's defeat, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the situations before were indeed just exceptional circumstances. Not everyone in Hongyuan wielded such monstrous strength. Beneath the stage, Zhu Jian yelled anxiously upon seeing such a sight. Zhao Chuan, what the hell are you doing? Have you forgotten Principal Zhang's teachings? Think about the combat techniques Principal Zhang has imparted to us and get it together. Zhu Shi shouted as well. How could Zhao Chuan even think of going head-to-head with his opponent? In the very first place, their greatest disadvantage against the combat masters lay in their inferior Xianxia and strength. Moreover, the other party was a Cosmos Bridge realm cultivator who had his cultivation suppressed. The other party's control over his strength was surely to be far superior to theirs. If they wished to achieve victory, the only way was to make full use of the combat techniques that Principal Zhang had imparted to them. The combat techniques that Principal Zhang has imparted us? Zhao Chuan muttered feebly as he struggled to his feet. He contemplated over the content of Principal Zhang's lecture for a brief moment to allow the wisdom contained within it to wash over him before exhaling deeply and turning his gaze to Su Hong once more. There are still 2 more moves, right? Let's continue. Seeing how that fellow, who couldn't even withstand a punch from him, wanted to continue the battle, Su Hong couldn't help but sneer derisively at the other party's foolishness. You are courting death. With a swift step off from his current position, Su Hong's figure disappeared from the spot, and several afterimages appeared on the dueling platform. Each of them had a concrete presence, which made it impossible for one to discern the real from the fake. Principal Zhang says that when facing a maneuver utilizing feints, one must not allow oneself to be blinded by the false grandeur put up by the opponent. There is a thin but clear line between truth and falsehood. No matter how powerful a battle technique may be, as long as one can find the point where truth and falsehood overlap with one another and focus one's attack on it, one will surely be able to neutralize the opponent's attack. Hearing the shouting beneath the dueling platform, Zhao Chuan suddenly recalled these words from Principal Zhang's lecture. Even though Principal Zhang had only had an hour to lecture them, he had managed to cover a diverse range of common combat techniques. The opponent he was facing, Su Hong, was able to produce numerous afterimages through capitalizing on his powerful movement technique, and with Zhao Chuan's current limits, the only way he would be able to overcome such a profound movement technique was to find the point where truth and falsehood overlapped and exploit it. Focusing his gaze, Zhao Chuan stared at the other party's movements intently, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I found it! Zhao Chuan exclaimed internally in delight. Clenching his fists tightly, he charged right toward an afterimage opposite him and struck it decisively. Pong! It was a sound reminiscent of a fist sinking into a sandbag. Su Hong had been moving at a speed so quick that one could hardly see him, but in that moment, his figure suddenly converged into a rapidly retreating figure, which crashed forcefully into the ground before he could even release a howl of agony, blacking out. Zhao Chuan's fist was directed at a point through which Su Hong was unable to drive his Xianxia, thus inducing an energy backlash within the latter. Not even a Cosmos Bridge realm expert would be able to withstand that. I won! Seeing Su Hong fainting over, Zhao Chuan's lips began trembling in agitation. Having faced the other party's punch head-on earlier, he had gotten a glimpse of the huge power difference between the two of them. Yet, just by following Principal Zhang's teachings, he had been successfully knocked out the other party with just a single move. Wasn't this a little too good to be true? On the other hand, upon seeing this sight, Xue Qingfeng's body began trembling in disbelief. It is one thing for your guys to knock out my Consonant Spirit Realm combat masters, but to do the same to my Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivators with their cultivation suppressed. Are you all actually experts disguised as Consonant Spirit Realm master teachers? More importantly, you were beaten up helplessly like a dog on the first move, unable to put up a fight at all. Yet, on the second move, you were suddenly able to turn the tables and defeat my combat master so easily. Don't you think that you are changing too quickly? All of a sudden, Xue Qingfeng couldn't help but remember the shouting beneath the dueling platform right after the first move. Just a moment ago, they mentioned combat techniques that their principal imparted to them earlier. What is going on? At the same time, the same thought struck with Tianqiong and Xin Pingchao, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Could the hour-long lecture that Principal Zhang conducted for them have something to do with this? They had been thinking that a last-ditch effort to enhance the students' fighting prowess right ahead of the selection would have been completely futile, but who would have thought that Principal Zhang's last-ditch effort would not only be useful but extremely effective as well? If that wasn't the case, Why would Zhao Chuan suddenly experience a burst in power that allowed him to knock out even the Cosmos Bridge Realm Su Hong after a reminder to follow the combat techniques imparted by their principal? An hour-long lecture? Hearing Wu Tianxiong and Shun Pingchao's words, Zhuo Qingfeng frowned. While it was indeed possible for formidable master teachers to impart the essence of combat to their students, what could one possibly teach within the span of an hour? Perplexed, Zhuo Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before turning to the young man in front of him and instructing, Yi Jun, you will head up to challenge the candidates from Hongwon. Yes. Responding with a nod, Yi Jun leaped onto the dueling platform. This time, instead of issuing a challenge to all of the candidates of the 4 great Master Teacher Academies, he turned to the candidates of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and challenged just them. I will go. One of the grade 1 candidates from Hongyuan stood up. Try to remember Principal Zhang's teachings. As long as you adhere to what he taught us, you won't lose, Zhu Jian quickly advised. After watching so many battles, that candidate had also realized that Principal Zhang's teaching was beyond ordinary. With a nod of his head, he walked up the dueling platform. With this realization in heart, his fight was significantly easier. Within 2 moves, he had already found Yi Jun's flaw and crushed him with a palm, leaving the latter convulsing uncontrollably on the ground. The knowledge that Principal Zhang imparted to us is really formidable. Seeing that yet another one of their own had cleared the selection to become a combat master, even knocking out the Invigilator while doing so, the other candidates of Hongyuan felt a huge boost of confidence. If they had still harbored any doubts regarding their principal's teaching previously, after witnessing this, the apprehension they had felt vanished, leaving nothing but awe and admiration for their principal. Zhu Jian, Zhu Shi and Zhao Chuan, as fellow grade 1 students from Hongyuan, they were well aware of the strength that those 3 wielded. Under normal circumstances, putting aside defeating the combat masters, they wouldn't even have been able to match the top 15 candidates from the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy. Yet, all 3 of them had managed to emerge victorious through utilizing the teachings their principal had imparted to them an hour earlier. It was inconceivable, but their principal had managed to make the impossible happen. The heck? Are they on drugs? Looking at the 2 additional combat masters lying on the ground, Zhuo Qingfeng felt as if the limit of his sanity was being challenged. A single person defeating a stronger opponent could be rationalized as extraordinary combat talent and luck. 2 people was pushing it, but it might just have been overwhelming coincidence. But 4 people consecutively? It was apparent to all that all 4 candidates from Hongyuan were significantly weaker than their opponents, be it in terms of jinqi, strength, agility, or reflexes. Yet, all of them had still been able to floor the combat master they were facing with ease as soon as they made a move. Were they hacking? Or could it be just as they had said? The hour of lecture really had such mystical effects. But if that was really the case, wasn't that lecture a little too fearsome? Unable to hold himself back, Zhuo Qingfeng turned his sight over and spoke with a questioning tone. Principal Zhang, your students, Wu Tianxiong, Shun Pingchao, and Wu Ran also turned their gazes over. They were also bewildered by the situation before them, and they direly wanted to know what was going on. Oh, I lectured them on combat techniques for an hour just before the battle, so perhaps they might have been able to comprehend some of it. Understanding the intention behind their gazes, Zhang Xian nodded, following which, helplessness and frustration surfaced on his face. It really pains my heart to see them see that these fellows weren't able to comprehend the true essence of the combat techniques I imparted to them, using them crudely and sloppily. He felt that it was truly a pity that he had only been able to lecture them for an hour. If only he'd had another hour, he would have been able to reinforce their knowledge further. Perhaps then, their movements wouldn't have looked so cringeworthy to him. Comprehend some of it? Pains your heart. Zhuo Qingfeng couldn't help but shudder upon hearing those words. This is the freaking result of only comprehending some of it? If they really comprehend all of it, won't our entire combat master hall be destroyed by your students? Furthermore, we have only tested 4 of your students so far and 4 of our invigilators have already been floored. How do you expect us to continue the test? Screw that. In any case, our combat masters will lose anyway. And more importantly, Pains your heart? Pain your ass. Your students were able to subdue my combat masters without even sustaining the slightest injury, and you say that your heart is in pain? The one who should be in pain is me, alright? Principal Zhang's lecture was actually that incredible? Not only were Zhuo Qingfeng, Wu Tianxiong, and the others frenzied, even School Head Mo, School Head Zhao, and the others were shocked silly. Having trained the candidates personally over the past few days, they knew each of their abilities very well. When they heard that the candidates would have to withstand 3 moves from the combat masters, they had already prepared themselves for the complete defeat of the Grade 1 candidates. Yet, all 4 of the challengers they'd sent up had actually successfully gotten rid of a combat master each. More importantly, the challengers were the weaker of the bunch. So, didn't that mean that every single one of their Grade 1 candidates would be able to clear the selection? If that was the case, the candidates from the other Master Teacher Academies could probably retire for the Combat Master selection this time around now. Their Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy was going to take up all 100 slots for themselves. Even though they had long known that Principal Zhang was extraordinary, they had really never thought that it would be to such an extent. To allow their students to possess a fighting prowess comparable to combat masters within an hour, not even the word overpowered was worthy of being used to describe such a feat. When the examination ends, I will have them copy down the content of Principal Zhang's lecture word for word. Su Chongqing and the other school heads clenched their jaws in agitation. A lecture that could turn even their weaker candidates into nigh unparalleled experts in their power class. Just how profound and incredible could the content be? Just the thought of it could send excited goosebumps up their arms. While the copied words wouldn't be infused with the impartation of heaven's will, making the effects less pronounced as compared to being lectured by Principal Zhang, they had no doubt that it would become a great source of inspiration to help further their fighting ability. After taking some time to soothe the stifled sensation that he felt, Zhuo Qingfeng took a deep breath, clenched his jaws and instructed, "By Quan and Huang Tao, the both of you shall suppress your cultivation and continue the examination, since his Cosmos Bridge Realm Combat Masters wouldn't work. Surely his Perfect Harmonization Combat Masters should be able to do the job." "Yes." The 2 combat masters replied in unison before stepping forward. After suppressing his cultivation, the combat master on the right, by Quan, leaped onto the dueling platform. This time, before he could even say anything, a commotion broke out among the candidates at Hongyuan's side. "I'll go. You are stronger than me, and there will be plenty of chances for you later on. You should let me give it a try first instead. Try your head, I will go first. You can try all you want after I am defeated. Do you take me for a fool? By the time you are done, that fellow will already be knocked out on the ground. Hey, you are older than me, right? Haven't you learned anything about giving in to your juniors before? Where in the world has your decorum as a master teacher gone? Look at me, I am far younger than you, and my cultivation is beneath yours. Don't you think that you should give way to me?" The crowd from Hongyuan argued with faces reddened in excitement. The candidates from the other academies lay low, not wanting to face a perfect harmonization realm invigilator who had his cultivation suppressed in fear of the latter's strength. On the other hand, the candidates from Hongyuan looked like they had seen some kind of precious treasure, squabbling with one another vehemently, as if afraid that the other party would steal it from their hands. Do you need to be so exaggerated and savage? On the dueling platform, Bai Quan's face twitched upon seeing this sight, and he was so furious and frustrated that tears were already on the verge of spilling down his eyes. "I am a combat master, a figure whom none in the master-teacher continent dare look down on. Yet, in a duel against me, not only do none of you show any fear, you are even squabbling with one another to fight against me as if ladies in a wet market. This is intolerable." Bai Quan clenched his jaws so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard from his teeth. "Arrogant, aren't you all? I swear that I will beat deference deep into each of your bones." Who? Just as he made such a vow in his heart, a young man leaped onto the dueling platform. The young man had a rather slim frame, and he was one of the weaker candidates from Hongyuan. Upon seeing the young man leaping up to the dueling platform, the crowd behind him revealed regretful looks. If they had known earlier this would happen, they would have just dashed up to the dueling platform instead of squabbling with one another. They were being too courteous with one another, which allowed that fellow to get ahead of them. Damn it! Seeing the disappointed looks on the faces of Hong Yuan's candidates, Bai Quan felt something in his mind snap. Frenzied, he roared furiously, "Come, show me your strongest move." Voila! As he shouted, he drove his Xianxia furiously, drawing every ounce of strength he could draw from his current consonant spirit realm pinnacle cultivation into his palm before thrusting it forward furiously. The resulting attack was extremely powerful, at least 10% stronger than Qinzhu when he was using his secret art. Bai Quan's strength was far greater than the other combat masters that had come before him. His moves were majestic and complex, and his reflexes were swift as well. However, it was as if the opponent he was facing could peer right through his offense. After trading 2 moves, his opponent found a flaw in his offense and sent a kick right toward it. After which, nothing. Bai Quan collapsed under the kick, defeated. Before he lost consciousness, a stream of tears flowed down his cheeks. I really am a combat master. I really was sent here to test these guys. Yet, to think that I would actually lose so tragically to one of them. Why does it feel as if I am the one being tested instead? You are the one who is supposed to survive 3 moves from me, but the one to collapse within 3 moves ended up being me instead. Seeing that even Bai Quan had been defeated, Zhuo Qingfeng was just about to dispatch Huang Tao when Lu Cheng suddenly sent a Xianxia telepathy to him. Leader, if this continues, I fear that we will all be floored before we can even finish assessing the grade 1 candidates. Furthermore, that is just the least of our worries. If the reputation of our combat master hall takes a blow because of this, while others might be unaware of the uncanny things that happened around Principal Zhang, he was one of the few who had experienced it personally. To be able to defeat the half-saint pinnacle him with a cultivation of Chrysalis Realm primary stage, how could the students taught by such an incredible figure possibly be ordinary? Hearing Lu Cheng's words, Zhuo Qingfeng rubbed his temples. The other party was right. Should they continue the selection as it was indeed very likely for such a situation to occur. If the combat masters responsible for testing the candidates were all knocked out, how could they proceed with the examination? There was a strict deadline for the selection to be completed, and Zhuo Qingfeng couldn't begin to imagine how he was going to explain this matter to the Combat Master Hall if he failed to finish the selection in time. For the ones testing to be knocked out by the ones who were being tested, how embarrassing was that? Why don't we first assess the candidates from the other 3 academies first and leave Hongyuan to the very last? Lu Cheng suggested. Zhuo Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, that seems to be the only thing we can do now. If they were to continue assessing the candidates from Hongyuan, there was no doubt that more of their combat masters would be incapacitated. Since that was the case, they needed to first finish assessing the other 3 academies before deciding on a measure to deal with Hongyuan. Having made up his mind, Zhuo Qingfeng immediately began making a series of arrangements. Wu Tianqiong, Shen Pingchao, and Wu Ran were displeased to hear that the candidates of their academies would be assessed first, but eventually, they still agreed to the arrangement. There was no way around it. Given the peculiar circumstances surrounding Hongyuan's candidates, they would never be able to complete the selection in time should they continue as it was. It took 8 hours to assess all of the candidates from grade 1 to grade 5 of the other master teacher academies. Owing to the strong foundations of the other 3 academies, their candidates were indeed powerful. However, the combat masters were simply far too strong. Only 12 candidates had cleared the selection from the strongest academy, Yunshu, resulting in the lowest record in its entire history. The other academies fared even worse. Luoqing only had 10, and Qingzhou, 8. The other 3 academies had marched into the combat master selection confidently, but their results were far from satisfactory. They hadn't thought that such a situation would occur, especially given the increased number of slots. Only Hongyuan is left now. After assessing the candidates of the other 3 academies, Zhuo Qingfeng finally turned his gaze back to the candidates of Hongyuan. Su Tai, Chenzhu, and the others had also recovered by this point, and they participated in the test as well. It didn't take long before they blacked out once again under the insane fighting prowess of the Grade 1 candidates from Hongyuan. It seemed like the previous experience had made them more proficient at blacking out. With just one move, the combat masters were already defeated. This, seeing as his subordinates fall one after another, Shui Qingfeng's face swiftly grew more and more livid as frustration and helplessness built up within him. They weren't even done assessing the Grade 1 candidates from Hongyuan yet, and there were still another 80 from the other 4 grades waiting for their turn. At this rate, when could they finish their job? It was not as if they had come here in seek of a beating. For one of them to be knocked out in each duel, it sure was humiliating. Hesitating for a brief moment, Shui Qingfeng stood forward and proposed, "Principal Zhang, at this rate, we won't be able to finish the selection in time. Thus, I have a suggestion. As long as your candidates clear a certain test, I will take them in regardless of the limit of 100 slots. Otherwise, I will just have to ask your candidates to conduct an elimination tournament among themselves to sieve out the required numbers to fill up the remaining slots." So far, a total of 30 candidates from the other 3 academies had cleared the examination, leaving behind 70 slots to fill. If the candidates from Hongyuan were able to clear that test, Shui Qingfeng would be able to make an exception and accept all 100 candidates from Hongyuan if needed. Otherwise, Hongyuan would only be issued the 70 remaining slots, and the candidates would have to fight it out among themselves to determine who among them would be selected. Ultimately, the 100 slots could be considered as a guideline from the Combat Master Hall. If the 100 candidates from Hongyuan turned out to be true geniuses, it would be a blessing for the Combat Master Hall too if they could bring in all of them. Zhang Xian turned his gaze to Shui Qingfeng and said, "Please speak, Combat Master Zhua." Combat masters require not only combat skills but jinqi and strength superior to normal cultivators as well. This is a necessary requirement for them to be able to complement the other combat masters in group battle and not become the baggage of the others, said Shui Qingfeng. Wu Tianxiong, Shun Pingchao, and Wu Ran also nodded in agreement. Combat masters could be considered as the military of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and the main purpose of their existence was to deal with the otherworldly demonic tribe and any other existences that threaten mankind. Typically speaking, the battles they faced would be group battles instead of individual battles, thus requiring them to collaborate with one another. No matter how high one's comprehension of battle techniques was, if one's jinqi and strength couldn't match up with one's companions, it was very likely that one would just end up dragging down the team eventually, especially in a prolonged battle. I have borrowed a stone of true breath from the Combat Master Hall specially for this selection exercise. As long as one places one's palm on it, it will clearly reflect the level of jinqi and strength one possesses, Shui Qingfeng said. The students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy have indeed achieved a frightening level of comprehension in their combat skills, but their jinqi and physical strength are still lacking. Under normal circumstances, one has to achieve a score of 4 on the Stone of True Breath in order to qualify as a combat master. However, considering the unique circumstances surrounding Hongyuan, your candidates only have to achieve a score of 2 in order to clear the test. There was a high threshold that one had to meet in terms of their jinqi purity and physical strength in order to qualify as a combat master. But there was something peculiar about the candidates from Hongyuan that necessitated special consideration. Their jinqi purity and physical strength were clearly far beneath that of their opponents, but they had still been able to knock out their opponents easily. For geniuses of such caliber, even the Combat Master Hall headquarters would make special exceptions for them. There was indeed such a precedence as well. A score of 2? Zhang Xian frowned in confusion. This was his first time hearing of the Stone of True Breath, so he had nothing to gauge what a score of 2 or a score of 4 meant. Hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian asked, "Can you allow me to take a look at your Stone of True Breath?" "Sure." Shui Qingfeng nodded before flicking his wrist, and a huge stone tablet around his height appeared before him. The stone tablet was grayish in color, but it emanated a beautiful light blue hue around it. "It's indeed the Stone of True Breath. Incredible!" Wu Tianxiong's eyes lit up. "Principal Wu has seen the Stone of True Breath before?" Shen Pingchao asked in intrigue. "I have never seen it myself, but I have read of it in a book before. It is said that it harnesses the amazing ability to assess one's Xianxia purity and physical strength quantitatively, just by placing one's hand on it and exerting one's Xianxia to the maximum. A number will surface. A number beyond 2 means that one possesses some talent, and a number beyond 4 means that the talent one harnesses far exceeds that of ordinary geniuses. Principal Wu replied. If that's the case, will the level of one's cultivation affect the result? Shinping Chao asked. If one's cultivation affected the results of the Stone of True Breath, would it really be fair to assess one's talent using the same standards? It is fine. The Stone of True Breath only assesses the purity of one's Xianxia and physical body strength. The assessment criteria it uses are, to a great extent, separate of one's cultivation. Principal Wu replied. While the two were speaking, Xianxia walked up to the Stone of True Breath, and after examining it closely for a moment, he turned to Zhuo Qingfeng and asked excitedly, Combat Master Zhuo, can I give it a try? He didn't have an understanding of the Stone of True Breath at all, and the only way for him to get a clear gauge of the exact significance of a score of 2 and 4 was to try it for himself. Principal Zhang, you want to give it a try yourself? Beneath the dueling platform, the faces of school head Mo and the others immediately paled. No! They knew about the destructive tendencies of their principal. Anything that came into his hand would be destroyed in one way or another. Unless Combat Master Zhuo didn't want his Stone of True Breath, it was best not to let that god of destruction come into contact with it, or else it would be too late for regrets after the fact. Seemingly hearing the voices in the school heads' hearts, Zhuo Qingfeng smiled courteously and said, There is no need to trouble Principal Zhang with this. Chun Zhu, come over. Yes. Chun Zhu nodded before swiftly heading toward the Stone of True Breath. He placed his palm on it, and a brilliant burst of light flashed in the area, following which, a number surfaced on the stone tablet 5. This means that Chun Zhu's Xianxia purity and physical strength has exceeded the required standard of 4. Zhuo Qingfeng explained. Allow me to give it a try too. Luoqing's Zhang Qingshan, who had been defeated by Chun Zhu's saber previously, walked over and placed his palm on the stone tablet as well. With a radiant flash of light, a number surfaced. For point 5, even though it hadn't reached Chun Zhu's level, it did meet the prerequisite to becoming a combat master. Let me try it as well. Zhu Jian stepped forward and placed his palm on the stone tablet. A glow of light followed. 2.1. I am only 2.1? Zhu Jian's face twitched in horror. He was ranked 5th among the 20 grade 1 candidates from Hongyuan, but he had only managed to attain a result of 2.1. Didn't that mean that the other 15 candidates behind him would struggle to even reach 2? It seemed like it would have indeed been impossible for him to become a combat master were it not for Principal Zhang's impartation. With this, I believe Principal Zhang should have gained some understanding of the Stone of True Breath, Zhuo Qingfeng said with a smile. Through the results of the 3 people, it wasn't too difficult to roughly estimate the gauge for the Stone of True Breath. Zhang Xian nodded with a frown. Zhu Jian's strength could be considered to be at the forefront of most of the candidates, but he had only been able to achieve a score of 2.1 on the Stone of True Breath. If the other candidates were to take this test as well, it was highly likely that more than half would not be able to reach 2. In other words, a minimum of 40 candidates would be eliminated. Zhang Xian contemplated for a brief moment before eventually speaking up. Combat Master Zhuo, is it possible for you to give me 4 hours? I wish to lecture my students for a moment first before allowing them to take the test. 4 hours. Hearing Zhang Xian's request, Zhuo Qingfeng was taken aback. Even if it was really possible to raise one's combat techniques in a short period of time, surely Xianxia and strength would require accumulation over time. A 4-hour lecture, what could it possibly do? Zhuo Qingfeng pondered for a moment before replying. There is no need for that. It is already getting late, so why don't we conduct the test in the morning instead? This way, you will get the entire night. Just assessing the candidates of the other 3 academies had taken 8 hours, so by this moment, the sun had already set, allowing darkness to envelope the sky. In any case, he had been given 3 days to complete the combat master selection, so there was no need for him to finish it on the first day. That will be truly helpful, Combat Master Zhua. You have my gratitude. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Be it the physical strength or the Jinqi purity of Hong Yuan's candidates, they were unimpressive. However, if Zhang Xian had a night to lecture them, he was confident that he would be able to induce a metamorphosis in them. This isn't anything much. It will also be a blessing to the Combat Master Hall if we can bring talented fresh blood in, Zhuo Qingfeng replied with a smile. That's good to hear. Pardon me, but I will be taking my leave in advance. School Head Zhao and School Head Mo, I will be troubling you to make suitable arrangements for the 3 principals and their students and Combat Master Zhua and his subordinates. I have to make full use of the limited time to conduct a supplementary lesson for these fellows. Zhang Xian instructed with a smile before leading the candidates toward the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall had a formation to isolate auras and a formidable spirit-gathering formation. On top of that, it was also spacious enough to house 100 people comfortably. After Zhang Xian left, School Head Mo and the others quickly took Principal Hua and the others to a night banquet to welcome them before eventually settling them into their accommodation. After arriving at the Elder Hall, Zhang Xian adjusts the spirit-gathering formation set up in the room to maximize its effects before scattering 500 high-tier spirit stones around the room. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was already permeated with spiritual energy so concentrated that it caused the air to become viscous. Seeing that it had reached a satisfactory level, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. While raising one's physical strength and Jinqi purity might have been an arduous task for any other master teacher, that was not the case for Zhang Xian. After collecting countless physical body cultivation technique manuals from the Cultivation Compendium, he had already perfected the first 4 levels of the quintuple incandescence golden body into Heaven's Path tier, allowing one to cultivate them without the need for catalysts. As for Jinqi purity, even if it was impossible for the students to cultivate Heaven's Path Jinqi like him, he could still impart a very, very simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art to them. It would be easy and fast for them to cultivate, and it would help to refine their Jinqi to make it purer and more condensed. You all only have a night's time. How much you manage to improve will depend on your capability and diligence. After settling everyone down, Zhang Xian scanned the faces of the students for a brief moment before starting. I will now impart a physical cultivation technique to all of you known as the quintuple incandescence golden body. Zhang Xian's voice was infused with the impartation of heaven's will, inducing the students to drive the Jinqi in their bodies as per his words. Wu Yangzi's quintuple incandescence golden body was extremely complicated, and even with the talents that these students wield, being the top 20 fighters in their respective grades, it would still require several dozen years of effort before they would be able to master it. As such, Zhang Xian had simplified it through the Library of Heaven's Path, making it significantly easier to comprehend and cultivate. Immersed in their cultivation, the students' physical strength began growing at an incredible pace. In the manner that King Huai had given Zhang Xian, Zhang Yang stretched his back lazily as he walked out of his room. After a day of cultivation, he had finally managed to digest everything that his teacher had taught him, thus inducing a significant rise in his fighting prowess. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Yang suddenly recalled something and his eyes lit up. If I recall correctly, it seems like today is the day that the Combat Master selection is held. It will be good to take a look. He had heard many things about the legendary Combat Masters, and rumor had it that they were capable of easily matching opponents with cultivation far higher than them. As such, he was curious to see how powerful they were. Zhang Yang took a look at Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and Wei Ruyan's room, and noting that they were still cultivating, he decided to head to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy alone. It didn't take him too long to arrive at his destination. By this moment, the sun had already set, and the night banquet was already over as well. However, there were still many students from Hongyuan walking around the academy with excited looks on their faces. Hongyuan had always been outdone by the other 3 academies in the Combat Master selection. However, under the leadership of the new principal, they had finally managed to turn things around. In this Combat Master selection, their candidates managed to defeat even the Combat Masters themselves, and this made them feel extremely exhilarated. From the discussions of the students around, Xianxia was able to gain a rough idea of what had happened in the day, and he chuckled softly in response. Having followed his teacher from Tianxian Kingdom, he knew that his teacher possessed astounding capability despite his young age. Putting aside defeating the relatively weaker invigilators of the Combat Master Hall, he wouldn't be surprised in the least if his teacher were to train a group of experts that could overthrow the entire Combat Master Hall. Jinqi purity and physical strength, these can only be accumulated through cultivating over a long period of time. Yet, that Principal Zhang actually thinks that he can raise the strength of his students through just a night of lecturing. He sure is delusional. Indeed, in order to raise our Jinqi purity and strength, we had to go through so much suffering and pain. For one, we had to endure the insufferable heat from the Inferno Phoenix Saint Beast on the journey here. But even so, we were only able to raise our Jinqi purity and strength by just a bit. Just because he achieved some success in his lecture on combat techniques, he thinks that he is the chosen one or something. Just wait and see how he makes a fool out of himself tomorrow. Walking along the street, Xianxia suddenly heard some irked voices. Turning his gaze over, he saw a few young men dressed in peculiar master-teacher robes walking along the road with disdainful sneers on their faces. The students of the Hongyuan Master-Teacher Academy had humiliated their Combat Master Hall through and through. There was no way they wouldn't feel indignant about that. It was one thing to learn that Principal Zhang had raised the prowess of Hongyuan's candidate through nothing but a lecture at the very last moment. But for the other party to actually hope of raising the Jinqi purity and physical strength of the candidates in a single night, wasn't that nothing but a daydream? Those were the foundations of a cultivator, accumulated only through diligence over time. If they could be raised that easily, they wouldn't have to be put through suffering after suffering in the Combat Master Hall. These brothers over here, please hold it for a moment. Hearing that those men were mocking his teacher, Xianxia frowned in displeasure. He immediately walked over and stopped them with his hand. What is the matter? The young men frowned. It's nothing much. I just heard that the members of the Combat Master Hall possess superior strength, and I happen to be rather bored at the moment, so I wish to try your strength for myself to see if you are really as fearsome as the legends make you out to be. Xianxia said calmly. You dare stop us despite knowing that we are from the Combat Master Hall? You must be tired of living. To dare mock even us? Brat, you sure are arrogant, aren't you? These young men were already in a bad mood from the start. So upon seeing that even a youth around 16 or 17 dared to stop them to challenge them to a battle, they couldn't help but feel provoked and fly into a rage. They were the powerful combat masters, existences who were respected regardless of where they went. Yet, putting aside how their members had easily been floored by the candidates of the Hongyuan Master-Teacher Academy, now even a young child dared to behave so arrogantly before them. How could they possibly accept that? Whether I am tired of living or not, you will know once you give it a try. Xianxia smirked as he whipped out a spear and flicked it with astounding prowess. Since you are the one who provoked us in the first place, don't blame us for getting nasty. Seeing the other party whipping out his weapon, the faces of the combat masters turned livid as well. One of them stepped forward and flexed his arms. This combat master was at Ethereal Treading Realm Pinnacle, and he was in charge of assessing the Grade 4 candidates. With the frightening strength that he wielded, he had managed to subdue countless geniuses one after another in the selection earlier, instilling fear deep into their minds. The combat master could tell that the young man before him possessed a cultivation of Chrysalis Realm primary stage, so he decided to step forth to face him. As a combat master, he was capable of challenging opponents with cultivation far higher than him. Given that the other party was only a cultivation stage stronger than him, it should be a walk in a park for him to defeat the other party. Whipping out a sword too, the combat master said nonchalantly, while emanating a clear aura of confidence. Make your move! I don't have any interest in bullying those weaker than me, so I will give you a 3-move advantage. You want to give me a 3-move advantage? There is no need for that. I will suppress my cultivation to that of your level. Seeing that the other party was still oblivious to the plight he was in, Xianxia shook his head and suppressed his cultivation down to Ethereal Treading Realm Pinnacle. On the other hand, Seeing how the young man who had come out of nowhere was so arrogant as to suppress his cultivation to face him, the combat master sneered coldly. Ha! Since you are that intent on meeting your maker, so be it. Flinging his sword abruptly, an incredibly powerful shockwave swept through the entire area before him. Even though his cultivation was only at ethereal treading realm pinnacle, the might of this attack could easily leave chrysalis realm pinnacle experts trembling in fear. Humph! Facing such an attack, Xianxia simply sneered coldly, not bothering to evade at all. He raised his spear and steered it forward with ferocious might. Pong! As soon as the spear came into contact with the sword, the combat master was sent flying while coughing huge mouthfuls of blood. What? Ji Chun was defeated? Against a cultivator of the same cultivation realm, he was defeated in a single blow? Furthermore, the other party didn't use any battle technique at all. It was just sheer physical and Jinchi might. Upon seeing their own companion being defeated in a single blow, the combat masters, who had underestimated the young man before them a moment ago, couldn't help but clench their fists tightly with grim expressions on their faces. Even though the other party had reached an incredible height in his cultivation despite his young age, they had thought that he might just have been the offspring of a wealthy clan who had raised his cultivation through consuming pills. Typically speaking, the fighting prowess of such individuals tended to be subpar. As such, they hadn't thought of the other party as much of a threat. However, watching as their companion, who was unrivaled in his power class, being defeated with a single jab of a spear and now lying severely wounded on the ground, they couldn't help but freeze in shock. Weren't they, combat masters, unrivaled existences regardless of where they went? It was one thing for them to be outmatched by the candidates specially chosen by the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but for even a random young man they met on the street to defeat them easily as well. More importantly, unlike the candidates whom they had faced in the day, the other party hadn't utilized any exceptional battle technique or extraordinary combat sense to exploit their flaws. Instead, he had defeated their companion with just sheer jinchi and physical strength. In other words, they, who had gone through hellish training in order to enhance their strength, jinchi, and reflexes, were being outmatched by the other party. Damn it! The severely wounded Ji Chun pushed himself against the ground and got to his feet. He glared at the young man before him hostilely with gritted teeth. It was one thing for him, as a combat master, to be humiliated during the selection exercise in the day, but to be humiliated by a young fellow who hadn't even reached his 20s yet in the evening as well. This was intolerable, unbearable, and insufferable. Roaring furiously, Ji Chun ignored the protests of his companions and dashed forward with his sword. Driving his jinchi to its limit, he exerted a rampaging storm of sharp sword chi. Hong long long. In an instant, the air was cut into shreds. Even though Ji Chun was only at ethereal treading realm, he was capable of drawing forth a might that nearly no chrysalis realm cultivator could withstand. Humph! Seeing his enemy fly into a rage, Xianxia simply smiled wryly. With this posture upright like a spear, Xianxia stood firmly, and with a cold harumph, his spear shot forth once again. The brilliant glint of the tip of the spear streaked forward furiously as if a charging flood dragon. In just the blink of an eye, it had already appeared right before the opponent, giving him no time to react at all. This? Impossible! Ji Chen's body stiffened from fright upon seeing the spear materialize right before his eyes. By that point, it was already too late for him to dodge. A sharp pain pervaded his chest as he was struck by the tip of the spear. The next moment, he was sent flying through the air. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted wildly from his mouth as his figure moved in a parabola through the sky. The previous move had already left him severely wounded, and this strike had further aggravated his injuries, rendering him incapable of fighting. You aren't a match for me. Isn't there anyone stronger? Ignoring the wounded Ji Chun, Xianxia turned his gaze to the remaining combat masters. Seeing how the young man had managed to subdue their companion with a single move, the others dared not underestimate him anymore. With grim looks, they traded glances and eventually, a young man amid them stepped forward. I will be your opponent. This young man possessed a cultivation of chrysalis realm pinnacle, and he had been in charge of assessing the grade 5 candidates. The weapon he specialized in happened to be the spear as well. With his prowess with the spear, he had struck fear into hearts of the other 3 Master Teacher Academy's candidates so deep that none dared step onto the dueling platform to face him during the selection. Stepping forward, the young man harumphed coldly. "I will suppress my cultivation to battle you." "Suppress your cultivation? There is no need for that. Show me what you've got instead." Xianxia waved his hand nonchalantly, after which, he raised his spear and drove it forward with astounding might. Arrogant brat! The other party's abrupt move had left him no time to suppress his cultivation at all. The young man's face darkened as he raised his spear to counterattack. Having devoted many years to the spear, the young man had long achieved the realm of Spearman Union. Jabbing his spear forward, innumerable afterimages of the spear swiftly appeared before him, forming a seemingly impenetrable wall that sealed the other party within it. Excellent spearmanship. It seems like Qi Xiao has decided to go all out. Even our leader is full of praise for his spearmanship. That fellow is bound to lose. Ha! A mere Chrysalis Realm primary stage cultivator actually dared provoke us? He really should learn his place. Seeing the young man execute his spear art, the other combat masters simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. They knew full well how formidable their companion's prowess was with the spear. Even a half-saint would have to back down before his might. On the other end, the fellow their companion was facing was only at Chrysalis Realm primary stage. As powerful as that fellow was, they couldn't see him taking this attack unharmed. The combat masters watched intently to see how the other party would be utterly defeated before their companion's spearmanship. But all of a sudden, the Chrysalis Realm pinnacle Qi Xiao suddenly let out a stifled gasp before being sent flying into the distance. Just like the previous contender, Zhichun, he crashed to the ground and began spurting blood wildly. How is this possible? Qi Xiao was defeated? And in one move at that. Narrowing their eyes, everyone's face warped in shock. They could still rationalize Zhichen's defeat as the other party's advantage as a Chrysalis Realm primary stage cultivator, albeit suppressing his cultivation. But this time, the other party was weaker than Qi Xiao, but the other party had still managed to defeat him so easily. How was that possible? Qi Xiao. The other combat masters hurriedly rushed over to help their companion up. In that moment, they couldn't help but notice the horror and disbelief in their companion's eyes. "Are you fine?" Worried, they asked anxiously. Struggling to a sitting position, Qi Xiao urged through jaws clenched in pain. "Call our leader here. I am not a match for him." Taking a glance at Xianxia, the other combat masters knew that it would be impossible for them to defeat him, given that even the strongest Qi Xiao wasn't a match for him. Thus, clenching their fists in frustration and anger, they turned around and left. The residences that School Head Mo and the others had prepared for the parties from the other Master Teacher Academies and the Combat Master Hall were clean and spacious. Special attention had to be given to their accommodations so as to ensure that they would have a comfortable stay in Hongyuan. Seated in the vast main hall at this very moment was Zhuo Qingfeng, and Wu Tianxiong, Shen Pingchao, and Wu Ran were sat at the opposite end to him. After the banquet came to an end, there was nothing else for the 3 principals to do. As such, they decided to pay Zhuo Qingfeng a visit, hoping to trade their insights on cultivation, and it was fortunate that they did so. The conversation they had with the other party enlightened them greatly. As expected of 100-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, his understanding of cultivation and mastery of battle techniques were far above even principals like them. Just from the knowledge he shared in itself, they could already imagine the fearsome strength he wielded. There was no doubt that he was capable of challenging opponents possessing a cultivation significantly greater than his, and it would be unwise to gauge him just by his cultivation realm alone. The crux of cultivation lies in one's heart. As long as one's heart remains earnest, one will only continue to grow strong. Zhuo Qingfeng chuckled. The main difference between us, combat masters, and you, master teachers, is that our hearts are solely devoted to furthering our fighting capability. On the other hand, you have to divide your attention between learning supporting occupations and imparting your knowledge to the others as well. So, it's only natural that we have an advantage in terms of fighting prowess. Indeed, Tianqiong and the others nodded in agreement. The main reason the fighting prowess of a combat master was greater than most master teachers was because they had devoted all of their effort to enhancing their fighting prowess. On the other hand, due to the primary responsibility that a master teacher shouldered, they had to divert some of their attention into studying supporting occupations and such so as to further their teaching capability. Naturally, with their attention divided between several matters simultaneously, it was impossible for a normal master teacher to match up to the specialized combat master in terms of fighting prowess. As the principals of the 4 great master teacher academies, they possessed exceptional standing and had access to strong cultivation techniques as well. In terms of fighting prowess, they were superior to that of most master teachers. However, compared to Zhuo Qingfeng, they were still plenty lacking. As the saying goes, each field has its own experts. Not even master teachers could possibly be skilled at everything. At this moment, Tianqiong suddenly thought of something and asked, "Combat Master Zhuo, do you think that Principal Zhang's lecture tonight will be able to induce significant improvement among his student?" Previously, Principal Zhang had said that he intended to conduct a lecture in order to raise his students' Jinqi purity and physical strength. In Tianqiong's view, it was something nigh impossible to achieve. Nevertheless, the peculiarity that had happened with Hongyuan earlier in the day left a bizarre feeling within him, prompting him to ask Zhuo Qingfeng about this matter. Under normal circumstances, I would say that such a thing is completely impossible. Just that. There is just something a little uncanny about Principal Zhang, Zhuo Qingfeng said with a frown. Had it been anyone else, he would have been certain that the other party's attempt to raise his students' Jinqi purity and physical strength significantly over the course of a single night would have been nothing but daydreaming. However, given that it was Principal Zhang they were talking about, he dared not just to a conclusion so hastily. The other party was a person who could make his students' combat prowess surpass even that of combat masters within just an hour's lecture. It would have been a mistake to gauge the other party by normal standards. I feel the same way as well, Tianqiong said as he shook his head. As compared to Zhuo Shi, the feeling was even more vivid for him because he had personally seen the difference in the strength of Hongyuan's candidates before and after the lecture. It was as if that fellow was someone who common sense no longer applied to. Actually, there is no need for us to think too much about this. We will know the answer tomorrow morning, Zhuo Qingfeng replied with a light smile. Halfway through his words, however, a young man suddenly rushed into the room. It was the Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle Combat Master, Yi Jun. As soon as he entered the room, Yi Jun began shouting, "Leader, bad news." "What's wrong?" Zhuo Qingfeng frowned. "Our men were walking around the academy just now when we suddenly encountered a young man who seems to be either 16 or 17. The other party stopped us and challenged us to a duel. However, who could have known that none of us would be a match for him, resulting in the complete defeat of the team?" Yi Jun swiftly went through the events that had just happened. A young man, only 16 or 17, challenged you to a duel, and none of you are a match for him? Zhuo Qingfeng had a look of incredulity on his face, as if he had heard a ludicrous joke. Who were they? Combat masters, an existence that was invincible in their power class. Yet, they had actually suffered a complete defeat at the hands of a 16 or 17-year-old young man. Was this for real? That's right. The other party is only at Chrysalis Realm primary stage. Qi Xiao faced the other party with his full strength, but even he was sent flying with a single jab and suffered severe wounds, Yi Jun said. A Chrysalis Realm primary stage cultivator actually defeated the Chrysalis Realm pinnacle Qi Xiao? How can this be possible? Zhuo Qingfeng widened his eyes in shock. If a combat master were to lose to an opponent of the same cultivation realm, it could only mean that the combat master was still insufficiently skilled. However, to lose to an opponent of a lower cultivation realm, this was something that would really be worth looking into. Leader, it is true, Yi Jun replied affirmatively. Who is that cultivator? Is he a master teacher from Hongyuan? Zhuo Qingfeng questioned. I am not too sure either. We were just walking along the streets when he suddenly stopped us, saying that he had heard of the strength that combat masters wield and wished to challenge us. He first suppressed his cultivation to fight with Ji-chun, but Ji-chun was defeated in an instant. After which, Qi Xiao stepped forward to accept his challenge, but he wasn't a match either, Yijun explained. To be able to move freely around the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the other party must be from Hongyuan. Let's go over and take a look. Hearing about how two of his subordinates had been defeated so easily, Xue Qingfeng's face darkened as he got to his feet. Wu Tianxiong, Shen Pingchao, and Wu Ran also traded glances among themselves before getting to their feet and following behind him. Before they had even made their way to the entrance of the courtyard, they heard several yells of agony. Rushing toward the voices, they soon saw the majestic combat masters who had easily subdued the candidates from the 3 Master Teacher Academies earlier in the day lying on the ground, spurting blood as if a fountain. A 16 or 17-year-old young man was standing proudly in front of them with a spear in his hand, reminiscent of an indomitable god of war. Even though I suppressed my cultivation, none of you were able to take an attack from me. Is this the strength of the legendary combat masters? Glancing at Xue Qingfeng, a wry smile emerged on the young man's face. Seems like your reputation precedes you. What did you say? Hearing those words, the combat masters behind Xue Qingfeng flew into a rage. Even Wu Tianxiong, Shun Pingchao, and Wu Ran were stunned by the sight before them. For the powerful combat masters to be easily defeated by an individual and even mocked that their reputation preceded them. Everything was happening right before their eyes. However, they couldn't help but wonder if they were in a dream. With a hand on his spear and the other behind his back, Zhang Yang remarked impassively, I've always wanted to know how powerful combat masters are. It seems like this is all there is after all. Honestly speaking, after all he had heard about the combat masters, he was indeed a little disappointed with what he was seeing. What arrogant words! Seeing a fellow who had come out of nowhere criticizing them arrogantly, Wuxia bellowed furiously and stepped forward. Do you dare fight me in a battle? Wuxia had already reached half-saint. Even though he was only at primary stage, his cultivation felt irrepressible like a relentless river. An ordinary half-saint pinnacle would be no match for him at all. Is there any reason I wouldn't fight you in a battle? Gazing at the other party provocatively, Zhang Yang raised his spear skillfully. Good. I will suppress my cultivation and fight you then, Wuxia said as he flicked his wrist and took out a sword. Over the past 3 months, not only had he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, his comprehension of swordsmanship had also deepened significantly. The current him was significantly stronger than back when he met Zhang Xian at the valley. There's no need for that. A half-saint primary stage cultivator. It will just take me a single spear. Chuckling softly, Zhang Yang leaped forward powerfully, bringing him before Wu Xiu in a single step. The spear in his hands burst forth with might reminiscent of a powerful dragon. You are courting death. Seeing that the other party actually dared launch such a simple attack that was devoid of complexity and technique against him and intended to go head-to-head against him, Wu Su's face turned livid. No matter what, he was a half-saint combat master, an invincible existence among his peers. It would be difficult for a cultivator whose cultivation was lower than him to defeat him even when exploiting despicable tricks, and yet the other party actually intended to face him head-on. That was no different from courting death. Harumphing coldly, Wu Su's sword flew forth to strike the other party's spear, his movements also devoid of complexity and technique. At the same time, he also pumped his jinqi through his body at an incredible speed reminiscent of river water gushing out of a hole in a dam, augmenting the strength of his stab. Since the other party intended to face him head-on, he would use his superior strength as a combat master to make the other party understand how laughable his action was. Pong! The sword came into contact with the spear. Wuxia was thinking that the other party would surely be unable to withstand his overwhelming jinqi and fall in defeat instantaneously, but in the moment that both weapons collided, he felt a might superior to even his own rushing at him like an overwhelming torrent. It was as if the other party's offense was a tsunami, devouring the river of jinqi in his body in an instant. Dang 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 dang. Overpowered, Wuxia was forced to retreat 8 steps consecutively. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his eyes revealed his disbelief toward the situation he was facing. That fellow strength is actually stronger than that of Wuxia, who is a cultivation realm higher than him. How in the world did that fellow cultivate? Seeing such a sight, Zhuo Qingfeng and the others who were spectating the duel by the side were shocked. Combat masters were representative of the strongest fighting force in terms of physical strength and jinqi in their respective cultivation realm, yet a 16 or 17-year-old young man had actually managed to knock back Wuxia when his cultivation was beneath the latter. This was too frightening. Continue. After knocking Wuxia back, Zhang Yang roared grandly as he charged forward once more. At the same time, his spear shot forth and sealed everywhere Wuxia could possibly evade to precisely. What swift and profound spearmanship that is! Zhuo Qingfeng narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Possessing great strength granted one an advantage, but if one was unable to utilize it skillfully, one would still be unable to pose a threat to one's enemy. This was similar to the duels between the candidates from Hongyuan and the combat masters earlier in the day. None of the candidates from Hongyuan possessed strength greater than their opponent, but they had still been able to subdue the combat masters they were facing with ease. Even if one's strength was inferior to one's opponent, one could still make up for it with skill, searching for the opponent's weaknesses and exploiting them to achieve victory. As such, while Zhuo Qingfeng was astounded by the brute strength displayed by the young man before him, he had still thought that Wuxia would still stand a good chance. However, he had never expected for the young man to possess exceptional combat sense and precise control over his movements as well. That spear that burst forth was clearly a maneuver exploiting the flaws in Wuxia's moves. It was aiming to seal the space around Wuxia completely so that the latter would be swept into a momentum that would prevent him from executing any powerful battle techniques. Incredible strength and a profound comprehension of combat. Just where did this fellow come from? Wasn't he way too terrifying? Pung 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 pung. While Zhuo Qingfeng was still deep in thought, Wuxia was already pushed into a corner. After retreating several steps, he finally reached his limits. His sword flew from his hand, flying several rounds in the air before stabbing into the ground a dozen meters away. On the other hand, he faltered to the ground with the opponent's spear pressed against his neck. It was a chilling sensation, which penetrated down to his bone, and he felt as if a hole would be made through his neck at any moment. I have lost. Wuxia's body stiffened. He had never thought that after achieving a breakthrough to half-saint, he would still be defeated by a chrysalis realm primary stage young man so easily. You are formidable. Why don't I become your next opponent? Seeing that his friend had been defeated so utterly, Lu Chang couldn't help but step forward and challenge the young man. Lu Chang, you aren't a match for him. Zhuo Qingfeng placed a hand before Lu Chang and shook his head. With his eye of discernment, he was able to sense vividly how fearsome the young man before him was. Jinqi, strength, speed, battle technique, combat sense. It was as if the young man before him was infallible. There was no apparent flaw that one could exploit against him. Lu Chang had achieved a breakthrough to half-saint rather early on, and he was also the strongest combat master in the group he led. However, it was still clear as the day to him that Lu Chang was no match for the other party. Leader. Lu Chang turned to look at Zhuo Qingfeng anxiously. The other party had infringed on the dignity of the combat master's right to their face. If they didn't teach him a lesson, how could they possibly walk outside with their heads held high in the future? I will fight him. Shaking his head, Zhuo Qingfeng stepped forward and looked at Zhang Yang. I won't take advantage of you. I will suppress my cultivation down to your level. Hula! Right after saying those words, Zhuo Qingfeng's aura weakened from the initial Saint Tudan to Chrysalis Realm primary stage. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation, his battle techniques, combat sense, and reflexes still remained the same. Even with a cultivation of Chrysalis Realm primary stage, his fighting prowess was still more fearsome than the half-saint Lu Chang. Let's begin. Zhang Yang nodded as he raised his spear. In an instant, his presence suddenly felt like a towering spear, as if he was a spear himself. The highest realm of spearman union, spearman convergence. On the other hand, with a grim expression on his face, Zhuo Qingfeng whipped out a sword and pointed it over as well. Who? Knowing the fearsome strength that the young man before him wielded, Zhuo Qingfeng didn't hesitate to make the first move and dashed forward. His footsteps were incredibly profound, and they carried a peculiar rhythm to them. Even when it seemed like he was right before Xianxia, if Xianxia were to attempt to attack him, he would realize that Zhuo Qingfeng was beyond his reach. It is a formation. Combat Master Zhuo has fused his movement technique with a formation. The movements he is making are aligned with the steps required to form a certain formation. Wu Tianqiong's eyes narrowed in alarm. Even though it was not necessary for combat masters to study supporting occupations, some would still choose to learn a handful of combat-oriented ones so as to augment their fighting prowess. This was exactly what Zhuo Qingfeng was doing. Through harmonizing his footsteps with a formation, he was able to confuse his opponent with his movements, rendering them unable to determine the perfect time and position to strike. This is indeed a fearsome move. Even I wouldn't be able to come up with a countermeasure for it. Let's see how that young man deals with this, Xin Pingchao remarked. The movements that Combat Master Zhuo utilized was extremely unorthodox. It was difficult for him to see through it even with his current cultivation, so it seemed even less likely that the young man would be able to do so. If that young man failed to deal with this maneuver well, it wouldn't be long before he fell in defeat. Humph! Noticing the peculiarity of Zhuo Qingfeng's move as well, Xianxia harumphed coldly. Instead of dodging, he abruptly pushed his spear toward the ground. Voila! With the sharp glint of a spear charging forth, a huge crack of around 10 meters in length emerged on the ground. Following which, the spear was levered up, and countless fragmented rocks and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. Upon seeing this sight, Wu Tianqiong's eyes lit up in awe. He is making use of the fragmented rocks to determine the other party's position? Smart move. He had been wondering how the young man would attempt to cope with such a profound movement technique, and he was honestly impressed by the young man's wits for having come up with such a simple solution to the matter. Zhuo Qingfeng had set up a formation with his leg movements so as to make his current location indeterminable to his opponent, and in a sense it was even more fearsome than having to deal with afterimages. Yet, the young man had wisely chosen to strike the ground instead of attacking Zhuo Qingfeng directly, creating a cloud of dust in the surroundings. Regardless of how complicated Zhuo Qingfeng's movement art was or which formation he had set up, one thing was for sure: the dust would only fall on tangible objects. In other words, whatever the dust didn't cloak was all fake. With this simple maneuver, he had successfully managed to overcome Zhuo Qingfeng's movement art. Voila! It took a brief instant for the young man to find Combat Master Zhuo's position amid the cloud of dust, and his spear pierced through the air to strike the other party. Humph! Seeing that the young man had managed to overcome his movement art so quickly, Zhuo Qingfeng's complexion darkened. He swiftly raised his sword to counterattack. Ding ding ding! The sword came into contact with the tip of the spear. In that instant, Zhuo Qingfeng felt a dull pain in his chest, and he was forced several steps back. Astonishment couldn't help but fill his mind. To his horror, his Jinchi strength was far beneath that of the other party when they were both at the same cultivation realm. On top of that, he also realized that their Jinchi purities were at completely different levels as well. For a 16 or 17-year-old young man to be so powerful, just who was his teacher? Hua hua hua! Zhuo Qingfeng had to swing his sword several times consecutively before he was able to neutralize the force from the other party's attack, following which he swiftly dashed forward to counterattack. However, to his shock, the other party's spear charged forth at a speed even faster than his sword, callously directed at his weakness. Left with no choice, he could only swiftly pull back his attack to fend off the other party's spear before attempting another one from another angle. However, the same thing only happened again and again. After trading 8 blows in such a manner, Zhuo Qingfeng's face paled, and his breathing became irregular. The other party's might was simply too great, and with each attack directed precisely at his weakness, he found himself gradually being overwhelmed. If not for his superior reflexes and nimble movements enabled by his Saint Tudan cultivation, he had no doubt that he would have already been severely injured by now. Stop. There is no need to continue the fight any longer. I am not a match for you. Leaping backward, Zhuo Qingfeng stepped out of the battle and sighed deeply. He hated to admit it, but the truth was the truth. Under the condition of equal cultivation realms, he was no match for the young man before him. The other party's comprehension of battle techniques, combat sense, and even sheer strength were far beyond his. If an expert of the other party's caliber were to enter the Combat Master Hall, he had no doubt that they would be able to obtain the seat of 1,000-men commander, or perhaps even a vice-captain. Who would have thought that Hongyuan were concealing such an incredible genius among themselves? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Zhuo Qingfeng asked, "Are you student of Hongyuan as well? May I know who your teacher is, and whether you have any interest in joining our Combat Master Hall?" "I am not a student of Hongyuan." Keeping his spear, Zhang Yang placed his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, "But my teacher is Zhang Xian." "Zhang Xian? You are student of Principal Zhang." Overwhelmed by agitation, Wu Tianxiong's voice sounded a little shrill. Wu Ran and Shen Pingchao had also stiffened in shock by the turn of events. Wasn't Principal Zhang only a half-saint cultivator himself? Yet, his student was already at Chrysalis Realm and was even capable of rivaling opponents stronger than himself, such that even 100-men commander of the Combat Master Hall wasn't a match for him. It was laughable how they had thought that Principal Zhang was only skilled at imparting combat techniques, but was unskilled in nurturing a student's zhenqi and physical strength. It was only at this moment that they realized how ridiculous the notion was. How could a man capable of nurturing such a talented student possibly be simple? It's no wonder he was able to solve the problem left behind by Kong Shi. It seems like Principal Zhang is not only capable in his supporting occupations but combat as well, Wu Ran remarked. Based on what he had seen previously, he also wouldn't be a match for Zheng Yang had the both of them been at the same cultivation realm. Since even the student was so formidable, wouldn't the teacher be even more powerful? Zhuo Qingfeng also had the same thoughts in mind, and he couldn't help but ask, "If that's the case, does that mean that Principal Zhang is even stronger than you? Compared to my teacher, I am like the light of a firefly against the blazing sun, a raindrop before the vast ocean, truly not worth a mention at all." Speaking of his teacher, Zhang Yang's expression immediately turned respectful. "My only dream in my life is to attain a 10,000th of the greatness of my teacher, and I will be satisfied." This, Zhuo Qingfeng's body stiffened. If even a person of the young man's caliber hadn't even reached a 10,000th of Principal Zhang's capability, just how powerful was Principal Zhang? "Are you willing to join our Combat Master Hall to become a combat master?" Zhuo Qingfeng asked. Hearing those words, Zhang Yang shook his head. "I am not a master teacher. How can I become a combat master?" Combat masters were the talented fighters sieved out from the master teachers. Given that he wasn't even a master teacher, how could he be qualified to join the Combat Master Hall? It is true that the Combat Master Hall belongs to the Master Teacher Pavilion, but the examination for it differs from that of a master teacher. It doesn't matter whether one is a master teacher or not. The only prerequisite required to join is for one to possess sufficient strength, Zhuo Qingfeng explained hurriedly. "Considering the nigh-invincible strength you wield within your cultivation realm, such that even I am not an opponent for you, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to clear the examination." "You mean to say that I can become a combat master?" Zheng Yang was stunned. "Of course." Zhuo Qingfeng nodded. "Considering your talent, you will surely receive the best resources if you join the Combat Master Hall. With your abilities, becoming a 1,000-men commander, vice-captain, or even a captain isn't beyond reach." There was a hierarchy within the Combat Master Hall as well, ranging from an ordinary member to a captain. Zhuo Qingfeng himself was a 100-men commander. Furthermore, the resources available at the Combat Master Hall are even greater than what Qingyuan conferred empire can provide. If you join its ranks, you won't have to worry about procuring resources anymore, Zhuo Qingfeng persuaded anxiously. Since even he was no match for the young man before him, it meant that the other party had already achieved strength equal to a 100-men commander, and this was still given that the other party hadn't gone through the systematic training of the Combat Master Hall. If the other party were to become a combat master, he had no doubt that it would just be a matter of time before the other party became the combat master hall's ace. He couldn't let a genius like that go. Noting the respect the young man had for his teacher, Zhuo Qingfeng continued his persuasion. Besides, Principal Zhang is a master teacher. The only way for you to follow his footsteps is to become a combat master. Otherwise, it will reflect badly on Principal Zhang if his direct disciple is only an ordinary cultivator. This, Zhang Yang fell silent. Indeed, his teacher was moving too fast. His teacher wasn't just a master teacher but the principal of an entire master teacher academy now, and he would only climb higher as time passed. If he were to remain stationary, it would only be a matter of time before the distance between them grew so big that his teacher was beyond reach. Furthermore, Xiaoya, Yuan Tao, and Lu Chong had already gone out to seek their own opportunities, and they would only be stronger than ever when they returned. As a disciple of Zhang Laoshe as well, he couldn't and wouldn't allow himself to lag behind. Without hesitating for too long, Zhang Yang nodded. All right, I am willing to join the Combat Master Hall. Where can I take the examination? I am not qualified to assess a person of your prowess, and given that you aren't a master teacher, the procedures will be slightly more troublesome as well. Why don't I send a message to the Combat Master Hall to have them send a vice captain over to assess you personally? It won't take too long, around 3 days at most, Zhuo Qingfeng said. While fighting prowess was the only prerequisite to joining the Combat Master Hall, the Combat Master Hall was still a branch of the Master Teacher Pavilion, so it would be more troublesome for an individual who wasn't a master teacher to join it. Given Zhuo Qingfeng's current standing, he was still unqualified to make the call. Thus, he could only report it upward so that they could send someone qualified over. All right, I will be waiting for the assessment in 3 days. However, I might not be the only one participating in the assessment, Zhang Yang said. You might not be the only one? Zhuo Qingfeng frowned doubtfully, not comprehending Zhang Yang's words. I still have a senior and 2 juniors who are on par or even stronger than me. I hope that they can take the Combat Master assessment as well. Zhang Yang nodded. He had come here alone, but if Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and Wei Ruyan were to learn that they had the opportunity to become combat masters as well, they would surely be interested in taking the assessment. In any case, it would be best for him to alert the other party of this matter. Even stronger than you? Zhuo Qingfeng's lips twitched in shock. He had thought that the reason the young man before him was so powerful was attributed mainly to his overwhelming aptitude for combat, and it was already very fortunate for a master teacher to accept a genius as talented as that in his entire lifetime. Yet, judging from the young man's words, it seemed like Principal Zhang not only accepted him but many others as well. This was too ferocious. All right, I will agree to it. It would benefit any organization to gather as many talents of such caliber as possible. So how could Zhuo Qingfeng possibly turn him down? Thus, he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Hearing that he had the other party's permission, Zhang Yang heaved a sigh of relief before bidding farewell and heading out. His purpose for coming to the academy had just been to see the prowess of the combat masters, and now that he had seen it, honestly speaking, he was really disappointed. Knowing that the young man was Principal Zhang's student and couldn't possibly disappear out of the blue, Zhuo Qingfeng wasn't anxious at all. After the other party left, he clasped his fist toward Wu Tianxiong and said, Principals, pardon me, but I won't be able to accompany you anymore. Farewell. Farewell. Knowing that Zhuo Qingfeng was showing them the door, the 3 principals clasped their fists in response and left. After they left, Zhuo Qingfeng took out his communication jade token without any hesitation and reported everything that had happened back to the Combat Master Hall. Who, oblivious to the fact that his student had caused a ruckus at the accommodation of the combat masters and defeated everyone there, at that moment Xianxia had finally finished lecturing the method of condensing one's jinqi and the simplified version of the quintuple incandescence golden body. Looking at the crowd busily cultivating before him, he heaved a sigh of relief. His lecture paired with his impartation of heavens will had benefited the students greatly, and the several hundred high-tier spirit stones he had tossed into the spirit-gathering formation had also allowed them to make huge progress in their cultivation. It was just a single night, but the average fighting prowess of the candidates was raised by more than 2-fold. If only I had 3 days, I could reinforce their cultivation further, and they would be much stronger than this. Xianxia sighed in lamentation. While the content he lectured seemed to be simple on the surface, it was aligned with the essence of the world, so it was not that easy to grasp. It was only because of the exceptional talent of these 100 students that they were able to learn so quickly and make such massive improvements within a limited period of time. If they had been just an average student of the academy, they wouldn't have been able to make such considerable advancements in their cultivation even if Xianxia had lectured them for 3 days straight. While talent didn't necessarily determine one's end point, the talented were still bound to learn faster than the untalented given the same lecture. Considering that these students were able to emerge as the top 20 of their respective grades in the Master Teacher Academy, which was overflowing with geniuses, it went without saying that each of them possessed amazing talent. But even so, a night of teaching had only given them a glimpse into what Xianxia had tried to teach them. After the lecture came to an end, the students gradually awakened from their trance. Even though they weren't too sure how strong they had become after the lecture, they could still vividly feel the devastating strength coursing through their bodies. And the one who had given them such power was the young man before their eyes. Teacher! The 100 students kneeled to the ground as they gazed at Xianxia in admiration and respect. Regardless of whether the other party was willing to acknowledge them as his students or not, they would never forget the grace he had shown them. Good. From today onward, you shall be my students. After all Xianxia had imparted to them, even if the students still couldn't be considered his direct disciple, they could surely be considered his own students. As such, he didn't turn them down. Yes, teacher, the crowd replied. Fearing that the students would be unable to exert their full strength due to their nervousness, Xianxia offered some words of reassurance. All right, the day is up, and the Combat Master Hall's assessment should be beginning very soon. Later on, as long as you exert your full strength, you should be able to clear the assessment with ease. In response, the students nodded in agreement. Leaving the room, they immediately noticed that the world outside had already brightened up. The warm sunlight that shone on their bodies felt very comfortable. It was already nearing the middle of the year, and summer was nearing its end. The morning sun wasn't particularly warm, but it was devoid of the slight frigidity typical of autumn. Arriving at the training grounds, they found that it was completely packed with huge crowds just like the day before. A night was more than sufficient for the entirety of Hongyuan City to learn about the affairs that had occurred the previous day. As such, even Emperor Yu Shenqing had come personally this time around to witness history being made in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Before Hongyuan's party reached their allocated area within the training grounds, a young man suddenly walked up to Zhu Jian and asked with a smile, "How do you feel after a night of training?" It was the champion of Luoqing's internal selection, Zhang Qingshan. He was one of the few who had cleared the selection yesterday and become a member of the Combat Master Hall. His question raised a ripple among the crowd as curious gazes swiftly turned over, desiring to hear Zhu Jian's response. If an hour lecture from Principal Zhang could grant them astounding strength capable of subduing even the combat masters, how powerful would they become after a night of cultivation? Zhu Jian shook his head. I am not too sure either. He was not being humble by saying these words. This was indeed how he felt at the moment. He had felt his jinqi becoming purer and more condensed after a night of training, and his physical body had strengthened significantly as well, but he would be entirely sure to what extent his improvement was until he tested it himself. I see. Why don't I trade a simple punch with you using just our physical and jinqi strength? We won't use any battle techniques. This way, we should be able to roughly gauge the extent of your improvement, Zhang Qingshan said. From the assessment of the Stone of True Breath the previous day, it was shown that he had a score of 4.5 whereas Zhu Jian only had a score of 2.1, a significant difference between them. In other words, in a clash of brute strength, he would be able to overwhelm Zhu Jian easily. Through trading fists, they should be able to estimate where Zhu Jian roughly stood after a night of cultivation. All right. Thinking that the idea was great as well, Zhu Jian nodded in agreement. Chuckling softly, he clenched his fist tightly and flung it toward Zhang Qingshan. Hee, be careful. My strength is no joke. Seeing how candid Zhu Jian was, Xianxia chuckled in response and retaliated with a punch of his own. Pong! As the two fists collided, the smile on Xianxia's face immediately stiffened as a jolt ran through his body. Arg! A piercing scream of agony escaped from his mouth as he flew rapidly into the distance, disappearing from everyone's eyes. This strike had probably sent him several hundred meters away. Hey! Don't be in such a rush to fly away. I haven't used my full strength yet. Zhu Jian scratched his head in embarrassment. The dumbfounded crowd. It took quite a bit of time before Xianxia returned in an unkempt state. His face was bruised, and his hand was swollen. He looked nothing like the awe-inspiring #1 expert of the grade 1 students from yesterday. He had seen Zhu Jian's prowess the day before, and while the latter's combat techniques were incredible, his jinqi and physical strength were severely lacking. Under normal circumstances, even if he were to only use half of his strength, he would still have been able to crush the other party easily. Yet, despite using his full strength, he had still been sent flying with a punch. To make matters worse, it seemed like the other party hadn't even used his full strength yet. The more he thought about the matter, the more stifled he felt. He subconsciously turned his eyes to Principal Zhang, who was even younger than him, and admiration unknowingly seeped into his gaze. There was no doubt that the huge transformation Zhu Jian had undergone was a result of the overnight lecture. To induce such huge growth within an individual in just a single night, just what in the world was being lectured? Zhang Qingshan wasn't the only one who harbored such thoughts. The others also swiftly realized the same thing, and they couldn't help but stare at the students of Hongyuan in envy. They had taken pride in the fact that they had been able to enroll within Yunshu, Luoqing, and Qingzhou, which were far more powerful than the bottom-placed Hongyuan. However, after all that had happened, they couldn't help but feel like they had made the wrong call back then. Under the leadership and guidance of such a formidable principal, the students of Hongyuan would surely reach incredible heights in the future. Taking into sight the expressions of the crowd, Wu Tianqiong couldn't help but remark with a bitter smile. It's fortunate that the 4 great master-teacher academies are located a significant distance away from one another. Otherwise, all of our students would probably be taken away by Hongyuan. Indeed, in the past, I thought that the strength of an academy was determined not by an individual but the relentless diligence of the entire academy, be it the students, teachers, or the elders. However, after seeing Principal Zhang, I've realized that that is complete baloney. With just his capability as an individual, he is easily prop up an entire master-teacher academy. Shin Pingchao sighed helplessly. Back then, when mankind was suffering under the tyranny of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Kong Shi single-handedly reversed the plight of mankind and ushered in an era of prosperity. We were still in the mindset that quantity is the key, and the more teachers there are, the better it will be for our academies. Yet, the other party was able to achieve everything alone. This is probably the difference between a real genius and run-of-the-mill geniuses like us. Wu Ran nodded. Regardless of whether Principal Zhang's lecturing ability was really that frightening or not, it was a fact that Zhu Jian and the others had undergone a transformational change after listening to his lecture. This in itself was more than sufficient to boost the other party's reputation, granting him prestige far beyond them. Should Zhang Xian give the word, it was very likely that their students might withdraw from their academies and join Hongyuan. To think that their 3 master-teacher academies would end up in such an awkward position despite everything they had done, they couldn't help but feel stifled within. The men from the Combat Master Hall has arrived. As the 3 principals were lamenting over their positions, hushed whisperings suddenly spread throughout the crowd. Turning their gazes over, they saw Zhu Qingfeng and the others walking toward the dueling platform. After a day of rest and recuperation, the combat masters had mostly recovered from the injuries they had sustained from Zhangyang last night. Nevertheless, there were still visible bruises on their faces, which was unlike how they had been when they first appeared the day before. Their disposition seemed very different as well. Originally, they had arrived with their heads held high, not willing to spare a single glance for the others around them. An air of superiority had lingered around them, as if there was no one who could top them in the world. But today, their heads were hung in shame, embarrassed to meet anyone's eyes at all. But this was to be expected. Reputed to be the pinnacle of fighting prowess in the master-teacher continent, those who could join the Combat Master Hall were the strongest among the master teachers. It was inevitable that they would think of themselves as superior to the students of the 4 great master-teacher academies, and they had thought that serving as the invigilators of this selection would be a walk in the park. They would just have to show off their prowess to instill deference for the Combat Master Hall in the hearts of the students and charm a couple of female juniors while they were at it. Yet, instead of instilling deference, they were the ones who had been crushed instead. Just the sheer amount of blood they had spilled easily added to several gene, and placed side by side, it would surely be sufficient to circle around the academy. 1 gene equals 0.5 kilograms. The Combat Master selection had always been a platform for the Combat Masters to show off, but when it came to them, it became a platform for them to be pummeled instead, and it was the kind of pummeling where they weren't able to find an opportunity to retaliate at all. How could they not feel embarrassed? There was even a point in time when they had wondered if they might have gotten things wrong, and if they were in fact the students from the 4 great master-teacher academies, whereas the other students were the real combat masters. There is no need to be depressed. True strength is something that is accumulated through diligence over a long period of time. The students from Hongyuan do possess formidable combat techniques, but without sufficient strength to back up their techniques, they will still find themselves overpowered easily by experts wielding vastly superior strength. As the saying goes, true strength tears through all techniques. That is not to say that technique is unimportant, but at the very least, the suffering you have undergone isn't in vain. Noticing the downcast atmosphere shrouding the combat masters, Xue Qingfeng offered a few words of consolation. The fact that you were unable to achieve victory only means that you haven't been working hard enough in your cultivation and haven't accumulated sufficient strength. We shall double your training when we return so that such a matter will never happen again. Yes. Hearing Xue Qingfeng's consolation, the combat masters finally brightened up from their gloom. Indeed, true strength was capable of tearing through all techniques. As long as one could accrue sufficient strength, all techniques would be worth squat. Seeing that his consolation had managed to raise the morale of the combat masters, Xue Qingfeng heaved a sigh of relief, following which, he turned his gaze to Xianxia and said, "Principal Zhang, let's begin the assessment." After which, he leaped onto the dueling platform and took out the stone of true breath with a flick of his wrist. "All right." Xianxia nodded before asking once more in confirmation. "As long as my students can achieve a score of 2 or above on the stone of true breath, they will have cleared the selection, right?" "That's right." Xue Qingfeng nodded affirmatively. The conventional prerequisite for one to qualify as a combat master was to achieve a score of 4, but in special consideration of the overwhelming combat prowess that Hongyuan's candidates had displayed, they would only require a score of 2 in order to clear the selection. "Good. All right, you should all head up." Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian gestured for the candidates to head onto the dueling platform. The candidates nodded before forming a queue to walk toward the stone of true breath. The first in the line was Zhu Jian. He had been assessed by the stone of true breath the previous day, so the others had allowed him to head to the front of the queue so as to assess the changes he had undergone first. Upon reaching the stone of true breath, Zhu Jian placed his palm on it and began exerting his physical and jinqi strength. Hoo! There was a blinding flash of light before several numbers came into appearance. 6.5. This? How is this possible? Wasn't his score only 2.1 yesterday? A night-long lecture actually induced a 3-fold increase in his physical and jinqi strength? Is that really a supplementary lesson they have gone through and not the blessing of the deities? The numbers that surfaced on the stone of true breath had left everyone dumbstruck. A leap from the 2.1 yesterday to 6.5 today. The crowd couldn't help but think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. The ones who had suffered the greatest of blow were, naturally, the combat masters. Their bodies swayed weakly as they turned their gazes to Xue Qingfeng with tears glistening in their eyes. "Didn't you just tell us that true strength is something that is accumulated through diligence over a long period of time? Didn't you just tell us that the suffering we went through wasn't in vain?" An hour's lecture granted Hongyuan's candidates a comprehension of combat and battle techniques far surpassing what we have learned over many years of hard work. and a night of supplementary lesson has enhanced their Xianxia and physical strength exceeding what we have achieved from years of arduous and hellish training. Haven't been working hard enough. Before Principal Zhang. Does hard work even mean a thing at all? To think our years of effort can't even compare to a lecture from Principal Zhang. It could be just that Zhu Jian is an exception. It is impossible for everyone to have become as formidable as him. Noticing the looks from the combat masters, Zhu Qingfeng hurriedly reassured them before turning his gaze back to the stone of true breath. Right after Zhu Jian was done with his assessment, another candidate stepped forward and placed his palm on the stone of true breath, and a brilliant flash of light shone. 6.1. Following which, 6.3, 6.2, 5.9, 6.7. Under this relentless wave of shocking results, it didn't take too long for the crowd to be completely numbed. At this point, it couldn't have been clearer to them that Zhu Jian wasn't just an exception. The average prowess of Hong Yuan's candidates had indeed been raised. The combat masters had already been no match for Hong Yuan's candidates on the grounds of combat techniques before, and at this very moment, the other party had even raised their physical and Xianxia strength to be beyond theirs. In other words, they were completely outmatched in all aspects. The combat masters who had just barely plastered the shattered pieces of their confidence back together suffered yet another heavy blow. Noticing the air of desolation shrouding the guests from the combat master hall, School Head Mo stepped forward and consoled. Don't worry about it. Such blows are daily occurrences around our principal. It will be fine once you get used to it. Indeed, once you get used to it, you will start to think that anything our principal does is natural. Zhao Bingshu nodded in agreement. Zhu Qingfeng. The combat masters. The three principles. Get used to it. Just how heavy a psychological pressure were the elders and teachers of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy put under for them to say such words. After a moment of heavy breathing to regain his calm, Zhu Qingfeng finally soothed the frustrations in his heart and announced loudly, I hereby announce that the 100 candidates from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy have cleared the assessment, and from this day forth, they are official members of the Combat Master Hall. That's wonderful. All of our candidates have cleared the selection. For all 100 to clear it simultaneously, we have definitely made history today. Upon hearing the announcement, a huge commotion broke out beneath the dueling platform as the faces of innumerable students of Hongyuan reddened in agitation. Their academy had always been in last place in every combat master selection. Over the course of 10,000 years, only 327 candidates had successfully cleared the selection. Inevitably, this record had become the shame of the entire academy. Be it the principal, elders, teachers, or students, but this time around, 100 candidates of theirs had cleared the selection simultaneously, and that was 3 times the number of the other 3 academies combined. They never could have imagined this to be possible in the past. Principal Zhang, we wish to become combat masters as well. Can you conduct a lecture for us too? Indeed. I swear that I will surely work harder than the candidates to raise my fighting prowess so that I can go and play around in the Combat Master Hall. Principal Zhang, please conduct a lecture for us. Ha ha ha, the Combat Master selection, is it? As long as Principal Zhang lectures us personally, it won't be too long before our entire academy is filled with combat masters. Right after Zhu Qingfeng made the announcement, loud cheers burst forth from the crowd. Countless students gazed at Zhang Xian in agitation. Many of the top 20 candidates were friends or acquaintances of them, so they had a clear grasp of their strength. After witnessing the strength of the combat masters, they knew that it would be impossible for most of them to clear the selection under normal circumstances. Yet, with just 2 lectures from their principal, all of their candidates had managed to clear the selection. They might not be as talented as the top 20, but if their principal were to lecture them more frequently, wouldn't they have the opportunity to become combat masters as well? Such a notion swiftly rippled through the minds of the student populace, and it grew from a spark to an unstoppable inferno. The Combat Master Hall was just a branch of the Master Teacher Pavilion, but due to the overwhelming strength its members possessed, it was highly respected among all cultivators, and many sought to join its ranks. Even if they were uninterested in becoming combat masters, there was no cultivator who would be willing to give up on such an ideal opportunity to raise their fighting prowess. Not expecting the student populace to react in such a manner, Xianxia was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. I do have the ability to raise your fighting prowess significantly, but not everyone will enjoy an improvement as great as the 100 candidates. However, if you are truly interested in listening to my teachings, I am more than willing to conduct a public lecture for everyone. However, whether or not you will be able to join the ranks of the Combat Master Hall will be dependent on Combat Master Zhua's call. If he is unwilling, there is nothing that can be done about it. Xianxia was well aware that his lectures had the ability to raise a person's strength swiftly. However, this was also dependent on the aptitude that each cultivator possessed. There were some who possessed mediocre talent in combat, and any effect that Xianxia's lecture would have on them would be minimal at best. Furthermore, in order to raise the jinqi and physical strength of the 100 candidates swiftly, he had put in 500 high-tier spirit stones to fuel their cultivation. On the other hand, there were 100,000 students in the entire Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. There was no way he could fork out 500,000 high-tier spirit stones, and he couldn't afford to set up a spirit-gathering formation large enough for all of them as well. Thus, it was clearly an infeasible notion to have the entire academy become combat masters. Besides, the Combat Master Hall also had limited slots. Whether one could join their ranks or not didn't hinge on him, but the call of a certain middle-aged man seated not too far away. At this point, Xianxia turned to Zhuo Qingfeng to seek his opinion on the matter, only to see the latter's face twitching uncontrollably with exasperation reflected in his eyes. Honestly, at this point, Zhuo Qingfeng felt as if he was on the verge of losing his mind. If Principal Zhang really did so, it probably wouldn't take long before the entire Combat Master Hall became a branch of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Cough, cough. Suppressing his frenzy, Zhuo Qingfeng replied with forced composure. Principal Zhang, it would indeed be great for our Combat Master Hall to take in as many talents as possible. However, the responsibilities of a master teacher are far greater and nobler. It will be a great loss to mankind should most of the students of Hongyuan become combat masters. Naturally, the Combat Master Hall sought to take in as many talents as possible to bolster their forces. However, too many people and the resources would be spread thin, and that wasn't a good thing. This was just like how every nation needed an army to safeguard the interests of their people, and naturally, a larger army would be preferred over a smaller one. However, if the nation were to recruit too many soldiers, that would put a stain on their finances, which could have been devoted to other purposes, causing the nation to lose out in the other aspects. Thus, balance was necessary. This was also the reason there were limited slots to the combat master selection each time round. If all master teachers were to become combat masters, who else would impart knowledge to the cultivators to encourage growth among the populace? If all were to devote their time to learning the art of combat, wouldn't the whole world fall into chaos? Indeed, Xianxia nodded in agreement. If he were to lose all of his students to the Combat Master Hall right after taking over the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, that was indeed not really good. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia spoke up. All right, I will hold a lecture among the official members of the Xianxia faction later on, but no one is allowed to take the Combat Master assessment after that. With his current capability, it would be difficult for him to induce significant growth among the entire student populace through a public lecture. However, if it was just the Xianxia faction, that would still be possible. Furthermore, these men had been following him for a long time, and they were extremely loyal to him. They could be considered the foundation of his influence. Naturally, he would preferentially offer this opportunity to the members of the Xianxia faction. This would serve as a reward to them, as well as an impetus to encourage loyalty among the students toward Hongyuan and him so as to further unite the academy. All right. Hearing that the principal would be conducting a lecture for them, the members of the Xianxia faction nodded their heads in excitement. Even if they were forbidden from taking the Combat Master assessment, it would still be great if their fighting prowess could rise considerably. Zhuo Qingfeng raised his hands and declared, "All right, I hereby announce that the Combat Master selection has come to an end. In 3 days, There will be several non-master teacher candidates taking the combat master assessment here. Anyone who is interested is more than welcome to spectate. Non-master teacher candidates will be taking the combat master assessment? Who? I have no idea as well. The crowd was bewildered by the abrupt announcement. Xianxia was also intrigued as well. He couldn't help but turn to Zhuo Qingfeng and ask, "May I know which geniuses will be taking the combat master assessment despite not being master teachers themselves?" Cough, cough. Hearing Principal Zhang's question, Zhuo Qingfeng choked. "They are your direct disciples, Principal Zhang." "My direct disciples? You mean Wang Ying and the others? How do you know them?" Xianxia was baffled. He had been in the middle of lecturing the candidates when Zheng Yang challenged the combat masters the previous night, so he was still unaware of the matter. "That, last night, a direct disciple of yours named Zheng Yang came to challenge us, and none of us were a match for him in a battle of equal cultivation. Even I fell in defeat against him," Zhuo Qingfeng explained awkwardly. "That fellow, preposterous." Xianxia shook his head. It was no wonder the members of the Combat Master Hall seemed a little deflated and subdued earlier on. Having suffered such a heavy blow, it couldn't be helped that they were unable to accept it all of a sudden. Zheng Yang had indeed gone overboard this time around. Sighing deeply, Xianxia attempted to console them. "There is no need for you to feel so dispirited over this matter. Zheng Yang is my direct disciple, and I have already taught him for around a year. I have been teaching him ever since he was at Jushi Realm 1, and he has gone through a lot since then. It is only normal that you weren't able to defeat him." It was still fine when Xianxia hadn't spoken, but after hearing his words, the combat masters suddenly felt like keeling over. "Are you saying that he has grown from Jushi Realm to become a Chrysalis Realm expert within just a single year, jumping over a dozen realms? And more importantly, despite his rapid growth, he is still able to harness power capable of matching cultivators beyond his cultivation realm? Why do we feel even more stifled after hearing your consolation? Furthermore, what do you mean by, 'It is only normal that you weren't be able to defeat him'? We are combat masters, the occupation boasting fighting prowess far beyond ordinary master teachers. Knowing that he and his subordinates' morale would only continue to decline if they were to continue hearing the fellow's words, Zhuo Qingfeng hurriedly stood up and bade his farewell. "All right, that will be all for today. I have to bring my subordinates away for their training now." There was a kind of talent in the world that allowed one to pierce a person's heart deep with unintentional words. This was probably it. The other party's gaze and tone couldn't have been any more earnest. But why did it feel like their faces had been viciously slapped by his words? "We are also geniuses, you know." As Zhuo Qingfeng left, the other combat masters hurriedly followed behind him, and it didn't take long for them to disappear into the distance. The other three principals also felt extremely stifled within, and they felt that they would only be embarrassed further were they to remain there. Thus, they quickly found an excuse and left hurriedly. Were it not to spectate the assessment that would occur 3 days later, they probably would have marched up to the Cloudcliff flying ship and left that very instant. Seeing that the others had left, Xianxia shook his head before getting up and heading toward the headquarters of the Xianxia faction. By the time he arrived at the headquarters, the entire area was already fully packed. Xianxia swiftly headed to the front and began his lecture. The content that he spoke of was identical to what he had imparted the other candidates, but this time he didn't use the impartation of heaven's will, so the effects were significantly poorer. As such, most students weren't able to achieve breakthroughs on the spot. Nevertheless, the students still benefited greatly from his teachings. Their comprehension of battle techniques and combat techniques grew significantly, and the new physical body cultivation technique and method to condense Xinqi they were imparted with had left them incredibly excited as well. The lecture lasted 10 whole hours, until the sky had darkened once more. After resting for a brief moment, Xianxia left the headquarters of the Xianxia faction to seek school head Mo. "Help me prepare. I intend to visit the Mausoleum of Principles," Xianxia said. He could tell that Zhuo Qingfeng and the three principals were avoiding him like the plague, so there was no need for him to remain around to host them. In any case, it was a good time for him to pay the Mausoleum of Principles a visit, so that he could procure the lightning resonance rock required for his breakthrough from half-saint to nascent saint. His cultivation had already reached half-saint pinnacle, so it was about time for him to seek out the object to attempt a breakthrough. I knew that you will want to pay the Mausoleum of Principles a visit very soon, so I applied for the artifact to help sever your soul from the headquarters as soon as I received news that you have cleared the 6-star Master Teacher examination. And it arrived a few days ago, School Head Mo replied with a smile. A while ago, when he had spoken to School Head Mo about wanting to enter the Mausoleum of Principles, the other party had told him that he would have to sever his soul and leave it on the Mausoleum tablet. However, doing so forcefully would inflict significant harm on his soul and possibly reveal his identity as a soul oracle, so he had to borrow an artifact from the headquarters in order to do so, but the requirement to doing so was that he had to be a 6-star Master Teacher at minimum. At this moment, he had cleared the 6-star Master Teacher examination and successfully procured the artifact as well, so it was about time for him to head over to take a look. Great! Xianxia nodded. The duo headed toward the Mausoleum of Principles, and just as they arrived at the entrance, they met up with Zhao Bingshu, who passed the soul-severing artifact from the headquarters over to Xianxia. This is the copper bell. As long as you hold this artifact in your hand, it will automatically nourish your soul and sever a small portion of it safely, Zhao Bingshu explained. Examining the artifact in his hand, Xianxia noted that it was a spherical bell around the size of his fist. Holding it in his palm, he immediately felt a warm surge of energy flowing into his soul, nourishing it. This is indeed a good artifact. Xianxia's eyes lit up. While it wasn't too difficult for a soul oracle to sever their soul, it was a daunting task for an ordinary cultivator and potentially extremely damaging as well. Xianxia had been wondering before how the preceding principles had managed to leave their will behind without fail, and now it seemed like this artifact was the real reason for that. After the soul was nourished, it would be severed and stored in the copper bell before being deposited into the Mausoleum tablet. The copper bell served to minimize the effects of the 5 declines on the severed souls deposited in it, allowing it to exist for over 10,000 years without dissipating. Principal Zhang, you should be able to open the entrance and enter the mausoleum with your principal seal. We aren't qualified to accompany you in, so we will be seeing you off here, School Head Zhao said with a smile. Nodding, Xianxia took a look at the Mausoleum of Principles. It was located near the Elder Hall, built against a mountain. There was a massive concealment formation built around the Mausoleum of Principles, such that even the entire mountain had disappeared from view. Had the 2 school heads not brought him over personally, he never would have been able to find it. It seemed like the place of rest for the generations of principles were viewed to be more important than even the cultivation compendium to the Master Teacher Academy. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out his principal's seal and flashed it in front of him. In an instant, a small passageway appeared in the formation, and Xianxia made his way to it. The next moment, the world around him suddenly warped, and he found himself standing amid a lush mountain forest. The mountain wasn't too high that it was probably more accurate to call it a hill. The scenery within the formation was completely different to what he had seen on the outside. There was a road paved with bluestone tiles, and walking along it, Xianxia soon found his passageway blocked by a massive stone tablet. It was roughly 80 meters in height and 20 meters in length. It was hard to tell what kind of material it was made from, but it carried a lofty and ancient air around it, as if one had walked into history. Is this the Mausoleum tablet? Xianxia wondered. Previously, School Head Mo had told him that to enter the Mausoleum of Principles, he would have to infuse a sliver of his soul into Mausoleum tablet. Considering the sheer size and unique air shrouding the stone tablet, this was probably it. Circling around the stone tablet, Xianxia could feel powerful soul energy being harnessed within the stone tablet, as if many souls were infused into it, giving it a formidable presence reminiscent of a heavy mountain weighing down on one. There is no doubt about it, this must be the Mausoleum tablet. Xianxia nodded. I should find Founder Mu Kai's tombstone first and obtain the lightning resonance stone before infusing my soul into the Mausoleum tablet. Xianxia had just obtained the copper bell, and it hadn't been long since his soul had started being nourished by it. so he was still incapable of severing his soul. Even though he had been told that he had to leave a sliver of will on the mausoleum tablet, he realized that he could proceed forward without doing so. Most likely, it would suffice as long as he were to do so before leaving. Thus, he circled around the mausoleum tablet and proceeded in. The mausoleum of principles was tranquil but solemn, leaving one feeling slightly pressured walking through it. Not too long later, Xianxia finally caught sight of the first tombstone. Inscribed on it were the following words: Tombstone of the 103rd Principle of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. 103rd Principle. Doesn't that mean that this is the grave of the old principle? But didn't he go missing before he could enter the mausoleum of principles? Why is his grave here? Xianxia was stunned. Xianxia was the 104th principle of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. So naturally, the 103rd was the previous principle, as well as the first master of the Byzantium Helios beast. In other words, the old principle who he had heard so much about. According to what he knew, the old principle had never been to the mausoleum of principles before he went missing, so how could his tombstone be here? Perplexed, Xianxia headed forward to take a closer look. His tomb was constructed out of ordinary bluestone, typical of the normal tombs erected for cultivators, showing no hint of the prestigious standing that a principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy should have. Taking a look around it, Xianxia soon found something amiss about it. He placed his hands lightly on a certain portion of the tomb and a mechanism whirred into action, following which an old voice sounded. It was a mechanical recording, similar to what Wu Yangzi had left in the underground chamber. I am the 103rd principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia. I knew that it would be difficult for me to return alive back to the Master Teacher Academy from my expedition, so I selfishly entered the Mausoleum of Principles without telling anyone and built my own tomb, storing my personal clothes within so that at least I would have a resting place after my death. The Zhang is of a different character as Xianxia. The voice contained in the mechanical recording sounded nonchalant, but Xianxia could hear a deep helplessness in it. It was easy to charge to one's death in a moment of hot-bloodedness, but difficult to march to a despairing situation nonchalantly. How wretched was it for a man to prepare for his own death in advance despite knowing that the path he was headed on to lead to certain doom. During his time in the Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia had learned a lot about the old principle from the mouths of others. All along, Xianxia had thought that the old principle had fallen into a desolate situation due to his failure to accurately assess the risk of the ancient domain. But from the looks of it now, it seemed like he'd been mistaken. To enter the Mausoleum of Principles in advance and erect a tomb for himself, the old principle must have known that there was a good chance he would lose his life in the expedition and prepared for his passing. The voice continued. Being unable to leave behind my will to guard the academy is truly the greatest regret of my life. It is not that I am unwilling to do so, but the mission I have to undertake is far more important than that. I can't allow my soul to suffer the slightest defect, for that will compromise the success of my mission. The artifact to sever souls allowed a cultivator to sever his soul safely, but that would require a very long duration of nourishment. Otherwise, one would suffer considerable damage to one's soul. Only someone like Xianxia, who cultivated the Heaven's Path soul art and possessed a soul far larger than the ordinary, could do so easily. Otherwise, not even a 7-star master teacher could do so. Sighing deeply, the voice carried on. The fact that you are here means that you have become the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Perhaps we might even be old acquaintances. I hope that you can treat Byzantium Helios beast kindly. Tell him that I have died honorably for the welfare of mankind, and I have no regrets in doing so, so do not grieve for me. Also, be wary of the saint beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge. From the old principal's point of view, there were only that few candidates in the Master Teacher Academy who were eligible to take over his position after his passing, and this message served to pass on his will to his successor. The old principal probably couldn't have imagined that his successor would have already resolved the 2 worries that he harbored in advance. Despite knowing that it was impossible for the mechanical voice to respond, Xianxia still asked in a whisper, "What were you intending to do?" It was clear that the old principal knew that his undertaking would cost him his life. going to the extent of even erecting a tomb for himself in advance. To march on despite knowing that the path ahead led to the edge of a cliff. Just what was he intending to achieve? Was there something more to the expedition to the ancient domain? What you probably know about me is that I have gone on a normal expedition to explore an ancient domain. But the truth isn't just so. I have found that the ancient domain harnesses secrets regarding Kong Shi when he was younger, and it seems like even the poison masters were involved in the matter as well. The information I have at hand is too limited, and the only way I can uncover more is to head there myself. Furthermore, anything concerning the world's teacher is not to be spoken of lightly, and there were certain compelling reasons as well, so I could only keep the news to myself. Xianxia was taken aback as his body stiffened in astonishment. Secrets regarding Kong Shi when he was younger? Poison masters were related in the matter as well? Could it be the innate fetal poison? Based on what he knew, Kong Shi had also suffered from the innate fetal poison when he was younger, just like him, and only by successfully becoming a 9-star master teacher before 30 would one stand a chance of avoiding certain death. This was also the reason Kong Shi had cultivated desperately when he was younger, not daring to stop in the least. A matter that concerned the secrets regarding Kong Shi's youth and the poison masters. After hearing such information in the old principal's message, how could Xianxia possibly remain calm? If you truly wish to learn more about this matter, pay a visit to the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall. A word of warning, the location of the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall is well guarded, especially against master teachers. Even after devoting years to looking for it, I was still unable to accurately pinpoint its location. However, based on my deductions, it seems to be in the vicinity of Jingyuan City. You should find a detailed map of the ancient domain that I seek to explore there. It is truly a pity that time is not on my side, not allowing me to prepare thoroughly before heading there. Detailed map? Xianxia was bewildered for a moment before coming to a realization. It was apparent that the ancient domain that the old principal hoped to explore was an extremely dangerous place. If he had been able to obtain the detailed map of the location, his chances of survival would have been significantly higher. However, it seemed like something major had cropped up in the midst of his preparation, prompting him to swiftly organize an expedition to the ancient domain despite the risks. It seemed like the old principal wished that his successor would be able to make ample preparations before deciding on whether to undertake the mission or not, so that his successor wouldn't have to follow in his footsteps. All right, I can only tell this much to you. As for what to do, that will be up to you. The voice gradually faded into the tranquility of the forest, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Thank you. Even though the voice had only been a mechanical recording, Xianxia still bowed deeply to the tombstone of the old principal. It was not out of gratitude toward the other party for giving him a hint regarding the innate fetal poison, but out of respect for the other party's willingness to charge forward bravely for mankind despite knowing that it would lead to his demise. Knowing that the mission he was going to undertake was important, he even passed on the opportunity to leave behind his will in the academy so as to not compromise his mission. Such an attitude was reminiscent of the master teachers who had charged forth valiantly to fend off the spirit beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge back then. For their justice and faith, they had willingly put down even their own lives. Perhaps it was due to the sacrifice of these noble men that master teachers had been able to become the most prestigious and respected occupation in the master teacher continent. In face of the survival of the entire mankind, how could one back down in fear of harm? Shaking his head with a deep sigh, Xianxia activated his eye of insight and scanned the tomb once more. After confirming that there was no other mechanism or the sort, Xianxia proceeded forward. Along both sides of the road were the tombs of the generations of principals, and inscribed on their tombstones were their deeds and experiences they had gone through. Taking a glance at each of them, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh deeply. As noble and powerful as these men were, most of them didn't live to the end of their lifespan. Instead, most of them had died in battle against the otherworldly demonic tribe. Take the man who was renowned to possess the greatest talent of all principals of Hongyuan, Liuzhen, for example. He had entered the subterranean gallery at one point of his life, only to never return. Aren't the otherworldly demons very rare in the world? Why would so many generations of principles die in their hands? Xianxia contemplated silently. It had been a year since he had started journeying from Tianshan Kingdom, and so far, he had only met a single living hybrid otherworldly demon, 20 otherworldly demon puppets, and the fragmented vicious. Hadn't the otherworldly demonic tribe been completely driven out of the master-teacher continent many years ago? But if that was the case, why would so many principles die at their hand? After glancing at another 10 tombstones and receiving no explanation to his question, Xianxia knew that it would be impossible for him to make sense out of this matter for the time being, so he decided to pay no heed to it. Forget it, I should obtain the lightning resonance stone first. If I really have to face the otherworldly demonic tribe in the future as well, I should first raise my cultivation so that I can stand my ground against them. Founder Mu Kai was the first principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, so his tomb was located at the deepest region of the Mausoleum of Principles. After around 10 minutes of walking, Xianxia finally arrived before it. Compared to the others, Founder Mu Kai's tomb seemed rather plain. After kowtowing respectfully several times, he took out the special token he had obtained from Mu Shi's puppet and flicked it toward the other party's tomb. Kacha! As the token flew above the tomb, a loud buzz sounded as a certain formation was triggered, and a storage ring abruptly leaped out from the ground. Xianxia beckoned with his finger, and the storage ring flew into his hand. He swiftly immersed his consciousness inside to take a look. There are so many treasures in here. There were many valuable ores and artifacts within the storage ring, and the lightning resonance stone was within as well. These were probably the items that Founder Mu Kai had accumulated over his life. He had buried them in his tomb as a heritage to the later generations in the hope that it could help them in times of need. This reflected the care and concern he had for the Master Teacher Academy and mankind at large, unable to put down his worries even after his death. "Thank you," Xianxia whispered as he bowed respectfully to the tomb once more. Pocketing the token and the storage ring, Xianxia turned around and began making his way out. Having obtained the lightning resonance stone, it was about time for him to cultivate to nascent saint. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the entrance of the Mausoleum of Principles, where the mausoleum tablet was located. After a moment of silence, Xianxia took out the copper bell. At this moment, the copper bell was still nourishing his soul. Its effects weren't significant at the moment, but with sufficient time, he would be able to sever a portion of his soul safely. Forget it, I should just use the soul-severing method instead. Knowing that it would take a considerable amount of time in this manner before he was able to successfully sever his soul, Xianxia shook his head and sat on the floor. With a thought, he drew his soul out from his glabella. His soul was massive, around 10 meters in height. Executing the soul-severing method, which he had learned from Mo Hunxing, it didn't take long before an identical soul appeared beside him. The soul-severing method indeed does inflict considerable harm to one's soul. After severing his soul, Xianxia's main soul had diminished slightly in size, and he couldn't help but feel extreme fatigue plaguing his existence. Sighing deeply, he shook his head. Even though he had only severed a portion less than a tenth the size of his original soul, the aftereffects were still difficult for him to bear. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out of the fragmented soul of the blue-horned dragon beast, which he had obtained from Vicious on the Cloud Mist Ridge, and began absorbing it to nourish his soul. The reason Xianxia had chosen to us the soul-severing method instead of waiting was because he knew that he could heal the damage sustained by his soul through such a method. The consciousness of the fragmented soul of the blue-horned dragon beast had been wiped away by Vicious, so he could absorb it without fearing a backlash. While Xianxia was absorbing the fragmented soul to heal his damaged soul, his severed soul dived into the copper bell on its own accord. If there was no medium to house its severed soul, it would gradually be depleted under the effects of the 5 declines and eventually dissipate entirely. The copper bell served as such a medium, and the same had been done by the preceding principles as well. Once I fuse entirely with the copper bell, I will just have to enter into the mausoleum tablet, Xianxia's severed soul thought. Soon, as Xianxia's severed soul fused entirely with the copper bell, he heaved a sigh of relief and gradually flew up before entering the mausoleum tablet. "Wang!" As soon as the copper bell came into contact with the mausoleum tablet, Xianxia's severed soul immediately felt a powerful suction force drawing him in, causing him to disappear on the spot. The next moment, he was already floating within a sealed room. Rather than calling it a room, perhaps a cavern would be more exact. Xianxia's severed soul suddenly felt a familiar aura in his surroundings that left him with an overwhelming feeling of goosebumps. Isn't this the killing intent of the otherworldly demons? The severed soul narrowed his eyes in astonishment as he froze on the spot. Currently stored within Xianxia's storage ring were 20 otherworldly demon puppets and vicious, so he was extremely familiar with this distinctive aura. As soon as he came into contact with it, he had no doubt that it belonged to the otherworldly demonic tribe. But wasn't this the most sacred land in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the resting place of generations of principles? How could there be such overwhelming killing intent existent in here? The otherworldly demonic tribe was callous and brutal, feeding on humans. As such, they were the mortal enemies of the Master Teachers, such that it was impossible for both to coexist simultaneously. So, how could the aura of the otherworldly demons appear there? Astonished, Xianxia's severed soul quickly took a look around his surroundings. Judging from the cavern-like surroundings, it seemed like he was within the mausoleum tablet. The area was extremely spacious but completely dark. There was no light or air in the area. It was impossible for any living beings to exist in this space. It seems like there isn't just killing intent in here. There is also a grand and righteous aura. Soon, Xianxia's severed soul noticed yet another aura lingering in the area. A grand and righteous aura. An aura distinctive of a master teacher. Looking around the spacious room, it didn't take long for Xianxia's severed soul to notice a massive abyss. It seemed like the killing intent had come out of this abyss. Surrounding the abyss were around 100 different artifacts, which, similar to the copper bell, were used for severing and storing souls, and they were scattered in the area to form a formation. Counting them, there were exactly 102 of them. These are probably the wills left behind by the preceding principles, Xianxia's severed soul internally. The other principles had probably used these artifacts to sever and store a fragment of their souls before depositing them into the mausoleum tablet. However, these soul fragments were unlike Xianxia's, which had been severed through the means of the soul oracles. Their movements were limited to the artifact, and they were unable to leave it under normal circumstances, similar to a non-living being. Realizing something, Xianxia's severed soul was stunned. Could it be that these soul fragments were left behind not only to assess the future generations of principles but to suppress? The feeling he received was that the grand and righteous auras of the preceding principles, along with the entire mausoleum tablet, were suppressing the killing intent contained within the abyss. Without a doubt, the primary purpose of the wills wasn't to assess the newer generations of principle but to stand guard here. It can't be that this is the passageway leading to the otherworldly battlefield of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Hongyuan Empire couldn't be considered powerful in comparison to the Tier 1 empires around it, but it had still been chosen as the location to construct the Master Teacher Academy. Rumor had it that the reason for this was because a passageway leading to the otherworldly battlefield of the otherworldly demonic tribe was located on this very land. As such, the Master Teacher Academy had been built to protect mankind. Could it be that this was it? Was this the passageway leading to the otherworldly battlefield? Was that the reason there was such concentrated killing intent within the abyss? Was the reason behind the existence of the mausoleum tablet and the deposition of the wills of the generations of principles in order to guard this land? If that were true, that would explain the reason behind the extreme security surrounding the mausoleum of principles, forbidding anyone but the current principal from entering. This was probably in order to conceal the existence of the passageway so as to prevent a pandemonium from occurring. If that's really the case, the preceding principles are indeed figures worthy of respect. As the principals of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, they had protected the academy with their life when they were still alive, and even upon death, they still continued to guard it with their will. The contribution that Master Teachers had made to mankind was indeed immeasurable. Perhaps it was because of this spirit that Master Teacher possessed that the other occupations viewed them with the utmost respect. Looking around, Xianxia's severed soul was soon able to confirm his suspicions. The killing intent emanated from the abyss was powerful, preventing any man from coming close to it. Were it not for the formation set up using the artifacts and wills left behind by preceding principles, it could have built up and destroyed the mausoleum tablet, bringing a great calamity upon Hongyuan City. A grade 7 formation, and one that is set up skillfully at that. Zhang Xian's severed soul nodded in approval. The formation wasn't fixed in terms of power. It could be supported by any number of souls, and as the number of souls in the formation increased, the stronger the prowess of the formation. Principal seals are embedded into the formation as well. The principal seal was an artifact forged out of the wills of students and teachers of the Master Teacher Academy, and it harnessed immense power within it. It was the most suitable artifact to be used to guard this passageway. After the principal of each generation died, the principal seal belonging to them would be used to augment the formation. It was due to this that Hongyuan Empire had been able to enjoy significant peace over the past 10,000 years, not threatened by the menace of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Sighing in awe, Zhang Xian's severed soul was just about to calculate where he should be positioned to maximize the force of the formation when he suddenly heard a deafening roar from the depths of the abyss before him. Hong long long, hong long long. As if struck by a massive torrent, an incredible might jolted the entire mausoleum tablet, leaving it shaking uncontrollably, as if it would collapse at any moment. Tzzzzzz. Following which, Zhang Xian felt an overwhelming surge of killing intent blasting forth like a tsunami, attempting to charge through the formation blocking its path. Wang! The formation immediately lit up and suppressed the killing intent, but the latter seemed to only grow stronger with time. Like a weak net trying to hold in a furiously thrashing fish, the formation seemed as if it would tear apart at any moment soon. At this rate, the formation won't be able to last much longer. Seeing the sight, Zhang Xian's severed soul frowned deeply as his complexion darkened. He could easily assess the limit of the formation and the might of the killing intent with his eye of discernment, and while the formation was still holding back the killing intent for the time being, it was swiftly approaching its limit. This won't do. With a grim look, Zhang Xian's severed soul rushed up to the formation and swiftly assessed it with a glint in his eyes. Following which, he raised his leg and kicked a certain spot on the formation. Wang! Under his surge of soul energy, the formation emanated a brilliant glow as overwhelming energy suddenly burst forth from it. In an instant, the formation, which seemed as if it would collapse at any time, suddenly stabilized. Hoo-hoo! 10 minutes later, the killing intent finally receded, returning calm to the mausoleum tablet. Hoo! Zhang Xian's severed soul retracted his leg before heaving a huge sigh of relief. His kick had only served to heighten the prowess of the formation temporarily. It was fortunate that the onslaught of the killing intent hadn't continued for too long, or else the formation would still have eventually collapsed despite his efforts. While, as a severed soul, he wasn't able to utilize the prowess of the Library of Heaven's Path or the Eye of Insight, his sheer knowledge in the field of formations still allowed him to find the center of the formation and reinforce it. Why would there be such powerful killing intent in the abyss? Zhang Xian's severed soul frowned, not comprehending the situation. Thus, he took a look around the many artifacts used to store the wills of the preceding principles, and soon, he stopped right before a certain artifact and placed his hand on it. Wang! The artifact was activated, and a soul appeared before his eyes. It was Founder Mu Kai. Founder Mu Kai looked at Zhang Xian and thanked him gratefully. Principal Zhang, thank you for your assistance. Were it not for your help, our many years of effort might have been for naught then. Even though Founder Mu Kai's will had been sealed within the artifact, he was still able to perceive the happenings around him. Had the new principal not made a move and salvaged the situation, it would have been impossible for them to fend off the burst of killing intent from the abyss, nullifying their years of effort. Zhang Xian's severed soul waved his hand to show that it was fine before asking, "That thing earlier, what is going on?" If the formation had been placed under such pressure all this while, there was no way it could have lasted so long. Just as you have seen, our wills are here in order to guard the passageway between our master-teacher continent and the otherworldly battlefield. All along, it has been rather peaceful except for some slight emanations of killing intent that occur now and then. With the strength of the formation, it doesn't pose a threat at all. But for some reason, 2 years ago, killing intent suddenly started bursting out of the abyss like a deluge, similar to what you have just witnessed, once every day. As he looked at the abyss with a grim expression, Wuxia said, "Initially, the deluge wasn't that powerful, and we could still handle it with our strength. However, over the past month, the deluge has been growing stronger and stronger, and even with each of us exerting our full might, we still found ourselves barely being able to cope. The one that happened today was even worse. Had you not arrived, even if the formation hadn't been completely destroyed, it still would have sustained significant damage." 2 years ago? Xianxia's severed soul asked with a frown. Wuxia's will nodded. "Have you found the reason behind it?" Xianxia asked. Wuxia's will hesitated for a moment before replying. "Our wills have been fused into the formation, so we aren't able to move easily. As such, we aren't able to investigate what has happened. However, if I am not mistaken, something must have happened to the seal between the master-teacher continent and the otherworldly battlefield." Seal? The seal is not located here but in the depths of the subterranean gallery. It serves as the final barrier impeding the otherworldly demonic tribe from entering the master-teacher continent. Once it is breached, what we might be facing is full-blown war. Wuxia's will said grimly. There were several seals set up in the subterranean gallery connecting the otherworldly battlefield and the master-teacher continent, and the strongest of which was the one that had been set up by countless preceding master-teachers in the depths of the passageway. That seal served as the final fortress of mankind to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe. Principal Zhang, since you have sent your will in here, your main body must be around the area as well. Can you have your main body enter the subterranean gallery to take a look so that we can report the matter to the headquarters and have them prepare in advance? Otherwise, I fear that under the relentless deluges of killing intent, the formation might soon fall apart, and a calamity will befall mankind. Wuxia's will pleaded. Their wills had been fending off the killing intent for many years, resulting in their strength being gradually worn down over time. On top of that, having fused entirely with the formation, they were unable to move as well. Even if they wished to investigate the situation, they were unable to do so. Besides, if they were to leave, there would be nothing to stop the rampage of the killing intent should it strike once more, and that could potentially result in a calamity. Enter the subterranean gallery? Xianxia frowned. You just have to go in to take a look at the situation so that we can prepare in advance. Otherwise, should something worse come at us, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy could suffer a devastating blow. Wuxia's will said worriedly. Understanding the other party's worries, Xianxia's severed soul hesitated for a moment before asking, "How do I enter the subterranean gallery?" Due to the overwhelming killing intent contained within the subterranean gallery, your soul won't be able to enter its depths. You will have to enter with your physical body, Wuxia's will said. With the principal seal, you should be able to bring your physical body into this space. After which, I will open a temporary hole in the formation so that you can enter the subterranean gallery. This entrance is closest to the seal in the depths of the subterranean gallery, so it shouldn't take too long. Hearing those words, Xianxia's severed soul frowned. He had long heard about the dangers lurking within the subterranean gallery, and if he were to enter it, there was a good chance that he would never come out again. However, if he were to refuse to enter, he would be unable to determine the source of the deluge of killing intent. Furthermore, if something had really happened to the seal in the subterranean gallery and it collapsed abruptly, the entire Hongyuan Empire would be devastated by the powerful forces of the otherworldly demonic tribe. I know that I am putting you on the spot, but there is nothing else I can do. Naturally, Wuxia also understood how dangerous the subterranean gallery was. To ask the other party to enter the subterranean gallery and check on the seal was almost no different from urging the other party to leap off a cliff. However, The fate of mankind and the future of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy were at stake. He had no other choice. With the protection of the principal's seal, as long as Principal Zhang were to proceed carefully, he should be able to return safely. All right, give me a moment. I will communicate with my main body to have him enter. Zhang Xian's severed soul nodded. Knowing the severity of this matter, Zhang Xian, as a 6-star master teacher and the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, knew that he couldn't back down at this point. Thus, he quickly accepted it. Back then, Kong Shi had also ventured into the subterranean gallery thrice when he was younger. Zhang Xian was curious to see what the passageway linking the Master Teacher continent and the otherworldly battlefield was like as well. I will be troubling Principal Zhang then. Mu Shi's will clasped his fist and bowed respectfully. It is only right that I do so. Zhang Xian's severed soul nodded before quickly establishing communication with his main body, which was currently cultivating outside. Not too long later, a silhouette emerged in the room. It was Zhang Xian's main body. Just as Mu Shi had said, he was indeed able to enter the space by utilizing the principal's seal. After communicating with his severed soul, he was able to swiftly understand what had happened, and he quickly turned his eyes to Mu Shi. Open the formation for me. I will head down to take a look. Principal Zhang, be careful. It will suffice as long as you find out what is happening beneath. Even if you fail to do so, it's no problem at all. We can slowly discuss the matter thoroughly to come up with a solution to this problem. No matter what happens, do not act recklessly. Great danger lurks within. Mu Shi's will advised. Investigating the seal was important, but Mu Shi's will knew that the man before him was a celestial master teacher. A man who could very well shoulder the fate of humanity one day. Mankind couldn't afford to lose him. Rest assured. I am a cowardly person, so I will make sure to steer clear of danger. Zhang Xian replied with a chuckle. With his means, even if he couldn't defeat an opponent, he would still be able to escape easily. That's good. Receiving his promise, Mu Shi's will heaved a sigh of relief before returning back to his position. Clasping the area in front of him, he was able to create a hole in the formation large enough for Zhang Xian to pass through. Having studied the formation for more than 10,000 years, it was nothing but a walk in the park for him to create a hole temporarily while fending off the killing intent emanated from the abyss. Farewell. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian stepped forward and leaped into the abyss through the hole in the formation. Who? His body disappeared in an instant. Will he be in danger? Right after Zhang Xian disappeared, the silhouette of the will of another principal emerged before Mu Shi. Don't worry. Back then, Kong Shi also entered the subterranean gallery when he was only at half-saint and returned safely. As a celestial master teacher as well, Zhang Shi will surely be able to resolve this crisis. Mu Shi reassured. Let's hope that is the case. The other principal nodded, but a worried frown lingered on his face. There were many Saint Realm One-Dan Pinnacle experts who had entered the subterranean gallery, only to never return. Given that the other party was only a half-saint, would he really be able to return safely? He couldn't help but feel a little concerned. Noticing the other party principal's expression, Mu Shi shook his head helplessly. There is no use worrying over this matter. You also know that we are swiftly approaching our limits. Over the past 2 years, we have depleted ourselves significantly, and our wills are already on the verge of dissipating. If we don't resolve this issue as soon as possible, I fear that we might just bring an irreversible disaster on ourselves. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have wanted to put Principal Zhang in danger either. However, extreme situations called for extreme measures, and there was nothing he could do. In the first place, the severed souls they had left behind weren't particularly strong, and fending off the many deluges of killing intent that had come over the past 2 years had worn them thin. Were it not for their unwavering wills tying them down, they might have already dissipated into nothingness. How else could they have lasted this long? This is the responsibility he has to shoulder as a master teacher and the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. Principal Zhang knows this very well himself. Besides, for him to grow, his path can't be all smooth sailing. Mu Shi said. You're right. The other principal nodded in agreement before falling silent. Wuxia was right. Being a master teacher wasn't just about prestige, it was a responsibility. If he were to escape from even his own responsibility, how could he possibly grow to become a true master teacher? Principal Zhang might be young, but it seemed like he had a deep understanding of the mission he had to bear as a result of his position. This is the subterranean gallery? Xianxia felt his entire body tensing up for a moment before his body came to a halt. Straightening his body once more, he immediately scanned his surroundings and realized that he was standing amid a vast underground world. The entire area was completely dark, devoid of any light. Unable to see the end of the underground world from where he stood, there was no way he could tell how vast and deep it was. Overwhelming killing intent permeated the area, creating a frigid and eerie atmosphere all around, rendering one unable to breathe normally. Had he not known in advance, he might have thought that he had fallen into an endless hell. It's no wonder no one is willing to come here. There was no master teacher who wouldn't show a hint of apprehension in his eyes when speaking of the subterranean gallery, and from the looks of it now, there was indeed a very good reason for it. This environment was indeed inhospitable. Just the killing intent drifting in the area could easily erode the minds of those with weaker cultivation realms over time. This was similar to when Hongshi had taken out an otherworldly demon during the master-teacher tournament. The examinees had found themselves pressured by the killing intent it exerted to the point that they dared not approach it. The killing intent felt even more intense and vivid than the one emanated by the otherworldly demon back then. It felt as if countless ferocious beasts were hidden amid the darkness, ready to pounce at one the moment one let one's guard down. If a 5-star master teacher who had never undergone special training to cope with such killing intent were to enter this area, they would surely start trembling uncontrollably from fright, unable to take a single step forward. If such killing intent were to reach Hongyuan City, it could easily cause a pandemonium that would lead to the deaths of at least 99% of its populace. Xianxia thought grimly. He hadn't thought much about the significance of the presence of the subterranean gallery in Hongyuan City previously, but after coming here, he couldn't help but think about the plausible dire consequences that could be realized should something go wrong. Such a concentration of killing intent had the ability of causing weaker cultivators to lose their sense of self and turn into killing machines. Were it to escape and permeate through the entire Hongyuan City, it could very well reduce the majestic city of 100 million people into rubble within a very short period of time. Driving his heaven's path Xinxi, Xianxia dispelled the pressure from the killing intent entirely before taking a closer look at his surroundings. The scenery around him was monotonous, just patches of darkness everywhere. Even when using the Eye of Insight, he could only see several hundred meters away. It was difficult for him to determine his direction in this manner. Forget it. If I trace the gradient of the killing intent and head toward area with higher concentration, I should be able to reach the depths of the subterranean gallery. Considering that the other end of the subterranean gallery was the otherworldly battlefield, Xianxia felt that he should be able to reach the depths of the subterranean gallery if he advanced toward areas with a higher concentration of killing intent. On top of the killing intent, there was also a bizarre demonic tune drifting in the area, beguiling souls within its reach. Those who possessed weaker minds could easily find themselves falling into a trance under its effects, and the affected could very well end up marching to their doom without even realizing it. It is no wonder soul depth is so important to master teachers. Had it been another cultivator possessing the same cultivation as me, it would still have been difficult for them to last too long in here. Xianxia assessed the surroundings warily as he began journeying ahead slowly. With the omnipresent killing intent and demonic tune in the subterranean gallery wearing one down, those who had weaker minds could find themselves succumbing swiftly. Putting all else aside, even if another half-saint expert were to be here, he might find himself losing his mind if he were to stay here for an extended period of time. However, that was all ineffective against Xianxia. With the heaven's path Xinxi guarding his mind, he was impervious to all of it. After proceeding forward for a moment longer, Xianxia suddenly stopped in his footsteps and frowned deeply. These are footsteps of otherworldly demons. On the ground just ahead of him was a congregation of innumerable footsteps. Each of them was around a chi-1 in length. Xianxia had seen otherworldly demons before, and their physique was significantly larger than an ordinary human. Considering how deeply imprinted and large these footprints were, there was good chance that it was left by them. But wasn't there a seal in the depths of the subterranean gallery to prevent otherworldly demons from entering here? How could there be otherworldly demons on this side? Wait, there are human footprints too. Walking along the trail of footsteps, Xianxia suddenly noticed the footsteps of several humans scattered sporadically around the area. On top of that, there were several signs that indicated that a battle had occurred in the area. From the looks of it, it seemed like human cultivators had encountered the otherworldly demons, and a fight had occurred as a result of that. Xianxia knew that there were human cultivators in the subterranean gallery. From time to time, master teachers who found themselves stuck in a bottleneck for an extended period of time or were swiftly approaching the limit of their lifespan would choose to venture into the subterranean gallery, hoping that they might be able to find the impetus to push for a breakthrough or to make one final contribution to mankind before their passing. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia studied the marks in the area and frowned. It doesn't seem like it has been too long since these marks were left behind. There is a significantly greater number of otherworldly demons as compared to master teachers. If I move quickly, I might still be able to save the master teachers. From the marks, he could tell that the human cultivators had been in a disadvantageous position in the battle. Overpowered, they had attempted to flee, but the otherworldly demons continued to pursue them. No matter what, I should head over to take a look first. As a master teacher, he couldn't sit idle while his fellow humans were being harmed by the otherworldly demons. Activating the red dust heaven ascending steps, Xianxia stepped onto the air and advanced swiftly, following the footsteps. Having cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher, the amount of Jinqi he had in his body had grown tremendously. In comparison to that, the depletion in maintaining his flight was insignificant. Concealing his aura and his presence, Xianxia flew quickly with a sharp glint in his eyes. In such a dark area, any 6-star master teacher would be forced to proceed warily, especially given the presence of otherworldly demons in the area. However, Xianxia's eye of insight allowed him to easily see a significant distance ahead of him despite the darkness. Even if there were otherworldly demons ahead, he was confident that he would be able to spot the other party first. After flying for around an hour, there was still no one within Xianxia's sight. However, the marks on the ground were growing more concentrated, indicating that the battle between the escaping human cultivators and otherworldly demons was growing more and more intense. Most of the marks were fresh, meaning that he was already very close to them. Proceeding forward for a moment longer, Xianxia soon felt a violent disturbance in the air. It seemed like a battle was ongoing just ahead. As Xianxia approached the source of the disturbance, he sealed all of the acupoints throughout his body to conceal his presence completely while gradually slowing down warily. After circling around a hill, he saw a group of otherworldly demons standing in front of him. Upon taking a look, Xianxia's eyelids began twitching uncontrollably. Rather than calling it a group, perhaps an army would be more appropriate. To his astonishment, there were more than 200 otherworldly demons, and each of them possessed cultivation of at least Saint Realm 1 Dan. There were even a couple of Saint Realm 2 Dan experts among them. It was fortunate that Xianxia had decided to conceal his aura so as to avoid notice. Otherwise, even with the 9 kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge, Byzantium Helios Beast, Golden Origin Cauldron, and Myriad Anthive Queen, he would still be tragically defeated. A race designed for war, the otherworldly demons were granted superior strength at birth, and they were capable of even overpowering a Saint Beast of equal cultivation realm easily. 200 Saint Realm otherworldly demons gathered together. Putting aside him, even a Saint Realm 4 Dan expert would struggle to cope with such a fearsome force. How could there be so many of them here? Xianxia's expression was grave. 200 Saint Realm 1 Dan and several Saint 2 Dan otherworldly demons. While this force was insufficient to defeat the entire Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, there was no doubt that they would bring catastrophic damage upon Hongyuan City if they were to successfully charge through the formation. Where in the world did they come from? The deluges of killing intent striking the mausoleum tablet must have been a coordinated assault from this group. It would be impossible to produce a formidable force that could overpower the wills of the 100 preceding principles and their principles' seals otherwise. Xianxia realized. The might of the wills of more than 100 preceding principles unified and enhanced by a grade 7 formation, further augmented by their principal seals, which harnessed the wills of several dozen million students and teachers throughout the history of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Yet, the formation had still shaken to the point of near collapse. Without a doubt, this couldn't have been a natural occurrence. The army of otherworldly demons before him had to be behind it. But who are they fighting with? Frowning, Xianxia turned his sight toward the human cultivators clashing with them. It was a group of elders donned in master-teacher robes. They were clustered together with their backs against one another, and their bodies and robes were completely dyed crimson with blood. In their eyes, one could see the stolidity of a man who had accepted his death. They are 6-star pinnacle master teachers, Xianxia noted. There were around 40 of them. Suddenly, Xianxia noticed a familiar figure. Lu Feng? As Yusu's good friend? Lu Feng had caused Xianxia a fair bit of trouble back in the Master Teacher Academy. However, with the revelation of Xianxia's identity, the grand appearance of Yang Shi in the Elder Hall, and his confirmation as the next principal of the Master Teacher Academy, Lu Feng had been punished, and he had disappeared from the academy. According to school head Mo, Lu Feng had voluntarily applied to head to the subterranean gallery in order to redeem himself, and it was very likely that he would never return. Back then, it had left Xianxia in deep thought for a long while. Given how large the subterranean gallery was, Xianxia had thought that it was extremely unlikely for him to meet Lu Feng. Who would have thought that he would encounter the other party shortly after entering the subterranean gallery and find them cornered? At this moment, Lu Feng's complexion looked extremely pale and worn out, and the grandeur and authoritative air that had shrouded him back when he was the head of the apothecary school had faded completely. His left sleeve, where his left arm should have been, was fluttering in the air, and there were many wounds on his body as well. Even though most of them had already closed up, the wounds were still rather glaring and appalling to look at. Despite the heavy injuries Lu Feng had sustained, his eyes were sharp and calm, as if the battles with the otherworldly demons had brought peace to his mind. As a result of that, his half-spiritual perception realm cultivation had been further reinforced, putting him on the verge of achieving a breakthrough. Despite the dangers of the subterranean gallery, it had allowed him to see past the trivialities of authority and power, thus broadening his mind. Putting aside Lu Feng, the other 6-star pinnacle master teachers also harnessed incredibly sharp auras that were on par with the vice school heads of the Master Teacher Academy. However, their ages were already beyond 1,000, and their bodies emanated an aura of deterioration, indicating that they were nearing the limit of their lifespan. Occasionally, there would be several master teachers who were nearing the end of their life applying to enter the subterranean gallery. Their purpose was simple. They hoped to use whatever they had left in them to slay a few more otherworldly demons in hopes that it could prolong the peace that mankind enjoyed. I must find a way to save them, Xianxia thought grimly. Had it been before, in face of such overwhelming odds, he would never have put his life on the line to save a group of strangers. However, after all he had been through, he realized how much these master teachers had contributed to mankind. It was due to them putting their lives on the line that the Master Teacher continent was able to enjoy many millenniums of relative peace. The Master Teachers before him were figures worthy of his respect, and he couldn't bring himself to leave them in the lurch. Doing it forcefully won't work. Xianxia frowned. Against more than 200 otherworldly demons, even if he were to utilize all of the means he had on hand, it would still be impossible for him to save the Master Teachers. On the contrary, it might even anger the otherworldly demons and cause them to fight even more desperately. If that were to happen, he could very well only be hastening their deaths. As urgent as the situation was, he couldn't charge in recklessly. He needed to come up with a plan first, a plan that would allow him to eradicate the otherworldly demons and save the Master Teachers. After a moment of thought, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a book. Vicious. Do you have any way to disguise me as an otherworldly demon? bypassing the encirclement of more than 200 otherworldly demons discreetly to save the master teachers. Such a feat was nigh impossible. Unless he was an otherworldly demon. You want to disguise as one of my tribesmen? The heart in the book beat several times before replying. That's simple. Master, given that you have cultivated the quintuple incandescence golden body, you should be able to alter your height and weight at will. As for the killing intent, I can release it in your place. It might be difficult for this disguise to fool the otherworldly demon emperors, but it should be more than sufficient for this group of peons. The most difficult aspect when disguising as an otherworldly demon was imitating their killing intent. As long as this problem was resolved, the other aspects regarding the outer appearance weren't a problem at all. Xianxia had already reached the fourth incandescence for the quintuple incandescence golden body, allowing him to alter his muscles and bone structure at will. All right, I will give it a try. Hearing that it was feasible, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Using one of the puppets in his storage ring as a model, he began to warp his muscles and bones amid a series of cracks. In just 2 breaths, his appearance had already changed altogether. After which, he took off the clothes of his puppet and wore them. At this moment, he looked completely identical to an otherworldly demon in terms of appearance, such that even most master teachers would be unable to tell the difference. Master, hide my finger in your hand, and I will exert my killing intent from within your body so that others won't notice it, Vicious said after seeing that Xianxia was done with his transformation. Xianxia nodded. Who? A finger emerged from the Book of Heaven's path and fell on his hand. It fused into his skin and disappeared within. Following which, Xianxia felt a unique energy flowing through his body, one that was completely different from a cultivator's Xianxia. This energy felt exceedingly violent, as if it would rip apart the world if it could. If one were to come into contact with this energy often, it would induce aggressive tendencies within one, making one crave war and battle. This is the source of the otherworldly demonic tribe's killing intent? Xianxia asked with a frown. It was no wonder the otherworldly demonic tribe was so belligerent. There was probably no one in the world who would be able to remain themselves after cultivating such Xianxia. We call this Xianxia of slaughter, Vicious replied before asking with a doubtful tone. Master, do you feel any discomfort driving the Xianxia of slaughter? Discomfort? Xianxia tried circulating the Xianxia of slaughter through his body, and eventually, he shook his head with an excited glint in his eyes. None at all. If any, I feel energized. Energized? Vicious was stunned. Ordinary cultivators, even one who had reached Saint Realm, were unable to withstand the Xianxia of slaughter. Yet, his master was actually able to drive it as he wished without feeling the slightest discomfort, and even feel energized at that. Wasn't his body's ability to adapt a little too powerful? It's good that you don't feel any discomfort. Vicious heaved a sigh of relief. Having pledged his loyalty to Xianxia, he had to ensure the latter's safety. He was planning to withdraw his Xianxia if the other party felt any discomfort, but since there was no such thing, it should be fine. Knowing that Vicious was thinking about, Xianxia replied with a nod. Given that his body was even to harness the might of the Heaven's Path Xianxia, what could the Xianxia of slaughter do? A thought suddenly emerged in Xianxia's mind. Wait. Since the Heaven's Path Xianxia has the ability to imitate the attributes of other Xianxia, could it possibly imitate the Xianxia of slaughter too? He had always thought of the killing intent as an aura emanated by the otherworldly demons, but if its true form was a type of Xianxia as well, was it possible for him to imitate it? The Heaven's Path Xianxia was an omnipotent Xianxia. Possessing no attribute, it was capable of fusing with the Xianxia of any other attribute and emulating its properties. With such thoughts in mind, he began to warp the properties of the Heaven's Path Xianxia in his body. His body jolted for an instant as the Heaven's Path Xianxia began to seethe. A moment later, a powerful killing intent abruptly gushed into the air. It wasn't as powerful as the one originating from Vicious' finger, but it was far purer and cleaner. Just as Xianxia was delighted with his success, he suddenly heard Vicious' voice in his ear. Grand Emperor, how is this possible? Master, Are you an otherworldly demon in disguise? Grand Emperor? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. An otherworldly demon in disguise? How is that possible? It was not like the other party didn't know that he was a celestial master teacher. How could he possibly be an otherworldly demon? Otherworldly demons are ranked in various strata according to their bloodline. The Emperor stratum has the purest bloodline, followed by the King stratum, the Marquis stratum, Noble stratum, and finally the Mortal stratum. Each stratum is further divided into several classes, and the strongest one within the Emperor stratum is the Grand Emperor class. Vicious said. The Xianxia that Master has just exerted is extremely pure, a trait distinctive of the Grand Emperor class. Grand Emperor class? Xianxia blinked in astonishment. He had just casually emulated the Xianxia of slaughter with his Heaven's Path Xianxia. But to think that it would actually be so formidable. Yes, Vicious replied respectfully. At the same time, he couldn't help but harbor some doubts regarding his master's identity. The other party was clearly a celestial master teacher, and yet, putting aside how he didn't feel the slightest discomfort driving the Xianxia of slaughter, his body actually harnessed Xianxia exclusive to the Grand Emperor class. Just how many more secrets was his master hiding? If I am at the Grand Emperor class, what about you? Xianxia asked. Given the extreme purity of the Heaven's Path Xianxia, it went without saying that his emulation of the Xianxia of slaughter would also be of the highest class. However, judging from Vicious' astonished tone, could this mean that he wasn't from the Grand Emperor class? Wasn't he one of the strongest experts from the otherworldly demonic tribe? Otherwise, how could he have stood his ground against Kong Shi? With a bitter smile, Vicious was just about to explain himself when he suddenly realized something and hurriedly warned Xianxia telepathically. Master, we have been discovered. We have been discovered? Taken aback, Xianxia turned his gaze upwards. What he saw left his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Unbeknownst to him, 50 otherworldly demons were floating in the air above him, each of them exerting an extremely powerful aura. They had sealed the surroundings tightly with their Xianxia of slaughter, leaving him no opportunity to escape at all. Hadn't he concealed his presence well? How had he been discovered just like that? To have been encircled before he could initiate his plan to save the master teachers. This sure was a huge failure. I must have failed to control my strength properly in the moment that I turned my Heaven's Path Xianxia into Xianxia of slaughter, Xianxia thought as his face twitched. As he had wished, his Heaven's Path Xianxia had turned into the Xianxia of slaughter unique to otherworldly demons perfectly. However, he had failed to control his power for a brief moment, resulting in his killing intent bursting into the air. It was probably that brief moment that had betrayed his presence to the otherworldly demons. Walala! Just as Xianxia was at a loss as to what he should do, the otherworldly demons in the sky finally got a clear look at Xianxia's face, and the tense atmosphere in the surroundings alleviated slightly. After which, a Saint Realm 2-Dan otherworldly demon descended from the sky and went up to Xianxia. Who are you? The Saint Realm 2-Dan otherworldly demon asked questioningly. Me? It was only at this moment that Xianxia suddenly recalled that he had already changed his appearance and was wearing the clothes of the otherworldly demons. An overpowering killing intent was emanating from his body, making it clear to anyone that he was an otherworldly demon. The other party must have thought that he was their tribesman, but owing to his unfamiliar face, the other party still had to confirm his identity. I am. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia prepared himself to make up a name so as to get over this matter. In any case, there were so many otherworldly demons about, so it was unlikely for the other party to recognize everyone. However, at that moment, a thought suddenly came to him. The next moment, he narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath, following which, the Xianxia of slaughter from Vicious finger burst forth. Hong Long. While the killing intent emanated from his disguised Heaven's Path Xianxia was pure, it was only at the level of a half-saint. On the other hand, the killing intent from Vicious finger was overwhelming and relentless, leaving one unable to determine how powerful he was, as if looking at a seemingly endless ocean. Touch this. Feeling that immense strength, The Saint Realm 2 Dan otherworldly demon's face paled, and his body stiffened. I don't have to say anything more about my identity, right? Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia glanced down at the other party impassively. Xianxia currently held no intelligence on the current state of the otherworldly demonic tribe at all. Vicious might know a thing or two, but his intelligence was already outdated by several dozen years. On top of that, his memories were fragmented, so it might not be safe to rely on it. While he could simply make up a name on the spot, there was a chance that things could go wrong too. For example, what if the name he came up with wasn't typical or was avoided by the otherworldly demons? If so, he would be placed in an extremely difficult position. Besides, even if he were to successfully come up with a name and join the other party's group, it was unlikely that the other party would trust him enough to allow him to approach the master teachers. It would still be extremely difficult for him to save them. Thus, the best way was for him to assume an identity that the other party feared. Since the otherworldly demons were ranked according to the purity of their Xianxia of slaughter, he could very well make use of it to instill fear in them. He was already proficient in it anyway. He had done it so many times that it came naturally to him. Don't have to say anything more about your identity? On the other hand, the Saint Realm 2 Dan otherworldly demon was taken aback. I have never seen you before, so how am I supposed to know who the hell you are? However, the Saint Realm 2 Dan otherworldly demon wasn't bewildered for too long. The Xianxia exerted by the other party was incredibly condensed and powerful, reminiscent of a towering mountain. Without a doubt, the other party had to be a king at the very least. Even if he didn't know who the other party was, one thing was for certain: the other party's standing was far above his. Seeing the other party stuttering in uncertainty, unsure of what was going on, Xianxia frowned in displeasure and bellowed furiously, "You don't even know me? Men, drag this moron down and execute him." This time, it wasn't just the Saint Realm 2 Dan otherworldly demon who was stunned. The otherworldly demons in the area were completely dumbstruck as well. To speak of beheading our leader like that, who the hell do you think you are? Which asylum did you run out from? Could it be? The Saint Realm 2 Dan otherworldly demons was extremely frustrated, and he had no idea what he was supposed to do. However, at that very moment, a thought flickered across his head and a certain name surfaced in his mind, and his face warped in astonishment. Could you be the Golden Leaf King? Rumor had it that the Golden Leaf King was a combative and vicious person, often assaulting others over the slightest verbal disagreement. He had never seen the Golden Leaf King before, having only heard of the other party's name. However, considering the pure energy the person before him was emanating, as well as his arrogant disposition, threatening to kill him despite having only met moments ago, he couldn't help but wonder if the other party was indeed him. Humph! Seeing how fast you reacted, I will let you off this time. Harumphing coldly, Xianxia tilted his head up haughtily. The leader of the 214th Squadron of Greenleaf King, Tongyu, pays respect to your highness. Upon seeing that he had identified the other party correctly, the Saint Realm 2 Dan otherworldly demon, Tongyu, heaved a sigh of relief before hurriedly kneeling onto the ground to greet the other party. After which, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Our king has said that he will be coming over soon, and he asked us to make preparations. That is why we captured these master teachers in order to prepare the tributes to gather the required energy to break the seal for his arrival. But how did you come over without any tribute?" It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't perplexed by the abrupt arrival of the esteemed figure before him. The areas of jurisdiction of their direct superior, Greenleaf King, and Golden Leaf King were extremely far from one another, so the both of them didn't have much contact with one another. Furthermore, the Greenleaf King had paid a heavy price using a special ritual in order to send them over one by one. It was only recently that the Greenleaf King had issued an order for them to hunt down master teachers and have them serve as tributes so as to allow him to bypass the seal and come over. They weren't even done preparing for their own king to come over, but the Golden Leaf King was already here? What was going on? What? Are you actually asking me to report my activities to you? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as his eyes narrowed menacingly. Emanating a wintry killing intent, Xianxia berated condescendingly. You disrespectful lowlife, are you asking to be killed right here, right now? Do you think that I dare not touch you just because you are the Greenleaf King's subordinate? I. Tong Yu's body stiffened as cold sweat began trickling from his forehead. The other party possessed the bloodline of a king, whereas he was just an ordinary soldier. Even if the other party were to kill him, he had no doubt that the Greenleaf King wouldn't speak up for him. This was the difference in their identity and standing. I dare not. Tong Yu swiftly kneeled to the ground fearfully, not daring to even breathe loudly. He had long heard that rules were mere words in the eyes of the Golden Leaf King, and there was nothing that the other party dared not do. He had always thought that it was just an exaggeration, but seeing it with his own eyes, the other party was indeed a madman. That had better be the truth. Xianxia harumphed coldly before turning his eyes away from Tong Yu. He took a step forward before pointing at Lu Feng and the others and asking, "What's with them? We were intending to capture this bunch and have them serve as tributes to break the seal for our king's arrival." Tong Yu hurriedly explained. Tributes? For the Greenleaf King's arrival. Xianxia frowned. He wasn't too sure how it worked, but he was still able to get a rough idea as to what was going on from the other party's words. It seemed like he had arrived at a timely moment. Considering how fearsome the ordinary soldiers were, if an otherworldly demon king were to breach the seal and come over, wouldn't Hongyuan City be reduced to hell in an instant? Noticing the displeasure on the Golden Leaf King's face, Tong Yu's lips twitched as he quickly realized what was going on. Thus, he anxiously said, "We were intending to usher in our king, but since your highness is here, there is no longer any need for that. I will have these fellows killed this very instant." It took more than strength to become a squadron leader. Tong Yu wasn't a foolish person, and he was very sharp at reading the mood as well. While he had not heard about any grudge between the Greenleaf King and the Golden Leaf King, considering that the Golden Leaf King was already here, bringing the Greenleaf King here could be viewed as an attempt to undermine his authority, and that was no different from seeking death. Thus, he turned around to the otherworldly demons behind him and waved his hand. "Men, kill all of those fellows here." "Yes, leader." Upon hearing the order, the otherworldly demons began marching toward the encircled Lu Feng and the others with overwhelming killing intent. "Comrades, it seems like we might be meeting our end here. From the moment I walked in here, I have never thought about leaving alive. So what if I meet my end here? Take one down and I will have recouped my loss. Take two down and I will have profited. Haha, come. Let me give you a taste of your grandfather's strength. Even if I die, I will make sure to pull a couple of them down with me." Seeing that the otherworldly demons were going to kill them, the master teachers trapped in the center roared in laughter, seemingly devoid of any fear for their impending doom. Just as Xianxia had guessed, these 6-star pinnacle master teachers were either those whose cultivation had stagnated at a certain point or those whose lifespan had reached its limit. From the moment they stepped into the subterranean gallery, they had already prepared themselves mentally to meet their end. Having served as a master teacher for a lifetime, dying in the midst of battling the otherworldly demon could be considered a fine conclusion to the end of their journey. As such, they didn't feel fear when they heard that the other party was going to kill them. On the contrary, their fighting will flared instead. What is there to rejoice about birth? What is there to fear about death? Another otherworldly demon killed meant another step toward mankind's peace. Even if death was their end, they had no regrets. "You wretched things, the only reason you are still alive is because you were going to serve as tributes for our honored king. Now that our king is here, your existence serves no purpose anymore." Tong Yu harumphed coldly as he raised his hand. Voila! Many otherworldly demons raised their hands simultaneously as a devastating energy gathered among them. The energy gathered was so immense and destructive that if it were to be released, the already severely injured master teachers would die without fail. With a deep frown, Xianxia bellowed loudly, "Hold it for a moment." Hearing his bellow, the otherworldly demons, who were prepared to launch an attack, swiftly halted their movements. Tong Yu also turned a doubtful gaze to Xianxia. The Golden Leaf King was known to be callous and vicious, never hesitating to claim the life of another. This was precisely why Tong Yu was so fearful of him. So why would the other party suddenly ask him to stop? Spare them, I still have questions for them, Xianxia commanded coldly. From his experience disguising as Yang Shi, he had learned the art of feigning as an expert. On top of that, through vicious, powerful, and devastating aura, he had already created a powerful first impression, which granted him more room to maneuver. Yes, hearing that the Golden Leaf King had some questions for the master teachers, Tong Yu immediately waved his hands to gesture for the otherworldly demons to step down. Even so, the otherworldly demons didn't let their guard down. They continued to maintain their encirclement around the master teachers, ready to strike should any of them attempt to flee. May I know what your highness intends to ask? I will immediately have my men interrogate them. Tong Yu turned to Xianxia and clasped his fist respectfully. A moment later, fearing that the latter would misunderstand, he quickly added, "These master teachers are obstinate fools. Without using some special means, it won't be possible to obtain accurate intelligence from them." It hadn't been long since he had arrived at the subterranean gallery, but he had already come into contact with many master teachers. Those fellows had an unyielding faith in their mission, making it nigh impossible to get any useful information out of them through a normal interrogation. How could a person who didn't even fear death succumb to an average interrogation? Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia replied haughtily as he gazed into the distance, as if contemplating about the greater matters of the world. "There is no need for that. This matter involves confidential secrets that the likes of you aren't qualified to know. You just have to find me a quiet place for me to interrogate them privately." In that moment, he exuded an unfathomable aura. Yes, hearing that the other party wanted to interrogate the master teachers personally, Tong Yu hesitated for a moment before clasping his fist. "Your Highness, our temporary camp is not too far from here. Why don't we head there to interrogate these wretched master teachers? This way, we will be able to prevent them from escaping as well." Xianxia nodded. He could tell that Tong Yu still harbored some reservations toward him, which was only natural given that he had appeared out of nowhere. At this point, it would be too unnatural if he tried to take them away willfully. He would have to bide his time and wait for an ideal opportunity to strike. Furthermore, his purpose there was to investigate the situation with the otherworldly demons and rid the threats that were lurking in the darkness. This was a good chance for him to scout the situation. "This way, please." Nodding, Tong Yu hurriedly stepped forward and led the way. Without saying a word, Xianxia stepped into the air and began following behind Tong Yu closely while asking Vicious discreetly, "The Golden Leaf King that he spoke of, have you heard of him before? How can I possibly know these juniors?" "Most likely. Tong Yu has never met that Golden Leaf King before and simply thought that you are him due to your pure and powerful Xianxia." At which, Vicious paused to ponder for a moment before continuing his explanation. "There is a very strict hierarchy among the otherworldly demons. The purer and otherworldly demons' Xianxia of slaughter is, the higher their standing will be. My finger has just barely recovered and is still far from exerting the immense force it wielded back when I was at my peak. Nevertheless, the Xianxia it exerts is still far beyond the reach of mortals like them." Xianxia nodded quietly. This was also what he thought as well. Vicious had been one of the strongest emperors of the otherworldly demon back when he was at his peak. Even if his finger was far weaker than it was back then, the purity of the energy it exerted was still far beyond the likes of those fellows. Furthermore, his disguise was also nigh perfect, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that the other party would think of him as the Golden Leaf King or something. "With your current prowess, are you able to deal with those fellows?" Xianxia asked. It wouldn't be safe to leave such a large group of otherworldly demons lurking in the subterranean gallery. If Vicious could destroy these fellows easily, he wouldn't have to go through too much trouble getting rid of them later on. "The most powerful attack I have at the moment is my killing intent. It is extremely effective against those of differing races, but against fellow otherworldly demons, I fear that its effectiveness will be negligible," Vicious said awkwardly. He had always boasted about how powerful he was, but in real times of need, he turned out to be useless. Having taken aback his finger, His fighting prowess had been enhanced considerably, allowing him to engage in physical fights. However, it would still be extremely difficult for him to stand his ground against so many opponents simultaneously. Furthermore, his strongest attack was his killing intent. It was indeed formidable against master teachers and saint beasts. Those who were afflicted by it would find their bodies stiffening on the spot, rendering them powerless. However, against his fellow otherworldly demons, who cultivated the Xianxia of slaughter as well, his killing intent was nearly ineffective. I see. Seeing Vicious denying the matter so quickly, Xianxia shook his head helplessly as he muttered beneath his breath. I was just thinking how formidable you are, but to think that you are nothing more than a solder spear too, useless in times to need. Hearing those words, Vicious staggered and nearly burst into tears. Master, I am not a solder spear. I am tough, very, very tough. In the time that the duo spent talking, the other otherworldly demons subdued Lu Feng and the others and forced them to move along with them. From the very start, they were already depleted from the extended battle they had against so many otherworldly demons simultaneously, so they weren't able to put up much of a fight. In fact, were it not for the fact that they were needed to serve as tribute to bypass the seal, they would have already been killed long ago. While they were attacked by the otherworldly demons, Xianxia didn't bother saying anything or even spare a glance at them. Since Tongyu thought that he was the Golden Leaf King, the other party wouldn't dare kill any of the master teachers, and as long as they were still alive, he would have a chance to save them. Proceeding ahead, it didn't take long before Xianxia saw a vast area filled with massive buildings on the horizon. Innumerable buildings that extended for over several li were built against a mountain, concealed discreetly amid the darkness. A cold and sinister atmosphere drifted around those buildings, leaving one with a disturbing feeling within. So big? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The subterranean gallery was the passageway connecting the master-teacher continent to the otherworldly battlefield. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't have been too many otherworldly demons lurking in the area. Yet, the buildings were extended over such an unbelievably huge area that it could even house several 100,000 individuals simultaneously. Was it possible that a huge army of otherworldly demons had already breached the seal and was currently stationed in the area? If that was the case, Hongyuan Empire was truly deep in danger. It would already be difficult for Tier 1 Empire to hold its ground against 200 otherworldly demons. If several 100,000 were to pop out at once, probably even Qingyuan conferred empire would be shaken at its core. Following behind Tongyu, Xianxia discreetly activated his Eye of Insight to look into the interior of the buildings. To his relief, there weren't any traces of life within. Your Highness, this is the base we have built over the past 2 months, and it is large enough to house tens of thousands of people within it comfortably without any problem. There won't be any problem with the lodging once our great army arrives, Tongyu explained with a fawning smile. Deactivating his Eye of Insight, Xianxia directed a nod toward Tongyu while heaving a sigh of relief inwardly. So, the buildings were just prepared by them in advance. For a moment, he had thought that they were already filled with otherworldly demons. From the looks of it, it seemed like something had happened to the seal. However, it hadn't reached the level where they could enter or leave freely. Based on Tongyu's words, he was able to deduce 2 things. Firstly, master teachers had to be offered as tributes for the Greenleaf King guy to come over. From the looks of it, the requirement for his crossing was significantly harsher than others. Secondly, the group he was with was likely the scouting party. Their main mission seemed to be to prepare for the arrival of the main army, such as building a base and finding ways to undermine the seal. Once they succeed, it wouldn't be long before the great army of the otherworldly demons arrived. If that was the case, Hongyuan Empire would be in deep trouble. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia followed behind Tongyu and descended among the buildings. There were significant differences between the otherworldly demons' buildings and those constructed by humans, and it felt like they were carefully designed to enhance the concentration of killing intent in the area. If one were to cultivate the Xianxia of slaughter here, one's rate of cultivation would surely be much faster than normal. From the looks of it, the otherworldly demonic tribe wasn't lacking in talent either. At the very least, they possessed means that were on par with the humans' formation masters. But that was only to be expected. If they hadn't possessed such immense strength, they wouldn't have been able to dominate the other races for so many years until Kong Shi's emergence. Tong Yu turned to Xianxia and said, I have long heard that your highness possesses a deep understanding of architecture and formations. Please do enlighten us if anything is inappropriate. I will have my men alter it immediately. Xianxia was just about to say that it was fine and that no changes had to be made when a sudden realization struck him, and he abruptly stopped halfway through his words. It seemed like Tong Yu was trying to sound him out to verify his identity. He had no way of telling whether the Golden Leaf King was truly skilled in the field of architecture and formations at all, so he had to be careful with how he answered this question. If he were to come up with a correct alteration but the Golden Leaf King turned out to be unskilled in the field, that would be as good as giving himself away. The same applied if he were to come up with an inaccurate alteration and the Golden Leaf King turned out to be unskilled. This was truly a huge trouble. That fellow sure was a sharp person, laying out a subtle trap for him so easily. If he were to give the wrong response, he could very well end up turning the 200 otherworldly demons against him in an instant. On the other hand, if he were to refuse to respond, putting aside how the other party's suspicions of him would deepen, such attempts would also come time and time again at him, and it would only be a matter of time before he gave himself away. Is that how you speak to your king as well? Xianxia's complexion darkened in fury. Since it was impossible for him to come up with a correct answer to the question with any certainty, the only way for him was to change the subject. Noting Xianxia's fury, Tong Yu's body immediately stiffened. He suddenly realized that the words he had spoken were slightly disrespectful, and his face paled in fright. As a lofty king, the other party would speak on his own accord if he wished to offer any words of enlightenment. Otherwise, it wasn't his place as a subordinate to ask about it either. Enough! I don't have time to waste my breath with you. Take those master teachers to a secret chamber and have your men stay away from the area. I don't want anyone within 30 meters of the chamber while I am interrogating them. Xianxia roared furiously, turning the other party's attention away from the previous subject completely. Yes. On the other hand, Tong Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Golden Leaf King had no intentions of pursuing the matter. He swiftly left the area to make arrangements, and sometime later, he returned to the room. Your Highness, I had my men imprison them in the hall just in front. Good. Xianxia nodded. Your Highness, you must be wary. The humans are known to be cunning and scheming, and I fear that they might mean you harm, Tong Yu advised. They are nothing but a bunch of puny insects. They won't be able to harm me even if I stand on the spot and let them attack. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia sneered coldly as a powerful aura burst forth from him. Yes. Feeling the incredible power emanated by the other party, Tong Yu's eyebrows shot up in alarm. With the strength the other party had displayed, it would take nothing more than a finger for the other party to crush him. Tell your men to steer clear. I will be right back. Harumphing coldly, Xianxia walked out of the room. Yes. Tong Yu nodded with a lowered head. It was only after the figure before him finally disappeared from sight that he finally turned around with a frown and bellowed, Men! A moment later, an otherworldly demon rushed in hurriedly and bowed. Leader! You! Head to the seal right now and check with the personnel station there if anyone had arrived today, Tong Yu commanded. Yes! The otherworldly demon quickly nodded before rushing out. The killing intent and prowess demonstrated by the other party was indeed on par with the king's, but Tong Yu still felt that there was a need to verify this matter. Too much was at stake, and no mistake could be tolerated. In the hall, Lu Feng and the others were lying feebly on the ground, their bodies bound with heavy shackles. Their cultivation had also been sealed through special means. It seems like we won't be getting out of this alive, one of the master teachers said with a bitter smile. Indeed. The only regret I have is that I did not slay more otherworldly demons. Another old man shook his head and sighed. Don't you think that it is a little bizarre that they are keeping us alive to interrogate us? But regardless of what their intentions are, they sure won't be getting a single word out of me. A master teacher spat through gritted teeth. the otherworldly demons and master teachers viewed one another as nemesis. It was perplexing that the otherworldly demons would keep them alive even though they served no value at this point. But even if they were to die, they would never allow themselves to become a traitor of mankind. One of the elders couldn't help but ask in curiosity. Speaking of which, the reason we are here is because our lives are already approaching their limits. But Lu Feng, you still have many years ahead of you. Furthermore, you are the esteemed head of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy's Apothecary School. Why would a person like you come to the subterranean gallery? Hearing the question, the others also turned their gazes over. Under the furious pursuit of the otherworldly demons over the past few days, they hadn't had the luxury of time to chat with one another. At this moment, however, since their fate was already sealed, they wished to at least unravel this mystery before their deaths. Those who would descend to the subterranean gallery were those who had found themselves nearing the end of their paths. However, Lu Feng was not only the head of the #1 school in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, he was also at half-spiritual perception realm, which meant that it was highly likely he could advance further to Saint Realm Tudan. Why would a person like him with such a bright future ahead descend into the subterranean gallery like them? This is truly a long story. I can only say that I have erred. Lu Feng shook his head. Had he not provoked Xianxia, he wouldn't have landed himself in such a state. What happened? Did someone frame you? Another master teacher couldn't help but ask. I offended someone that I shouldn't have, so I voluntarily applied to come down here, Lu Feng said. He had encountered many life-threatening situations since arriving here, but he didn't regret his decision at all. He was contributing to mankind back when he was an esteemed head of the apothecary school, and he was also doing the same down here as well. The only difference was that he would die a silent and unsung death. You offended someone? The others were even more perplexed. Who in the world did the stand-in principal of the Master Teacher Academy, a powerful half-spiritual perception realm expert, offend to have to be forced to come to these desolate grounds? Indeed, I offended a student. Lu Feng nodded. A student. The others were stunned. You are a member of the 10 great master teachers and the stand-in principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. To be reduced to this state from offending a student, just what kind of student wields such frightening power? An elder suddenly thought of something and asked, was it an offspring from one of the sage clans? No, he is just an ordinary student from Huanyu Empire, Lu Feng replied. From Huanyu Empire? The group stared at one another in bewilderment. A student from a Tier 2 empire was actually able to force the stand-in principal to enter the subterranean gallery? What was going on? I knew that you all won't believe me. To tell you the truth, I have been musing over this matter for the past few days, and I still feel as if I was dreaming. Taking everyone's expression into sight, a bitter smile surfaced on Lu Feng's lips. Why don't I tell you about his deeds after entering the academy? You should be able to understand it after that. Shaking his head, Lu Feng began to recount the many things that had happened ever since Xianxia enrolled into the Master Teacher Academy. As the matter regarding Xianxia concerned the privacy of a higher-ranked master teacher, he neglected to mention him. A 20-year-old lad challenged vice school head Yusu to a life-and-death physician duel, and the latter actually lost? His lecture actually caused all of the teachers and students to leave the apothecary school? He successfully tamed a Saint Realm Tudan beast at his young age? The Master Teacher Academy's Golden Origin Cauldron acknowledged him as its master after he touched it? Hearing about the various matters concerning Xianxia had left everyone dumbstruck. Who could have imagined that a student could actually cause such a huge ruckus within several months of enrolling into the academy? Was this for real? How did you end up offending a genius of such caliber? One of the master teachers asked. Such a talent would eventually become the pride and honor of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Given so, Lu Feng should have been intent on getting on good terms with the other party. Why would he have a conflict with him instead? It is because his talents are too formidable that I suspected that he is a king of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Otherwise, How could a person that young gain such a deep understanding of so many supporting occupations and wield such extraordinary strength? At this point, Lu Feng shook his head bitterly and said, "Only a little later did I realize how ridiculous my suspicions were. From the moment he met Xianxia, he immediately realized how ludicrous his suspicions that Xianxia was an otherworldly demon king were. How could the student of a celestial master teacher possibly be an otherworldly demon? This notion in itself was a huge joke. Ridiculous? Why would it be ridiculous? If I was in your place, I would have thought the same as well. After all, no matter how talented a person is, there is a limit to how much he can achieve within a limited period of time. Considering the vast knowledge he has displayed despite only being 20, it is only natural for one to doubt his origins. I share the same thoughts as well. You were sent here just because you doubted him?" The other master teachers frowned in indignation for Lu Feng. Wasn't it making a big fuss out of nothing to issue such a harsh punish to an esteemed head of the apothecary school for something as minor as that? You don't understand. Xianxia is... Seeing that the others had misunderstood what he was saying, Lu Feng shook his head and began to explain. But at that moment, the doors to the hall abruptly opened, Jia, and a head popped in through the crack of the door. A pair of large eyes stared intently at the master teachers. "Who called for me?" The bright smile on the large face looked extraordinarily unnerving. "Called for you?" Looking at the Golden Leaf King, who was going to interrogate them, the mouths of the master teachers twitched uncontrollably. "We were talking about the conflict between the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and Lu Feng. Who in the world called for you? Can you stop being so narcissistic?" Lu Feng's eyes also began flying around the place. "Who in the world would call for you given that ugly face you have?" Just as he was about to speak, the tall and ugly fellow walked over and said, "I was just thinking about how I should explain it to you all. But since you have already recognized me, I guess there's no longer any need." Walking up to the master teachers, the ugly fellow stretched his hands forward to release the shackles binding them. "What are you doing?" Everyone leaped in shock, alarmed by the other party's actions. "Explain? Recognized? Recognized your head. We are righteous master teachers. We have never come into contact with any otherworldly demons before, so don't you act chummy with us. Who in the hell knows you?" Seeing the master teachers acting warily around him despite clearly knowing his true identity, the otherworldly demon scratched his head in confusion. "What am I doing? How are you going to leave if I don't release your shackles?" Naturally, the otherworldly demon was Xianxia in disguise. When he heard someone calling his name before entering, he couldn't help but feel a little perplexed. Thus, he pushed open the door to take a look, and when he realized that the one who was speaking was Lu Feng, he immediately realized what had happened. The other party must have recognized him and was currently explaining things to the others in his stead. Why else would they have said his name in such a desperate situation? Even though he was perplexed as to how Lu Feng was able to recognize him, this did work in his favor. There was no time for him to explain, and he had no idea how to do so either. "Leave? What do you mean? If you wish to kill us, so be it. Don't even think that we will be so foolish as to fall for your ploy. Scram. The likes of you aren't worthy of touching our shackles. We came to the subterranean gallery knowing that death will eventually befall us. Don't even think that you can win us over with such cheap ploys." Seeing that the otherworldly demon was attempting to set them free, the group harumphed coldly. Incongruous actions could only mean that treacherous intentions were hidden beneath the exterior. Just from the shameless face the other party had, they were certain that he wasn't a good person. To try to buy them over with such trivial acts, wasn't the other party looking down on the dignity of master teachers a little too much? Facing the looks of disbelief of the group before him, treating him as if he was a villain, Xianxia exclaimed anxiously, "I am here to save you. Weren't you speaking up for me a moment ago? Why are all of you snubbing me now? Save us? An otherworldly demon king like you would be so kind as to save us. To intend to win our hearts over using such a cheap ploy? Aren't you making light of us?" The master teachers sneered coldly. "I," not expecting to be misunderstood in such a manner, Xianxia shook his head bitterly before turning to school head Lu Feng. School head Lu, even if they don't, they believe me. Surely you trust me, right? As he spoke, his body jolted as his muscles began contracting with creaking sounds, reverting back to its original look. I am Xianxia. Xianxia. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment before his eyes widened in astonishment, and his body stiffened in horror. His shock gradually turned into rage as he roared ferociously. You, as I expected, you are an otherworldly demon king. I shall kill you right now. Back then, Xianxia's teacher had offered an extremely rational explanation to the various peculiarities surrounding Xianxia, and this had left Lu Feng feeling extremely regretful that he had nearly prematurely terminated the journey of a talented master teacher. Out of sheer remorse for his deeds, he had chosen to head to this wretched land in hopes of repenting for his sin with his life. He had thought that this death would cleanse him of his sins, but who would have thought that just as he was on the brink of death, he would see an otherworldly demon king morphing into Xianxia's form. In other words, that fellow had deceived all of the school heads and him. You have misunderstood. Xianxia clearly hadn't expected that reverting back to his original form would deepen the misunderstanding the others had of him. Thus, he hurriedly explained, I really am not an otherworldly demon. I am a master teacher, and I came here specially to save you all. Pong! But before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a powerful force blasting toward him. Turning around, he saw an elder sending a kick toward his back. With a nimble sidestep, Xianxia dodged the attack as his face darkened in displeasure. What are you doing? He had come here to save them out of goodwill, yet they had actually attempted to assault him from behind. They were getting overboard. It was fortunate that they were severely injured and their cultivation had been sealed, or else even Xianxia would have had a tough time dealing with an abrupt assault from a Saint Realm 1 Dan Pinnacle expert. I have long heard that the otherworldly demon kings are able to disguise themselves as humans perfectly, such that even master teachers are unable to tell them apart. However, I truly never expected for one to actually successfully sneak into the Master Teacher Academy and even become its principal. One of the elders roared furiously. Now that I know the truth, I will bring you down today even at the expense of my old life. We must kill him by all cost. As the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, he has access to countless secrets of mankind. If he reports them back to the otherworldly demonic tribe, mankind will be in peril. The many master teachers stood up and surrounded Xianxia. Their eyes were crimson with rage, and if looks could kill, the man before them would have been torn to shreds that very instant. It had just been a moment earlier that they had wondered if that Xianxia was an otherworldly demon king, and the very next moment a huge otherworldly demon morphed into the latter's form. The truth couldn't have been any clearer to them at that very moment. It was one thing for an otherworldly demon to have infiltrated the Master Teacher Academy, but to become its principal on top of that, who knew how many secrets of mankind he had leaked out to the otherworldly demons already. As master teachers, they would never be able to forgive themselves if he was allowed to do as he pleased. Lu Feng was also on the verge of erupting in anger. He had thought that Xianxia, as the disciple of Xianxia, a celestial master teacher, couldn't possibly be an otherworldly demon, but having seen the otherworldly demons obey his words and him morphing from an otherworldly demon into a human, to think that they, master teachers, would be made fools of by the otherworldly demons. Frustrated and furious, he clenched his fists tightly as his teeth creaked under the immense pressure of his clenched jaw. How he hated the fact that he hadn't been more forceful in exposing the other party's identity back then. If only that had been the case, perhaps they wouldn't have found themselves in such a disastrous situation. You misunderstand. I am human. Noticing the rage boiling amid the crowd, as if they were going to devour him whole, Xianxia hurriedly flicked his wrist, and the Byzantium Helios beast swiftly appeared before him. You should recognize him, right? This is the righteous tamed beast of the old principle, the Byzantium Helios beast. There is no way he could possibly submit to an otherworldly demon. But before Xianxia could finish his words, Lu Feng abruptly stood up and roared, Everyone, don't listen to him. It's due to this that I erroneously trusted him, thus bringing crisis upon the Master Teacher Academy. You must be daydreaming if you think that the same tricks will work on me once more. Another 2 more Master Teachers stood up. Indeed, we can't trust his words. I saw with my own eyes how he commanded the otherworldly demons previously. On top of that, the killing intent he exuded was condensed and powerful. At the very least, he must be a king among the otherworldly demonic tribe. Furthermore, I clearly heard with my own ears that the otherworldly demons called him Golden Leaf King. Facing the Master Teachers who were completely convinced with their judgment, Xianxia's complexion turned incredibly ugly. Had their cultivation not been sealed, they would have surely pounced forward to kill him on the spot. What the heck was this? He had gone there to save them, and it was one thing for the other party to doubt his kind intentions, but to be misunderstood as an otherworldly demon on top of that. If they didn't believe him, there was no way he would be able to lead them to safety even if he were to free their shackles. The situation was truly getting out of hand. On top of that, it isn't safe for me to reveal my identity as a celestial master teacher here. Xianxia felt frenzied. There were simply far too many otherworldly demons in the area, and they had each reached Saint Realm. If he were to attempt to reveal his identity as a celestial master teacher, there was no doubt that it would catch their attention. If so, not only would he be unable to save the master teachers, he could very well die there as well. It was to conceal this news from the otherworldly demonic tribe that he had chosen to keep it hidden as long as possible. Once news spread, endless trouble and assassinations would surely come his way. By then, not only him but the safety of those around him would be at stake as well. However, if he didn't reveal this identity, it would be nigh impossible for him to reverse the prejudice these master teachers had of him and convince them to leave with him. Incredibly vexed, Xianxia turned to Lu Feng and urged with a nearly pleading tone, "Lu Feng, I am really a master teacher. I have come here to save you. I know that you are master teacher, but I also know that you are an otherworldly demon king." Lu Feng sneered coldly. "Trying to deceive me once more? Dream on." Seeing the sharp hostility in the other party's eyes, Xianxia couldn't help but feel frenzied. Why did it seem like the situation was getting worse with his explanation? With these master teachers antagonistic against him, what was he to do? While Xianxia was at a loss as to how he should clarify the situation, in the main hall where Tongyu was seated a silhouette flashed across the room. The otherworldly demon that had left a while ago had returned hurriedly. "Leader, our king has arrived." "King? What king?" Tongyu was taken aback by the abrupt news. "His Highness Greenleaf King," the otherworldly demon swiftly replied. "Greenleaf King? His Highness has arrived." Tongyu was astonished. They were subordinates of the Greenleaf King, and the reason they had captured those master teachers was to offer them as tributes to breach the seal so that their king could come over. Who could have known their king would have already come over even though they hadn't done anything yet? "That's right." The otherworldly demon nodded. "Hurry up and bring me to him. I have to welcome him." Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, Tongyu quickly made his way out. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw the Greenleaf King walking in with another middle-aged man, chatting with smiles on their faces. Stepping forward, he kneeled onto the ground and bowed deeply. "Tongyu pays respect to your highness." The Greenleaf King smiled in satisfaction. "Well done. This base is indeed big enough to house an army of 100,000. The Greenleaf King boasted a physique even larger than Tongyu, and his face was pale and devoid of any facial hair. There was an air of valiance between his brows, which granted him an authoritative aura, reminiscent of a person who held great power. The killing intent that emanated from his body felt so concentrated that it seemed almost tangible. Just a look at him, and one would suddenly feel as if one had descended upon a harsh battlefield with death lingering just around the corner. "Your Highness, I am honored by your compliments." Heaving a sigh of relief, Tongyu thanked him before discreetly turning his gaze to the middle-aged man beside the Greenleaf King. The other party's physique was slightly shorter and smaller than his king's, but there was an air of coldness around him that left one shivering. The middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings for a moment before remarking nonchalantly, "This base is indeed well built, and it is located in close proximity to the seal. However, the mountains in the surroundings make it easy for enemy soldiers to conceal themselves in the area, and that will place us in a dangerous position." This, unsure of the other party's identity, Tong Yu had no idea what to make of the other party's remarks, so he turned a doubtful gaze to the Greenleaf King to seek his opinion. "Xianxia is an expert on this field, so worry not and heed his words," the Greenleaf King said. "Yes." Tong Yu turned to the middle-aged man, clasped his fist, and bowed deeply. "Lord, may I know what kind of changes should be made?" "Simple. You just have to move these mountains away. The area within 100 li radius of our camp should be completely flat so that we will have an unhindered view of the surroundings," the middle-aged man said. "Move these mountains away?" Tong Yu's mouth twitched. The mountains within the subterranean gallery weren't too tall, but they extended far into the distance. Even with everyone on the job, it would be an arduous task, requiring at least a month or two at the very minimum. "Send someone to do it and accomplish it as soon as possible." Noting the expression on Tong Yu's face, the Greenleaf King chuckled. "Right, I forgot to introduce to you. Brother In possesses great fame, so you must have heard of him before as well. He is a member of our 10 kings of Qingtian, the Golden Leaf King." Tong Yu was stunned for a moment before astonishment swept across his face. Golden Leaf King? It was just a moment ago that one Golden Leaf King had arrived, so how could another one pop up all of a sudden? Was there more than one Golden Leaf King? That didn't seem likely. "Aren't you going to pay respects to the Golden Leaf King? It has only been a short while. Have you already forgotten your manners?" Seeing how his subordinate was staring intently at the Golden Leaf King with a shocked expression on his face, not showing the slightest politeness at all, the Greenleaf King frowned in displeasure. "My apologies, Your Highness. I was so shocked for a moment that I lost myself." Tong Yu hurriedly fell to the ground and kowtowed. Shocked? The Greenleaf King was perplexed. Tong Yu might not have been the strongest of his subordinates, but he possessed exceptional capability in getting work done. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dispatched the other party and entrusted him with the important responsibility of laying down the groundwork for their great army. For him to be so shocked as to even forget his bearings for a moment, just what could have happened? It's just a moment ago, a powerful tribesman arrived, and he claimed to be the Golden Leaf King. As such, when I heard that this lord over here is the Golden Leaf King as well, I lost myself for a moment, Tong Yu quickly explained. Claimed to be the Golden Leaf King? The Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King glanced at one another and froze. The Golden Leaf King's face darkened, and he took a step forward. "What do you mean? Are you saying that someone tried to impersonate me?" Tong Yu wasn't sure how he should respond. The Greenleaf King gazed at Tong Yu and demanded authoritatively, "What is going on?" "Reporting to Your Highness, the matter goes like this. Just a moment ago, when my men were in the midst of rounding up a group of master teachers, a tribesman appeared and claimed that he is the Golden Leaf King. Currently, he is still in the opposite hall, interrogating those master teachers." Tong Yu swiftly explained the matter anxiously. Claimed that he is the Golden Leaf King? Interrogating those master teachers? The two kings frowned doubtfully. "Take us there. I would like to see the person who dares to impersonate me." With a livid expression, killing intent began seething from the Golden Leaf King, ready to explode at any moment. To think that someone would be so brazen as to impersonate as him, an otherworldly demon king. Unforgivable. Tong Yu shot a discreet glance toward the Greenleaf King, and it was only upon seeing the latter's nod that he began to lead the way. "Kings, this way please." Barely after taking 2 steps, the Greenleaf King suddenly stopped and instructed, "Wait a moment. There is no need to rush into it. Tong Yu, have your men seal the surroundings first. Make sure to do it discreetly so as to not alarm whoever is inside. We can head in after that is done." "Yes, Your Highness." Tong Yu nodded. If what Tong Yu had said was real, it was very likely that the impersonator would have malicious intentions in mind. Naturally, they would have to apprehend him for interrogation so as to learn his aims. Tong Yu quickly took his leave before issuing several instructions to his men. Following which, the 200 otherworldly demons from before swiftly moved out and encircled the hall that Xianxia was in discreetly. The movements of these otherworldly demons were structured and orderly, sealing every single blind spot as they got into position. Putting aside Xianxia, it would be nigh impossible for even a Saint Realm 3 Dan expert to escape from their encirclement. All right, let's go take a look. Seeing that the preparations were ready, the Greenleaf King waved his hand, and the group swiftly made their way over to the hall. Seeing that none of the master teachers were willing to trust even a single word of his, Xianxia waved his hand helplessly. You might not trust me, but give this some thought. If I truly was an otherworldly demon king, would I waste my breath with you all here? I would have just dispatched my men to have all of you killed. You must be trying to obtain some crucial intelligence from us. You are trying to numb us with expressing goodwill. A master teacher spat through gritted teeth. Obtain crucial intelligence for you all? Xianxia shook his head in frustration. I am the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Do you think that your standing can possibly be higher than mine? Do you actually think that I will need to pry words out of your mouth to obtain crucial intelligence? Just think about it. Everyone was stunned as there was some logic to Xianxia's words. However, at that moment, Lu Feng roared, "Don't fall for his eloquence. Even as the esteemed principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, it is impossible for him to know everything. He must have captured us to learn about the secrets regarding the subterranean gallery. Once bitten, twice shy. He had suffered greatly due to the lies of the fellow before him once, and he would never allow history to repeat itself. I concur. We shouldn't trust him. Those who aren't our kind will eventually turn against us. If he isn't an otherworldly demon, why would he appear before us with such coincidental timing? How could he possibly have so many otherworldly demons obey his orders? The otherworldly demons are devious. He is bound to be up to something with this abrupt show of goodwill. We mustn't fall for his trap." A few other master teachers roared indignantly. You all! Xianxia's eyes flew around the place. He had come here to save them only to end up pleading to save them, and even at the end of it they still refused to budge. The world was truly unbelievable. Unable to hold back his wrath anymore, Xianxia snapped furiously. Up to something? A bunch of frail elderlies. Do you really think that you, who already have a foot in the grave, have anything I need? The ages of these men added together amounted to several dozen thousand years. What could Xianxia possibly hope to gain out of them? A master teacher was just about to refute Xianxia's words when the Byzantium Helios beast's face suddenly darkened. Master, bad news. We have been encircled. Having reached spiritual perception realm, it was far more sensitive of its surroundings than anyone else in the hall. The movements outside was slight, but the Byzantium Helios beast was still able to feel it vividly. Encircled. Taken aback, Xianxia quickly activated his eye of insight and looked out of the window. Amid the endless darkness, he could see many otherworldly demons positioned around the hall, sealing all possible routes of escape. Even though each of them had concealed their aura well, there was no doubt that the army would collapse upon anyone who attempted to escape. What is going on? Xianxia's heart turned cold at that sight. Hadn't he convinced them that he was the Golden Leaf King just a moment ago? Why would they suddenly go so far as to encircle the surroundings, as if preparing to kill him? Xianxia swiftly turned to the Byzantium Helios beast and said, "You should return for now." With a glance, he could already tell that it was impossible to break through the other party's defenses and escape. Yes, the Byzantium Helios beast nodded before returning to the myriad anthive nest. After stowing away the myriad anthive nest, Xianxia began warping his physique once more to return back to the form of an otherworldly demon. Shortly after he was done, the doors to the hall opened from the outside. Jia and 3 men walked in with wide strides. The one leading the way was Tong Yu, and the other two trailing behind looked rather unfamiliar. However, the energy coursing through their bodies felt powerful and relentless, creating a huge pressure on those facing them. Saint Reem, for Dan experts? Xianxia's face twitched as the hands hidden beneath his sleeves clenched tightly into fists. He had never expected to encounter a Saint Realm for Dan expert there. He had been thinking that even in the worst of situation, he would still be able to forge a bloody path out with the army he had. But with the emergence of experts of such caliber, this plan had become infeasible. Knowing that he was cornered, Xianxia couldn't help but feel anxious within. Nevertheless, he knew that it was precisely in such situations that he had to maintain his composure and rationality. Driving his soul depth, he gradually regained himself. Tongyu, didn't I tell you not to have anyone disturb me? Do you really think that I dare not kill you? With a livid face, Xianxia glared at Tongyu with killing intent tinged in his words. He had no idea where he had erred for the other party to have seen through his disguise, but he could only follow through at this point. Otherwise, he could very well be killed on the spot. If only that bunch of dim-witted master teachers had been able to think rationally and do as he had said, they could have very well been out by now. Such a crisis wouldn't have occurred either. It is not that I wish to disturb you, but our king and the Golden Leaf King has arrived, and upon hearing that you claim to be the Golden Leaf King as well, they instructed me to bring them here to meet you, Tongyu replied. Your king? Golden Leaf King? Xianxia suddenly felt the world spin around him and he nearly keeled over. Surely, I couldn't have been so unlucky, could I? I was only going to make use of the name for a brief moment. But the owner of the name just had to appear with such unholy timing. Did I offend the god of fortune somehow? The previous time I feigned as the special envoy of the Poison Hall. The real special envoy also arrived shortly after I began, nearly causing my ship to capsize one. I thought that luck would return to me after that unfortunate event, but it seems like it has only gotten worse. This time, while I am pretending to be the Golden Leaf King, not only did the man himself appear, even the Green Leaf King came along with him as well. How could my luck be so poor at such a crucial moment? At this point, the Golden Leaf King stepped forward and bellowed with a livid face. Who are you? Why are you making use of my name? Who are you? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he returned the question. With no other plausible way out, he could only make this gamble. I am the Golden Leaf King. The Golden Leaf King replied furiously. Audacious! Where the hell did you find the guts to impersonate me? Tongyu, what are you waiting for? Take that man down. Xianxia bellowed furiously with a majestic wave of his hand. After which, he gracefully placed his hands behind his back and emanated a powerful aura, which hinted at incomparable strength. I am the Golden Leaf King. After uttering those words, he warped his muscles to assume an appearance identical to the Golden Leaf King opposite to him. His previous appearance was modeled after his puppet. Since the real Golden Leaf King had arrived, it went without saying that he should adopt the same appearance as the other party. You! Seeing that the other party was not only making use of his name but had even morphed into his appearance right before his eyes, the Golden Leaf King felt so furious that he could explode. Can you be any faker? To morph into my appearance before everyone's eyes, are you seriously taking everyone here to be blind? On the other hand, after changing into the Golden Leaf King's appearance, Xianxia said haughtily, This is my original appearance. I only morphed my appearance because I didn't want to show my true face to others. Seeing how the other party was so brazen as to fearlessly pose as the Golden Leaf King before the both of them, the Green Leaf King finally came to the end of his patience and snapped, Who in the world are you? I have traveled through the seal along with the Golden Leaf King, so there is no mistake about his identity. Naturally, he trusted the Golden Leaf King, who had traveled through the seal with him, more than a stranger who had seemingly come out of nowhere. No mistake about his identity? Xianxia waved his hands in frustration and sighed deeply. With a look of pity, he said, Green Leaf King, you are too naive. You should have taken a closer look at that fellow beside you before putting your trust in him. You might not know who the fellow beside you is, but I do. He once impersonated me in the past, and I taught him a lesson after I found out about it. but that cunning beast managed to slip away. I truly couldn't have thought that he would get to you. If only I knew, I would have killed him back then when I had the chance. What did you say? Hearing the story get more and more preposterous, the Golden Leaf King felt so furious that killing intent seethed within his veins. It was one thing for that fellow to impersonate him, but to shamelessly claim that he was the real one before him, just where did the other party find his guts? Furthermore, I impersonated you? And you taught me a lesson? How can you lie through your teeth without your face reddening in the slightest? Where is your sense of shame? Don't you know very well what I am saying? Shaking his head with a deeply disappointed expression, Xianxia bellowed wrathfully. You beast! How could you betray my trust in you? I treated you like my own son, imparting my cultivation techniques and battle techniques to you just so that you could grow to become a decent demon. Yet, taking advantage of your deep knowledge of me and my techniques, you disguised as me and went around swindling others. You ingrate! Show your true form. After which, Xianxia turned to Tongyu and the Greenleaf King and sighed deeply. To tell you the truth, he is actually a tamed beast that I raised. In our years together, he learned all of my habits and skills, which allowed him to pass himself off as me. Tamed beast. The Greenleaf King and Tongyu were taken aback. The latter couldn't help but ask, Tamed beast? But our otherworldly demonic tribe doesn't have any spirit beasts or saint beasts. No spirit beasts or saint beasts? Xianxia nearly spurted blood. It wasn't easy for him to fabricate a passable story for this bizarre turn of events, and he was banking on it to convince the others that he was the real one. Upon hearing those words, he nearly burst into tears on the spot. The otherworldly demonic tribe has no spirit beast or saint beast. What the heck is with that? Just what is with my luck today? That is not important. Despite feeling so stifled that his heart could explode, he didn't allow any of that to show on his face. Waving his hands nonchalantly, he explained, When I said tamed beast, what I am referring to is a junior who I have raised from young. I have always treated him like a close pet of mine, and over the years, I have put in much effort and many resources to groom him. Just that, who could have known that he would be such an ingrate, impersonating me and committing atrocities in my name? I have truly kicked myself in my foot this time around. You are spouting nonsense, the Golden Leaf King roared indignantly. You are the one who is a pet. Your whole family are pets. Hong Long. The Golden Leaf King roared furiously as he raised his hand. An immense might, which covered the entire skyline, burst forth from his palm, heading straight toward Xianxia. He was truly pissed off this time around. He thought that he would be able to scare the impersonator silly by confronting the other party head-on. But who could have known that? That fellow would actually prattle on and on excitedly, to the point that he even became the other party's pet. This was truly his first time seeing someone as shameless as that fellow, to impersonate another so daringly before the person in question. This was truly an eye-opener for him. Esisisla. That powerful strike devastated even space itself, twisting and contorting it as if a piece of flimsy fabric. How powerful! We are done for! Upon seeing this strike, the many 6-star master teachers behind Xianxia went pale with fear. As esteemed 6-star master teachers of the master teacher continent, they were confident in their ability, thinking that they were at least on par with the otherworldly demons. However, after witnessing the might exerted by the Golden Leaf King, they couldn't help but feel a deep, instinctive fear that permeated their souls. There was a difference in their strength, one that was so huge that there was no basis for comparison. If the strike were to land on them, they would surely die instantaneously. Not even the deities would be able to bring them back to life. Ha! The dogs are biting one another? Good. Kill that fellow. 2 master teachers harumphed coldly. However, the attack wasn't directed toward them, and they were more than glad to see the otherworldly demons thinning their forces through infighting. It would be the best if they ripped one another apart. To dare make a move against me, how dare you? Not expecting the Golden Leaf King to attack him without any hesitation, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Not bothering to dodge, he lifted his finger and tapped into the sky. Who? The speed of his finger wasn't fast, and it didn't seem to harness much might behind it either. However, a killing intent so powerful that it shook one's heart abruptly burst forth. From the callous killing intent, one could feel the majesty of an otherworldly demon king, and it seemed to suppress those who shared the same bloodline. The Greenleaf King narrowed his eyes in astonishment. What pure Xianxia of slaughter! As an otherworldly demon, he could clearly sense how powerful the other party's Xianxia was. The might the other party exerted was beneath that of the Golden Leaf King who first made a move, but to his astonishment, the other party's Xianxia purity was extremely high, even higher than his. In other words, the other party was of the king stratum through and through, or even above him at that. Even if he isn't the Golden Leaf King, there is no doubt that he is another formidable king from somewhere else, the Greenleaf King thought. Otherworldly demons were ranked according to the purity of their Xianxia of slaughter. Considering that the fellow before him had Xianxia even purer than him, the other party was definitely a king as well. Even if he wasn't the Golden Leaf King, his standing was surely not beneath theirs in any way. But why would a person of such standing impersonate the Golden Leaf King? Was there any need for him to do so? Who? While the Greenleaf King was musing over the doubts in his mind, Xianxia's finger collided with the Golden Leaf King's palm strike. In that very instant, a flash of light burst from his fingertip and formed a barrier. Formed of countless wills, the barrier of light was nigh indestructible, allowing it to neutralize the impact of the Golden Leaf King's palm strike perfectly. Following which, the finger came into contact with the barrier, and astonishingly, the might harnessed in the finger was transmitted through barrier. Pong! Under the powerful impact, the Golden Leaf King's face reddened as he was forced back several steps. It was direct clash of might, and he had even held the upper hand from being the first to strike. Yet, the other party had easily neutralized his attack and even successfully launched a counterattack against him. In other words, the other party was even stronger than him. Where did this freak come from? What a close shave! In contrast with the Golden Leaf King's astonishment, Xianxia discreetly heaved a sigh of relief within. Possessing only the cultivation of a half-saint, there was no way he could stand against the might of a Saint Realm 4-Dan expert under normal circumstances. In that critical moment, he swiftly activated the Principal's Seal. As an artifact made out of the wills of countless teachers and students of the Master Teacher Academy, the absolute defense formed by the Principal's Seal was difficult for even a Saint Realm 4-Dan expert to breach. After neutralizing the attack, he swiftly made use of Vicious Finger to counterattack. Vicious was still a long way off from recovering to his peak, but in a direct confrontation, he was still able to hold his ground against a Saint Realm 4-Dan expert. However, it would be unsafe to use him too much. Once or twice, he could still feign it as his own attack. Too many times, and the other party could potentially realize that he was tapping into an external force. After knocking the other party back, Xianxia bellowed angrily. "It is out of our past relationship that I have spared you for so long. Are you really intending on killing your own master? If the battle were to continue, he would surely lose. In such circumstances, there was only one thing he could do. Scare the other party out of his wits first. Who the hell are you?" After trading a blow and knowing that the other party possessed strength on par with him, the Golden Leaf King knew that there was a chance he could lose if a fight were to occur between the both of them. Thus, he decided to talk it out first before deciding on the next course of action. "Like I said, I am the Golden Leaf King." Harumphing coldly, Xianxia turned his gaze to the Greenleaf King and said, "It is pointless for us to continue arguing like this. We won't get anywhere. Why don't you be the judge and determine which of us is the real one?" "Me?" The Greenleaf King was taken aback. "Like I just said earlier, you are the fake, and the one beside me is the real one. What else do you want me to judge?" Indeed, the real Golden Leaf King should have a deep understanding of his own cultivation flaws, right? Xianxia asked. "That, of course." The Greenleaf King nodded. Each cultivator would keep their cultivation flaws a secret, telling no one about it for obvious reasons. If one of them could logically point out the flaws in the Golden Leaf King's cultivation, that would only go to say that he was the real Golden Leaf King. Even though the Greenleaf King was only an outsider and didn't have a thorough understanding of the Golden Leaf King's cultivation, it wasn't an issue for him to determine whether the flaws listed were correct or not based on his deep understanding of cultivation. Seeing through the Greenleaf King's thoughts, Xianxia said, "What I am proposing is simple. That fellow and I will tell you the flaws in our cultivation, and you will be the judge to determine which of us is the Golden Leaf King. Naturally, the one who is more precise and accurate can only be the real Golden Leaf King. You wish to list out the flaws in your cultivation?" The Greenleaf King hesitantly turned to the Golden Leaf King. "Brother Een," the Golden Leaf King harumphed. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I have cultivated my grand lunar art to its very limits. There is no way there are any flaws with it." "There is no way there are any flaws? What arrogant words. I did point out the various problems in cultivating the grand lunar art to you back then, but I didn't point out the most fundamental issues with it, so it's only natural that you are unaware of it. If you dare not compete with me, that can only mean that you are the fake. Greenleaf King, as you can see, the truth can't be any clearer. Have that imposter beside you apprehended." Xianxia waved his hand. "Me a fake?" The Golden Leaf King's face darkened. "Preposterous. If you aren't a fake, why do you fear such a simple challenge? Of course, it goes without saying that the fake can't possibly know more than the original, so it is natural that you fear me," Xianxia said. The Golden Leaf King hesitated. If it was anyone else, he would have charged forward and had the other party killed. However, from the previous blow they had traded, he could tell that the other party possessed extraordinary strength. Even if he were to use his full might, he might not necessarily be a match for the other party. If things went badly, he might even be severely injured. The most important issue at hand was to find out who the other party was and why the other party needed to impersonate him. After a moment of hesitation, the Golden Leaf King roared, "Fine. I will accept your challenge. If you lose, you had better spit out your true identity obediently." The cultivation technique that he cultivated, as well as the flaws concerning it, were among the greatest secrets that he kept. He had never told anyone before, so he didn't believe that an impersonator could possibly know more than him. "I should be the one saying those words to you. All right, let's begin. We will do it by sending a telepathic message to the Greenleaf King. You can start first." Chuckling softly, Xianxia gestured for the Golden Leaf King to go first. He might not be too confident about the other things, but in the field of identifying flaws, he was definitely supreme. There was no way that the other party could know more than him. "All right," the Golden Leaf King harumphed coldly before sending a telepathic message to the Greenleaf King. "That fellow is a little weird. My cultivation technique does have some flaws, but there aren't too many of them. I will tell you some of them later on. Listen carefully to what that fellow says and repeat it all to me. I want to know what he can come up with." After saying that, the Golden Leaf King began to point out the various flaws concerning his cultivation. There was no cultivator who didn't have any flaws in their cultivation. The ones that the Golden Leaf King pointed out were the flaws commonly found in cultivation techniques. It was nothing much even if others were to learn of them. After all, one's flaws were often where one's Mingmen lay. There was no way a cultivator could allow another to learn of it. The reason he agreed to the challenge was to hear what the other fellow had to say. If the other party had a tight grasp over his flaws as well, that would be truly scary. After hearing the Golden Leaf King's piece, the Greenleaf King nodded before turning to Xianxia. "It's your turn." "All right." Even though Xianxia had no idea what the other two had spoken about, he could tell that they were up to something from a momentary gaze they had shared. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose that and began sending a telepathic message to the Greenleaf King with a faint smile on his lips. "The cultivation technique I cultivate is the Grand Lunar Art, and it has been 1731 since I started learning it. So far, I have reached the 4 dan of the technique, and there is a total of 7 major flaws with it. Firstly, this cultivation technique intensifies one's killing intent, making one more prone to violent outbursts. This is also the reason I often kill others in a moment of recklessness. Thirdly, Xianxia swiftly went through the flaws of the Grand Lunar Art. The flaws that he listed were detailed, but just like the Golden Leaf King, he didn't reveal anything vital that could compromise his safety. In other words, even if the Green Leaf King were to be aware of these flaws, he would still be unable to exploit them to get the better of him. As Xianxia spoke, the Green Leaf King couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock and disbelief. The words of the other party were similar to what the Golden Leaf King had told him previously, and it was even more detailed than the latter. It contained some details that made perfect sense with the cultivation technique if one were to analyze it as a whole. Could it be that fellow is the real Golden Leaf King? Doubts sprouted within the Green Leaf King's mind. If the other party wasn't the Golden Leaf King, how could he have such a detailed understanding of the Grand Lunar Art's flaws? After all, cultivating was an individual activity, and one wouldn't even share the details regarding it with one's closest friends or even one's spouse. Considering how the other party was able to speak of it so fluently without making any mistakes, it was truly hard to believe that he wasn't the Golden Leaf King. All right, this is all I have to say. You have heard us both out, so I believe that you should be able to easily tell which of us is the real Golden Leaf King. Xianxia smiled calmly. The Green Leaf King hesitantly turned his gaze toward the Golden Leaf King beside him, only to hear the latter sending a telepathic message to him anxiously. What did that fellow say? He said. The Green Leaf King hesitated for a moment, but he still eventually chose to tell the Golden Leaf King everything that he had heard from Xianxia. Hearing those words, the face of the Golden Leaf King paled, and his body stiffened. He turned to look at Xianxia with a horrified expression. Who the hell are you? How do you know so much about me? It was no wonder the Golden Leaf King felt frenzied. The words that the Green Leaf King had just told him made him feel as if someone had patted him down head to toe, to the point that even the color of his underwear wasn't a secret anymore. For a person he had never met before to know so much about him, to make things worse, he didn't even know who the other party was. The immense fear he felt from this perplexing situation left him feeling incredibly frenzied. Who am I? I am the Golden Leaf King. Xianxia flung his sleeves in rage and bellowed. Just stop that pointless struggle and come clean. Why are you impersonating me? Impersonating you? Damn you! The Golden Leaf King's breathing hastened. Green Leaf King, like you have seen, my version is far more detailed than his. Paying no heed to the Golden Leaf King, Xianxia turned his attention to the Green Leaf King and said grimly, however, there is no point pursuing this matter. At this rate, we will just become laughingstock before this bunch of master teachers. Why don't we just do it this way then? I still have some business with them that isn't convenient for the rest of you to learn about, so allow me to finish interrogating them privately first. If you still harbor some reservations toward me, you can seal the area completely so that no one will be able to escape. This mission was entrusted to me by the superiors, and it concerns a great secret of our race. It must be accomplished regardless of the cost. Xianxia's goal wasn't really to convince the others that he was the Golden Leaf King. It was infeasible to do so. After all, the real Golden Leaf King was standing opposite him. What he was aiming to do was stall for time instead. As long as he could confuse them sufficiently to buy some time alone with the master teachers, that would suffice. You want to interrogate them privately? The Green Leaf King frowned. Rest assured, there are so many people stationed outside. There is no way they will be able to escape. After I am done with my interrogation, I will come out to match testimonies with you once more so as to prove my true identity. Xianxia waved his hand casually. What is it that you wish to question them about? Why can't we remain here to listen in? The Green Leaf King asked doubtfully. Like I said, this concerns a great secret of our race. It is due to the great responsibility I bear that I paid a heavy price to bypass the seal in advance. None of you will be able to bear the responsibility should something go wrong in the mission and affect our great plan. Xianxia said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is just changing the subject, the Golden Leaf King argued. However, before he could finish his words, Xianxia turned around and glared at the Golden Leaf King coldly, as if wanting to rip the fool before him into pieces. Changing the topic? How dare you? For so many years, Our tribesmen have suffered after that darned Kong Shi drove us out. It wasn't easy for us to find an opportunity to rise up once more. And you, let me just ask you this. If something happens, do you think that a mere king like you can face the consequences? Under the great pressure from Xianxia's gaze, the Golden Leaf King stuttered, Aye. Back then, after their otherworldly demonic tribe was driven out of the main continent by Kong Shi, they had been forced into the sunless and sinister otherworldly battlefield. For many years, their tribesmen had viewed returning to the main continent as their ultimate goal. If he were to really mess up this matter, he wouldn't be able to pay for his sins even if he were to die 10,000 times over. Just as he was at a loss, the Golden Leaf King suddenly heard a telepathic message from the Green Leaf King. Brother Ian, do you know who he is? In the depths of his heart, the Green Leaf King still trusted the person that he had come here with. I wouldn't be so frustrated if I knew who he is, the Golden Leaf King cried in exasperation. After a moment of hesitation, the Green Leaf King said, Forget it. Let's just leave for now. In any case, those in the surroundings are our men, so there is no way he will be able to get away. If, on the off chance, his words are true, that will be an extremely heavy sin for us to bear. We can't afford to take the risk. From the beginning to the end, he had never believed that Xianxia was the real Golden Leaf King. However, the fact that the other party had been able to point out the Golden Leaf King's cultivation flaws and the incredibly pure Xianxia of slaughter the other party harnessed indicated that the other party was no ordinary figure. If the other party was an envoy dispatched by their superiors and had a mission at hand to accomplish, they would be in deep trouble if they were to hinder his mission. The Golden Leaf King was in a dilemma. Doubts filled his mind. As angry as he was at being impersonated, considering the fact that the other party was able to maintain a fearless attitude before him and have such a deep understanding of him, it was very likely that the other party had some kind of backing. Regardless of whether he has impersonated you or you have impersonated him, that is a matter we can resolve internally. As long as we have sufficient time on hand, it will be easy for us to resolve the issue. If it really comes to it, we can have the both of you execute your strongest moves, and through the movements we should be able to tell who the real one is, the Greenleaf King said. At least for the moment, I think we shouldn't interfere with the other party's mission. This could very well involve directions from the superiors, and we won't be able to bear the consequences if anything goes wrong. In the eyes of most otherworldly demons, they were esteemed kings who wielded great power. However, they themselves knew that their standing was truly not worth a mention at all. Even within the king stratum, they were among the weakest. You are saying that we should leave for the time being? The Golden Leaf King asked. Indeed, I think that we should leave for the time being. Don't you specialize in formations? If you are still worried, you can set up a formation around the area so that they won't be able to escape. Once he is done with his interrogation, we can continue to decide how to deal with the matter. Don't worry, you came over with me, and I trust you more than that fellow, the Greenleaf King said. The Golden Leaf King hesitated for a brief moment before nodding. All right then. What the Greenleaf King said made sense. In terms of Xianxia purity and strength, the other party was on par with or even superior to him. If they were to fall out and battle here, there was a good chance that they would end up harming the otherworldly demons in the area and destroy the base they had built painstakingly, thus affecting their great plan. The superiors had paid an astronomical price for them to bypass the barrier. If they were to screw it all up over a minor matter like that, they would become the sinners of the otherworldly demonic tribe. As the saying goes, a lack of forbearance for the trivial can foil the greater scheme. The otherworldly demonic tribe had waited far too long for this opportunity. They could not allow it to fail because of him. Upon seeing that he had the Golden Leaf King's approval, the Greenleaf King heaved a sigh of relief. Turning toward Xianxia, he clasped his fist and said, Since you are going to interrogate them, we will wait for you outside. Pardon us, but we can only give you an hour at most. That's fine. Nodding, Xianxia turned around and waved his hands, indicating for them to leave. The Greenleaf King and Golden Leaf King glanced at one another before making their way out. However, before they could get far, they suddenly heard the voice of an indignant master teacher from within the hall. Didn't you say that you are principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia, in disguise, and that you are going to set us free? When did you become the Golden Leaf King? The one who spoke was Lu Feng. That fellow had a deep-rooted notion that Xianxia was an otherworldly demon. Knowing that it was impossible for him to kill the latter himself, he wished to make use of this opportunity to create a rift between the otherworldly demons so that they could destroy one another. You. Hearing those words, Xianxia nearly spurted blood and fainted. It hadn't been easy for him to dispel the doubts in the minds of those few, and success was just around the corner. Yet, that fool had suddenly dumped this farce on him. Are you that intent to see me dead? As the previous head of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy Apothecary School, how can you be so brainless? Xianxia felt truly enraged by Lu Feng's foolish actions, but he could still understand the rationale behind why the latter would do so. It was just a moment ago that he had insisted that he was a master teacher, but in the next moment, he was suddenly trying to convince the others that he was the Golden Leaf King, and he had even produced a relatively convincing argument. In any case, that further convinced Lu Feng that he was indeed an otherworldly demon king, and this prompted him to make use of this ideal opportunity to stir internal strife between them. Xianxia felt so vexed that he could explode, but he knew that this wasn't the time for him to lose his cool. Swiftly turning around, he saw that the Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King had stopped in their footsteps and directed doubtful gazes his way. Principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? Xianxia. Set them free? What is going on? The duo stared at Xianxia with sharp eyes, seemingly trying to peer through his disguise. This? Xianxia's body stiffened as his brain swiftly whirred into action. A moment later, he chuckled softly and calmly replied, Indeed, I am the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia. The principal of the Master Teacher Academy? Hong Long. Upon hearing that a human, the principal of a Master Teacher Academy at that, had actually snuck into their ranks, disguised as one of their own, the Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King's faces darkened as a powerful force burst from their bodies. They eyed Xianxia coldly like an eagle staring at its prey, seemingly prepared to make a move at any moment. From the very start, the other party's identity had been very dubious. If the other party was truly a master teacher, they would have to kill him on the spot. Ignoring the two who were going to make a move, Xianxia turned his gaze back to Lu Feng and urged anxiously, Indeed, I am Principal Zhang. Look, they are going to make a move on me, so you can believe me now, right? So, hurry up and tell me that thing. Are you really intending to take the secret to your graves? That thing. Lu Feng was taken aback. From the start to the end, the other party had been speaking about how he wanted to rescue them. The other party hadn't said anything about that thing. Allow me to introduce to you too. Paying no heed to Lu Feng's dumbstruck expression, Xianxia turned to the Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King and said, This is the stand-in principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, half 7-star Master Teacher Lu Feng. Stand-in principal? The Green Leaf King and the Golden Leaf King glanced at one another and frowned. Indeed, I am Lu Feng. Kill me if you want to, but you won't be getting anything out of my mouth. Lu Feng stood up and raised his gaze proudly. What is a stand-in principal of a Master Teacher Academy doing here? The two kings were bewildered. Kill you? Why would I kill you? I am here to save you. Didn't I tell you that I am your principal? Trust me, Xianxia said earnestly. The Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King glanced at one another before realization struck them, and they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I can testify that he is your principal. I can vouch for that too. We have been doubting his identity from the start, and it seems like we have an answer now. They had long heard of the obstinacy of the master teachers. Not even death could pry open their lips. Most likely, the other party was trying to impersonate their principal in the hope of winning the other party's trust, so as to uncover more of their secrets. In fact, it was a joke in itself for the other party to be the principal of a Master Teacher Academy. Would the principal of a Master Teacher Academy have such an appearance? Would the principal of a Master Teacher Academy wield such pure Jinqi of slaughter? What a joke! Besides, Considering the lofty standing of the principal, why would he descend to the subterranean gallery and seek death? More importantly, given that Lu Feng was the stand-in principal, how could he possibly betray his own leader, uttering his name loud for them to hear? It was apparent that the other party was trying to sow discord among them, to try to use such poor deception on us. You are still too young, my boy. We are otherworldly demon kings. It is ludicrous that you actually think such small ruses could work on us. Hearing the words from the two, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief within. Look, even they have testified in my favor. In the previous situation, it would have seemed suspicious no matter how he tried to explain it. Since that was the case, he might as well admit it candidly. This way, he would confuse them further, forcing them rethink the entire situation and fill in the incongruencies in the story with their rich imagination. It also happened that Lu Feng's identity was rather sensitive, and that worked in his favor as well. By dropping these hints, it wasn't too difficult for him to lead the other party on in the direction he wanted. From the looks of it, it was working pretty well. On the other hand, Lu Feng still had no idea that he had been used, and he bellowed at Xianxia furiously, "Humph, you want me to believe you? Dream on. Why are you just so stubborn? I have already proven my identity to you again and again, but you just won't believe it." With a bitter sigh, Xianxia glanced at the two kings and shrugged helplessly. The Greenleaf King harumphed with a frown. In my view, there is no need to go through so much trouble to get close to them. You should just burn them on the rack, and when their skin bursts open from the intense heat, toss them into the ice cavern. Repeat the cycle a few times, and there is no way they will be able to keep their spunk. The Golden Leaf King also nodded in agreement. Indeed, such knaves should be dealt with severely to make them talk. What backbone or dignity? Those are nothing more than mere words. Just wear them thin for a few days, and I believe that they will spill everything out obediently. If it doesn't work out, I will try your method. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "However, for the time being, I still have other methods to try. You should leave for now." "All right." The Greenleaf King and Golden Leaf King nodded before leaving the area. Jia. The door closed, leaving Xianxia alone with the other master teachers once more. "Kill us, mince us, do your worst. Just don't expect to get a word out of us. Indeed, we have already lived long enough anyway. The worst that can happen now is death. You must be dreaming if you think that we master teachers will to submit to you otherworldly demons." Hearing that Xianxia was going to interrogate them, the master teachers stiffened their necks proudly. Master teachers could die, but they couldn't submit to another race. This was the bottom line in their hearts, as well as the dignity and honor they had lived by. Seeing their expressions, Xianxia shook his head. Their attitude was indeed admirable, but he was really there to save them. After a moment's hesitation, Xianxia sighed deeply and said, "I know that none of you believe me, but you should be well aware that there is only one fate awaiting you if you wait here. You will either die or suffer a fate worse than death. However, if you follow me, I can get you out of here. As for whether I am Xianxia and the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy or not, we can always talk about that once we are safe." Seeing the sincerity in the other party's eyes, which contrasted deeply to the savagery reflected in the gazes of otherworldly demons, the master teachers glanced at one another doubtfully. Seeing that the group was starting to waver, Xianxia pushed on. "If I wanted to kill you, do you think that any of you would be able to stop me in your current state? Considering that I am Hongyuan's principal, there is no need for me to interrogate you either. Is there any secret you have that is worth me going through so much trouble for?" This. The crowd fell silent. Even the hostile Lu Feng opened his mouth several times but didn't utter a word of protest. The other party was right. If he intended to kill them, there was no need for him to waste his breath on them. If he intended to procure valuable intelligence from them, he would have fared much better torturing them than acting chummy with them. Could the other party really be there to save them? Even if you don't believe me, surely you recognize this, right? Seeing that his words were finally working, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Flicking his wrist, a token appeared in his hand. Principal's seal. This is an impeccable principal's seal? How could that be possible? Upon seeing the seal, Lu Feng was stunned. As Hong Yuan's previous stand-in principal, he was well aware of the various tiers of principal's seal. The token in the other party's hands was clearly the impeccable principal's seal of legend. It was said that only one who had gained the recognition of all the academy's teachers and students could form it. Due to the impossibility in doing so, it had never appeared in history before. Yet, for it to appear in Zhang Xian's hands, how was that possible? Impeccable principal's seal? What does that mean? The other master teachers weren't too sure about the significance of it, so they glanced at one another in confusion. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before explaining everything to them. It is a principal's seal that is formed by earning the earnest recognition of every single teacher and student in the Master Teacher Academy? If he possesses the impeccable principal's seal, doesn't that mean that even all of the predecessors trust him? If that's the case, what right do we have to doubt him? Could he have killed the real principal Zhang Xian and stolen his token? That's impossible. The principal seal is formed by gathering the wills of the teachers and students together for the principal. If the principal is killed, the gathered wills will begin to dissipate. After hearing the explanation, everyone's gazes turned to Zhang Xian once more. Even though they still harbored some reservations toward him, they weren't that resistant to the notion of following his orders anymore. Time is not on our side, so I don't have the luxury to explain everything to you now. If you trust me, follow me and I will bring you out of here. Seeing that the others didn't have as much hostility toward him anymore, Zhang Xian nodded inwardly. We only have one chance. Only by living on can you slay more otherworldly demons in the future and protect mankind. Courage and righteousness are good traits, but only under the right circumstances. If you remain here, your blood will only be used as tributes by the otherworldly demons to bring even more of their tribesmen over. Hearing those words, everyone's faces froze. The other party was right. They had also heard that the reason the otherworldly demons had spared them thus far was to use them as tributes to bypass the seal, so that more powerful otherworldly demons would be able to come over to this side. If they were to remain there, such would be the fate awaiting them. Not only would their sacrifice be in vain, they would have even potentially harmed more humans. The eldest master teacher of the group asked, "How do you intend to escape? We will listen to your commands. Even if you are lying to us, it will still be much better than remaining here." The other master teachers nodded in agreement as well. The plan is simple. All I need you to do now is not resist, and I will bring you into a folded space, Zhang Xian said. He had already given some thought to how he could escape with the master teachers. It would clearly be impossible to take them out of the otherworldly demons' base discreetly given the security in the area. As such, the only way was to move them into the myriad anthive nest and find a way to sneak out himself. All right. The others were surprised when they heard that they had to enter a folded space, but knowing that time was limited, they hurriedly nodded. This was indeed the best solution they had at hand. All right, come in. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian took out the myriad anthive nest before extending his consciousness toward them. The other master teachers also slackened their mental guard, not resisting Zhang Xian's pull. With a light buzz, the room of 40 or so master teachers vanished, entering the anthive nest. Returning the myriad anthive nest to his storage ring, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed frustrating to deal with those obstinate master teachers when they were against him, but ultimately, it was clear that their hearts were aligned with mankind, and the lengths they were willing to go for mankind was worthy of respect. No matter what, he felt that he should save them. Now, how do I get out? Having put everything into the myriad anthive nest, all that was left was for Zhang Xian was to find a way out of this place. Taking a glance out through the windows, he saw that the two kings were indeed guarding the area from the outside. On top of that, there were several additional formations set up around the area. Should Zhang Xian attempt to leave the area abruptly without a valid reason, he could very well find himself lynched the next moment. I was able to persuade them to leave before through forcefully arguing my way through, But as soon as they notice that the master teachers are missing, they will surely realize that something is amiss and take me down. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in frustration. There was no way he could explain the disappearance of the master teachers to the two kings, and there was no way the two kings would believe him either. The only way he could survive in this situation was to flee discreetly. But how could he flee given the tight guard placed around the hall? Eventually, Xianxia came to a decision. Seems like I will have to rely on my means as a soul oracle. He had weighed his options, and it seemed like the best and possibly only way he could possibly get out of this situation was to flee in his soul form. Having made up his mind, he sat on the floor and drew his soul out from his glabella without any hesitation. After which, he stowed his physical body into his storage ring before discreetly carrying his ring to flee from the door. This was same as the situation back at the Cloud Mist Ridge. Perhaps, through making use of the intangibility and invisibility of his soul, he would be able to sneak away discreetly. Life or death, it would hinge on this. Using the invisible and intangible properties of a soul, Xianxia was able to carry the storage ring out through the cracks of the door discreetly by lying close to the ground. As soon as he floated out, he immediately saw many otherworldly demons guarding the area, maintaining an airtight defense in the surroundings. No matter which direction he left in, there was a good chance that he would be discovered. Xianxia assessed his surroundings, vexed. It seems like these otherworldly demons are veterans of the battlefield. Only those who had frequented the battlefield and collaborated with one another on multiple occasions could form such a tight defense. On top of that, there were also defensive formations. It was no joke to say that not even a fly could hope to get in. It was no wonder the two kings had allowed him to have some private time with the master teachers so easily. In the very first place, they had absolute trust that both him and the master teachers couldn't possibly get away. I have insight. Driving his soul depth, green lines began surfacing in Xianxia's composed eyes. Taking a look, Xianxia smiled in relief. While the defense is so tight that no cultivator could hope to get in or out without alerting the otherworldly demons, it seems like the defenses were aimed toward corporeal beings. In my soul form, I should still be able to get out with relative ease as long as I am careful. Special means had to be utilized to guard against souls, but it was apparent that such measures hadn't been set up in the area. After all, considering how long it had been since the soul oracles had gone missing, it would have been a waste of time and resources to do so. But if I just leave like that, will they think that I am too soft and weak? The fact that the otherworldly demonic tribe had constructed a base in the subterranean gallery only went to show that they had malicious intentions in mind. Wouldn't it be unseemly for him, the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, to leave just like that after discovering the enemy's base? I took a careful look when I arrived, and it seems like this base is constructed in alignment to the 7 profound spiritual light formation. As long as I destroy the center of the formation, I can undo the formation. Even if they manage to avert the backlash from the formation running amok, it will still make their hard work over all this time meaningless. Xianxia thought as his lips crept up. While he wasn't skilled in building things, he was definitely the master of demolition. Even the 10 great master teachers hadn't been able to stop him back when he was still in the Master Teacher Academy. Collapsing these buildings was truly just a walk in the park for him. I should head over to take a look. Xianxia scanned his surroundings and confirmed the direction in which the center of the formation lay before heading over. Shortly after Xianxia left, the Golden Leaf King suddenly frowned. Noticing his companion's expression, the Green Leaf King asked, "Brother Ian, what is wrong?" The Golden Leaf King pondered for a moment before responding uncertainly. "I am not too sure, but for a moment, I thought I felt like something passed by me." He had an innate sensitivity toward his surroundings, allowing him to perceive the happenings around him vividly. For just a brief moment, he felt like something had passed right before his eyes, but when he attempted to take a closer look, he was unable to see anything at all. Of course, if he had swept the area with his spiritual perception, Xianxia's soul would have been in plain view to him. However, maintaining one's spiritual perception around one's surrounding was extremely taxing on one's spirit. Even as a Saint Realm Fordan expert, it was impossible for him to maintain it for an extended period of time. It was precisely due to this opening that Xianxia had been able to escape from the notice of the two kings. It didn't take long before Xianxia slipped out of the encirclement. Heaving a sigh of relief, he picked up the pace and continued to proceed ahead with his storage ring beside him. Soon, a majestic palace came into sight. There were considerable differences in the formations used by otherworldly demons and humans. Nevertheless, through his eye of insight and the library of Heaven's Path, these differences did little to impede Xianxia. From the moment he arrived at the base, he had known that this palace was where the center of the formation was located. He carefully descended to the ground. In order to set up an airtight defense against him, nearly all of the otherworldly demons had been mobilized to guard the hall where he was supposed to be. As such, there was only a handful of otherworldly demons left to guard this important facility, thus allowing him to break in easily. These otherworldly demons hadn't reached spiritual perception realm yet, and they didn't specialize in the study of souls either. Furthermore, through the eye of insight, the flaws in their defenses were as clear as day to Xianxia, so he was able to sneak in without alerting anyone. The palace was vast, taking up an area of more than 10,000 square meters. The walls and the pillars within were inscribed with kinds of bizarre inscriptions, reminiscent of ancient runes. At the very center was a huge altar which was roughly 8 meters long. Realizing that he was unable to recognize the inscriptions after taking a closer look, Xianxia asked Vicious telepathically, "What kind of inscriptions are these?" Vicious took a glance at it and replied, "These are runic inscriptions unique to the otherworldly demons. If inscribed in a specific manner, it has the effect of gathering spiritual energy, similar to the spirit-gathering formation of the humans." Spirit-gathering formation? They are similar to some extent, but there are some differences between the two as well. A normal spirit-gathering formation only has the effect of gathering spiritual energy in a set area, but this runic formation has the effect of transforming the property of the spiritual energy to enhance the physical strength of otherworldly demons as well. It is somewhat similar to the formation that was inscribed in my underground chamber. Vicious replied, "Enhance the physical strength of otherworldly demons? Does that mean that it can be used to recharge the otherworldly demon puppets?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. Back in the underground chamber, he had seen how Vicious recharged the energy of the puppets. After taking control of those puppets, he had used them several times, and the energy within them was already almost completely depleted. This was the reason he hadn't used them for such a long time. If he could recharge the energy of those otherworldly demon puppets, he would have another card to use against the otherworldly demons gathered in the area. Under normal circumstances, it would be hard for outsiders to tap into the energy accumulated within the formation due to the restrictions inscribed into it. However, that isn't a problem for me. "I can help recharge the puppets for you now if you'd like," said Vicious. "That's good." With a relieved smile, Xianxia drew out the 20 otherworldly demon puppets along with his body from the storage ring and returned to his body. After which, raising his arm ahead of him, a finger flew out from his palm and flew into the air, emanating a dense killing intent abruptly. Feeling this immense energy, the puppets immediately kneeled down in deference. Harumphing in satisfaction, Vicious began speaking in a bizarre language, and in response to that, the puppets formed a neat queue and began marching up to the altar in the center of the room. As the puppets reached the altar, the floating finger began drawing a series of bizarre runes in the air. Wang! The air trembled slightly for a brief moment before spiritual energy began gushing into the palace like a rapid torrent, nourishing the puppet standing right before the altar. Jai! Jai! A sharp glint returned to the torpid eyes of the puppet as its strength was swiftly restored back to its peak. Incredible! Xianxia's eyes lit up in awe. To his surprise, this method of infusing energy was even more effective and efficient than Cultivation Impartation 1. From the looks of it, however, this method of infusing energy would likely only work on puppets. Had it been an ordinary cultivator instead, the cultivator would experience all of their meridians and acupoints rupturing apart within seconds under the vigorous infusion of violent energy and die on the spot. As fast as it was beyond the limits of the body of a human cultivator. Perhaps due to prior experience, Vicious was extremely efficient. It didn't take too long for him to restore the energy within the 20 puppets. With their energy restored, the puppets emanated a powerful fighting aura, seemingly ready to face any opponent. It is a pity that they are too weak, possessing only the strength of a Saint Realm 1 Dan. They are a formidable force against normal opponents, but in the face of so many otherworldly demons, the aid they can provide is limited. Xianxia sighed deeply as he shook his head. These fellows were only at Saint Realm 1 Dan advanced stage or pinnacle. Against an army of 200 Saint Realm 1 Dan and even a few Saint Realm 2 Dan otherworldly demons, they would be defeated in an instant. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. Wait a moment. All along, I have been thinking of them as the moving corpses of otherworldly demons, and naturally it is impossible for a corpse to cultivate and raise its strength. But if I think of them as just plain puppets and modify their structure to make them more efficient, it should be possible for me to raise their fighting prowess swiftly. Due to the fact that the otherworldly demon puppets were forged from the bodies of real otherworldly demons, he had always regarded them as corpses whose cultivation had stagnated with their deaths. But if he were to view them as just puppets, if he could alter some of their mechanisms to make them more efficient, he would be able to raise their strength significantly. Back in the Mountain of Records, he had altered the puppet made of Principal Emoliosion's rib bone and raised its cultivation to Saint Realm. If he could do the same to the otherworldly demon puppets as well, they could become a strong card to utilize against the otherworldly demon army. Flaws! Zhang Xian muttered beneath his breath after having the otherworldly demons utilize their battle techniques. Immersing his consciousness into the library of Heaven's Path, he began to browse through the flaws in the otherworldly demon puppets. The greatest flaws in the otherworldly demon puppets are their crafting method and the materials used in their crafting. Wuxia was renowned as the #1 blacksmith of Hongyuan Empire, but he was ultimately only a 6-star pinnacle blacksmith. Otherwise, the otherworldly demon puppets could potentially achieve might comparable to a Saint Realm 3 Dan cultivator. Zhang Xian muttered contemplatively after reading the books. More often than not, one's smithing skills and the materials used were the main limiting factors to the prowess of an artifact, preventing it from reaching its maximum potential. This limitation could be fully seen in the otherworldly demon puppets. Honestly speaking, Zhang Xian was a little disappointed to learn that the limit of the otherworldly demon puppets was Saint Realm 3 Dan. He had thought that as long as he could perfect all aspects of the otherworldly demon puppets, he would be able to raise their strength to an unbelievable level. However, it seemed like he was thinking too much. Forget it, raising their cultivation to Saint Realm 3 Dan isn't too bad either, Zhang Xian thought in consolation. Even though the reality didn't meet his expectations, 20 Saint Realm 3 Dan puppets were still a formidable force to reckon with. Of course, it still wouldn't be sufficient to deal with the army of 200 outside. Putting everything aside, the Greenleaf King and Golden Leaf King were Saint Realm 4 Dan experts. Even with the numerical advantage, it would be difficult for the 20 Saint Realm 3 Dan puppets to subdue them. At Saint Realm, the advancement of each cultivation realm signified a vast difference in one's fighting prowess. This was particularly so for Saint Realm 3 Dan and Saint Realm 4 Dan. Forget it, I should raise their strength first before deciding on my next move. Having decided the source of the problem, Zhang Xian walked up to the puppets and began striking them with his palm. Palipala! A series of crisp echoes sounded, and the aura shrouding the 20 otherworldly demon puppets suddenly became sharper and more fearsome. After he was done, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief before saying with an exhausted tone, "All right, you can infuse spiritual energy into them now." Had it not been for the many books he had gone through at the Celestial Designer School back then, which had given him a deep understanding of a puppet's internal structure, he never would have been able to succeed. Even so, by the time he was done modifying the puppets, he felt as if his soul had been sapped dry, and he could pass out at any moment. However, this was to be expected. After all, to perfect the many parts of the puppets, he couldn't afford to make any mistake in any of the steps. Furthermore, there were various differences in the form and smithing technique used for the 20 otherworldly demon puppets, so he had to make some alterations between them as well, thus further complicating the matter. As such, His mind had to operate at maximum capacity throughout the entire duration. Sitting with his legs crossed on the ground, Xianxia took out the soul of the blue-horned dragon beast and began absorbing its energy to recuperate. Meanwhile, Vicious continued adjusting the runic inscriptions to fill up the strength of the newly upgraded puppets. Even with their parts perfected, if the puppets didn't have sufficient energy in store, they would still be unable to exert the strength equivalent to a Saint Realm 3-Dan cultivator. This was just like a car. No matter how much horsepower it possessed, if it didn't have the required fuel to sustain it, it would be unable to drive it to the limit of its ability. It was fortunate that there was plenty of spiritual energy in the surroundings for them to tap into, so that didn't pose a problem. Hong Long Long. As spiritual energy was swiftly pumped into the otherworldly demon puppets, the palace began to shake violently as the inscriptions on the walls and pillars started to dim and peel off. At this point, Vicious suddenly said, "Master, it seems like there isn't sufficient energy here to use." Outside the hall in which the many master teachers had been imprisoned, the two kings frowned as they stared at the room before them intently. "Why is there no movement inside at all?" the Greenleaf King asked with a livid face. They had been waiting outside for nearly an hour now, and they had expected to hear the sounds of fighting as the fake Goldenleaf King killed a few master teachers to establish his dominance over them. Yet, contrary to their expectations, there was nothing at all. It was as if the people inside had vanished altogether. "I also think that something is amiss here. Should we take a peek inside with our spiritual perception?" the Goldenleaf King asked. "That doesn't seem like a good idea. The other party is an expert who is on par with us, so checking on him with our spiritual perception would be rather disrespectful. Furthermore, if what he is doing truly involves confidential information for the superiors, this might bring trouble upon us." The Greenleaf King replied with a conflicted expression. If not for fear of the latter's strength, he would have already checked on the situation within with his spiritual perception instead of waiting helplessly outside. "You are right." The Goldenleaf King nodded before falling silent. Boom! At that moment, the ground suddenly rumbled as an immense quantity of spiritual energy from the surroundings surged toward the palace at the center of the base. With an awful look on his face, the Greenleaf King quickly turned to the subordinate beside him and asked authoritatively, "What is going on?" "Reporting to your highness, the ruckus seems to be from the Palace of Runes." Tong Yu hurriedly took a look, and his face immediately turned ghastly white. The Palace of Runes was the center of their base. If something were to happen to it, all of the work they had done could very well be undone. Frowning in displeasure, the Greenleaf King spoke as the ground rumbled violently once more. "Palace of Runes? Let's go take a look." Voila! A cloud of dust rose as smoke swiftly permeated the base, following which, a large area of buildings began crumbling down as if a devastating avalanche had swept through the area. All of the defensive formations that had been set up on them dissipated as if ice before a scorching sun. There were even some that exploded due to their energy running amok, severely wounding the unguarded otherworldly demons in the area. The formations were driven by the spiritual energy supplied by the Palace of Runes. If anything happened to the Palace of Runes, the other formations would be affected as well. The more powerful a formation was, the greater the backlash when something happened to it. This was similar to a balloon filled with air. If the air within it were to be leaked all of a sudden, it could very well run out of control. "My buildings!" Tong Yu nearly burst into tears on the spot. 2 months ago, the moment they had passed through the seal and entered the subterranean gallery, they had begun building this base. It had taken them a lot of effort and a great amount of resources in order to expand it to its current scale. Yet, for all of it to be reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye, he couldn't help but feel lightheaded, and a stifling sensation welled up in his chest, causing him to spurt a huge mouthful of blood. On the other hand, watching the destruction unfolding before his eyes, the Greenleaf King's body also twitched as he muttered, "The cause seems to be the depletion of spiritual energy in the Palace of Runes." With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell the cause of the destruction. However, the Palace of Runes was heavily guarded and reinforced with formations, so it should have been impossible for anything to happen to it in the first place. Just as the Green Leaf King was bewildered by the situation before him, the Golden Leaf King's face abruptly warped in shock as he exclaimed, "How could this be? What happened?" The Green Leaf King and Tong Yu turned their eyes over simultaneously. "Look at the hall in front of us." The Golden Leaf King pointed forward with a pale face. Frowning, the duo turned their gazes in front, only to see that the hall before their eyes had collapsed into a cloud of dust and rubble as well. What is wrong? This hall was built using top-grade blue metal stone and has been reinforced by many formations, but considering that most of the other buildings have collapsed too, it shouldn't come as any surprise that this building suffered the same fate, Tong Yu remarked, confused by the Golden Leaf King's huge response to the matter. "Collapse your head. Where is that fellow and the master teachers? Don't you think it's weird how they didn't come out when the entire hall is already in such a state?" The Golden Leaf King bellowed furiously. It was then that the duo realized, and their faces warped in astonishment. The Green Leaf King immediately activated his spiritual perception to peer into the rubble, and his body stiffened at the outcome of the scan. Within the rubble, there was not a single living being to be sensed. It was as if that tribesman had vanished together with the many master teachers. "They are gone." The Green Leaf King turned to look at the livid Golden Leaf King with a look of horror. "We've been had by that fellow. Hurry, head to the Palace of Runes." The Green Leaf King roared after realizing what had happened, and together with the Golden Leaf King, they quickly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the collapsed Palace of Runes, and after a quick examination of the surroundings, their vision went dark. With their eye of discernment, they could easily tell that this wasn't an accident but a man-made incident. In other words, just a moment ago, someone had sapped the Palace of Runes dry of its spiritual energy and destroyed the inscriptions on the walls and pillars, resulting in the devastating collapse. Otherwise, the Palace of Runes couldn't have been reduced to such a state even if an accident were to occur. Master Teacher. That fellow must be a Master Teacher. The Green Leaf King clenched his fist tightly as the truth suddenly dawned on him. Except for a Master Teacher, it was impossible for an ordinary cultivator to tell that the Palace of Runes was the center of the entire base and destroy it so utterly. On top of that, the matter of the other party wanting some private time with the master teachers was extremely suspicious as well, especially given their disappearance shortly after. No matter how slow they might be, it was clear that the other party's purpose was not to interrogate them but to save them. The Golden Leaf King stepped forward and exclaimed in disbelief, "But how did they get away? The both of us have been keeping a close eye on the hall, and there were defensive formations set up around the area as well. To think that they, kings of the otherworldly demonic tribe Saint Realm Fordan experts, would actually be toyed with by another. Just the thought of it left them frenzied. No matter how he got away, considering that he has just destroyed the Palace of Runes and that there is a huge group with him, he can't possibly have gotten too far away. Men, comb the area. If you find any traces of him, immediately report back. By no means should you engage them recklessly," the Green Leaf King instructed as he turned around. With so many old, weakened master teachers with him, he didn't believe that the other party could escape from them. "Yes, Your Highness," Tong Yu and the others replied before scattering all around. Damn it. Just who is that fellow?" After dispatching all of his subordinates, the two kings clenched their teeth tightly together as immense rage coursed through their bodies. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed across the Golden Leaf King's mind as he muttered contemplatively, "If he is a master teacher in disguise, could he possibly be the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy that they talked about earlier, Xianxia?" Back then, the stand-in principal Lu Feng had said that the fellow had claimed that he was Hongyuan's principal Xianxia, but they had shrugged it off, thinking that this was a method used by their tribesmen to win their trust. However, thinking back, that could very well have been the truth. "Xianxia?" the Green Leaf King repeated meaningfully before nodding his head. This name was extremely foreign to them, but how could one who was able to become the principal of a Master Teacher Academy possibly be a simple figure? "We will know the truth after we capture and interrogate him. I swear that I will tear that fellow apart for this humiliation," the Green Leaf King roared furiously, and his voice echoed clearly even from a very far distance away. While the two kings were completely furious, at a considerable distance from the collapsed Palace of Runes, a storage ring fell from the sky, and shortly afterward, a figure appeared. The figure was completely motionless for a brief moment before abruptly coming to live. Who? Exhaling deeply, the figure smiled in relief, revealing his shiny, white teeth. The figure was Xianxia, who had just escaped from the Palace of Runes. Not bad. The puppets have reached Saint Realm 3 Dan, and they have been recharged as well. Even if I meet the Saint Realm 4 Dan kings later on, I won't have to fear them. Even though the rapid depletion of the energy through the puppet's absorption had caused the Palace of Runes to collapse, it had helped to bolster his current fighting force significantly. With 20 experts to hold the ground, he would be able to fend off the Saint Realm 4 Dan experts. Even if he was unable to defeat them, he would at least be able to buy some time to escape. All right, come out. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia brought out the master teachers from his anthive nest. Where are we? Have we escaped? This is the far south of the subterranean gallery. I have been here once before. We should be roughly 200 li one away from the otherworldly demon's base. 200 li away? After confirming their location, the master teachers swiftly assessed their surroundings. Realizing that there were no otherworldly demons around them, they turned to the figure before them with gratitude in their eyes. The young man wasn't lying. He was indeed there to save them. Noticing the gazes from the crowd, Xianxia morphed from his otherworldly demon form back into his original appearance and switched to his master teacher robe. The 6 stars on the emblem pinned onto his chest gleamed brightly. Xianxia, thank you for saving our lives. An elder clasped his fist, and the others behind him quickly followed suit. There's no need to stand on ceremony. We are all master teachers, so it's only natural to help one another in times of need. Xianxia waved his hands to gesture that it was fine. These men were willing to put their lives on the line for the justice they held in their hearts. Xianxia felt that such good men shouldn't be left in the lurch. Interjecting in the midst of the others' words, Xianxia said, "We still aren't in a position to rest easy yet. Having sneaked out of their base right before their eyes, the otherworldly demons are surely combing the area frenziedly for us at the moment. It is only a matter of time before they find us here. For the time being, you should find a place to rest and recuperate. Make sure to find somewhere secure so that you won't be found." Rest and recuperate? We can't. One of the master teachers frowned. The otherworldly demons have already begun building their base, and there are even 2 otherworldly demon kings who have infiltrated the subterranean gallery. It is clear that they are up to something. We have to stop them, or else I can hardly imagine the consequences myself. The otherworldly demons had clearly come prepared. In such a situation, they couldn't afford to waste time to rest and recuperate. Don't worry about that. I will deal with it. Xianxia waved his hands. The reason he was there was to investigate and resolve the peculiarities happening with the mausoleum tablet. So far, he had only destroyed their base. The 200 otherworldly demons were still alive and kicking. So how could he leave yet? You are going back alone? That won't do. It is too dangerous, the crowd exclaimed in horror. In your current states, even if you do come along, you won't be able to offer any help. What you need to do right now is recuperate from your injuries, so that you can find the strength to battle with the otherworldly demons once more. He knew that the master teachers were worried about him, but he still shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't trust the master teachers, but the force they were going against were simply too powerful. The master teachers couldn't possibly battle them in their current state. If they went with him, Xianxia would have to divide his attention between the otherworldly demons and taking care of them. The faces of the master teachers reddened in embarrassment. The other party was right. Yes, they were 6-star pinnacle master teachers, but against more than 200 otherworldly demons and 2 Saint Realm 4 Dan kings, they were completely powerless. Xianxia, we might not be powerful enough to defeat their army, but you can't possibly go there alone either. At the very least, we should be of some help to you. With our combined strength, even if we can't wipe out their forces, we should still be able to deal significant damage to them. Indeed, there are more than 40 of us here. If each of us kill an otherworldly demon, that will lessen the pressure on you significantly. Allow us to go with you. As long as we proceed more carefully this time around, we won't be cornered by them as easily as before. The crowd was still worried. Since I was able to save you from their hands, that only goes to show that I have my own means to stay alive. Thus, there is really no need for you to worry. In the worst-case scenario, I will just flee from them, Xianxia said with a kind smile. I know that you don't fear death, but that doesn't mean that you should throw away your lives like that. At the very least, you must make your lives count. I will go ahead first, and if I fail, you will have to serve as the final line of defense until help arrives. Otherwise, if those otherworldly demons charge out of the subterranean gallery, who knows how many lives will be lost. Ah! The crowd fell silent. Indeed, even if they didn't fear death, their deaths shouldn't be meaningless. They had to make it count every single bit it was worth. All right, we will listen to you and rest up first. Then, Xianxia, you have to be careful, too. If it is really beyond our means, we will report to the headquarters and have them deal with this matter, an elder said. Rest assured, Xianxia replied with a confident smile. At this moment, the master teachers couldn't help but recall the various miracles that the young man before them had produced, and all of a sudden, they couldn't help but feel that the situation wasn't as desperate as they thought. Considering how the other party had saved them despite the encirclement of so many otherworldly demons, it was clear that he possessed means far beyond them. Perhaps he might just have a way to deal with the otherworldly demons. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and asked, Right, do you all have any formation flags or formation plates in your hands? The higher the grade, the better. Formation flags? Formation plates. Everyone exchanged confused glances with one another. I have a set of grade 6 formation flags here. There are 120 of them. You can use them to set up the Zhengyu illusory formation. I have 81 of them here. You can use them to set up a grade 6 slaughter formation. Before I left, I bought a grade 6 pinnacle formation plate. However, it is a beguilement formation, so I don't know how useful it will be in a battle. I also have a grade 6 pinnacle formation plate here. Upon hearing that Xianxia needed formation flags and formation plates, the master teachers quickly took out whatever they had, and it didn't take long for a huge pile of items to appear before Xianxia. These men knew that they would face great danger in the subterranean gallery, so they had exchanged all of their possessions for artifacts that would be useful in dangerous situations. Formation flags and formation plates were particularly useful in dealing with stronger enemies, so they had prepared plenty of those. Looking at the mountain of formation flags and formation plates before him, Xianxia said with a chuckle, Not bad. This is more than enough. As expected of 6-star pinnacle master teachers, they did have quite a lot of good items with them. Even though most of the items they had produced were grade 6, they were generally toward the higher end. With one swift motion, he stowed everything into his storage ring before clasping his fist. Farewell. After saying those words, he turned around and left. But before he could get very far, a voice sounded from behind. Principal Zhang, wait for a moment. He turned around to find that the one who had spoken was Lu Feng. His face was flushed crimson as he looked at Xianxia. Lu Shi. Xianxia responded questioningly. Principal Zhang, I wish to apologize to you for the matters that happened before. I hope that you can forgive me for my foolishness, Lu Feng said hesitantly. Lu Shi, there's no need to worry about that. As master teachers, it is our responsibility to guard against otherworldly demons. I don't blame you for being too wary, Xianxia replied with a smile. Thank you for your magnanimity. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Feng flicked his wrist and took out a round formation plate. This is a formation plate that I obtained some time ago. It's a grade 7 beguilement formation. Hopefully, it will be of some use to you. Grade 7 formation? Xianxia's eyes lit up as he hurriedly took it. It was hard to tell what kind of material the formation plate was made of, but it felt heavy. Inscribed on it was a complex inscription consisting of lines so fine that he could hardly see them even with his eye of insight. The creator inscribed it carefully using their spiritual perception to check the formation plate. It can exert an incredible might once activated, so it should do you well against the otherworldly demons. I happened to obtain it by some stroke of luck, and I haven't been able to bring myself to use it, Lu Feng explained. Inscribed using spiritual perception? No wonder. Xianxia nodded. A grade 7 formation plate could only be inscribed by a 7-star formation master, and the prerequisite to becoming a 7-star formation master was to possess the cultivation of a Saint Realm 2-dan spiritual perception realm. Spiritual perception was a method of perceiving the world through one's soul, allowing one to perceive the world with far greater sensitivity than with one's eyes. Thank you. Knowing that the formation plate would be very useful to him, Zhang Xian nodded in gratitude before stowing it into his storage ring. All right, I will be leaving now. Stepping off, Zhang Xian began charging ahead, and it didn't take long for him to disappear before everyone's eyes. After he left, the master teachers turned their gazes to Lu Feng. Is that man really the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? Till this point, the crowd could still hardly believe it. After all, the other party was simply too young. That's right. Lu Feng nodded. Previously, he had thought that the 10 great master teachers nominating him to become a principal was a huge mistake, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he was the one lacking foresight. To be able to save them from the hands of so many otherworldly demons calmly, and yet remain humble and not claim credit for his work on top of that, it was doubtful that Principal Mo Liuxian from back then would have been able to do the same. At the very least, he knew that he wouldn't have been able to do the same if in the other party's shoes. He might very well be the most formidable principal that our Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy has ever had, ushering in an era of greatness for our academy. Lu Feng muttered to himself as he gazed in the direction that Zhang Xian disappeared in. It was only after seeing what that young man had done that he realized how formidable the other party was. With such a great man earnestly putting his effort into the academy, how could the academy possibly not prosper? After proceeding ahead for a moment, Zhang Xian stopped at a valley. I won't be their match at this rate. I have to find a solution. Even though he had 20 Saint Realm 3-dan puppets, it would still be difficult for him to stand his ground against more than 200 Saint Realm 1-dan and 2-dan otherworldly demons and 2 Saint Realm 4-dan kings. The situation wasn't in his favor. He had to find a suitable countermeasure that could wipe out the entire group in a single move so as to terminate any possible threat from them. I should first take a look at this grade 7 formation plate. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian took out the formation plate that Lu Feng had given him and pumped his Jinqi into it furiously. Nothing? Zhang Xian frowned. Was the formation plate spoiled? That wasn't it. Flaws? Zhang Xian muttered, and a corresponding book concerning the formation plate appeared in his library of Heaven's Path. Upon taking a look, his face darkened, and he really wanted to hide somewhere in shame. It was fortunately no one had seen it, or else he would have really made a fool out of himself. It was not that the formation plate was spoiled, but his Jinqi wasn't strong enough to activate the formation plate yet. His current Jinqi cultivation was only at half-saint pinnacle. Altogether, his fighting prowess was on par with a Saint Realm 1-dan cultivator. He could easily drive a grade 6 formation plate without trouble, but grade 7, that was clearly beyond his means. The Byzantium Helios beast has reached spiritual perception realm, but as a saint beast, he is unable to activate a formation plate. Less has to be said about the Golden Origin Cauldron, a saint-tier artifact. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in distress. Perhaps if I raise my cultivation to nascent Saint Pinnacle with the sheer strength of the Saint Ascension Decipher, I might be able to exert power comparable to a Saint Realm 2-dan cultivator and activate this grade 7 formation plate. Since he was unable to activate the formation plate in his current state, the logical thing to do was to attempt to break through. It was fortunate that he had procured the lightning resonance rock beforehand, which was required for his breakthrough to nascent saint. Alright, time to begin. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian leaped into the myriad anthive nest without any hesitation. To attempt a breakthrough, he would require a quiet environment. Given that the otherworldly demons were combing the area to search for him, he couldn't possibly cultivate peacefully in the open. After entering the myriad anthive nest, Xianxia sat down beneath the Bodhi tree and took out a pile of high-tier spirit stones with a flick of his wrist. The first batch of profits from the Shin clan consisted of more than 3,000 high-tier spirit stones. While he had used 500 of them to raise the cultivation of the candidates for the master-teacher selection, he still had a sizable amount of them remaining. At least for the time being, he didn't need to worry about having insufficient spirit stones. He casually took out a couple of formation flags and set up a spirit-gathering formation in the area. Spiritual energy was swiftly drawn from the high-tier spirit stone, creating a dense mist-like congregation of spiritual energy in the air. With all of the preparations ready, Xianxia held onto the lightning resonance rock tightly in his hands and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. Gugugu. Pure, condensed Jinqi coursed through his veins like a mighty dragon, pushing his cultivation further up. At the same time, every single pore of his body was greedily taking in the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings, as if a ravenous behemoth enjoying a luxurious feast. He had already reached half-saint pinnacle 2 months ago, but due to the lack of the lightning resonance rock, he had only been able to further reinforce his cultivation again and again. At this point, his desire for a breakthrough was already irrepressible, like an arid land desiring for rain. With the lightning resonance stone in his hand and the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings, Xianxia's aura swiftly went through a qualitative change, becoming far sharper and more powerful than before. Jai. Absorbing the spiritual energy, Xianxia swiftly converted it into Jinqi to knock at the bottleneck, limiting his cultivation relentlessly, and eventually, the bottleneck began to loosen. Hong Long. After some time, with a deafening buzz, he finally broke through the bottleneck. In that instant, Xianxia felt his eyesight and hearing becoming exceptionally clear, and his ability to analyze also became faster than ever. Nascent Saint. Reached. Nascent Saint was the foundation to achieving a real breakthrough to sainthood, the preparation to a cultivator's metamorphosis of their level of existence. As such, there was a significant enhancement in one's Jinqi and soul. It might only have been a cultivation stage of difference between half-saint pinnacle and nascent saint primary stage, but this single hurdle signified the evolution of a fish into a dragon. 1. Furthermore, he cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher, which made his Jinqi far more condensed and powerful than ordinary cultivators. At the same time, his Jinqi strength also advanced from the previous 84 million ding to 90 million ding. Continue. Even though he had achieved a breakthrough, he knew that it would still be difficult for him to drive his grade 7 formation plate. Thus, Xianxia continued with his cultivation. Having achieved the breakthrough, everything else was relatively easier. 4 hours later, he managed to advance to nascent Saint Realm Pinnacle. At the same time, the strength from his Jinqi cultivation had also exceeded the 100 million ding mark, reaching 120 million ding. More important, the origin core in his dantian had also assumed a perfectly round shape, emanating a brilliant light that seemed to indicate that a breakthrough was just around the corner. From the looks of it, it seems I have achieved a second-grade pinnacle origin core. Mu Shi had put in so much time and effort to cultivating the Saint Ascension decipher, but he had only succeeded in forming a second-grade advanced origin core. On the other hand, Xianxia hadn't achieved a breakthrough to Saint Realm yet, but he had already reached second-grade pinnacle. However, this was to be expected, considering that he cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art and possessed the Heaven's Path Jinqi. If he couldn't achieve this much, he could just knock himself dead with a blob of tofu. As long as I reinforce my origin core, its grade should continue to rise. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to achieve first grade. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't spent so much effort and paid such a heavy price for nothing. As long as he could successfully forge a first-grade origin core, his fighting prowess should increase considerably. Perhaps he might even become a celestial saint. Of course, it would still take him quite a bit of effort to reinforce his origin core and condense it further. But I don't have the luxury to do that at the moment. For the time being, I should try activating the grade 7 formation. Knowing that he didn't have much time to spare, Xianxia took out the grade 7 formation plate once more. Holding the grade 7 formation plate in his hand, Xianxia began pumping his rich Jinqi into it. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz under the infusion of his Jinqi. Boom! A brilliant light burst into the surroundings, forming a sphere with a radius of several hundred meters. As the sphere expanded, mist started to appear within, shaping out an entirely different world, an extremely bizarre one. Putting aside anyone else, even he could easily lose his sense of direction within it. This is the Grade 7 formation. Lu Su Beguilement Formation? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Without activating the formation plate, it would be hard for him to see through what kind of formation was inscribed on it. Even though the Library of Heaven's Path did state the flaws regarding the formation plate, that was only limited to the material and the formation blueprint. Only by activating it and seeing it with his own eyes would he know what kind of formation it was and how powerful it would be. Lu Su had been a skilled formation master 5,000 years ago. Back then, while he was trapped amid a misty mountain range, he had suddenly found the inspiration to create this beguilement formation. Even though it was only a Grade 7 intermediate formation, it could exert might comparable to an advanced or even pinnacle formation, such that even Saint Realm 5 Dan experts could potentially fall for its beguilement briefly. This was also the reason this formation was extremely famous, and there was a record of it in the library of the Formation Master School. It was also through the record in there that Xianxia had learned about it. An idea popped into Xianxia's mind. His surname is Lu as well. Could Lu Su possibly be Lu Feng's ancestor? However, knowing that this wasn't the time to be thinking about such miscellaneous matters, Xianxia swiftly shrugged it off. In any case, with this formation, I will stand a significantly better chance of dealing with those otherworldly demons. Nevertheless, I still have to plan my operation carefully first. With a surge in his cultivation and a formidable formation plate in his hands, Xianxia's confidence was boosted. He left the myriad anthive nest and returned to the subterranean gallery. Just like before, the area was still filled with killing intent and darkness. Contorting his muscles and bones, he turned into the form of an otherworldly demon he had seen previously before heading in the direction he escaped from previously. Before he could get far, he saw two otherworldly demons flitting in his direction. Don't you think that it is weird? There are nearly 40 of them. So how could they escape from our encirclement without the slightest trace? I also find it very weird. I was standing on alert the whole time, my both eyes staring intently at every movement around the hall. I am certain that not a person has come out from it, but the people inside just simply vanished into thin air. More importantly, we have already searched for such long a time, but there is not a person to be seen. Could it be that they were not master teachers we caught but ghosts? The two otherworldly demons were chatting with one another as they scanned the ground from the sky. Not even the Golden Leaf King and Green Leaf King had been able to make sense out of Xianxia and the many master teachers' disappearance, let alone the rest of them. More importantly, it was inconceivable to them that so many people had been able to escape from right under their noses without them noticing anything at all. At that moment, they suddenly saw a tribesman flying toward them, and they frowned. How is it? Did either of you find anything? The tribesman asked them as soon as he noticed them. One of the two otherworldly demons couldn't help but ask doubtfully upon seeing the other party. Hua Wu, weren't you dispatched in another direction? Why are you here? The 200 or so otherworldly demons who had passed through the seal were from the same squadron, so they knew one another very well. They clearly remembered that the fellow before them had been dispatched in another direction. So why would he appear where they were? Oh, I found a clue while searching there, and it was through tracing the clue that I got here, Hua Wu explained. Clue? What clue is it? The eyes of the two otherworldly demons lit up. Here it is. Hua Wu flicked his wrist, took out a jade token, and passed it over. Curious, the duo hurriedly lowered their heads to take a closer look. However, before they could see what was written on the jade token, they suddenly sensed that two fists were heading right toward their heads. Hong Long. The fists carried immense strength that threatened to blast apart the air. The shock wave that rippled from the fist was so powerful that even the ground beneath was jolted apart. You! Knowing that there was something wrong with the other party, the faces of the two otherworldly demons darkened, and they hurriedly sent out a fist each to protect themselves. Pong! Pong! For fists collided, and the two otherworldly demons felt a devastating might coursing through their bodies before they swiftly plummeted toward the ground. Boom! Their bodies formed two massive depressions in the ground. Nascent Saint Pinnacle. It is indeed as strong as I expected, Huawu remarked as he descended to the ground. He then raised his leg and stomped on the heads of the duo who had sunk into the ground. Pong! Pong! Before the two otherworldly demons could process what was going on, their heads were crushed, reducing them to mere corpses. Good! Seeing how easily he had subdued the two Saint Realm One Dan otherworldly demons, Hua Wu's eyes lit in excitement. Naturally, Hua Wu was Xianxia in disguise. With the surge in his cultivation, he had wanted to try out how powerful he was at the moment. It was only after trying it that he realized how fearsome the Saint Ascension Decipher was. Putting aside those of a similar cultivation realm, even an otherworldly demon possessing a higher cultivation was no match for him at all. They weren't even able to withstand a blow from him. Let me see what they have. Zhang Xian grabbed the storage rings from the fingers of the two otherworldly demons and immersed his consciousness into them. A moment later, he shook his head. While these fellows possessed strength comparable to 6-star master teachers, their wealth was clearly nowhere near their master teacher equivalents. Adding up the both of their entire fortune, it wasn't even worth 10 high-tier spirit stones. It is no wonder these otherworldly demons wish to invade the master teacher continent. Most likely, the otherworldly battlefield is lacking in resources as well. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian tapped on the two bodies, destroyed them, and smoothed out the depressions in the ground. After all was done, he was prepared to set off and find his next target. However, at that moment, a thought came to his mind, and he morphed his appearance into one of the two otherworldly demons he had just killed. It was impossible for him to kill the 200 or so otherworldly demons simultaneously, but it was still possible for him to dwindle their numbers bit by bit. In any case, he had plenty of time to spare, so he was in no hurry. After thoroughly preparing, he advanced ahead, and not too long later, he encountered two more otherworldly demons. Using the same method, he slayed them easily. Most of the otherworldly demons who were out combing the area were only at Saint Realm One Dan. Given his current prowess, dealing with them wasn't a problem at all. Even without making use of his puppets, he could eliminate them easily. Proceeding forward like that, he arrived at the base an hour later. It had been entirely reduced to rubble, but a significant number of otherworldly demons were standing upon it, seemingly attempting to rebuild the base even though they knew what they were doing wouldn't amount to much. After all, they had spent nearly 2 months constructing the base. To restore it entirely within a short period of time was completely impossible. The Greenleaf King and Goldenleaf King seemed to be around here. Among the crowd, there were two extraordinarily powerful otherworldly demons floating in the air. It was the two kings from before. At this moment, there was a deep frown on their foreheads, indicating their displeasure. Reporting to Your Highness, there isn't any signs of the master teachers in this direction. Reporting to Your Highness, there was nothing on my side either. It is as if they have vanished into thin air. There is nothing over here either. From time to time, there would be otherworldly demons stepping forward to report the current situation to them. As Zhang Xian had fled in his soul form, which was both intangible and invisible, he hadn't left any traces behind. It would take a miracle for these Saint Realm One Dan otherworldly demons to be able to track him down. Damn it, how could 40 people just vanish into thin air like that? Just what is happening? How did that bastard do it? Not only were the otherworldly demons perplexed by the situation before them, even the Greenleaf King and Goldenleaf King were baffled as well. Around 40 old, weakened master teachers, who seemed like they were on the verge of collapsing, actually succeeded in fleeing from right under the noses of 200 of them, and they actually weren't able to find anything at all. It was simply too inconceivable and eerie. At this point, The Golden Leaf King suddenly recalled the bizarre sensation he had felt while waiting outside the hall earlier, and he narrowed his eyes. Could it be the means of a soul oracle? Soul oracle? The Green Leaf King replied doubtfully, unsure of what the Golden Leaf King was getting at. When we were guarding outside the hall, didn't I tell you that I felt something pass by us? I feel that he might have gotten away then. Think about it, to be able to escape right in front of our eyes without being discovered, there can only be one possibility. That fellow has utilized the means of a soul oracle, the Golden Leaf King said. The Green Leaf King frowned. Soul oracle? Didn't the Master Teacher Pavilion eradicate that occupation because they pledged loyalty to us? Soul oracle was a rather unorthodox occupation in the Master Teacher continent. Back then, they had pledged loyalty to the otherworldly demonic tribe, and after the Master Teacher Pavilion found out about it, the Master Teacher Pavilion had launched a devastating assault to wipe them off the face of the world, terminating their heritage for good. But for a Master Teacher, who was most likely the principal of a Master Teacher Academy, to be skilled in the means of a soul oracle, that didn't sound too likely. The heritage of the soul oracles has indeed disappeared from the face of the world, so I am rather puzzled by the situation, too. But other than that, I can think of no other possibility. The Golden Leaf King answered with a frown. While the duo was speaking with one another, a tribesman suddenly flew before them hurriedly and reported, "Your Highness, I think I found the trail of the Master Teachers." You found their trail? Hearing those words, the eyes of the duo immediately lit up as they turned their gazes to the tribesman hurriedly. I found traces that are distinctive of the footsteps of humans, but I dared not follow them too far. Thus, I rushed back here to report the matter to you," the tribesman explained. The Green Leaf King nodded. Well done. Considering that their tribesmen were only at St. Realm one dan, it was very likely that they would have been killed if they had attempted to follow the trail recklessly. Which direction is it in? Bring us over to take a look, the Green Leaf King swiftly commanded. It's in that direction, the tribesman replied. All right, we shall head over to take a look. Nodding, the Green Leaf King was just about to get that fellow to lead the way when the Golden Leaf King suddenly stopped him. Wait a moment. The Green Leaf King glanced at his companion in bewilderment. What's wrong? Have you forgotten about the bizarre means that fellow possesses? The Golden Leaf King asked. The face of the Green Leaf King immediately tensed as he recalled how that fellow was even able to disguise as an otherworldly demon king. If the tribesman before them was that fellow in disguise, it was very likely that the other party was trying to lead them into a trap. I will take a look. Frowning, the Green Leaf King swiftly extended his spiritual perception to the tribesman before him. Your Highness! The tribesman also didn't expect that the two kings would suddenly do this, and his face immediately paled with fright. The fists hidden within his sleeves tightened subconsciously. He is. After taking a closer look at the tribesman before him with his spiritual perception, the Green Leaf King was just about to speak when a loud explosion sounded. Boom! Mist swiftly pervaded the surroundings, shrouding a radius of several hundred meters around them. Tzzzzzzzz. Those who were trapped in the mist found themselves losing their ability to discern which direction they were facing altogether. It was as if their senses had been confounded all of a sudden, robbing them of the basic ability to perceive their surroundings properly. The Golden Leaf King's eyes narrowed as his body stiffened in astonishment. This is a grade 7 beguilement formation. Against a beguilement formation of such a high grade, even he would be unable to escape from it in the short term. He swiftly shot a glance toward the Green Leaf King beside him, only to find the latter had disappeared without a trace. He tried to look around him, but he found that his mind was a complete mess. He had already lost track of where he was. No doubt about it, that tribesman is definitely that Xianxia fellow in disguise. At this point, everything was as clear as the day to the Golden Leaf King, and his face turned livid in rage. They had just been thinking about how they could capture that fellow. But who would have thought that he would appear before them, disguised as one of their own, to release this formation plate on them? Had they been prepared beforehand, they might still have been able to destroy the formation with brute force in the moment that it was activated. However, with them standing within the activated formation, it wasn't as easy to do so anymore. They had to find the center of the formation first. Humph! A grade 7 formation might be formidable, but I happen to be skilled in formations. I don't believe that I won't be able to unravel this. The Golden Leaf King felt extremely furious, but he knew that it wasn't the time for him to lose his temper. Thus, he suppressed his anger and began to assess the formation calmly. Of the many kings, he was the one who was the most skilled in the field of formations. This was also the reason he had been chosen to cross the seal. If the other party had used a grade 7 pinnacle formation to trap him, it would still have taken him a fair bit of effort. However, not only had the formation not reached grade 7 pinnacle, it had also been activated from a formation plate instead of formation flags. It was impossible for a formation of such caliber to trap him. The Golden Leaf King flew in the direction that he perceived as upward, and a few breaths later, he realized that his surroundings were still completely hazy. After which, he stopped and attempted to fly front, back, left, and right as well. To be able to distort the surroundings and one's sense of direction to such an extent, this formation sure is formidable, the Golden Leaf King remarked with a grim expression. Based on his analysis, the formation wasn't as simple as it seemed. He was confident that he would definitely be able to break apart the formation with time, but it would be extremely difficult for him to succeed in the short run. Arg! The Golden Leaf King had just taken out a compass, hoping to analyze where the life gate of the formation lay, when he suddenly heard a scream of agony from the depths of the formation, following which the sound of an object crashing to the ground echoed loudly. That fellow is assaulting our tribesmen? The Golden Leaf King narrowed his eyes menacingly. Beguilement formations usually didn't wield the power to kill others, so being trapped within one wasn't a big deal. Furthermore, the formation that had trapped them was activated from a formation plate, which was extremely taxing on the cultivator's Xianxia. It might have been able to trap them for a short period, but once the other party ran out of his Xianxia, the formation would automatically be released, and the tables would be turned around. They would be at their full might, unharmed, whereas the other party would have experienced a dip in his fighting prowess from being sapped of his Xianxia. He had just been thinking that he could stall for time within the formation since it would be more disadvantageous for the other party the longer the battle continued. However, who could have known that the fellow would have the strength to attack their tribesmen while the formation was still activated? That fellow was courting death. With a leap, he immediately rushed in the direction of the scream, and as expected, he found a tribesman who had been killed with a single punch. The storage ring that should have been on the tribesman's finger was missing, presumably taken away. Arg! The next moment, another scream of agony was heard. Yet another tribesman had been done in. They had dispatched all 200 of their tribesmen to comb through the area to search for the master teachers, and those who were currently in the base were those who had returned after finding nothing at all. There were around 50 of them in total. From the looks of it, it seemed like that fellow was intending to wipe out all of the personnel they had stationed at the base. The price they had to pay in order to send these tribesmen over was unimaginably large. The loss of every single one of them was a huge price to pay, and yet the other party intended to wipe out their forces. He was dreaming. Flicking his wrist, the Golden Leaf King took out a jade token. It was a correspondence jade token, an artifact unique to the otherworldly demons. With it, he could easily sense the closest distressed tribesman to him and lend him his aid. Who? The jade token flew from his hand, headed in a certain direction, and the Golden Leaf King hurriedly followed it. But by the time he arrived, there was nothing more than a mere corpse lying on the ground. The tribesman had already been killed. After seeing that, he immediately activated his correspondence jade token once more, hoping to save the next one, but the other party was still a step faster than him. By the time he stumbled upon the 8th corpse of his tribesman, the Golden Leaf King was already completely frenzied. Whenever he used the correspondence jade token to seek the next distressed tribesman, he could sense from the jade token that the tribesman was still unharmed. Yet, no matter how fast he traveled, the distressed tribesman would be dead by the time he arrived. It felt like the other party was forever a step ahead of him no matter what he did. as if the other party knew of every movement that he was making. To be able to maneuver around the formation so easily and hunt down our tribesmen, that fellow's comprehension of formations is at least equivalent to the human standards of 7-star. The Golden Leaf King remarked with a darkened face, realizing how fearsome the opponent he was facing was. If that fellow was only able to activate the formation plate but knew not of the internal functioning of the formation, he would have only been able to trap them but not maneuver around freely to slay them. On top of that, it was clear that the other party was tracking his whereabouts through his formation. In terms of comprehension of formations, the other party could be said to be on par with him, or perhaps even superior to him. Damn it! You'd better pray that you never fall into my hands, or else I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The Golden Leaf King spat furiously through clenched jaws. At that moment, he suddenly felt an overwhelming killing intent gushing into the air, following which, the sounds of battle drifted over. It's the Green Leaf King. The Golden Leaf King's eyes lit up as he quickly rushed over. He had fought with that Xianxia fellow when he was disguised back then, and the latter wielded strength on par with him. Given the strength of the Green Leaf King, he should be able to stall that Xianxia fellow for a fair amount of time. As long as he could arrive on time and team up with the Green Leaf King to fight against that Xianxia fellow, their combined force would be more than sufficient to overpower the other party and kill him. Hoo-la! In just a few moments, he arrived at the area where the fighting sounds originated from. The Green Leaf King was indeed clashing with another fellow. The opponent that the Green Leaf King was facing was indeed the otherworldly demon who had released the formation while reporting the news to them. The both of them were incredibly powerful, raising powerful shock waves as they crossed hands. Green Leaf King, I will help you. Roaring furiously, the Golden Leaf King charged into the battlefield to aid his companion. At the same moment, that Xianxia fellow seemed to have noticed his presence and swiftly turned around to flee. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the beguilement formation. Where do you think you are escaping to? The Golden Leaf King roared as he prepared to give chase, but at that moment, he heard the voice of the Green Leaf King. Don't! He is the one controlling the formation. We risk falling into his trap if we give chase recklessly. The Golden Leaf King paused for a moment before realizing the same too and nodded in agreement. You're right. Turning around, he saw the Green Leaf King clutching his chest. There was a massive palm print of roughly 2 inches deep imprinted on the other party's chest, nearly crushing his heart. The Golden Leaf King was astonished. How did you suffer such heavy injuries? Given that his strength was roughly equal to that fellow's, the Green Leaf King should have been able to at least stand his ground against the other party. Even if it had been an unexpected assault, it shouldn't have been possible for the Green Leaf King to have been so severely wounded. Had the palm print been just a little deeper, the Green Leaf King might already have died. Cough, cough. That fellow. He disguised himself as you. I let my guard down for a moment. As he spoke, the Green Leaf King spurted a mouthful of blood as his face paled feebly. He disguised himself as me? Hearing those words, the Golden Leaf King clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten that the fellow had the ability to disguise himself as one of their own flawlessly. Back then, the other party had even been able to list the flaws of his cultivation technique accurately. If the other party had disguised himself as him, it was understandable that the Green Leaf King would unwittingly have let his guard down. That fellow has the ability to morph his appearance at will, and he can even imitate the aura of one's weapon and soul, making him an extremely dangerous opponent. You must be careful as well, the Green Leaf King advised. The Golden Leaf King nodded grimly. In the first place, the limited visibility and inability to discern directions in the beguilement formation was already a huge handicap for them. The other party's ability to disguise himself as them only served to worsen the situation, making it difficult for them to trust one another. In other words, any single person he encountered could very well be that fellow in disguise. In a direct battle or even a sneak attack, given that their fighting prowess was near equal, he would at least be able to protect himself. But if it was an attack from an enemy disguised as a friend while his guard was down, even he couldn't say for sure whether he would be able to survive it or not. After a brief moment's silence, the Greenleaf King sent a telepathic message over. I need to recuperate for a moment, but we can't allow that fellow to continuing killing our tribesmen like that. You should head out to stop him first, and I will meet up with you once I have recovered. To prevent him from disguising himself as me, why don't we set a password? We will say the passwords when we meet, and if they tally, it can serve to verify our identities. Otherwise, it can only mean that the other party is that fellow in disguise. That is a good idea. The Golden Leaf King's eyes lit up after hearing those words. To better save their tribesmen, it would be ineffective and inefficient for them to remain together. But if they were to separate, that fellow could make use of this opportunity to disguise himself as the other to assault them. They needed an effective method to verify they were who they claimed to be. You can decide on the password. You will say the first line, and I will return with the next. If I am unable to reply with the password, it can only mean that the fellow is disguising as me. If so, just sneak up on him and launch a fatal blow. The Greenleaf King replied telepathically with a grim expression. Very well. The Golden Leaf King nodded. How about this? I will say, slay all master teachers. And you will reply with, the demonic tribe shall dominate. If I fail to say the password upon meeting you, you should just head straight up and deal a lethal strike. All right? The Greenleaf King nodded. It's settled then. The Golden Leaf King heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, another scream of agony was heard, and he quickly said, I will head over to take a look. You must be careful. Don't worry. Having fallen for his ploy once, I won't be so foolish as to fall for it once more. The Greenleaf King replied confidently. The Golden Leaf King nodded before hurriedly leaving. Arriving at the origin of the scream, he found another dead tribesman, killed in the same brutal method as before. No, this won't do. At this rate, our forces will be annihilated. I have to undo the formation as soon as possible. Seeing how the formation was showing no signs of dissipating even after such a long period of time, it could only mean that the other party had plenty of Xianxia reserved. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to outlast the other party. The Golden Leaf King couldn't help but frown in dilemma. Where are you escaping to? Just as the Golden Leaf King was beginning to devote himself to studying the beguilement formation, he suddenly heard a furious roar, and a figure abruptly rushed for him. Raising his gaze, he realized that it was none other than the Greenleaf King. At the same time, the Greenleaf King also noticed him and hurriedly asked, Brother Ian, did you see anyone passing by here earlier? I didn't. The Golden Leaf King shook his head as he began to assess the Greenleaf King before him carefully. This Greenleaf King was completely unharmed. The palm print that had struck his chest was nowhere to be seen. His sharp eyes were gazing at him intently, as if trying to peer through him. Without any hesitation, the Golden Leaf King immediately sent a telepathic message over. Slay all master teachers. Indeed, we have to slay all master teachers. There is no doubt now. That fellow is definitely a master teacher. He tried to launch a sneak attack against me earlier, but it's fortunate that I reacted swiftly and dodged his attack. The Greenleaf King waved his hand and harumphed coldly. At all costs, we must kill that fellow. Upon hearing the Greenleaf King's response, a sharp glint concealing deep killing intent flashed across the Golden Leaf King's eyes as he slowly walked toward the Greenleaf King. The Greenleaf King nodded earnestly. Indeed, that fellow possesses fighting prowess on par with us. The only way we will be able to defeat him is to collaborate with one another. I happen to have something here that might be useful in dealing with that fellow. Here, take a look at it. The Golden Leaf King said as he flicked his wrist and passed a jade token over. What is it? The Greenleaf King glanced at the item in the other party's hand doubtfully. It is. Seeing that the other party was completely unguarded, a savage glint glowed in the Golden Leaf King's eyes as he roared, Die! The next moment, his fist crushed heavily into the body of the Greenleaf King. Hong Long. Due to the close proximity and swift strike, by the time the Greenleaf King reacted, the fist was already right in front of his chest. Brother Ian, what are you doing? the Greenleaf King hollered with narrowed eyes as he hurriedly channeled all of the Xianxia in his body to protect his vitals. What am I doing? Do you think that this flawed disguise of yours will be able to fool me? Die! Boom! An incomparably powerful fist landed directly on the Greenleaf King. He felt a crushing pressure tearing through his chest before he was sent flying. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Pong! The Greenleaf King crashed onto the ground, and his back tore a deep gorge of 12 meters long on the ground, following which, blood spurted from his mouth furiously. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, as if he had been depleted of his blood and vitality. He and the Golden Leaf King were cultivators with strength equaling one another. The latter had struck him suddenly with his full might, and even though he had managed to remain alive through channeling his energy at the very last moment, all of his organs had ruptured, leaving him in a state of near death. At this rate, it was likely that he wouldn't last for too long. The Greenleaf King clenched his jaws tightly together and howled frenziedly. Why? He and the Golden Leaf King were both otherworldly demon kings. While the both of them didn't have much interaction with one another, they were still comrades undertaking the same important mission for the otherworldly demonic tribe. Yet, in face of an enemy, the latter had actually attacked him instead of the enemy. Why? He just couldn't understand it. At this moment, a voice suddenly shouted, "Why? Because he is the master teacher in disguise. Greenleaf King, kill him. Otherwise, we might both end up losing our lives here." Turning around, the Greenleaf King saw another Golden Leaf King standing right behind him. Following which, the second Golden Leaf King charged forward to attack the first Golden Leaf King ferociously with a finger jab. Hong Long. A pure and concentrated killing intent crushed down on the first Golden Leaf King. On the other hand, the first Golden Leaf King's face was completely flushed. He opened his mouth several times, seemingly wanting to say something, but his voice just wouldn't come out. He is the master teacher in disguise? Indeed, that fellow disguised himself as me so as to conveniently attack the both of us. Help me, I can't hold my ground against him alone. The second Golden Leaf King roared anxiously as he was pushed back under the retaliation of the first Golden Leaf King. Upon hearing the explanation and glancing at the two Golden Leaf Kings, how could the Greenleaf King still be ignorant to the situation? That Xianxia fellow who had saved all of the master teachers was using the same ploy against him once again. How could he have been so foolish as to fall for the same trick twice? So that's the case. Damn it! Roaring angrily, the Greenleaf King ignited the blood in his body, and in an instant, his withered vitality was abruptly restored. Regaining his strength, he charged at the first Golden Leaf King, who had severely wounded him earlier. The otherworldly demonic tribe's blood ignition art. Once activated, one would die without fail. But in the short period of time before then, one would obtain strength far beyond one's limits. Upon seeing the Greenleaf King using that move, the first Golden Leaf King immediately panicked. He quickly shook his head as fear and horror appeared in his eyes. However, his body had been completely suppressed by the other party's unbelievably pure killing intent, rendering him unable to speak for the moment. It's too late for regrets. I will have you know that master teachers aren't the only ones who are unafraid of death. For our ultimate goal, we, the otherworldly demons, are willing to give our all as well. With a determined glint in his eyes, the Greenleaf King's fist crashed down, like a comet from the heavens, upon the first Golden Leaf King with a frenzied roar. On the other hand, the first Golden Leaf King struggled with all his might, but his body was temporarily immobilized under the powerful suppression of the second Golden Leaf King. Eventually, he wasn't even able to put up any defense against the immensely powerful strike of the Greenleaf King. Pong! Struck squarely in his chest, the first Golden Leaf King was sent flying while furiously spurting blood. He crashed heavily onto the ground before blacking out altogether. It was impossible for him to hold his ground against the simultaneous assault of two equally powerful kings. Pooh! After activating the blood ignition art and utilizing his ultimate strike, the Greenleaf King's injuries aggravated further, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. His body collapsed powerlessly to the ground as he gasped, desperate for air, unable to speak a word. However, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. He knew full well how mighty his strike was. There was no way the other party could have survived after taking it head-on. At least he had killed that human principle before his death. His sacrifice was not in vain. However, in that moment, in his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the first Golden Leaf King struggling desperately to his feet with deep indignation in his eyes, as if unwilling to meet his end just like that. The body of the first Golden Leaf King trembled weakly as he stared at the second Golden Leaf King with a look of disbelief on his face and said, "Why you are that human principle, aren't you?" At this point, he finally understood everything. From the moment he saw the second him appear, he had already realized that something had gone really wrong and that he had fallen for that wretch's trap. From the very start, the very first Greenleaf King he had met was this bastard in disguise, while the human he had been fighting against was his ally in disguise. Seeing the two of them clashing, he had automatically assumed that the Greenleaf King before him was the real one. The setting of the password was also a scheme of the other party to make him mistake the real Greenleaf King to be a fake. Naturally, there was no way the real Greenleaf King could have been aware of the password. Thus, when he tried to challenge the latter with the password, the latter had been unable to respond. After which, when he made his move against the Greenleaf King, that fellow had appeared once more, this time disguised as him, to collaborate with the Greenleaf King against him. Truly killing two birds with one stone. With just mere words and a beguilement formation, he had turned the both of them against one another, becoming the victor of the battle easily. "Not bad, you are quite sharp after all." The second Golden Leaf King chuckled as his appearance and physique warped into the form of a 20-year-old human. Xianxia. The two kings were Saint Realm 4 Dan experts. Even with 20 Saint Realm 3 Dan puppets and a grade 7 beguilement formation, it would still have been nigh impossible for him to achieve victory. After all, the beguilement formation only messed with one's sense of direction, but it couldn't isolate sound. If he were to attempt to focus his attack on one of the kings, the ruckus and disturbance in the spiritual energy would surely have drawn the other king in too. He would then have had to face two of them simultaneously, and the only possible conclusion in that situation was defeat. Thus, the best way was to make them turn against one another. The beguilement formation could confound one's senses, making it impossible for one to perceive one's surroundings clearly. Making use of this advantage, as well his and his clones' ability to disguise themselves, he was able to convince the Golden Leaf King that he was the real Greenleaf King and turn the Golden Leaf King against the real Greenleaf King. Then, when the Greenleaf King was injured by the Golden Leaf King, the Greenleaf King would naturally think that the latter was him in disguise, especially considering what had happened earlier that day. It was not that the two kings were fools, but Xianxia had crafted each situation convincingly, manipulating their current emotions and thoughts to nudge them to act. On top of that, his ability to wield the killing intent unique to otherworldly demons and almost perfect disguise made it even more difficult to guard against him. Even the smartest of people could have been easily tricked in the spur of a moment. "You!" The Greenleaf King's face paled in horror, as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. At this point, seeing the second Golden Leaf King morphing into the form of a human, how could he still not understand what was going on? The otherworldly demonic tribe had spent an astronomical price to send the both of them over, but before they could even push their forces beyond the subterranean gallery, they had turned against one another due to the despicable schemes of the young man before him. The immense frustration he felt at that moment sent another spurt of blood gushing out of his mouth. "Even if I die, I will bring you down with me." Roaring furiously with gritted teeth, the Greenleaf King struggled to his feet to launch a decisive blow against Xianxia. But in that instant, an otherworldly demon puppet abruptly kicked his head before he could gather his strength. Pong! Completely unprepared, his body tumbled forcefully backward on the ground. That puppet only wielded the strength of Saint Realm 3 Dan, and under ordinary circumstances, it would not have been a match for him. However, with the severe injuries that he had sustained and the backlash from activating the blood ignition art, he was already completely depleted on the inside, making him powerless to fend against the attack from the Saint Realm 3 Dan puppet. Lifting his gaze, he saw another dozen or so Saint Realm 3-Dan puppets encircling the Golden Leaf King tightly, pummeling the latter viciously, not giving him any chance to activate the blood ignition art at all. It would have been difficult for them to deal with so many puppets even at their peak, let alone in their current situation. It didn't take long for the otherworldly demon kings to be gasping weakly for air as they slowly fell into death's embrace. "You despicable!" the Green Leaf King uttered weakly as he glared ferociously at the young man before his eyes. To think that he, an otherworldly demon king, an existence possessing unparalleled power in his territory, would actually have been toyed with by a 20-year-old brat like that. The overwhelming indignation that he felt left him so furious that he felt he might explode on the spot. Facing the Green Leaf King's rage, Xianxia simply gazed down on the other party coldly, his eyes devoid of any compassion or pity. Despicable? As one who has committed countless atrocities and feasted on the blood and flesh of humans, do you think that you are in a position to call me despicable? As a race who cultivated the Xianxia of slaughter and feasted indiscriminately on the blood and flesh of all other intelligent lifeforms to further themselves, it was just a matter of time before justice was brought upon them. This is simply survival of the fittest. It is the honor of lowly lifeforms like you humans to be ingested by us. The Green Leaf King replied coldly. Honor. Hearing those words, Xianxia chuckled coldly. I see. Since that's the case, why don't I offer you the same honor as well? Xianxia raised his hands and commanded, Beat him to death! Roar! The 20 otherworldly demon puppets immediately nodded upon hearing the command and began launching another wave of vicious attacks against the two kings. Palipala. 3 minutes later, the two kings were lying powerlessly on the ground, devoid of any strength to retaliate anymore. Not only so, their dantians had been crushed as well, causing the immense strength that they had once harnessed to disappear without a trace. Gesturing for the puppets to stop, Xianxia stepped forward and asked, All right, it's time to come clean about how you managed to bypass the seal and get here, and what your motives are. If he wished to kill the two kings, there would have been no need for him to waste so much effort on them. The reason he had kept them alive was to interrogate them on this. You want us to betray our tribesmen? Dream on. The Green Leaf King spat coldly. Our otherworldly demonic tribe doesn't have despicable traitors who would sell out their kind for their own benefit. The Golden Leaf King roared as well. After which, a fresh mouthful of blood abruptly spewed from the Golden Leaf King's mouth as his eyes burst apart. Following which, his head slumped weakly to the side, and his body fell completely motionless. What? Astonished, Xianxia quickly turned his gaze toward the Green Leaf King, only to witness the same happening to the latter as well. There was probably some kind of lethal poison placed in their teeth, which granted them instant death once activated. It is a countermeasure in case they were captured by the humans, Vicious explained. Xianxia harumphed in anger. If you knew earlier, why didn't you tell me? He had just been a step away from possibly acquiring the intelligence he needed, and yet the two fellows had actually committed suicide before his eyes. How could he possibly not be angry at this situation? I only recalled it just a moment ago, Vicious replied awkwardly. Forget it. Sighing deeply, Xianxia waved his hands in exasperation. As frustrating as it was, what was done was done. Besides, it wasn't guaranteed that he would have been able to pry open the mouths of those two. After all, those who were dispatched here could only have been the most loyal of the otherworldly demons, and it would have been difficult to obtain any crucial information from them. With his soul depth reaching a level equivalent to a 7-star master teacher, Xianxia's impartation of heaven's will was effective even on spiritual perception realm experts. However, against a Saint Realm 4-Dan experts like the other party, not to mention ones with strong mental fortitude, it was impossible for his impartation of heaven's will to work. To be honest, even if the two kings were still alive at this point, the chances to obtain any important information from them was extremely slim. All right, kill all of the remaining otherworldly demons in the formation. Waving his hand, Xianxia issued an instruction, and the otherworldly demon puppets swiftly dispersed in all directions. Who? Xianxia walked up to the two kings and took off their storage rings. Immersing his consciousness within the rings, he took a peek at the contents inside. So many treasures? Upon seeing what was within, Xianxia's eyes lit up.